Property is Theft, a Pierre-Joseph Proudhon anthology. Contents. Proudhon. What is property? Or, an inquiry into the principle of right and of government. Letter to M. Blanqui on property, what is property? Second memoir. Letter to Antoine Gautier. Letter to Karl Marx. System of Economic Contradictions, or, The Philosophy of Misery Volume I. System of Economic Contradictions, or, The Philosophy of Misery Volume II. Solution of the Social Problem. The Bank of Exchange. Products exchange for products. The Council of Oversight. To labor is to produce something out of nothing. To give credit is to exchange. To exchange is to capitalize. A consumer is a partner. Letter to Louis Blanc. Letter to Professor Chevalier. The situation. The reaction. The mystification of universal suffrage. To patriots. Opening session of the National Assembly. Outline of the social question, method of solution, equivalence of the Foreign Affairs. To the Editor-in-Chief of Le Representant du Peuple. July 15. Address to the Constituent National Assembly. The Malthusians. Toast to the Revolution. The Constitution and the Presidency. Election Manifesto of Le Peuple. Bank of the People. Declaration. Formation of the Company. Organization and administration of the Bank. The Council of Oversight. The General Assembly. Report of the Luxembourg Delegate and Workers' Corporation Commission. Resistance to the Revolution. Louis Blanc and Pierre Leroux. Letter to Pierre Leroux. In connection with Louis Blanc. The present use and future possibility of the state. Interest and principle, discussion between M. Proudhon and M. Bastiat on. General idea of the revolution in the 19th century. First study, reaction causes revolution. Second study, is there sufficient reason for revolution in the 19th century? Third study, the principle of association. Fourth study, the principle of authority. Fifth study, social liquidation. Sixth study, organization of economic forces. Seventh study, absorption of government by the economic organism. Letter to Villaume. Stock Exchange Speculators Manual, 4 edition. Justice in the Revolution and in the Church. Program. Little Political Catechism. Letter to Milliot. The Federative Principle, and the Necessity of Reconstituting the Party of the Revolution. Letter to MX. The Political Capacity of the Working Classes. To some workers from Paris and Rouen who had sought his views of the elections. Second part, development of the worker idea. Creation of economic right. Appendix, the theory of property. Appendix, the Paris Commune. Introduction. General idea of the revolution in the 21st century. But then came Proudhon, the son of a peasant, and, by his works and instinct, 100 times more revolutionary than all the doctrinaire and bourgeois socialists, he equipped himself with a critical point of view, as ruthless as it was profound and penetrating, in order to destroy all their systems. Opposing liberty to authority, he boldly proclaimed himself an anarchist by way of setting forth his ideas in contradistinction to those of the state socialists. Michael Bakunin 1. In 1840, 2 short expressions, a mere 7 words, transformed socialist politics forever. 1. Only 4 words long, put a name to a tendency within the working class movement, I am an anarchist. The other, only 3 words long, presented a critique and a protest against inequality which still rings, property is theft. Their author, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, was a self-educated son of a peasant family, and his work, What is Property, ensured he became one of the leading socialist thinkers of the 19th century. From his works and activity, the Libertarian II movement was born, that form of socialism based on the denial of government and of property. 3. It would be no exaggeration to state that if you do not consider property as theft and despotism and oppose it along with the state, then you are not a libertarian. As George Woodcock summarized, what is property embraces the core of 19th century anarchism. All the rest of later anarchism is there, spoken or implied, the conception of a free society united by association, of workers controlling the means of production. Later Proudhon was to elaborate other aspects, the working class political struggle as a thing of its own, federalism and decentralism as a means of reshaping society, the commune and the industrial association as the important units of human intercourse, the end of frontiers and nations. But what is property? Remains the foundation on which the whole edifice of 19th century anarchist theory was to be constructed. 4. Michael Bakunin, who considered the illustrious and heroic socialist 5 as a friend, proclaimed that Proudhon is the master of us all. 6. For Peter Kropotkin, the leading theoretician of communist anarchism of his day, Proudhon laid the foundations of anarchism. 7. And became a socialist after reading his work. Benjamin Tucker, America's foremost individualist anarchist thinker, considered Proudhon as both the father of the anarchistic school of socialism and the anarchist par excellence. 8. Alexander Herzen, leading populist thinker and father of Russian socialism, praised Proudhon's powerful and vigorous thought and stated his works constitute a revolution in the history not only of socialism but also French logic. 9. Leo Tolstoy greatly admired and was heavily influenced by Proudhon. Considering his property is theft as an absolute truth which would survive as long as humanity. 10. For leading anarcho-syndicalist thinker Rudolf Rocker, Proudhon was one of the most intellectually gifted and certainly the most many-sided writer of whom modern socialism can boast. 11. Historian Robert Thomes notes that Proudhon was the greatest intellectual influence on French socialism whose ideas had durable influence on the working class elite. 12. While Julian P.W. Archer considered him the preeminent socialist of mid-19th century France. 13. Sharif Jemi recounts that for many workers in France Proudhon was the living symbol of working class self-emancipation. 14. His ideas anticipated all those later movements in France which, like the revolutionary syndicalists during the late 19th century and the students of 1968, demanded l'autogestion ouvrière. Their joint demand was that the economy be controlled neither by private enterprise nor by the state, whether democratic or totalitarian, but by the producers. 15. Even Friedrich Engels had to admit that Proudhon had a preponderating place among the French socialists of his epoch. 16. The aim of this anthology is to show why Proudhon influenced so many radicals and revolutionaries, and why Proudhon should be read today. His work marks the beginning of anarchism as a named socio-economic theory, and the libertarian ideas Proudhon championed, such as anti-statism, anti-capitalism, self-management, possession, socialization, communal economic federalism, decentralization, and so forth, are as important today as they were in the 19th century. Proudhon's ideas. Anarchism did not spring ready-made from Proudhon's head in 1840. Nor, for that matter, did Proudhon's own ideas. This is to be expected. He was breaking new ground in terms of theory, creating the foundations upon which other anarchists would build. His ideas developed and evolved as he thought through the implications of his previous insights. Certain ideas mentioned in passing in earlier works, such as workers' self-management, come to the fore later, while others, such as federalism, are discussed years after what is property. His ideas also reflected, developed, and changed with the social and political context, most notably, the 1848 revolution and its aftermath. However, contrary to persistent legend, Proudhon was not the egregious eccentric who continually contradicted himself. Proudhon had a consistent vision of society and its need, which revolves around his desire to instill a federal arrangement of workers' associations and to instill a public regard for republican virtue. 17. Regardless of the attempts by both the proprietarian right and the authoritarian left to reduce it simply to opposition to the state, Anarchism has always presented a critique of state and property as well as other forms of oppression. 18 All are interrelated and cannot be separated without making a mockery of libertarian analysis and history. Capital, in the political field, is analogous to government. The economic idea of capitalism, the politics of government or of authority, and the theological idea of the church are three identical ideas, linked in various ways. To attack one of them is equivalent to attacking all of them. What capital does to labor, and the state to liberty, the church does to the spirit. This trinity of absolutism is as baneful in practice as it is in philosophy. The most effective means for oppressing the people would be simultaneously to enslave its body, its will and its reason. 19. Proudhon's two key economic ideas are free credit and workers' associations. To quote economist John Kenneth Galbraith's excellent summary, scholars have regularly assigned Proudhon a position of importance in the history of socialism, syndicalism, and anarchism, but not in the history of economic theory. It is a distinction without merit. Two ideas of influence can be found in the modern residue of Proudhon's theories. One is the belief, perhaps the instinct, that there is a certain moral superiority in the institution of the cooperative, or the worker-owned plant. When farmers unite to supply themselves with fertilizers, oil, or other farm supplies, and consumers to provide themselves with groceries, the ideas of Proudhon are heard in praise. So also when steel workers come together to take over and run a Seine-Saint mill. And Proudhon is one among many parents of the continuing faith in monetary magic, of the belief that great reforms can be accomplished by hitherto undiscovered designs for financial or monetary innovation or manipulation. 20. In terms of politics, his vision was one of federations of self-governing communities. He repeatedly stressed the importance of decentralization and autonomy to ensure effective liberty for the people. Among these liberties, Proudhon argued, one of the most important is that of the commune. A country by its federations, by municipal and provincial independence, attested its local liberties, corollary and complement of the liberty of the citizen. Without the liberty of the commune, the individual is only half free, the feudal yoke is only half broken, public right is equivocal, public integrity is comprised. 21. He called this socio-economic vision mutualism, a term Proudhon did not invent. 22. The workers' organizations in Lyon, where Proudhon stayed in 1843, were described as mutualism and mutualist in the 1830s. There is close similarity between the associational ideal of Proudhon, and the program of the Lyon mutualists, and it is likely that Proudhon was able to articulate his positive program more coherently because of the example of the silk workers of Lyon. The socialist ideal that he championed was already being realized, to a certain extent, by such workers. 23. In short, Proudhon was working actively to replace capitalist statism with an anti-state socialism in which workers manage their own affairs without exploitation or subordination by a revolution from below. 24. On property. Proudhon's analysis of property was seminal. The distinction he made between use rights and property rights, possession and property, laid the ground for both libertarian and Marxist-communist perspectives. It also underlay his analysis of exploitation and his vision of a libertarian society. Even Marx admitted its power. Proudhon makes a critical investigation, the first resolute, ruthless, and at the same time scientific investigation of the basis of political economy, private property. This is the great scientific advance he made, an advance which revolutionizes political economy and for the first time makes a real science of political economy possible. 25. Proudhon's critique rested on two key concepts. Firstly, property allowed the owner to exploit its user, property is theft. 26. Secondly, that property created authoritarian and oppressive social relationships between the two, property is despotism. These are interrelated, as it is the relations of oppression that property creates which allows exploitation to happen, and the appropriation of our common heritage by the few gives the rest little alternative but to agree to such domination and let the owner appropriate the fruits of their labor. Proudhon's genius and the power of his critique was that he took all the defenses of and apologies for, property and showed that, logically, they could be used to attack that institution. By treating them as absolute and universal as its apologists treated property itself, he showed that they undermined property rather than supported it. Point 27. To claims that property was a natural right, he explained that the essence of such rights was their universality and that private property ensured that this right could not be extended to all. To those who argued that property was required to secure liberty, Proudhon rightly objected that if the liberty of man is sacred, it is equally sacred in all individuals, that, if it needs property for its objective action, that is, for its life, the appropriation of material is equally necessary for all. 28. To claims that labor created property, he noted that most people have no property to labor on and the product of such labor was owned by capitalists and landlords rather than the workers who created it. As for occupancy, he argued that most owners do not occupy all the property they own while those who do use and occupy it do not own it. Proudhon showed that the defenders of property had to choose between self-interest and principle, between hypocrisy and logic. If it is right for the initial appropriation of resources to be made, by whatever preferred rationale, then, by that very same reason, it is right for others in the same and subsequent generations to abolish private property in favor of a system which respects the liberty of all rather than a few. If the right of life is equal, the right of labor is equal, and so is the right of occupancy. This means that those who do not possess today are proprietors by the same title as those who do possess, but instead of inferring therefrom that property should be shared by all, I demand, in the name of general security, its entire abolition. 29. For Proudhon, the notion that workers are free when capitalism forces them to seek employment was demonstrably false. He was well aware that in such circumstances property violates equality by the rights of exclusion and increase, and freedom by despotism. It has perfect identity with robbery and the worker has sold and surrendered his liberty to the proprietor. Anarchy was the absence of a master, of a sovereign, while proprietor was synonymous with sovereign, for he imposes his will as law, and suffers neither contradiction nor control. Thus property is despotism as each proprietor is sovereign lord within the sphere of his property. 30. And so freedom and property were incompatible. The civilized laborer who bakes a loaf that he may eat a slice of bread, who builds a palace that he may sleep in a stable, who weaves rich fabrics that he may dress in rags, who produces everything that he may dispense with everything is not free. His employer, not becoming his associate in the exchange of salaries or services which takes place between them, is his enemy. 31. Hence the pressing need, if we really seek liberty for all, to abolish property and the authoritarian social relationships it generates. With wage workers and tenants, property is the right to use something by his neighbor's labor and so resulted in the exploitation of man by man, for to live as a proprietor, or to consume without producing, it is necessary, then, to live upon the labor of another. 32. On exploitation. Proudhon's aim was to rescue the working masses from capitalist exploitation. 33. However, his analysis of exploitation has been misunderstood and, in the case of Marxists, distorted. J.E. King's summary is sadly typical. Marx's main priority was to confront those utopian socialists, especially Proudhon in France, who saw inequality of exchange as the only source of exploitation, and believed that the establishment of equal exchange in isolation from changes in production relations was sufficient in itself to eliminate all sources of income other than the performance of labor. Marx proved that exploitation in production was sufficient to explain the existence of non-wage incomes. 34. Yet anyone familiar with Proudhon's ideas would know that he was well aware that exploitation occurred at the point of production. Like Marx, but long before him, Proudhon argued that workers produced more value than they received in wages. Whoever labors becomes a proprietor. And when I say proprietor, I do not mean simply, as do our hypocritical economists, proprietor of his allowance, his salary, his wages. I mean proprietor of the value he creates, and by which the master alone profits. The laborer retains, even after he has received his wages, a natural right in the thing he has produced. 35. Property meant another shall perform the labor while the proprietor receives the product. Thus the free worker produces 10, for me, thinks the proprietor, he will produce 12, and thus to satisfy property, the laborer must first produce beyond his needs. 36. This is why property is theft. 37. Proudhon linked rising inequality to the hierarchical relationship of the capitalist workplace. I have shown the contractor, at the birth of industry, negotiating on equal terms with his comrades, who have since become his workmen. It is plain, in fact, that this original equality was bound to disappear through the advantageous position of the master and the dependence of the wage workers. 38. Thus unequal exchange did not explain exploitation, rather the hierarchical relationship produced by wage labor does. This can be seen from another key aspect of Proudhon's analysis, what he termed collective force. This was one of the reasons Proudhon gave for rejecting property and was to become an important motif of subsequent socialist thought, namely that collective endeavors produced an additional value which was unjustly appropriated by the proprietaire. 39. To quote Proudhon, "It is an economic power of which I was, I believe, the first to accentuate the importance, in my first memoir upon property in 1840. 100 men, uniting or combining their forces, produce, in certain cases, not 100 times, but 200, 300, 1,000 times as much. This is what I have called collective force. I even drew from this an argument, that it is not sufficient to pay merely the wages of a given number of workmen, in order to acquire their product legitimately, that they must be paid twice, thrice, or 10 times their wages, or an equivalent service rendered to each one of them. 40. Proudhon's position that property is theft locates a fundamental antagonism between producers and owners at the heart of modern society. If the direct producers are the sole source of social value which the owners of capital are expropriating, then exploitation must be the root cause of inequality. He located the power to produce without working at the heart of the system's exploitation and difficulties very early, anticipating what Marx and Engels were later to call the appropriation of surplus value. 41. So even a basic awareness of Proudhon's ideas would be sufficient to recognize as nonsense Marxist claims that he thought exploitation did not occur in the labor process and so must come from outside of the commercial or capitalist relations, through force and fraud, or that Marx had a very different analysis which located exploitation at the very heart of the capitalist production process. 42. Proudhon thought exploitation was inherent in wage labor and occurred at the point of production. 43. Unsurprisingly, he sought a solution there. On association. Given an analysis of property that showed that it produced exploitation, theft, and oppression, despotism, the question of how to end it arises. There are two options: either abolish collective labor and return to small-scale production, or find a new form of economic organization which ensures that collective labor is neither exploited nor oppressed. The notion that Proudhon advocated the first solution, a return to pre-capitalist forms of economy, is sadly all too common. Beginning with Marx, this notion has been vigorously propagated by Marxists, with Engels in 1891 proclaiming Proudhon the socialist of the small peasant or master craftsman. 44. The reality is different. On this issue, it is necessary to emphasize that, contrary to the general image given in the secondary literature, Proudhon was not hostile to large industry. Clearly, he objected to many aspects of what these large enterprises had introduced into society. But he was not opposed in principle to large-scale production. What he desired was to humanize such production, to socialize it so that the worker would not be the mere appendage to a machine. Such a humanization of large industries would result, according to Proudhon, from the introduction of strong workers' associations. These associations would enable the workers to determine jointly by election how the enterprise was to be directed and operated on a day-to-day basis. 45. To quote Proudhon, large industry and high culture come to us by big monopoly and big property. It is necessary in the future to make them rise from the association. 46. He did not ignore the economic conditions around him, including industrialization, and noted in 1851, of a population of 36 million, 24 million were peasants and 6 million were artisans. The remaining 6 million included wage workers for whom workmen's associations would be essential as a protest against the wage system, the denial of the rule of capitalists, and for the management of large instruments of labor. 47 Rather than seeking to turn back the clock, Proudhon was simply reflecting and incorporating the aspirations of all workers in his society, an extremely sensible position to take. 48. This support for workers' self-management of production was raised in 1840. At the same time, Proudhon proclaimed himself an anarchist. As every industry needs leaders, instructors, superintendents, they must be chosen from the laborers by the laborers themselves, and must fulfill the conditions of eligibility for all accumulated capital being social property. No one can be its exclusive proprietor. 49. In subsequent works, Proudhon expanded upon this core libertarian position of the complete emancipation of the workers, the abolition of the wage worker. 50 By self-management, in democratizing us, he argued, revolution has launched us on the path of industrial democracy. 51. Cooperatives. 52 Ended the exploitation and oppression of wage labor, as every individual employed in the association has an undivided share in the property of the company, all positions are elective, and the bylaws subject to the approval of the members, and the collective force, which is a product of the community, ceases to be a source of profit to a small number of managers and speculators, it becomes the property of all the workers. 53. Mutuality, reciprocity exists, Proudhon stressed, when all the workers in an industry, instead of working for an entrepreneur who pays them and keeps their products, work for one another and thus collaborate in the making of a common product whose profits they share amongst themselves. Extend the principle of reciprocity as uniting the work of every group, to the workers' societies as units, and you have created a form of civilization which from all points of view, political, economic, and aesthetic, is radically different from all earlier civilizations. In short, all associated and all free. 54. Thus the means of production should be publicly owned, production itself should be organized by workers' companies. 55 As Daniel Guérin summarized, Proudhon and Bakunin were collectivists, which is to say they declared themselves without equivocation in favor of the common exploitation, not by the state but by associated workers of the large-scale means of production and of the public services. Proudhon has been quite wrongly presented as an exclusive enthusiast of private property. 56. It is important to stress that Proudhon's ideas on association as part of the solution of the social question were not invented by him. Rather, he generalized and developed what working class people were already doing. 57 As Proudhon put it in 1848, the proof of his mutualist ideas lay in the current practice, revolutionary practice of those labor associations, which have spontaneously been formed in Paris and Lyon. 58 These hopes were well justified, as the evidence is strong that both worker participation in management and profit sharing tend to enhance productivity, and that worker-run enterprises often are more productive than their capitalist counterparts. 59. Finally, a few words on why this fundamental position of Proudhon is not better known, indeed, at best, ignored or, at worst, denied by some commentators on his ideas. This is because state socialists like Louis Blanc advocated forms of association which Proudhon rejected as just as oppressive and exploitative as capitalism, what Proudhon termed the principle of association. Blanc came under attack by Proudhon for eliminating all competition, and for fostering state centralization of initiative and direction at the expense of local and corporative powers and intermediate associations. But the term association could also refer to the mutualist associations that Proudhon favored, that is, those initiated and controlled from below. 60 If Blanc advocated association, Proudhon supported associations. This is an important distinction lost on some. On credit. While Proudhon's views of workers' associations are often overlooked, the same cannot be said of his views on credit. For some reform of credit was all he advocated. However, for Proudhon, the socialization and democratization of credit was seen as one of the key means of reforming capitalism out of existence and of producing a self-employed society of artisans, farmers, and cooperatives. The Bank of the People embodies the financial and economic aspects of modern democracy, that is, the sovereignty of the people, and of the Republican motto, liberty, equality, fraternity. Like the desired workplace associations, it also had a democratic nature with a committee of 30 representatives seeing to the management of the bank and chosen by the general meeting made up of nominees of the general body of associates, elected according to industrial categories and in proportion to the number, there are in each category, 61. Proudhon rightly mocked the notion that interest was a payment for abstinence 62, noting, in his exchange with the laissez-faire economist Frederick Bastiat, that the capitalist lends because he has no use for it himself, being sufficiently provided with capital without it. There is no sacrifice, and so it is society's duty to procure gratuitous credit for all, that, failing to do this, it will not be a society, but a conspiracy of capitalists against workers. A compact for purposes of robbery and murder. 63. The obvious correctness of this analysis is reflected in Keynes' admission that interest rewards no genuine sacrifice, any more than does the rent of land. The owner of capital can obtain interest because capital is scarce, just as the owner of land can obtain rent because land is scarce. But whilst there may be intrinsic reasons for the scarcity of land, there are no intrinsic reasons for the scarcity of capital. 64. As is clear from his exchange with Bastiat, Proudhon took care to base his arguments not on abstract ideology but on the actual practices he saw around him. He was well aware that banks issued credit and so increased the money supply in response to market demand. As such, he was an early exponent of the endogenous theory of the money supply. 65. His argument against metallic money was rooted in the fact that this legacy of the past ensured that interest remained as the supply of money, though dynamic due to credit creation, was ultimately limited by the available gold and silver deposits monopolized by capitalist banks. In other words, Proudhon was pointing out that a money economy, one with an extensive banking and credit system, operates in a fundamentally different way than the barter economy assumed by most economics, then and now. He recognized that income from property violated the axiom that products exchanged for products. As interest rates within capitalism did not reflect any real cost and credit creation by banks violated any notion that they reflected savings, these facts suggested that interest could be eliminated as it was already an arbitrary value. The availability of cheap credit would, Proudhon hoped, lead to the end of landlordism and capitalism. Artisans would not be crushed by interest payments and so be able to survive on the market. Proletarians would be able to buy their own workplaces and peasants would be able to buy their land. To aid this process, he also recommended that the state decree that all rent should be turned into part payment for the property used and for public works run by workers' associations. While these notions are generally dismissed as utopian, the reality is somewhat different. As Proudhon's ideas were shaped by the society he lived in, one where the bulk of the working class were artisans and peasants, the notion of free credit provided by mutual banks as the means of securing working class people access to the means of production was perfectly feasible. Today, economies worldwide manage to work without having money tied to specie. Proudhon's desire to abolish the royalty of gold 66 was no mere utopian dream. Capitalism itself has done so. Perhaps this correspondence between Proudhon's ideas on money and modern practice is not so surprising. Keynes's desire for the euthanasia of the rentier, and, consequently, the euthanasia of the cumulative oppressive power of the capitalist to exploit the scarcity value of capital 67 has distinctly Proudhonian elements to it. While he praised Proudhon's follower Silvio Gesell. 68. Sadly, only the economist Dudley Dillard's essay Keynes and Proudhon 69 addresses any overlap between the two thinkers, and even this is incomplete. It fails to discuss Proudhon's ideas on cooperatives and falsely suggests that his critique of capitalism was limited to finance. Capital 70. Another area of overlap was their shared concern over reducing uncertainty in the market and stabilizing the economy, by the state, in the case of Keynes, by mutualist associations for Proudhon. Both, needless to say, underestimated the power of rentier interests as well as their willingness to wither away. This abolition of gold-backed money has not led to the other reforms Proudhon had hoped for. This is unsurprising, as this policy has been implemented to keep capitalism going and not as a wider reform strategy as expounded by the Frenchman. 71 So while the banks may issue credit and central banks accommodate it with non-specie money, they are still capitalist enterprises working within a capitalist environment. They have not been turned into a bank of the people. Interest was not abolished, nor was there a social movement, as in the 19th century, aiming to create workers' associations. Nationalization, not socialization, was the preferred social reform of the post-World War II years. The notion that a mutual bank should fund investment is also hardly utopian. The stock market is not the means by which capital is actually raised within capitalism and is largely of symbolic value. The overwhelming bulk of transactions are in shares of existing firms. Small and medium-sized firms are hardly inefficient because they lack equity shares. Moreover, there is good reason to think that the stock market hinders economic efficiency by generating a perverse set of incentives, and the signals emitted by the stock market are either irrelevant or harmful to real economic activity. As the stock market itself counts little or nothing as a source of finance, shareholders have no useful role. Moreover, if the experience of capitalism is anything to go by, mutual banks will also reduce the business cycle for those countries in which banks provide more outside finance than markets, have greater growth in and stability of investment over time than the market-centered ones. 72. All of which confirms Proudhon's arguments for mutual credit and attacks on rentiers. There is no need for capital markets in a system based on mutual banks and networks of cooperatives. New investments would be financed partly from internal funds, i.e., retained income, and partly from external loans from mutual banks. The standard argument against mutual credit is that it would simply generate inflation. This misunderstands the nature of money and inflation in a capitalist economy. The notion that inflation is caused simply by there being too much money chasing too few goods and that the state simply needs to stop printing money to control it was proven completely false by the monetarist experiments of Thatcher and Reagan. Not only could the state not control the money supply, changes in it were not reflected in subsequent changes in inflation. 73. In a real capitalist economy, credit is offered based on an analysis of whether the bank thinks it will get it back. 74. In a mutualist economy, credit will likewise be extended to those whom the bank thinks will increase the amount of goods and services available. 75. The bank of the people would not just print money and hand it out in the streets. 76. It would ration credit and aim to fund investment in the real economy. This would create money and lead to debt, but it adds to the goods and services in the economy as well as the capacity to service that debt. Moreover, the reduction of interest to zero would ensure more people repaid their loans, as servicing debt would be easier. 77. Finally, John Ehrenberg's assertion that 1848 saw a subtle and important shift in Proudhon's ideas is simply untenable. He asserts that whereas Proudhon formerly placed primary importance on the organization of work, he was now thinking of the organization of credit and exchange, where he had previously made an attempt to articulate the needs of the proletariat, he was now demanding help for the petty bourgeois. 78. Yet the organization of credit in Proudhon's eyes did not exclude the organization of labor. If anything, Proudhon's arguments for workers' associations and against wage labor became more, not less, pronounced. Proudhon started to discuss the organization of credit more because it reflected a shift from goals to means, from critique to practical attempts to solve the social question in the Revolution of 1848. Proudhon's letter to Louis Blanc in April 1848 suggested that the exchange bank is the organization of labor's greatest asset and allowed the new form of society to be defined and created among the workers. 79. Another, written 2 days later, reiterated this point: to organize credit and circulation is to increase production, to determine the new shapes of industrial society. 80. His second election manifesto of 1848 argued that workers have organized credit among themselves and labor associations have grasped spontaneously that the organization of credit and organization of labor amount to one and the same. By organizing both, the workers would soon have wrested alienated capital back again, through their organization and competition. 81. This was reiterated in a letter to socialist Pierre Leroux in December 1849, with credit being seen as the means to form workers' associations. 82. Moreover, the necessity to differentiate his ideas from other socialists who advocated the organization of labor, such as Louis Blanc, must also have played its part in Proudhon's use of the organization of credit. Given his opposition to centralist state-based systems of labor organization, it made little sense to use the same expression to describe his vision of a self-managed and decentralist socialism. On the state, Proudhon subjected the state to withering criticism. For some, this has become the defining aspect of his theories, not to mention anarchism in general. This is false. This opposition to the state flowed naturally from the critique of property, and so anarchist anti-statism cannot be abstracted from its anti-capitalism. While recognizing that the state and its bureaucracy had exploitative and oppressive interests of its own, he analyzed its role as an instrument of class rule. In a society based on the principle of inequality of conditions, government, whatever it is, feudal, theocratic, bourgeois, imperial, is reduced, in last analysis, to a system of insurance for the class which exploits and owns against that which is exploited and owns nothing. 83. He repeatedly pointed to its function of protecting the nobility and upper class against the lower classes. 84. This analysis was consistent throughout his political career. In 1846 he had argued that the state finds itself inevitably enchained to capital and directed against the proletariat. 85. So what was the state? For Proudhon, the state was a body above society. It was the external constitution of the social power by which the people delegate its power and sovereignty, and so does not govern itself, now one individual, now several, by a title either elective or hereditary, are charged with governing it, with managing its affairs, with negotiating and compromising in its name. Anarchists deny government and the state, because we affirm that which the founders of states have never believed in, the personality and autonomy of the masses. Ultimately, the only way to organize democratic government is to abolish government. 86. His attacks on direct legislation and direct government in general idea of the revolution refer to using elections and referenda in a centralist state on a national scale rather than decentralist communal self-government. For Proudhon, democracy could not be limited to a nation as one unit periodically picking its rulers. Nothing resembles a monarchy more than a republic. Unit Air. 87. Its real meaning was much deeper. Politicians, whatever their colors, are insurmountably repelled by anarchy, which they construe as disorder, as if democracy could be achieved other than by distribution of authority, and as if the true meaning of the word democracy was not dismissal of government. 88. Given this analysis, it becomes unsurprising that Proudhon did not seek political power to reform society. This was confirmed when, for a period, he was elected to the National Assembly in 1848. As soon as I set foot in the parliamentary Sinai, I ceased to be in touch with the masses, because I was absorbed by my legislative work. I entirely lost sight of the current events. One must have lived in that isolator which is called a National Assembly to realize how the men who are most completely ignorant of the state of the country are almost always those who represent it. There was ignorance of daily facts and fear of the people, the sickness of all those who belong to authority, for the people, for those in power, are the enemy. 89. Real change must come from outside the sphere of parliamentarism, as sterile as it is absorbing. 90. Unsurprisingly, then, the social revolution is seriously compromised if it comes through a political revolution. 91. And to be in politics was to wash one's hands in shit. 92. Thus, rather than having some idealistic opposition to the state. 93. Proudhon viewed it as an instrument of class rule which could not be captured for social reform. As David Barry suggests, repeated evidence of the willingness of supposedly progressive Republican bourgeoisie to resort to violent repression of the working classes had led Proudhon, like many of his class and generation, to lose faith in politics and the state and to put the emphasis on working class autonomy and on the question of socio-economic organization. For Proudhon and the mutualists, the lessons of the workers' uprising of 1830 and 1848 were that the powers of the state were merely another aspect of the powers of capital, and both were to be resisted equally strongly. 94. On state socialism. Like other libertarians, Proudhon was extremely critical of state socialist schemes which he opposed just as much as he did capitalism. The entire animus of his opposition to what he termed community was to avoid the central ownership of property and the central control of economic and social decision-making. 95. He particularly attacked the ideas of Jacobin socialist Louis Blanc, whose organization of work argued that social ills resulted from competition and they could be solved by eliminating it. The government, argued Blanc, should be regarded as the supreme director of production, and invested with great strength to accomplish its task. The government would raise a loan to create social workplaces, provide them with statutes which would have the force and form of laws, and regulate the hierarchy of workers. After the first year, the hierarchy would be appointed on the elective principle by the workers in the associations. Capitalists would receive interest for their capital while workers would keep the remaining income. They would destroy competition by availing itself of competition, as their higher efficiency would force capitalist firms to become social workplaces. 96. Proudhon objected to the scheme on many levels. Blanc appealed to the state for its silent partnership, that is, he gets down on his knees before the capitalists and recognizes the sovereignty of monopoly. As it was run by the state, the system of workshops would hardly be libertarian, as hierarchy would result from the elective principle, as in constitutional politics. Who will make the law? The government. 97. This was because of the perspective of state socialists. As you cannot conceive of society without hierarchy, you have made yourselves the apostles of authority, worshippers of power. You think only of strengthening it and muzzling liberty. Your favorite maxim is that the welfare of the people must be achieved in spite of the people, instead of proceeding to social reform by the extermination of power and politics. You insist on a reconstruction of power and politics. 98. Proudhon questioned whether any regime based on from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs, could avoid conflict due to individuals and society disagreeing over what these were. This would result in either oppression. What difference is there then between fraternity and the wage system, or the societies, and from lack of associates? 99. He was also doubtful that state monopolies could efficiently allocate resources. 100. Ultimately, the problem was that reform by means of the state violated basic socialist principles. M. Blanc is never tired of appealing to authority, and socialism loudly declares itself anarchistic. M. Blanc places power above society, and socialism tends to subordinate it to society. M. Blanc makes social life descend from above, and socialism maintains that it springs up and grows from below. M. Blanc runs after politics, and socialism is in quest of science. No more hypocrisy. Let me say to M. Blanc, you desire neither Catholicism nor monarchy nor nobility, but you must have a God, a religion, a dictatorship, a censorship, a hierarchy, distinctions, and ranks. For my part, I deny your God, your authority, your sovereignty, your judicial state, and all your representative mystifications. 101. Proudhon continually stressed that state control of the means of production was a danger to the liberty of the worker and simply the continuation of capitalism with the state as the new boss. He rejected the call of certain utopians that the government seize trade, industry, and agriculture, to add them to its attributes and to make the French nation a nation of wage workers. 102. Nationalization would simply be more wage slavery. 103. The net result of state socialism would be a compact democracy, seemingly rooted in dictatorship of the masses, but wherein the masses merely have the opportunity to consolidate universal slavery in accordance with formulas and guidelines borrowed from the former absolutism, indivisibility of power, voracious centralization, systematic demolition of all individual, corporative, and local thought, these being deemed sources of discord, and inquisitorial policing. 104. Proudhon's fears on the inefficiency of state socialism and that it would be little more than state capitalist tyranny became all too real under Leninism. His prediction that reformist socialism would simply postpone the abolition of exploitation indefinitely while paying capitalists interest and dividends was also proven all too correct, as can be seen with the British Labour Party's post-war nationalizations. Proudhon's polemics against state socialists have often been taken to suggest that he considered his mutualism as non-socialist. This is often generalized into anarchism as well, with a contrast often being made between it and the wider socialist movement. Occasionally, most notably in System of Economic Contradictions, Proudhon used the term socialism to solely describe the state socialist schemes he opposed. 105 Usually, however, he described himself as a socialist. 106 and publicly embraced the red flag at the start of the 1848 revolution. 107 Considering it the federal standard of humanity, the symbol of universal fraternity signifying the abolition of the proletariat and of servitude and equality of political rights, universal suffrage. 108. Socialism, for Proudhon, was the final term, the complete expression of the Republic. 109 So although he criticized both centralist democracy and state socialism, he still considered himself a democrat and socialist. We are also democracy and socialism. We may at times laugh at both the names and the personnel, but what those words cover and what those people stand for belong to us also. We must be careful of them. 110 Proudhon stated the obvious: modern socialism was not founded as a sect or church. It has seen a number of different schools. 111 Like Bakunin and Kropotkin, he argued against state socialism and called for a decentralist, self-managed, federal, bottom-up socialism, anarchism. On transition. While Proudhon repeatedly called himself a revolutionary and urged a revolution from below, he also rejected violence and insurrection. While later anarchists like Bakunin and Kropotkin embraced the class struggle, including strikes, unions, and revolts, Proudhon opposed such means and preferred peaceful reform. Through political economy we must turn the theory of property against property in such a way as to create liberty. 112. Unsurprisingly, as he considered the state as being dominated by capital, the problem before the laboring classes consists not in capturing, but in subduing both power and monopoly, that is, in generating from the bowels of the people, from the depths of labor, a greater authority, a more potent fact, which shall envelop capital and the state and subjugate them. For, to combat and reduce power, to put it in its proper place in society, it is of no use to change the holders of power or introduce some variation into its workings. An agricultural and industrial combination must be found by means of which power, today the ruler of society, shall become its slave. 113. The 1848 revolution gave Proudhon the chance to implement this strategy. On May 4 he proposed that a provisional committee be set up to orchestrate exchange, credit, and commerce amongst the workers, and this would liaise with similar committees elsewhere in France. This would be a body representative of the proletariat, a state within the state, in opposition to the bourgeois representatives. He urged that a new society be founded in the center of the old society by the working class, for the government can do nothing for you, but you can do everything for yourselves. 114. Proudhon also pointed to the clubs, directly democratic neighborhood associations grouped around political tendencies, seeing them as the beginning for a true popular democracy, sensitive to the needs of the people. 115 As Peter Henry Amon describes it, a newspaper close to the club movement, Proudhon's Le Représentant du Peuple, suggested a division of labor between clubs and National Assembly. By shedding light on social questions, the daily club discussions would prepare the National Assembly's legislative debates as the indispensable corollary. This flattering vision of a dual power, with clubs representing the poorest and most numerous parts of the population, apparently proved seductive. 116 In 1849 Proudhon argued that clubs had to be organized. The organization of popular societies was the fulcrum of democracy, the cornerstone of the republican order. These were the one institution that democratic authorities should have respected, and not just respected but also fostered and organized. 117 As Daniel Guérin summarized, in the midst of the 1848 revolution, Proudhon sketched out a minimum libertarian program: progressive reduction in the power of the state, parallel development of the power of the people from below, through what he called clubs, which today we would call councils. 118. These organizations would be the means of exercising popular pressure and influence onto the state to force it into implementing appropriate reforms, for government can only turn into something and do the work of the revolution insofar as it will be so invited, provoked or compelled by some power outside of itself that seizes the initiative and sets things rolling. 119. This would be combined with the creation of organizations for mutual credit and production in order to create the framework by which capitalism and the state would disappear. Proudhon believed fervently in the salvation of working men, by their own efforts, through economic and social action alone, and advocated, and to a considerable extent inspired, the undercutting of this terrain of the state from without by means of autonomous working class associations. 120. He hoped that the proletariat, gradually de-Jacobinized, would seek its share not only of direct suffrage in the affairs of society but of direct action. 121. Over a decade later, Proudhon noted that in 1848 he had called upon the state to intervene in establishing various major public utilities, but once the state had completed its task of creation, then these should not be left in its hands. 122. Rather than fatten certain contractors, the state should create a new kind of property by granting the privilege of running public utilities to responsible companies, not of capitalists, but of workmen. Municipalities and their federations would take the initiative in setting up public works, but actual control would rest with workers' cooperatives, for it becomes necessary for the workers to form themselves into democratic societies, with equal conditions for all members, on pain of a relapse into feudalism. 123. As he summarized in his notebooks, the abolition of the state is the last term of a series, which consists of an incessant diminution, by political and administrative simplification, the number of public functionaries, and to put into the care of responsible workers' societies the works and services confided to the state. 124. Thus the most decisive result of the revolution is, after having organized labor and property, to do away with political centralization, in a word, with the state. 125. This may, for some, appear as a contradiction in Proudhon's ideas, for, as an anarchist, he was against the state. This would be a superficial analysis, as it confuses short-term reforms and long-term social transformation. Moreover, anarchism is not purely anti-state. It is also anti-capitalist, and so advocating capitalist banking or the privatization of utilities and industries would be anti-anarchist. Proudhon was not advocating nationalization, or state socialism. He simply considered limited state action to create the correct environment to allow cooperatives to flourish and to run public services and utilities as being more consistent with libertarian goals than supporting wage labor by turning more parts of the economy over to the capitalist class. In the grim days of the Second Empire, when the hopes and self-activity of 1848 appeared to be crushed, Proudhon suggested encouraging investors to fund cooperatives rather than capitalist companies. Seeking to encourage the industrial democracy, he wished to replace the industrial feudalism of capitalism by means of the institutions of capitalism itself. In return for funds, the capitalists would receive dividends until such time as the initial loan was repaid, and then the company would revert into a proper cooperative, i.e., one owned as well as operated by its workers. 126. So the optimism produced by the February Revolution that drove his more obviously anarchist works, that climaxed in 1851's general idea of the revolution, gave way to more cautious reforms. Significantly, in the 1860s, Proudhon's renewed interest in socialism was precipitated by the renewed activity of workers themselves. 127. So, in general, Proudhon placed his hopes for introducing socialism in alternative institutions created by working class people themselves, and insisted that the revolution could only come from below, through the action of the workers themselves. 128. Joining the government to achieve that goal was, for Proudhon, contradictory and unlikely to work. The state was a centralist, top-down structure, and so unable to take into account the real needs of society. Experience testifies and philosophy demonstrates, that any revolution, to be effective, must be spontaneous and emanate, not from the heads of the authorities but from the bowels of the people, that government is reactionary rather than revolutionary, that it could not have any expertise in revolutions, given that society, to which that secret is alone revealed, does not show itself through legislative decree but rather through the spontaneity of its manifestations, that, ultimately, the only connection between government and labor is that labor, in organizing itself, has the abrogation of government as its mission. 129. This suggested a bottom-up approach, socialism from below rather than a socialism imposed by the state. The revolution from above is the intervention of power in everything, it is the absolutist initiative of the state, the pure governmentalism of Louis Blanc. The revolution from above is the negation of collective activity, of popular spontaneity. What serious and lasting revolution was not made from below, by the people? How did the revolution of 1789 come about? How was that of February made? The revolution from above has never been other than the oppression of the wills of those below. 130. Ultimately, no authority is compatible with the principle of mutuality, but no authority can help bring about reform. For all authority is antithetical to equality and justice. 131. Proudhon's overarching perspective was to avoid violence, and so, as well as encouraging working class self-activity, he also sought to persuade the capitalist class that social reform, as well as benefiting the working class, would also benefit them in terms of a general improved standard of living and freedom, and so they had no reason to oppose it. 132. The bourgeoisie were not convinced, and after the experience of the Second Republic his calls upon them ceased. Instead, he completely directed his hopes for reform towards the activities of working class people themselves, in their ability to act for themselves and build just and free associations and federations. This perspective was hardly new, though. As he put it in 1842's warning to proprietors: "Workers, laborers, men of the people, whoever you may be, the initiative of reform is yours. It is you who will accomplish that synthesis of social composition which will be the masterpiece of creation, and you alone can accomplish it." 133. For revolutionary power is no longer in the government or the National Assembly, it is in you. Only the people, acting directly, without intermediaries, can bring about the economic revolution. 134. It was Proudhon who first drew to the attention of the wider public of Europe the fact that socialism would henceforward become identified, not with the plans of utopian dreamers, but with the concrete and daily struggles of the working class. 135. It is this vision which was taken up and expanded upon by subsequent generations of libertarians. As he refused to suggest that socialists should take state power themselves but, instead, organize outside political structures to create a socialist society, Proudhon's various schemes of social change, while reformist, were ultimately anarchistic in nature. This became clear in his final work, The Political Capacity of the Working Classes, where he advocated a radical separation of the working class from bourgeois institutions, urging that they should organize themselves autonomously and reject all participation in bourgeois politics. 136. Such an alliance between the proletariat, artisans, and peasantry, the plural working classes of the title 137, would replace the bourgeois regime with a mutualist one as the workers became increasingly conscious of themselves as a class and of their growing political capacity. This perspective is nothing less than the dispute which would later split Marxists from anarchists, and socialists from syndicalists. 138. On mutualist society. In place of capitalism and the state, Proudhon suggested a socio-economic federal system, a decentralist federation of self-managed associations. 139. This federation's delegates would be mandated and subject to recall by their electors. We can follow our deputies step by step in their legislative acts and their votes, we shall make them transmit our arguments and our documents, we shall indicate our will to them, and when we are discontented, we will revoke them. The imperative mandate, mandat imperative, permanent revocability, are the most immediate, undeniable, Consequences of the electoral principle. It is the inevitable program of all democracy. 140 Moreover, the legislative power is not distinguished from the executive power. 141. This system would be based on free association and would reject the unity that tends to absorb the sovereignty of the villages, cantons, and provinces, into a central authority. Leave to each its sentiments, its affections, its beliefs, its languages, and its customs. The first effect of centralization, Proudhon stressed, is to bring about the disappearance, in the diverse localities of the country, of all types of indigenous character, while one imagines that by this means to exalt the political life among the masses, one in fact destroys it. The fusion, that is to say the annihilation, of particular nationalities where citizens live and distinguish themselves, into an abstract nationality where one can neither breathe nor recognize oneself, there is unity. 142. He based his federalism on functional groups, in both society and economy. As his discussion of collective force in Petit Catechisme Politique shows 143, Proudhon was no individualist. He was well aware that groups were greater than the sum of their parts and viewed federalism as the best means of allowing this potential to be generated and expressed. Only that could ensure a meaningful democracy, what anarchists call self-management, rather than the current system of centralist, statist, democracy in which people elect their rulers every 4 years. Thus universal suffrage provides us, in an embryonic state, with the complete system of future society. If it is reduced to the people nominating a few hundred deputies who have no initiative, social sovereignty becomes a mere fiction and the revolution is strangled at birth. 144 By contrast, his mutualist society was fundamentally democratic. We have, then, not an abstract sovereignty of the people, as in the Constitution of 1793 and subsequent constitutions, or as in Rousseau's social contract, but an effective sovereignty of the working, reigning, governing masses. How could it be otherwise if they are in charge of the whole economic system including labor, capital, credit, property, and wealth? 145. Initially, Proudhon focused on economic federalism. In his program Révolutionnaire of early 1848 he had spoken of organizing society into democratically controlled groups of workers and professionals. These would form a Congress which would determine how to deal with those issues of a national scope beyond the competency of any one category. 146 However, 3 years later, in general idea of the revolution, he placed communes at the heart of his agricultural reforms as well as for public works. After 1852 he became more explicit, adding a geographical federalism to economic federalism. The two cannot be considered in isolation. Proudhon placed socio-economic relations on as high a level, or higher, than political ones. Proudhon's federalism was to apply to all public dimensions of society. A just society required the autonomy of workshops and of communes. Advancement on one level alone had little chance of success. Without political federalism, he warned, economic federalism would be politically impotent. Workers' associations would be ineffective in a political environment which encouraged meddling by the central administration. Conversely, without economic mutualism, political federalism would remain impotent and precarious, and would degenerate back into centralism. In short, it was necessary that federalism be both professional and regional, both social and political. 147. There were 3 alternatives: capitalism, monopoly, and what follows, state socialism, exploitation by the state, or a solution based on equality, in other words, the organization of labor, which involves the negation of political economy and the end of property. 148 Rejecting the first two, Proudhon favored socialization. 149 Genuine common ownership and free access of the means of production and land. 150 The land is indispensable to our existence, consequently a common thing. Consequently insusceptible of appropriation, and all capital, whether material or mental, being the result of collective labor, is, in consequence, collective property. 151 Self-managed workers' associations would run industry. In short, under the law of association, transmission of wealth does not apply to the instruments of labor, so cannot become a cause of inequality. We are socialists. Under universal association, ownership of the land and of the instruments of labor is social ownership. We want the mines, canals, railways handed over to democratically organized workers' associations. We want these associations to be models for agriculture, industry, and trade, the pioneering core of that vast federation of companies and societies, joined together in the common bond of the democratic and social republic. 152. Against property, Proudhon argued for possession. This meant free access to the resources required to live and the inability to bar access to resources you claim to own but did not use. Those who used a resource, land, tools, dwelling, workplace, should control both it and the product of their labor. Such possession allowed people to live and prosper and was the cornerstone of liberty. Whether on the land or in industry, Proudhon's aim was to create a society of possessors without masters. 153. Only self-governing producers' associations could be the basis for a society in which concentration of political, economic, and social power can be avoided and individual freedom protected, because the right to live and to develop oneself fully is equal for all. Inequality of conditions is an obstacle to the exercise of this right. 154. So political right had to be buttressed by economic right, for if society became divided into two classes, one of landlords, capitalists, and entrepreneurs, the other of wage-earning proletarians, then the political order will still be unstable. To avoid this outcome, an agro-industrial federation was required which would provide reciprocal security in commerce and industry and protect the citizens from capitalist and financial exploitation. In this way, the agro-industrial federation will tend to foster increasing equality. Through mutualism in credit and insurance, guaranteeing the right to work and to education, and an organization of work which allows each laborer to become a skilled worker and an artist, each wage earner to become his own master. Mutualism recognizes that industries are sisters and so should therefore feed rate, not in order to be absorbed and confused together, but in order to guarantee mutually the conditions of common prosperity, upon which no one has exclusive claim. 155. The empirical evidence for economic federalism is supportive of it. In negative terms, it is clear that isolated cooperatives dependent on funding from capitalist banks find it hard to survive and grow. In positive terms, it is no coincidence that the Mondragon cooperative complex in the Basque region of Spain has a credit union and mutual support networks between its cooperatives and is by far the most successful cooperative system in the world. Other successful clusters of cooperation within capitalism also have support networks. 156. Clear evidence for Proudhon's argument that all industries are related and need to support each other. Proudhon was an early advocate of what is now termed market socialism, an economy of competing cooperatives and self-employed workers. Some incorrectly argue that market socialism is not socialist. 157. Donny Gluckstein, for instance, suggests with casual abandon that Proudhon's ideas are easily recognizable as the precursor of neoliberal economics today, but were located in a different context and so took a far more radical form when adopted by the male artisan class. 158. Such claims are premised on a basic misunderstanding, namely that markets equate to capitalism. Yet this hides the key defining feature of capitalism, wage labor. 159. Thus capitalism is uniquely marked by wage labor, not markets, which predate it by centuries, and so it is possible to support markets while being a socialist. In a mutualist society, based on workers' self-management and socialization, wage labor would not exist. Rather, workers would be seeking out democratic associations to join and, once a member, have the same rights and duties as others within it. 160. In short, as K. Stephen Vincent argues, Proudhon consistently advanced a program of industrial democracy which would return control and direction of the economy to the workers. And he envisaged such a socialist program to be possible only within the framework of a society which encouraged just social relationships and which structured itself on federal lines. 161. It is also fair to ponder when an advocate of neoliberal economics has ever argued that the idol of laissez-faire capitalism, the law of supply and demand, was a deceitful law, suitable only for assuring the victory of the strong over the weak, of those who own property over those who own nothing. 162 Or denounced capitalist firms because they result in the worker being subordinated, exploited. His permanent condition is one of obedience, and so people are related as subordinates and superiors with two castes of masters and wage workers, which is repugnant to a free and democratic society, and urged cooperatives to replace them. 163 Or suggested that we shall never have real workingmen's associations until the government learns that public services should neither be operated by itself or handed over to private stock companies, but should be leased on contract to organized and responsible companies of workers. 164 Nor would an ideologue of laissez-faire capitalism be happy with an agro-industrial federation, nor would they advocate regulation of markets. The advocates of mutualism are as familiar as anyone with the laws of supply and demand, and they will be careful not to infringe them. Detailed and frequently reviewed statistics, precise information about needs and living standards, an honest breakdown of cost prices, the fixing after amicable discussion of a maximum and minimum profit margin, taking into account the risks involved, the organizing of regulating societies, these things, roughly speaking, constitute all the measures by which they hope to regulate the market. 165. Finally, what neoliberal would proclaim? What is the capitalist? Everything. What should he be? Nothing. 166 Or that I belong to the party of work against the party of capital. 167. In fact, Proudhon had nothing but contempt for the neoliberals of his time, and they for him. 168 He recognized the class basis of mainstream economic ideology, political economy, as taught by Say, Rossi, Blanqui, Wolofsky, Chevalier, etc., is only the economy of the property owners, and its application to society inevitably and organically gives birth to misery. 169 In short, the enemies of society are economists. 170 Claims that Proudhon was a proprietarian or a supporter of neoliberalism simply misunderstand both capitalism and Proudhon's ideas. Unsurprisingly, then, Bakunin wrote of Proudhon's socialism, based on individual and collective liberty and upon the spontaneous action of free associations. 171 Proudhon is placed firmly into the socialist tradition due to his support for workers' associations and his belief that socialism is the elimination of misery, the abolition of capitalism and of wage labor, the transformation of property, the decentralization of government, the organization of universal suffrage, the effective and direct sovereignty of the workers, the equilibrium of economic forces, the substitution of the contractual regime for the legal regime, etc. 172 In opposition to various schemes of state socialism and communism, Proudhon argued for a decentralist and federal market socialism based on workers' self-management of production and community self-government. Proudhon's legacy. As would be expected of the leading French socialist of his time, Proudhon's impact continued long after his death in 1865. Most immediately was the growth of the International Workingmen's Association founded by his followers and the application of many of his ideas by the Paris Commune. 173 His most important contribution to politics was laying the foundations for all the subsequent schools of anarchism. Another key legacy is his consistent vision of socialism as being rooted in workers' self-management. Dorothy W. Douglas correctly notes that the cooperative movement, syndicalism, guild socialism, all bear traces of the kind of self-governing industrial life to which Proudhon looked forward. 174 This vision was expressed within the First International by both the mutualists and the collectivists around Bakunin. While later eclipsed by schemes of nationalization, the bankruptcy of such state capitalism, to use Kropotkin's term, has reinforced the validity of Proudhon's arguments. Indeed, as Daniel Guérin suggested, when Marxists advocate self-management they have been reverting, unwittingly and in an unspoken way, to the Proudhon school, for anarchism, ever since Proudhon, has acted as the advocate of Self-Management 175. No other socialist thinker of his time so consistently advocated workers' self-management of production or placed it at the core of his socialism. This is not to say that Proudhon was without flaws, for he had many. He was not consistently libertarian in his ideas, tactics, and language. His personal bigotries are disgusting and few modern anarchists would tolerate them. 176. He made some bad decisions and occasionally ranted in his private notebooks, where the worst of his anti-Semitism was expressed. We could go on, but to concentrate on these aspects of Proudhon's thought would be to paint a selective, and so false, picture of his ideas and influence. Anarchists seek Proudhon's legacy in those aspects of his ideas that are consistent with the goal of human liberation, not those when he did not rise to the ideals he so eloquently advocated. This is what we discuss here, the positive impact of a lifetime fighting for justice, equality, and liberty. International Workingmen's Association. The International Workingmen's Association, IWMA, is usually associated with Marx. In fact, it was created by British trade unionists and French mutualist workingmen, who in turn were direct followers of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Contrary to stubborn legend, Karl Marx was not one of its actual founders. 177. The negotiations that lead to its founding began in 1862 when the mutualists, including Henry Louis Tolaine and Eugene Varlin 178, visited the London International Exhibition. 179. Like Proudhon, his followers in the IWMA thought workers should be striving for the abolition of salaried labor and capitalist enterprise by means of cooperatives, for the manager/employer, patron, was a superfluous element in the production process who was able to deny the worker just compensation for his labor merely by possessing the capital that paid for the workshop, tools, and materials. 180. The French internationalists were strongly hostile to centralization. They were federalists, intent on building up working-class organizations on a local basis and then federating the local federations. The Free France they looked forward to was to be a country made up of locally autonomous communes, freely federated for common purposes which required action over larger areas. In this sense they were anarchists. 181. Thus in 1866 the International officially adopted the red flag as its symbol, confirming Proudhon's declaration that the red flag represents the final revolution. The red flag is the federal standard of humanity. 182. Given their role in setting up the International, the mutualists dominated the agenda in its first years. According to the standard, and usually Marxist or Marxist-influenced, accounts of the International, this initial domination by the mutualists was eclipsed by the rise of a collectivist current, usually identified with Marxism. This is not entirely true. Yes, the Basel Congress of 1869 saw the success of a collectivist motion which was opposed by Tolaine and some of his fellow French internationalists, but this was a debate on the specific issue of agricultural collectivization rather than a rejection of mutualism as such. The endorsement of collectivism by the International at the Basel Congress might appear to be a rejection of the French position on cooperatives. Actually, it was not, for collectivism as it was defined by its proponents meant simply the end of private ownership of agricultural land. Lumped together with this was usually the demand for common ownership of mines and railways. 183. Thus it was not a debate over cooperative production in favor of some other model but rather concerned its extension to agriculture. At the Geneva Congress of 1866 the French mutualists persuaded the Congress to agree by unanimous vote that there was a higher goal, the suppression of salaried status, which could be done only through cooperatives. At the Lausanne Congress of 1867, the mutualists around Tolaine acknowledged the necessity of public ownership of canals, roads, and mines, and there was unanimous accord on public ownership of the means of transportation and exchange of goods. This was Proudhon's position as well. The proponents of collectivization at the Lausanne Congress wanted to extend Tolaine's ideas to all property. 184. While the resolution on collectivization represents the final decisive defeat of the strict Proudhonist element which, centered in Paris, had dominated in France and had drawn the parameters of the debates at the International's congresses in the beginning, 185 This did not automatically mean the end of Proudhonian influences in the International. After all, the main leader of the collectivist position was César de Pepy, a self-proclaimed mutualist and follower of Proudhon. As such, the debate was fundamentally one between followers of Proudhon, not between mutualists and Marxists, and the 1869 resolution was consistent with Proudhon's ideas. This can be seen from the fact that resolution itself was remarkably Proudhonian in nature, with it urging the collectivization of roads, canals, railways, mines, quarries, collieries, and forests, and these to be ceded to workers' companies which would guarantee the mutual rights of workers and would sell their goods or services at cost. The land would be turned over to agricultural companies, i.e., agricultural workers, with the same guarantees as those required of the workers' companies. 186 De Pepy himself clarified the issue: collective property would belong to society as a whole, but would be conceded to associations of workers. The state would be no more than a federation of various groups of workers. 187. Given that Proudhon had advocated workers' companies to run publicly owned industries as well as arguing the land was common property and be transferred to communes, the resolution was not the rejection of Proudhon's ideas that many assume. In fact, it can be considered a logical fusion of his arguments on land ownership and workers' associations. As Daniel Guérin notes, in the congresses of the First International the libertarian idea of self-management prevailed over the statist concept. 188 Moreover, at the Basel Congress of 1869 Bakunin emerged as the main champion of collectivism. 189 As Kropotkin suggested. As to his economical conceptions, Bakunin described himself, in common with his federalist comrades of the International, César de Pepy, James Guillaume, Schwytz Goebel, a collectivist anarchist, a state of things in which all necessaries for production are owned in common by the labor groups and the free communes, while the ways of retribution of labor, communist or otherwise, would be settled by each group for itself. 190. So the rise of the collectivists in the IWMA does not represent a defeat for Proudhon's ideas. Rather, it reflected their development by debates between socialists heavily influenced by the anarchist. This is obscured by the fact that Proudhon's ideas on workers' associations are not well known today. Once this is understood, it is easy to see that it was in the IWMA that Proudhon's mutualist ideas evolved into collectivist and then communist anarchism. The main areas of change centered on means, reform versus revolution, and the need for strikes, unions, and other forms of collective working class direct action and organization rather than the goal of a federated, associated, self-managed socialist society. As G.D.H. Cole perceptively writes, Varlin had at bottom a great deal more in common with Proudhon than with Marx and had a syndicalist outlook. 191 Like Bakunin, Varlin argued that unions have the enormous advantage of making people accustomed to group life and thus preparing them for a more extended social organization. They accustom people not only to get along with one another and to understand one another, but also to organize themselves, to discuss, and to reason from a collective perspective. Again, like Bakunin, Varlin argued that unions also form the natural elements of the social edifice of the future. It is they who can be easily transformed into producers' associations, it is they who can make the social ingredients and the organization of production work. 192. Thus, by 1868 a transition from mutualism to anti-statist or anti-authoritarian collectivism had began. 193 This is to be expected. Just as Proudhon developed his ideas in the face of changing circumstances and working class self-activity, so working class people influenced by his ideas developed and changed what they took from Proudhon in light of their own circumstances. However, the core ideas of anti-statism and anti-capitalism remained, and so these changes must be viewed as a development of Proudhon's ideas rather than something completely new or alien to them. Thus the revolutionary anarchism which grew within the IWMA had distinct similarities to that of Proudhon's reformist kind, even if it diverges on some issues. The Paris Commune. By 1871, the transition from reformist mutualism to revolutionary collectivism as the predominant tendency within anarchism was near complete. Then came the Paris Commune. With its ideas on decentralist federations of communes and workers' associations, the Commune applied Proudhon's ideas on a grand scale and, in the process, inspired generations of socialists. Sadly, this revolt, Proudhon's greatest legacy, has been appropriated by Marxism thanks to Marx's passionate defense of the revolt and his and Engels' systematic downplaying of its obvious Proudhonian themes. In reality, while many perspectives were raised in the revolt, what positive themes it expressed were taken from Proudhon, as many communards were influenced by Proudhon's advocacy of autonomous economic organization and decentralist self-government. Thus the Commune reflected a distinctly French variant of socialism, strongly influenced by Proudhon and to a lesser extent by the Russian anarchist Bakunin, which advocated destroying oppressive state structures by devolving power to local democratic communities, federalism, and abolishing exploitation by decentralizing economic control to workers' cooperative associations. Its apostles are workers, its Christ was Proudhon, proclaimed Courbet 194. So it is that we find the Paris section of the IWMA in 1870 arguing along very Proudhonian lines that we must accomplish the democratic and social revolution. The aim was the establishment of a new social order, the elimination of classes, the abolition of employers and of the proletariat. The establishment of universal cooperation based upon equality and justice. Thus it is necessary, citizens, to eliminate wage labor, the last form of servitude, implement the principles of justice in social relationships and ensure the distribution of what is produced by labor, based upon the principles of the value of the work and a mutualist organization of services. Has it not always been evident, they asked, that the art of governing peoples has been the art of exploiting them? 195. As Paul Avriche suggested, the influence of Proudhon, unquestionably greater than that of Marx, was reflected in the title of federals by which the communards were known. The Commune's social composition was a mixture of workers and professionals, of tradesmen and artisans. Its thrust was overwhelmingly decentralist and libertarian. Its ideal society was a direct democracy of councils, clubs, and communes, an anti-authoritarian commonwealth in which workers, artisans, and peasants might live in peace and contentment, with full economic and political liberty organized from below. 196. In reality, Thomas concedes, the Commune owed precious little to Marxism and a great deal more, ironically enough, to the Proudhonists, who had proved themselves thorns in Marx's side during the first 4 years of the International's existence. 197. This Proudhonian influence on the Paris Commune was expressed in two main ways: politically in the vision of a France of federated communes, economically in the vision of a socialist society based on workers' associations. Politically, Proudhon had stressed the Commune as the fundamental unit of democratic sovereignty. 198, as well as their federation. All this was reflected in the Commune. Indeed, the rough sketch of national organization which the Commune had no time to develop, 199, which Marx praised but did not quote, was written by a follower of Proudhon and was strongly federalist in tone, and it has a marked Proudhonian flavor. 200. Marx also praised the communal council being composed of delegates who would be at any time revocable and bound by the mandat imperative, formal instructions, of his constituents, and the fact that it was a working, not a parliamentary, body, executive and legislative at the same time. This, he averred, was the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. 201. Yet this was not a novel discovery, as Proudhon had consistently raised these ideas since the 1848 revolution. It is up to the National Assembly, through organization of its committees, to exercise executive power, just the way it exercises legislative power. Besides universal suffrage, and as a consequence of universal suffrage, we want implementation of the binding mandate. Politicians balk at it, which means that in their eyes, the people, in electing representatives, do not appoint mandatories but rather abjure their sovereignty. That is assuredly not socialism, it is not even democracy. 202. During the Commune, anarchist James Guillaume pointed out the obvious: the Paris Revolution is federalist, in the sense given it years ago by the great socialist, Proudhon. It is above all the negation of the nation and the state. 203. It is hard not to concur with K.J. Kinefic. The program the Commune set out is, the system of federalism, which Bakunin had been advocating for years, and which had first been enunciated by Proudhon. The Proudhonists exercised considerable influence in the Commune. This political form was therefore not at last discovered, it had been discovered years ago, and now it was proven to be correct by the very fact that in the crisis the Paris workers adopted it, as being the form most suitable to express working class aspirations. 204. Economically, the same can be said. Echoing Proudhon's calls for workers' companies, the communards considered that the worker-directed workshop very soon would become the universal mode of production. 205. A meeting of the Mechanics' Union and the Association of Metal Workers argued that our economic emancipation can only be obtained through the formation of workers' associations, which alone can transform our position from that of wage earners to that of associates. They instructed their delegates to the Commune's Commission on Labor Organization to aim for the abolition of the exploitation of man by man, the last vestige of slavery, by means of the organization of labor in mutual associations with collective and inalienable capital. A group of foundry workers wrote that it was exploitation that we seek to abolish through the right of workers to their work and to form federated producer cooperatives. Their formation would be a great step forward, towards, the federation of peoples. 206. Marx praised the efforts made within the Paris Commune to create cooperatives, so transforming the means of production, land and capital, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. He argued, what else would it be but communism? 207. Well, it could be mutualism and Proudhon's vision of an agro-industrial federation. Had not Varlin, in March 1870, argued that cooperatives were actively preparing the basis for the future society? Had he not, like Proudhon, warned that placing everything in the hands of a highly centralist, authoritarian state, would set up a hierarchic structure from top to bottom of the labor process? Had he not, like Proudhon, suggested that the only alternative is for workers themselves to have the free disposition and possession of the tools of production, through cooperative association? 208. Engels in 1891 painted a picture of Proudhon being opposed to association, except for large-scale industry, and stated that to combine all these associations in one great union was the direct opposite of the Proudhon doctrine, and so the Commune was its grave. 209. Yet, as he most certainly was aware, Proudhon had publicly called for economic federation. In 1863, he termed it the Agro-Industrial Federation, and 15 years earlier he had demanded an economy based on a vast federation of democratically organized workers' associations. 210. So making true his 1846 statement that to unfold the system of economical contradictions is to lay the foundations of universal association. 211. Elsewhere, Engels argued that the economic measures of the Commune were driven not by principles but by simple, practical needs. This meant that the confiscation of shut-down factories and workshops and handing them over to workers' associations had been not at all in accordance with the spirit of Proudhonism, but certainly in accordance with the spirit of German scientific socialism. 212. This seems unlikely, given Proudhon's well-known and long-standing advocacy of cooperatives, as well as Marx's comment in 1866 that in France the workers, especially those in Paris, are, without realizing it, strongly implicated in the garbage of the past, and that the Parisian gentlemen had their heads stuffed full of the most vacuous Proudhonist clichés. 213. Given that the Communist Manifesto stressed state ownership and failed to mention cooperatives, the claim that the Commune had acted in its spirit seems a tad optimistic, particularly as this decision bore the mark of the French socialist tradition, which envisaged workers' cooperative association, not state ownership, as the solution to the social question. 214. The obvious influence of Proudhon in the Commune's socio-economic vision has been obscured by Marxist revisionism. These links with Proudhon are hardly surprising, as men sympathetic to Proudhon's ideas were conspicuously present in the revolt. 215. This is not to suggest that the Paris Commune unfolded precisely as Proudhon would have wished, Bakunin and Kropotkin analyzed it and drew conclusions from its failings. 216. However, it is clear that the Commune's vision of a federated, self-managed society and economy owes much to Proudhon's tireless advocacy of such ideas. As Bakunin suggested, Marx and Engels proclaiming that the Commune's program and purpose were their own flew in face of the simplest logic and was a truly farcical change of costume. 217. Anarchism. Proudhon's lasting legacy is his contribution to anarchism. It is little wonder that he has been termed the father of anarchism, for while anarchism has evolved since Proudhon's time, it still bases itself on the themes first expounded in a systematic way by the Frenchman. Indeed, it is hard to imagine anarchism without Proudhon. While Proudhon may not have been the first thinker to suggest a stateless and classless society, he was the first to call himself an anarchist and to influence a movement of that name. This is not to suggest that libertarian ideas and movements had not existed before Proudhon 218, nor that anarchistic ideas did not develop spontaneously after 1840, but these were not a coherent, named, articulate theory. While anarchism does not have to be identical to Proudhon's specific ideas and proposals, it does have to be consistent with the main thrust of his ideas, in other words, anti-state and anti-capitalism. Thus collectivist anarchism built on Proudhon, as did communist anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism and individualist anarchism. While none of these later developments were identical to Proudhon's mutualism, each stressed different aspects of his ideas, developing some, changing others. The links and evolution remain clear. Proudhon straddles both wings of the anarchist movement, social and individualist, although the former took more of his vision of libertarian socialism. 219. Perhaps this division was inevitable considering Proudhon's ideas. He was, after all, an advocate of both competition and association, against both capitalism and communism, a reformist who talked constantly of revolution. Suffice to say, though, both wings considered themselves, as did Proudhon, part of the wider socialist movement and hoped to see the end of capitalism while disagreeing on how to do so and the exact nature of a free society. Whether Proudhon would have agreed with Tucker or Kropotkin is a moot point, probably not, but he would have recognized elements of his ideas in both. Individualist anarchism. Proudhon's ideas found a welcome home in North America, where his impact was greater than has been commonly supposed, with his views given wide publicity in the years preceding the Civil War. 220. This makes sense, given that, like France, the USA was going through the process of industrialization and proletarianization, with the state intervening in the economy, as it always has, to foster capitalist property rights and social relationships. Radicals in America, facing the same transformation as Proudhon's France, took up his ideas and propagated them. While Josiah Warren had independently advocated certain ideas usually associated with Proudhon, the first study of Proudhon's work was Charles A. Dana's Proudhon and His Bank of the People in 1849, followed by William B. Greene's translations from Proudhon's Organisation du Crédit et de la Circulation et Solution du Problème Social in his 1850 Mutual Banking. Greene was president of the Massachusetts Labor Union and was active in the French-speaking section of the IWMA in Boston, although, unlike Proudhon, he championed the cause of women's rights. 221. For Greene there was no device of the political economist so infernal as the one which ranks labor as a commodity, varying in value according to supply and demand. To speak of labor as merchandise is treason, for such speech denies the true dignity of man. Where labor is merchandise, in fact, there man is merchandise also, whether in England or South Carolina. The alternative was the triple formula of practical mutualism, the associated workshop for production, the protective union store for consumption, and the mutual bank for exchange. All three were required, for the associated workshop cannot exist for a single day without the mutual bank and the protective union store. The associated workshop ought to be an organization of personal credit. For what is its aim and purpose? Is it not the emancipation of the laborer from all dependence upon capital and capitalists? 222. Benjamin Tucker took up Greene's work and translated substantial material by Proudhon into English, including numerous articles, What is Property? And Volume 1 of System of Economic Contradictions. In 1881, he proclaimed that his new journal, Liberty, was brought into existence as a direct consequence of the teachings of Proudhon and lives principally to emphasize and spread them. 223 Proudhon's maxim from the 1848 revolution that liberty, not the daughter but the mother of order, adorned its masthead. Like Proudhon, his aim was the emancipation of the working man from his present slavery to capital. 224. To achieve this, Tucker looked to Proudhon as well as the radical ideas and movements of his own country. He took Proudhon's reformism, his occupancy and use critique of land ownership, elimination of interest by mutual banking, opposition to the state and defense of competition and markets. Somewhat ironically, while Tucker is often portrayed as being Proudhon's disciple, he ignored many of the French anarchists' key ideas. Workers' associations and cooperative production, the agro-industrial federation, communes, and their federation find no echo in Tucker, nor did Proudhon's opposition to wage labor. Somewhat ironically, it was Tucker's archfoe in the movement, the communist anarchist Johann Most, who echoed the French anarchist on most issues. Other individualist anarchists were closer to Proudhon's concerns. Dyer-Lum drew from the French anarchist Proudhon, a radical critique of classical political economy and a set of positive reforms in land tenure and banking. Proudhon paralleled the native labor reform tradition in several ways. Besides suggesting reforms in land and money, Proudhon urged producer cooperation. As with Proudhon's, a key element of Lum's anarchism was his mutualist economics, an analysis of wage slavery and a set of reforms that would abolish the wage system. 225 Other individualist anarchists joined Lum in opposing wage labor. 226. While individualist anarchism dominated the movement in America before and immediately after the Civil War, by the 1880s the displacement of reformist by revolutionary forms of anarchism which had occurred in Europe was repeated in America. While the repression after the Haymarket Police riot in 1886 hindered this, by the turn of the century, the anarchist movement in America had become predominantly communist in orientation. 227 While individualist anarchism never totally disappeared, to this day it remains very much the minority trend in American anarchism. Revolutionary anarchism. Even a cursory glance at revolutionary anarchism shows the debt it has to Proudhon. Bakunin, unsurprisingly, considered his own ideas as Proudhonism widely developed and pushed right to these, its final consequences. 228 Proudhon's critique of property, state, and capitalism, his analysis of exploitation being rooted in wage labor, his advocacy of a decentralist and federal system of communes and workers' associations, his support for workers' self-management of production, his call for working-class autonomy and self-activity as the means of transforming society from below. All these, and more, were taken up and developed by collectivist, communist, and syndicalist anarchists. Just as Proudhon had pointed to the directly democratic clubs of the 1848 revolution and cooperatives as key institutions of a free society, so Bakunin viewed communes and unions in the same light while, in addition to these, Kropotkin pointed to the directly democratic sections of the Great French Revolution. As with Proudhon, the revolutionary anarchists argued that political and social change must occur at the same time. Like Proudhon, they saw the future free society as a dual federation of social and economic organizations. For Kropotkin, the form that the social revolution must take was the independent commune and their federations, along with a parallel triumph of the people in the economic field based on associations of men and women who would work on the land, in the factories, in the mines, and so on, and so become themselves the managers of production. 229 For Bakunin, socialism is federalist, and true federalism, the political organization of socialism, will be attained only when popular grass roots institutions like communes, industrial and agricultural associations are organized in progressive stages from the bottom up. 230 The links with Proudhon's ideas, particularly the agro-industrial federation, are all too clear. Revolutionary anarchism bases itself on Proudhon's distinction between property and possession. 231 It shares his vision of an economy based on socialization of the means of production, use rights, and workers' association. Kropotkin's co-founder of the newspaper Freedom, Charlotte M. Wilson, made the link clear. Proudhon's famous dictum, "Property is theft," is the key to the equally famous enigma. From each according to his capacities, to each according to his needs, as long as land and capital are unappropriated, the workers are free, and that, when these have a master, the workers also are slaves. Anarchism proposes, therefore 1. That usufruct of instruments of production, land included, should be free to all workers, or groups of workers. 2. That the workers should group themselves, and arrange their work as their reason and inclination prompt. 3. That the necessary connections between the various industries and branches of trade should be managed on the same voluntary principle. 232. Revolutionary anarchism nevertheless differed from that of Proudhon in 3 areas. First, its proponents rejected Proudhon's support for patriarchy in the family as being inconsistent with the libertarian principles he advocated against capitalism and the state. 233 This was an obvious self-contradiction, which anarchists have critiqued by means of the very principles Proudhon himself used to criticize the state and capitalism. Joseph D. Jack, for example, wrote a critique of Proudhon's sexist views in 1857, urging him to renounce this gender aristocracy that would bind us to the old regime. 234 André Leo, a feminist libertarian and future communard, pointed out the obvious contradiction in 1869, these so-called lovers of liberty, if they are unable to take part in the direction of the state, at least they will be able to have a little monarchy for their personal use, each in his own home. Order in the family without hierarchy seems impossible to them. Well then, what about in the state? 235. Second, they rejected Proudhon's reformism and transformed his call for a revolution from below into a literal support for a social revolution, insurrections, general strikes, and other activities which reflect the popular understanding of revolution. Bakunin, while convinced that the cooperative will be the preponderant form of social organization in the future and could hardly oppose their creation under capitalism, argued that Proudhon's hope for gradual change by means of mutual banking and the higher efficiency of workers' cooperatives was unlikely to be realized, as it did not take into account the vast advantage that the bourgeoisie enjoys against the proletariat through its monopoly on wealth, science, and secular custom, as well as through the approval, overt or covert but always active, of states and through the whole organization of modern society. The fight is too unequal for success reasonably to be expected. 236 Thus capitalism does not fear the competition of workers' associations, neither consumers, producers, nor mutual credit associations, for the simple reason that workers' organizations, left to their own resources, will never be able to accumulate sufficiently strong aggregations of capital capable of waging an effective struggle against bourgeois capital. 237. Having found reformism insufficient, the revolutionary anarchists stress the need for what would now be termed a syndicalist approach to social change. 238 Rather than seeing workers' cooperatives and mutual banks as the focus for social transformation, unions came to be seen as the means of both fighting capitalism and replacing it. They took Proudhon's dual power strategy from 1848 and applied it in the labor movement with the long-term aim of smashing the state and replacing it with these organs of popular power. 239. Third, they rejected Proudhon's anti-communism and advocated distribution according to need rather than deed. That is, the extension of the critique of wage labor into opposition to the wages system. 240. The rationale behind this change was straightforward. As Kropotkin explained, this system of remuneration for work done was contradictory and unjust. Not only do deeds not correlate with needs, most obviously, children, the ill and elderly cannot be expected to work as much as others, it was also evident that a society cannot be based on two absolutely opposed principles, two principles that contradict one another continually. How can labor money be advocated when we admit that houses, fields, and factories will no longer be private property, and that they will belong to the commune or the nation? Abolition of property in the means of production cannot coexist with property in the products of labor created by their use. This suggested that, to be consistent, anarchists must pass from mutualism and collectivism to communism, distribution according to need rather than deed. 241 Most anarchists then, and now, concurred. Ultimately, though, Proudhon and the likes of Bakunin and Kropotkin had more in common than differences. His ideas were the foundation upon which revolutionary anarchism was built. Bakunin reaped the harvest sown by Proudhon, the father of anarchism, filtering, enriching, and surpassing it. 242 And Proudhon's thought found a strong echo in revolutionary syndicalism. 243. Finally, it should be noted that revolutionary anarchism developed independently from Proudhon's mutualism in at least three cases. Joseph de Jacques drew libertarian communist conclusions from Proudhon's work in the 1850s. Bakunin developed Proudhon's ideas in a similar direction after 1864, while Eugene Varlin seems to have moved independently towards his collectivist position. 244 So while Bakunin's ideas were quickly adopted by working-class militants familiar with Proudhon across Europe, even without him Proudhon's legacy was evolving in the direction of revolutionary collectivism in the 1860s. Indeed, it could be argued that Bakunin and his ideas became so influential in the IWMA because he was part of a general development within internationalist circles which he simply helped. Conclusion. Proudhon's influence was significant during the 19th century. Sadly, his ideas are not acknowledged as much as they should be given their impact and how they laid the basis for modern anarchism. Anarchists, though, are not Proudhonists, Bakuninists, Kropotkinites, or whoeverists. We reject the idea of calling ourselves after individuals. However, we can and do acknowledge the contributions of outstanding thinkers and activists, people who contribute to the commonwealth of ideas which is anarchism. Seen in this light, Proudhon, for all his faults, should be remembered as the person who laid the foundations of anarchism. His libertarian socialism, his critique of capitalism and the state, his federalism, advocacy of self-management and change from below, defined what anarchism is. In terms of his critique of capitalism, most of it holds up well. Workers are still exploited at the point of production, and this can only be stopped by abolishing wage labor. Landlords are still parasites, interest still bleeds dry those subject to it. Capitalism has proven itself to be the efficient machine for increasing inequality by exploiting the many that Proudhon analyzed. As far as his anti-statism goes, his analysis of the state as an instrument of minority class rule still rings true, as does his insights that centralist structures result in rule by the few and are simply not reflexive of, nor accountable to, the public in any meaningful way. His denunciations of executive power and the unitaire state as a new form of royalty have been confirmed time and time again. His critique of state socialism, his prediction that it would be just another form of wage labor with the state replacing the boss, has been more than confirmed, not to mention his fear that it would become little more than a dictatorship by a party rather than a genuine worker democracy. While we should not slavishly copy Proudhon's ideas, we can take what is useful and, like Bakunin, Kropotkin and others, develop them further in order to inspire social change in the 21st century. His vision of a decentralized, self-managed, federal socialist society and economy has obvious relevance today. Centralist political and economic systems have been tried and failed. His continued emphasis on working-class autonomy and self-emancipation, of building the new world in the heart of the old, are core libertarian principles. Proudhon wrote that the 20th century will open the age of federations, or else humanity will undergo another purgatory of 1,000 years. 245 The 20th century, with its centralist states, neoliberalism and nationalistic irrationalities, reached depths of destruction and misery suggested by purgatory. We can only hope that it is the 21st century that inaugurates the libertarian age Proudhon hoped for. Iain McKay, www.anarchistfaq.org.uk. Proudhon. A biographical sketch. Pierre Joseph Proudhon was born on 15 January 1809 in the town of Besançon in Franche-Comté, a province in the east of France bordering the Jura region of Switzerland. Almost unique for his time, he was a major socialist thinker who was working class, and he declared that his aim was to work for the complete liberation of his brothers and comrades. 246 He lived in a period of massive social and economic change. The industrialization of France was beginning, its full flowering came in the 1860s. He grew up surrounded by those who had taken part in the Revolution of 1789, experienced the July Revolution of 1830 and saw the birth of the French labor and socialist movements in the 1830s. All these influenced his ideas. After a brief period at the college in Besançon, he was forced to leave school before completing his baccalaureate in order to support his family. In 1828 he became a working compositor, later he rose to be a corrector for the press. The following year he met utopian socialist Charles Fourier when supervising the printing of his Le Nouveau Monde Industriel et Sociétaire. Having several discussions with Fourier, he later recounted that for 6 whole weeks he was the captive of this bizarre genius. 247 While rejecting Fourier's utopian visions of perfect and regulated communities in favor of a scientific socialism, 248 he had a lasting influence, as can be seen in many of Proudhon's works. The turning point in Proudhon's life came when, in 1838, he was awarded a scholarship to study in Paris by the Besançon Academy. The following year saw him write the treatise on the utility of Sunday observance from the viewpoints of public hygiene, morality, and civic and family relations. However, 1840 saw him produce the work that ensured his lasting fame, What is Property? An inquiry into the principle of right and of government. This work was to encapsulate the core themes of his life's work: liberty, social justice, the iniquities of capitalist property rights, the epical importance of socialism, and his theory of anarchism. It caused a sensation, and Proudhon was soon recognized as a leading light of the French, indeed international, socialist movement. It also resulted in the public prosecutor sending a recommendation to the Minister of Justice that a case be launched against him. Fortunately for Proudhon, leading economist Jérôme-Adolphe Blanqui was approached by the minister over the book's seditious nature. Blanqui had been assigned the book to review, and while disagreeing with it, declared it was a philosophical work which would appeal only to high intelligences and cultivated minds. 249 This verdict was accepted and Proudhon was spared prosecution. What is Property? Was quickly followed by 2 more works. In 1841 he wrote his second memoir on property, Letter to M. Blanqui, where he developed his ideas in a reply to comments made by Blanqui. His third memoir, Warning to Proprietors, was published in 1842 and answered criticisms by a follower of Fourier. This work was seized by the Besançon public prosecutor, and Proudhon was charged with 1. Attacking property, 2. Troubling the public peace by exciting mistrust or hatred of the citizens against one or more persons, 3. Exciting hatred and mistrust of the king's government, 4. Outrage to the Catholic religion. 250 Proclaiming his work too hard to follow and not wishing to imprison someone due to misunderstanding their ideas, the jury refused to convict Proudhon. His next major work was published in the following year. On the Creation of Order in Humanity adapted Fourier's serial method and was an attempt to develop a comprehensive social science premised on Fourier's anti-rationalist social theory and Auguste Comte's philosophy of history. He later admitted that this work was not successful, but it discussed a set of themes he was to return to again and again. Proudhon also moved to Lyons, serving for several years as an office manager for a water transport firm. This allowed him to travel, and he frequently stayed in Paris, where Marx, Bakunin, and Herzen visited him to discuss ideas. In Lyons, he became part of the flourishing radical scene and met with its revolutionary silk weavers who called themselves mutualists and argued for a form of associational socialism based on producer cooperatives and credit unions. They had a significant influence on Proudhon, reflected by his preoccupation at this period with the idea of an association of workers. 251 These influences and thoughts were publicly expressed in 1846 with the publication of the 2-volume System of Economic Contradictions, or the Philosophy of Misery, in which he proclaimed his own ideas mutualism. In October 1847 Proudhon settled in Paris again, hoping to start a newspaper. When the 1848 revolution broke out, he helped build barricades and set the type for the first Republican proclamation. A group of workers, fresh from the barricades and still armed with muskets, visited Proudhon and asked that he resume his plan to publish a newspaper. He agreed, and le représentant du peuple, the representative of the people, was born, its masthead proclaiming what is the producer? Nothing. What should he be? Everything. 252 This was the first of 4 newspapers Proudhon edited during the revolution, all with people in their name and all suppressed by the state. 253. Fearing, rightly, that the Republicans had made a revolution without an idea. 254 Proudhon used his articles to comment on events, criticize the policies of the government and stress the need to go beyond mere political reform, as this could never solve problems whose roots were primarily economic. Socio-economic change was essential. 255 His first major works after the revolution included an analysis of its causes and meaning and a critique of statist democracy, subsequently published as Solution of the Social Problem. These were quickly followed by the Organization of Credit and Circulation, in which he argued that a bank of exchange was required to both solve the economic problems facing France and secure the end of capitalism. However, it was the various incarnations of his newspapers that Proudhon made his greatest impact on the public, and by the end of 1848 he was being read by 40,000 mostly working-class readers. 256 These articles present a libertarian, albeit reformist 257 analysis of the revolution and how to solve its problems. This clarified his own ideas, as it forced him to present positive ideas to change society for the better, as well as enriching anarchist theory for later libertarians to build upon. In April 1848 he stood as a candidate in the elections for the Constituent Assembly, with his name appearing on the ballots in Paris, Lyon, Besançon, and Lille. He proclaimed in his election manifesto that he regarded property is theft as the greatest truth of the century, and that the negation of property is necessary for the abolition of misery, for the emancipation of the proletariat. 258 Unsuccessful, he was not deterred and ran in the complementary elections held on June 4 and was duly elected. 259 He later recalled, "When I think of everything that I have said, written, and published over these past 10 years regarding the state's role in society, bringing the authorities to heel and government's disqualification from revolution, I am tempted to believe that my election in June 1848 was the result of some incomprehension on the part of the people. I may have appeared momentarily to the society which I take for my judge and the authorities with whom I want no truck, as a formidable agitator." 260. Following the June days, Proudhon's paper was temporarily suppressed when he demanded immediate economic relief for the working class and appealed directly to the National Guard for support. Viewed by conservatives as a leading member of the left, his proposals for reform were condemned on the floor of the Assembly by Adolphe Thiers. Proudhon responded on July 31 with a 3.5-hour speech that stressed social liquidation was needed and that the end of property was the real meaning of the revolution. He was defiant in the face of hecklers. "When I say we, I identify myself with the proletariat. When I say you, I identify you with the bourgeois class." 261 Only one representative, a socialist worker from Lyons, supported Proudhon, and a motion of censure was passed, with socialists like Louis Blanc and Pierre Leroux voting for it. Even Marx had to, grudgingly, admit that his attitude in the National Assembly merits nothing but praise. 262. When La Représentante du Peuple was allowed to reappear in August, and what is the capitalist? Everything. What should he be? Nothing, was added to its masthead. 263 The repression did not dull its social criticism, with Proudhon on fine ironic form with the searing the Malthus Ians attacking bourgeois hypocrisy and laissez-faire capitalism. It was soon, however, completely suppressed, but Proudhon himself could not be prosecuted because he enjoyed parliamentary immunity. In October 1848, Proudhon gave a toast to the revolution at a banquet in Paris. He spoke on the successive manifestation of justice in human life, what he termed a permanent revolution, before concluding that revolutionary power lay not with the government, but in the people. Only the people, acting themselves, could achieve social transformation. That month also saw the launch of Le Peuple, The People, in which Proudhon argued that the creation of a strong executive elected directly by the people was monarchical and reactionary. Initially, he advocated abstaining in the presidential election but then supported the candidacy of socialist François-Vincent Raspail. Proudhon's election manifesto was serialized in Le Peuple and is a succinct summation of his socio-economic ideas. Very successful, the newspaper turned from a weekly to a daily at the end of November 264. A few days later, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte won the presidential election in a surprise landslide. Proudhon had strenuously opposed Louis Napoleon before the election and redoubled his criticism afterwards. He accurately predicted on the 22nd of December 1848 that Louis Napoleon would produce a monarchical restoration and organize the crusade of the exploiters against the exploited. 265 As well as continue journalism, Proudhon tried to create a bank of exchange, now called the Bank of the People. Organized in early 1849 with the participation of workers previously associated with the Luxembourg Commission, it soon had over 10,000 adherents, mostly workers, but its assets were meager and so was essentially stillborn. Faced with Proudhon's attacks and attempts at socialist reform, the conservative government responded by getting the Assembly to lift Proudhon's immunity from prosecution. Charged with sedition, he was sentenced in March 1849 to 3 years in prison and fined 3,000 francs. Proudhon liquidated his Bank of the People, ostensibly to prevent it from falling into the hands of the authorities, and went into hiding, although he still wrote articles for Le Peuple. On June 5 he was finally caught and imprisoned in Saint-Pelagier. During his 3 years in prison he founded and wrote for 2 newspapers, with the assistance of Alexander Herzen, wrote 4 books, married Euphrasie Pigard and fathered a child. 266 Two of the books written in prison became classic works of libertarian thought, while his polemics with leading representatives of the statist left and laissez-faire right showed the weaknesses of both. Clearly, he spent his time as a political prisoner well. The first book to appear was Confessions of a Revolutionary, 1849, Proudhon's personal account of the 1848 revolution and its lessons. It argued that social revolution could not be achieved by means of the state, a structure incapable of being revolutionized or utilized for social transformation. He stressed how his own experiences as a politician confirmed his previous arguments on the impossibility of implementing social reform from above by means of the state. Only a revolution from below could achieve change. Then, during the winter of 1849, Proudhon participated in 2 polemics in La Voix du Peuple, the Voice of the People. The first was an exchange of letters with laissez-faire economist Frédéric Bastiat on the justice of usury. It was subsequently published as a pamphlet entitled Interest and Principle, 1850. The second was with Blanc and Leroux over the nature of socialism, revolution, and the state, clarifying the differences between the 2 schools of socialism, libertarian and state. The next book written in prison was General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century, 1851. This summarized Proudhon's ideas on social, economic, and political transformation and was his solution to the problems and contradictions of capitalism he had raised in the 1840s. The scientific and positive conclusion which system of economic contradictions was only the preamble. 267 Broken into 7 studies, with a striking epilogue, it sketched his ideas both on the nature of a free socio-economic order, how to create it, and the need for anarchy, self-managed social and economic associations bound by free agreements. Just as Proudhon had warned, Louis Napoleon seized power in a coup d'état on December 2, 1851 to remain head of state. As Proudhon was already a prisoner, he avoided the repression inflicted upon the left by the new regime. He was outraged by the brutality of the army, but the lack of popular resistance to the coup and its subsequent approval by an overwhelming majority in a referendum profoundly disillusioned Proudhon. The third book was published shortly after Proudhon's release from prison in July 1852. Pointing to the regime's popular support, the social revolution demonstrated by the coup d'état of 2nd of December 1851 tried to make the best of a bad situation. Calling the coup the act of a highway robber, he stressed that he was opposed to dictatorship and any type of coup d'état and was repelled by dictatorship, considering it a theocratic and barbarous institution, in every case a menace to liberty. Having defended universal suffrage, he did not ask that it be repressed but rather that it be organized, and that it lives. Although recognizing Louis Napoleon's support in the bourgeoisie, Proudhon urged him to use the mandate of the referendum to implement economic and political reforms. The choice was either anarchy or Caesarism, there is no middle course, you are caught between the emperor and the social republic. 268. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Louis Napoleon chose not to abolish his own power and, after another referendum, proclaimed himself emperor on December 2, 1852. The fourth book, Philosophy of Progress, 1853, was more theoretical in nature and comprised of the two lengthy letters sent from prison in 1851. While having little to do with the revolutions of 1848 or even politics in general, it proved too much for the imperial censors. While not banned, the police declared that allowing publication did not guarantee that Proudhon would not be prosecuted. Finally published in Belgium, the police did ban its import into France. French publishers consistently refused to handle his new works. His next major book, initially published anonymously, was the Stock Exchange Speculator's Manual, 1853. Its title hid a subversive message: the abolition of wage labor, the end of the capitalist company and the advocacy of producer and consumer associations. Originally written as a source of much-needed income for his family, it took until the enlarged third edition of 1856 before Proudhon put his name on it. Then came the publication of his magnum opus, The Mass of Justice in the Revolution and in the Church, 1858. This work is divided into 12 studies, on a host of subjects, each relating to the social origin of justice in that area. Arguing against religious claims of revelatory justice and philosophical ideas about rationalism, Proudhon argued that justice in areas of philosophy, work, the state, education, and so on, can be determined by the correspondence of social utility, conscience, and historical immanence. His conclusions range from the radical, the land to those who cultivate it, capital to those who use it, the product to the producer. 269, to the conservative, patriarchy, marriage, and women. The book sold exceptionally well considering it was nearly 2,000 pages, but hopes for a second edition were foiled when the police seized the remaining copies and Proudhon was charged by the authorities 2 days after publication for attacking religion, law, morality and, ironically, the family. To avoid jail, Proudhon and his family left in July 1858 for indefinite exile in Belgium. There, his focus turned almost exclusively to foreign affairs, and in 1861 War and Peace 270 was published. A much misrepresented book, this work continued themes developed in justice and sought to discover how war as a historical process shaped norms of social justice as well as to understand the nature and causes of war in order to end it. In the first volume Proudhon extolled the virtues of war in pre-industrial society before denouncing it as barbaric and antiquated in an age where indiscriminate killing was becoming the norm as war was increasingly industrialist. Proudhon argued that war could now be ended because the revolution made the public conscience the only interpreter of right, the only judge of the material world and the only sovereign, which constitutes true democracy and marked the end of priesthood and militarism. Moreover, war was rooted in inequality, and whatever the officially declared reasons, it existed only for exploitation and property, and until the constitution of economic right, between nations as well as between individuals, war does not have any other function on earth. Given this, radical economic reform was required, and only the toiling masses are able to put an end to war, by creating economic equilibrium, which presupposes a radical revolution in ideas and morals. It concluded, humanity does not want any more war. 271. Proudhon returned to Paris in September 1862, taking advantage of a general amnesty. This marked a renewed involvement in French politics, and in 1863 he began a campaign urging the casting of blank ballots as a protest against the Second Empire. That year also saw the publication of the Federative Principle, in which he discussed the necessity of a federal social structure as the best alternative to centralist states, as well as the required economic reforms needed to maintain a just social order. An agricultural-industrial federation would complement and support the federation of communes and stop the degeneration of both the economic and political systems into inequality and tyranny. In 1864, Henry Tolaine published what was to become known as the Manifesto of the 60. It demanded social reforms and urged standing working-class candidates in elections to achieve them. A group of workers wrote to Proudhon, asking his thoughts on this development, and in a lengthy letter to workers he replied that while overjoyed by these public stirrings of the workers' movement, he was critical of their electoral stand. With his health deteriorating to 72, he composed his last work, The Political Capacity of the Working Class to Address the Issues Raised. His political testament, it summarized his views after 25 years of fighting for socialism. He presented a mutualist analysis of economics, federalism, association, and a host of other issues, and urged workers and peasants to reject all participation in bourgeois politics in favor of creating their own self-managed organizations. By so doing, they would become conscious of themselves as a class and their ability to replace the bourgeois regime with a mutualist one based on his three great loves: freedom, equality, and justice. Proudhon died in his wife's arms on January 19, 1865, and is buried in Montparnasse Cemetery, Paris. 273,000 followed the casket and thronged the cemetery, saying a final goodbye to one of the greatest socialist thinkers the world has ever seen. Further notes on terminology. In terms of the language he used, Proudhon was by no means consistent. Thus we have the strange side of the first self-proclaimed anarchist often using anarchy in the sense of chaos. Then there is the use of the terms property and the state, both of which Proudhon used to describe aspects of the current system which he opposed and the desired future he hoped for. After 1850, Proudhon started to increasingly use the term property to describe the possession he desired. This climaxed in the posthumously published Theory of Property 274, in which he apparently proclaimed his wholehearted support for property. Proudhon's enemies seized on this, but a close reading, as Woodcock demonstrates, finds no such thing. Much has been made of this essay in an attempt to show that it represents a retreat from Proudhon's original radicalism. Fundamentally, it does not. What Proudhon does is to change his definition of property. He is thinking, not of the usurial property he condemned in his earlier works, but of the property that guarantees the independence of the peasant and artisan. Because of his changes in definition, Proudhon appears more conservative, but the alterations are not radical, since he continues to uphold the basic right of the producer to control his land or his workshop. 275. This can easily be seen when Proudhon reiterated his opposition to ownership of land. I quite agree that the man who first plowed up the land should receive compensation for his labor. What I cannot accept, regarding land, is that the work put in gives a right to ownership of what has been worked on. 276. Workers' associations continued to play a key role in his theory, with workplaces becoming little republics of workingmen. 277. The only difference, as Stuart Edwards notes, was that Proudhon came to consider that liberty could be guaranteed only if property ownership was not subject to any limitation save that of size. 278. Proudhon stressed that property must be spread and consolidated, more equally. This was because he was still aware of its oppressive nature, arguing that it was an absolutism within an absolutism, and by nature autocratic. Its politics could be summed up in a single word, namely exploitation. Simple justice, he stressed, requires that equal division of land shall not only operate at the outset. If there is to be no abuse, it must be maintained from generation to generation. 279. Resources were seen as being divided equally throughout a free society, which would be without concentrations and inequalities of wealth and the economic power, exploitation, and oppression that they produced. The Proudhon of the 1860s was not so different from the firebrand radical of 1840. This can be seen when he wrote that his works of the 1840s contain the mutualist and federative theory of property in his last book, The Political Capacity of the Working Classes. 280. Then there is his use of the term state and government to describe both the current centralist and top-down regime he opposed as well as the decentralist, bottom-up federation of the social organization of the future. While these terms were used as synonyms for social organization, their use can only breed confusion, so raising the possibility that he moved from libertarian to liberal socialism. Thus we find him discussing states within a confederation while maintaining that the federal system is the contrary of hierarchy or administrative and governmental centralization, and that a confederation is not exactly a state. What is called federal authority, finally, is no longer a government, it is an agency created, for the joint execution of certain functions. 281. His aim was to found an order of things wherein the principle of the sovereignty of the people, of man, and of the citizen, would be implemented to the letter, and where every member of a society, retaining his independence and continuing to act as sovereign, would be self-governing. Social organization would concern itself solely with collective matters, where as a consequence, there would be certain common matters but no centralization. He suggests that under the democratic constitution, the political and the economic are one and the same system, based upon a single principle, mutuality, and form this vast humanitarian organism of which nothing previously could give the idea. Is this not the system of the old society turned upside down? He asks. 282. If so, then why suggest that this new humanitarian organism is made up of states as well as communes and confederations? The confusions that this would provoke are obvious, and, unsurprisingly, later anarchists have been more consistent in what they described as a state. Not all forms of social organization can be equated to the state, and more appropriate words are needed to describe a fundamentally new form of socio-political institution. 283. Moreover, Proudhon saw anarchy as a long-term goal and advocated appropriate means to achieve it. 284. If we remember that Proudhon sometimes referred to anarchy as a form of government. 285. We should not construe his extensive discussion of governments and governmental forms as a rejection of anarchist ideas. Even during his most anarchistic phase in 1849 he suggested that as the negation of property implies that of authority, I immediately deduced from my definition this no less paradoxical corollary, that the authentic form of government is anarchy. 286. It should also be remembered that in the 1850s and 1860s Proudhon was, bar a period of exile in Belgium, writing under the watchful eyes of the censors of the Second Empire, and so, perhaps, toned down some of his language as a result. Similarly, the reactionary atmosphere of the period and lack of social protest may have played their part, as can be seen from the return to radicalism shown by The Political Capacity of the Working Classes, written in response to the stirrings of the labor movement in the early 1860s. Then there is democracy, a concept Proudhon eviscerated in his seminal 1848 article of the same name, but later he was more than happy to proclaim that the federative, mutualist republican sentiment will bring about the victory of worker democracy right around the world. 287. A close reading shows that his main opposition to democracy in 1848 was that it was, paradoxically, not democratic enough, as it referred to the Jacobin notion that the whole nation as one body should elect a government. However, within a decentralist system it was a case of providing a little philosophy of universal suffrage, in which I show that this great principle of democracy is a corollary of the federal principle or nothing. 288. This changing terminology and ambiguous use of terms like government, state, property, and so forth can cause problems when interpreting Proudhon. This is not to suggest that he is inconsistent or self-contradictory. In spite of changing from possession to property between 1840 and 1860, what Proudhon actually advocated was remarkably consistent. 289. This caveat should be borne in mind when reading Proudhon, and these ambiguities in terminology should be taken into consideration when evaluating his ideas. Proudhon and Marx. No discussion of Proudhon would be complete without mentioning Marx, particularly as Marx's discussions of Proudhon's ideas span almost the entirety of his career. 290 The first public work on Marxism, The Poverty of Philosophy, was directed against Proudhon, while jabs at him surface in Capital, Theories of Surplus Value, and throughout his correspondence. For most Marxists, and even some anarchists, all they know of Proudhon has been gathered from Marx and Engels. Suffice to say, the accounts of Marx and Engels are highly distorted and almost always charged with scorn. 291 This is unsurprising given that they considered Proudhon as their main theoretical competitor within the socialist movement. Indeed, at the start of the Franco-Prussian War, Marx wrote that the French needed a good hiding and that a German victory would shift the center of gravity of West European labor movements from France to Germany, which would mean the predominance of our theory over Proudhon's. 292. Be that as it may, and regardless of the misrepresentations that Marx inflicted on Proudhon, it is also fair to say that he developed many of the themes he appropriated from Proudhon. One of Marx's most important teachers and the one who laid the foundations for his subsequent development. 293, as Marx suggested. Proudhon's treatise Qu'est-ce la propriété? Is the criticism of political economy from the standpoint of political economy. Proudhon's treatise will therefore be scientifically superseded by a criticism of political economy, including Proudhon's conception of political economy. This work became possible only owing to the work of Proudhon himself. 294. Marx may well have done this, but in so doing he distorted Proudhon's ideas and claimed many of his insights as his own. To set the record straight is not a call for Marx to be rejected in favor of Proudhon, it is a call for an honest appraisal of both. The awkward fact is that many key aspects of Marxism were first suggested by Proudhon. For Benjamin Tucker, the tendency and consequences of capitalistic production were demonstrated to the world time and time again during the 20 years preceding the publication of Das Kapital by Proudhon, as were the historical persistence of class struggles in successive manifestations. Call Marx, then, the father of state socialism, if you will, Tucker argued, but we dispute his paternity of the general principles of economy on which all schools of socialism agree. 295 Moreover, Proudhon propounded and proved the theory of surplus value long before Marx advanced it. 296. Tucker had a point. It was Proudhon, not Marx, who first proclaimed the need for a scientific socialism. 297 It was Proudhon who first located surplus value production within the workplace, recognizing that the worker was hired by a capitalist who then appropriates their product in return for a less than equivalent amount of wages. Marx, a mere 27 years later, agreed that property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and the impossibility, on the part of the worker, of appropriating his own product as the product belongs to the capitalist and not to the worker. 298 He also repeated Proudhon's analysis of collective force, again without acknowledgement. 299 In the Holy Family he was more forthcoming. Proudhon was the first to draw attention to the fact that the sum of the wages of the individual workers, even if each individual labor be paid for completely, does not pay for the collective power objectified in its product, that therefore the worker is not paid as a part of the collective labor power. 300. Marx mocked that Proudhon might perhaps have discovered that this right of free competition, with capital R, exists only in the economic manuals written by the brothers ignoramus of bourgeois political economy. In which manuals are contained such pearls as this: property is the fruit of labor, of the labor, they neglect to add, of others. 301 This would be the same Proudhon who proclaimed, 3 decades before, that property is the right to enjoy and dispose of another's goods, the fruit of another's labor. 302 He also ridiculed Proudhon for the axiom that all labor must leave a surplus by stating he attempts to explain this fact in capitalist production by reference to some mysterious natural attribute of labor. Yet Marx points to the peculiar property of labor that results in the value of the labor power being less than the value created by its use during that time. 303 Which sounds remarkably like Proudhon's axiom. Little wonder Rudolf Rocker argued that we find the theory of surplus value, that grand scientific discovery of which our Marxists are so proud of, in the writings of Proudhon 304. Comparing Proudhon's critique of property with Marx's, we discover that communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society. All that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. 305, which echoes Proudhon's argument that possession does not allow the appropriation of the means of life, land and workplaces, as these should be held in common. Much the same can be said of the cooperative movement. For Marx it was one of the transforming forces of the present society based upon class antagonism. Its great merit is to practically show that the present pauperising and despotic system of the subordination of labor to capital can be superseded by the republican and beneficent system of the association of free and equal producers. 306. In the 1880s, Engels suggested as a reform the putting of public works and state-owned land into the hands of workers' cooperatives rather than capitalists. Neither he nor Marx ever doubted that, in the course of transition to a wholly communist economy, widespread use would have to be made of cooperative management as an intermediate stage, although initially the state retains ownership of the means of production. 307. That these echoed earlier comments by Proudhon goes without saying. Marx argued that credit system presents the means for the gradual extension of cooperative enterprises on a more or less national scale, and so the development of credit has the latent abolition of capital ownership contained within it. It constitutes the form of transition to a new mode of production, and there can be no doubt that the credit system will serve as a powerful lever in the course of transition from the capitalist mode of production to the mode of production of associated labor. 308. Proudhon would hardly have disagreed. For Marx, abolishing interest and interest-bearing capital means the abolition of capital and of capitalist production itself. 309. For Proudhon, reduction of interest rates to vanishing point is itself a revolutionary act, because it is destructive of capitalism. 310. Marx asserted that Proudhon has failed to understand that economic forms and the social relations corresponding to them are transitory and historical, thinking that the bourgeois form of production and bourgeois relations were eternal. 311. Yet Proudhon explicitly argued that the present form of organizing labor is inadequate and transitory. 312. Hence the need to organize industry, associate laborers, and their functions. Association is the annihilation of property, and this non-appropriation of the instruments of production would be based on the equality of associates. 313. Marx ignored this. He commented upon Proudhon's exchange with Basquiat many times, and in all of them overlooked that Proudhon was discussing a post-capitalist economy. Proudhon was well aware that under capitalism a worker, without property, without capital, without work, is hired by the capitalist, who gives him employment and takes his product, and his wages fail to equal the price of the commodities he creates. In mutualist society, however, the two functions of worker and capitalist become equal and inseparable in the person of every worker, and so he alone profits by his products, and the surplus he creates. Point 314. So much for Marx's assertion that this exchange showed Proudhon wanted to preserve wage labor and thus the basis of capital. 315. As he acknowledged elsewhere, when the direct producer is the possessor of his own means of production, then he is a non-capitalist producer. This is a form of production that does not correspond to the capitalist mode of production, even if he produces his product as a commodity. 316. Marx usually argued that Proudhon was the scientific exponent of the French petty bourgeoisie, which is a real merit since the petty bourgeoisie will be an integral part of all impeding social revolutions. 317. And wrote the philosophy of poverty accordingly. Yet when it comes to Proudhon, Marx never expressed capital's clear distinction between commodity production and capitalism, and presents him as advocating wage labor. Proudhon explicitly did not, and argued that while interest was justified in previous societies, it was not in a mutualist one, and lambasted Basquiat for refusing to envision anything other than capitalism, a refusal Marx shared in this instance. So when Marx interpreted Proudhon as defending the productive capitalist in contrast to the lending capitalist, and argued that ending interest in no way affects the value of the hats, but simply the distribution of the surplus value already contained in the hats among different people. 318. He utterly missed the point. Marx did, once, vaguely recognize this. in order that it should be impossible for commodities and money to become capital and therefore be lent as capital in posse in potential but not in actuality, they must not confront wage labor. If they are not to confront it as commodities and money, labor itself is not to become a commodity. This is only possible where the workers are the owners of their means of production. Mr. Proudhon's hatters do not appear to be capitalists but journeymen. 319. Precisely, Herr Marx, precisely. So Marx, like Proudhon before him, differentiated between possession and private property and argued that cooperatives should replace capitalist firms. Both recognized that capitalism was but a transitory form of economy due to be replaced, as it replaced feudalism, with a new one based on associated rather than wage labor. While their specific solutions may have differed, with Proudhon aiming for a market economy consisting of artisans, farmers, and cooperatives, while Marx aimed, after a lengthy transition period, for centrally planned communism, their analysis of capitalism and private property were identical. Understandably, given the parallels, Marx was keen to hide them. In terms of politics, Marx also repeated Proudhon. When Marx placed the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves 320 in the statutes of the IWMA, the mutualist delegates must have remembered Proudhon's exhortation from 1848 that the proletariat must emancipate itself without the help of the government 321. Both argued that the state was an instrument of class rule, Proudhon in 1846 and Marx a year later in reply to that work. 322. Then there is Proudhon's call for a dual power within the state in early 1848 and support for the clubs which Marx subsequently echoed in 1850 in an address to the Communist League. 323. With the Paris Commune of 1871, this appropriation became wholesale. Marx eulogized the political vision of the communards without once mentioning that their decentralist, bottom-up system based on federations of mandated and recallable delegates who combined executive and legislative powers had been publicly urged by Proudhon since 1848. Not bad for someone dismissed as an advocate of conservative, or bourgeois, socialism. 324. Of course, all this could be just a coincidence and just a case of great minds thinking alike, with one coming to the same conclusions a few years after the other expressed them in print. The poverty of philosophy. Given all this, we can see the point of Proudhon's comment, scribbled as a marginal note in his copy of Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy, that what Marx's book really means is that he is sorry that everywhere I have thought the way he does, and said so before he did. Any determined reader can see that it is Marx who, having read me, regrets thinking like me. What a man! And it is to that book which we need to turn, as no account of Proudhon's ideas would be complete without a discussion of what the Frenchman proclaimed a tissue of vulgarity, of calumny, of falsification, and of plagiarism written by the tapeworm of socialism. 325. The Poverty of Philosophy. 326 was written in reply to Proudhon's system of economic contradictions. What to make of it? First, it must be remembered that this work is not really about Proudhon but Marx. Proudhon's fame is used to get people to read the work of an unknown radical thinker and for that thinker to expound his ideas on various subjects. Second, it is a hatchet job of epic proportions, although as few Marxists bother to read Proudhon as Marx has pronounced judgment on him, they would not know that, and so they contribute to the perpetuation of a spiteful distortion of his thought produced by Marx's desire to denigrate his strongest competitors. 327. While, undoubtedly, Marx makes some valid criticisms of Proudhon, the book is full of distortions. His aim was to dismiss Proudhon as being the ideologist of the petit bourgeois. 328, and he obviously thought all means were applicable to achieve that goal. So we find Marx arbitrarily arranging quotations from Proudhon's book, often out of context and even tampered with, to confirm his own views. This allows him to impute to Proudhon ideas the Frenchman did not hold, often explicitly rejects, in order to attack him. Marx even suggests that his own opinion is the opposite of Proudhon's when, in fact, he is simply repeating the Frenchman's thoughts. He takes the Frenchman's sarcastic comments at face value, his metaphors and abstractions literally. 329 and, above all else, Marx seeks to ridicule him. 330. Here we address a few of the many distortions Marx inflicted on Proudhon and see how his criticism has fared. 331. Marx quotes Proudhon as stating that the economists have very well explained the double character of value, but what they have not set out with equal clearness is its contradictory nature, and then goes on to state that, for Proudhon, the economists have neither seen nor known, either the opposition or the contradiction between use value and exchange value. 37-8, Marx then quotes three economists expounding on this contradiction. Except Proudhon had not suggested that economists had neither seen nor known this, but that they had not set out with equal clearness this contradiction. Presumably Marx hoped that readers would be too distracted by his witticism to notice that he had lambasted Proudhon for something he had not actually said. Nor did Proudhon say that J.B. Say was the first to recognize that in the division of labor the same cause which produces good engenders evil. 140. Rather, Proudhon wrote that Say goes so far as to recognize that in the division of labor the same cause which produces the good engenders the evil. 332, which makes the subsequent quoting of economists showing that Say was not the first to recognize this fact misleading. Marx repeatedly accused Proudhon of advocating ideas which he rejected in his book. We find Proudhon discussing the suggestion of an economist, M. Blanqui, who argued for an increase of wages resulting from the co-partnership, or at least from the interest in the business, which he confers upon the laborers. Proudhon then asked, what, then, is the value to the laborer of a participation in the profits? He replied by providing an example of a mill, whose profit amounts to annual dividend of 20,000 francs. If this were divided by the number of employees and by 300, the number of working days, I find an increase, of 18 centimes, just a morsel of bread. He concluded that this would be a poor prospect to offer the working class. 333, all of which makes this comment by Marx incredulous and misleading. If then, in theory, it suffices to interpret, as M. Proudhon does, the formula of the surplus of labor in the sense of equality without taking account of the actual relations of production, it must suffice, in practice, to make among the workers an equal distribution of wealth without changing anything in the actual conditions of production. This distribution would not assure a great degree of comfort to each of the participants. 109-10. Moreover, Proudhon was well aware of the actual relations of production. He indicated that with machinery and the workshop, divine right, that is, the principle of authority, makes its entrance into political economy. Capital, property, are, in economic language, the various names of power, authority. Thus, under capitalism, the workplace has a hierarchical organization. 334. He was well aware of the oppressive nature of wage labor. As Proudhon argued in Volume 2 of System of Economic Contradictions. Do you know what it is to be a wage worker? It is to labor under a master, watchful for his prejudices even more than for his orders. It is to have no mind of your own, to know no stimulus save your daily bread and the fear of losing your job. The wage worker is a man to whom the property owner who hires him says, what you have to make is none of your business, you do not control it. 335. Which raises the question of what Marx had in mind if not those relations within the workplace. Proudhon was well aware that exploitation occurred there, as workers had parted with their liberty and have sold their arms to a boss who appropriated their product and collective force. 336. To suggest that Proudhon was blind to what happened in production under capitalism is false. Then there is the perennial Marxist assertion that Proudhon wished to return to pre-industrial forms of economy. 337. Marx suggests Those who, like Sismondi, would return to the just proportion of production, while conserving the existing bases of society, are reactionary, since, to be consistent, they must also desire to re-establish all the other conditions of past times. 73. Yet Proudhon explicitly rejected such an option, using almost the same words as Marx did. 338. Unsurprisingly, given that Proudhon argued that workers' cooperatives were essential to ensure the application of large-scale technology. Marx then goes on to argue that either you have just proportions of past centuries, with the means of production of our epoch, in which case you are at once a reactionary and a utopian, or you have progress without anarchy, in which case, in order to conserve productive forces, you must abandon individual exchanges. 73. This comes from the extreme technological determinism Marx expounds. The social relations are intimately attached to the productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, their manner of gaining a living, they change all their social relations. The windmill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. 119. This is nonsense, with Marx himself subsequently acknowledging that cooperatives show by deed instead of by argument that production on a large scale may be carried on without the existence of a class of masters employing a class of hands. 339. In them the opposition between capital and labor is abolished, they are a new mode of production which develops and is formed naturally out of the old. 340. So the steam mill can be run without the industrial capitalist, by a workers' association. Which was precisely what Proudhon did advocate. It is necessary to destroy or modify the predominance of capital over labor, to change the relations between employer and worker, to solve, in a word, the antinomy of division and that of machinery. It is necessary to organize labor. 341. Marx's comments were related to his dismissal of Proudhon's constituted value, which he asserted was incompatible with an advanced economy. Commodities produced in such proportions that they can be sold at an honest price was only possible in the epoch in which the means of production were limited, and in which exchange only took place within very narrow limits. 72-3. Yet Proudhon has had the last laugh, for, as capitalism has developed, the market price of goods has been replaced to a large degree with administered prices. Empirical research has concluded that a significant proportion of goods have prices based on markup, normal cost and target rate of return pricing procedures, and the existence of stable, administered market prices implies that the markets in which they exist are not organized like auction markets or like the early retail markets and oriental bazaars as imagined in mainstream economic ideology. 342. Proudhon's notion of an economy based on the just price, one which reflects costs, has become more possible over time rather than less, as Marx had asserted. Another area where Marx's critique has proven to be lacking was his argument in favor of central planning. Given the actual experience of planned economies, it is amusing to read him suggest that if the division of labor in a modern factory were taken as a model to be applied to an entire society, the society best organized for the production of wealth would be incontestably that which had but one single master distributing the work, according to a regulation arranged beforehand, to the various members of the community. 147. In reality, such a centralist system would be, and was, swamped by the task of gathering and processing the information required to plan well. Proudhon's decentralist system would be the best organized simply because it can access and communicate the necessary information to make informed decisions on what, when and how to produce goods. 343. The core of Marx's critique rested on a massive confusion of commodity production, the market, and capitalism. Yet in 1867 he was clear that wage labor was the necessary precondition for capitalism, not commodity production, as the means of production and subsistence, while they remain the property of the immediate producer, are not capital. They only become capital under circumstances in which they serve at the same time as means of exploitation of, and domination over, the worker. When the producer owns his conditions of labor and employs that labor to enrich himself instead of the capitalist, then it is an economic system diametrically opposed to capitalism. 344. While Proudhon was in favor of commodity production, he was against wage labor, that is, labor as a commodity. Yet this did not stop Marx asserting that in Proudhon's system labor was itself a commodity. 55. Marx did let that awkward fact slip into his diatribe. Proudhon has a misgiving that it is to make of the minimum wage the natural and normal price of direct labor, that it is to accept the existing state of society. So, to escape from this fatal consequence he performs a volte-face and pretends that labor is not a commodity, that it could not have a value. He forgets that his whole system rests on the labor commodity, on labor which is trafficked, bought and sold, exchanged for products. He forgets all. 62-3. Or, conversely, Marx remembers that Proudhon's whole system rests on abolishing labor as a commodity. In short, the future Marx, with his comments on artisan production and cooperative workplaces, shows how wrong he was in 1847 to assert against Proudhon that the mode of exchange of products depends upon the mode of production. Individual exchange also corresponds to a determined method production, which itself corresponds to the antagonism of classes. Thus there is no individual exchange without the antagonism of classes. 84. This is not the only area in which the Marx of 1847 is in direct contradiction to his more mature future self. Marx proclaims against Proudhon that relative value, measured by labor time, is fatally the formula of the modern slavery of the worker. Instead of being, as M. Proudhon would have it, the revolutionary theory of the emancipation of the proletariat. 55. Come 1875, Marx the Older proclaims in his critique of the Gotha program the use of labor notes in the period of transition to communism. 345. Key aspects of Marx's later analysis of capitalism can be found in Proudhon's work. Marx mocks the suggestion that labor is said to have value, not as merchandise itself, but in view of the value supposed to be contained in it potentially. The value of labor is a figurative expression, an anticipation of effect from cause which becomes a reality through its product. 346 Marx argues. All the reasonings of M. Proudhon confine themselves to this: we do not purchase labor as an instrument of immediate consumption. No, we buy it as an instrument of production. Merely as a commodity labor is worth nothing and produces nothing. M. Proudhon might as well have said that there are no commodities in existence at all, seeing that every commodity is only acquired for some use and never merely as a commodity. 62. Marx the Older, however, argued that the purchaser of labor power consumes it by setting the seller of it to work and so becomes in actuality what previously he only was potentially, a worker who produces a specific article. 347 Thus Proudhon anticipated an idea that Marx was to develop as one of the key elements in the concept of labor power, viz. that as a commodity, labor produces nothing and it exists independently of and prior to the exercise of its potential to produce value as active labor. 348 Marx the Older used this insight to argue that labor power is purchased for the production of commodities which contain more labor than is paid for, and so surplus value is nothing but objectified surplus labor. 349 In this he repeated Proudhon, who argued that non-labor incomes are but the materialization of the aphorism, all labor should leave in excess. As all value is born of labor, it meant that no wealth has its origin in privilege, and so labor alone is the source of revenue among men. 350 Thus profit, interest, and rent came from the capitalist appropriating the surplus labor and collective force of workers. The worker creates, on top of his subsistence, a capital always greater. Under the regime of property, the surplus of labor, essentially collective, passes entirely, like the revenue, to the proprietor. Now, between that disguised appropriation and the fraudulent usurpation of a communal good, where is the difference? The consequence of that usurpation is that the laborer, whose share of the collective product is constantly confiscated by the entrepreneur, is always on his uppers, while the capitalist is always in profit, and that political economy, that upholds and advocates that regime, is the theory of theft. 351. This analysis of exploitation occurring in production feeds into Proudhon's few tantalizing glimpses of his vision of a free society. 352 Thus we discover that as all labor must leave a surplus, all wages must be equal to product. To achieve this, the workplace must be democratic, for by virtue of the principle of collective force, workers are the equals and associates of their leaders, and to ensure that association may be real, he who participates in it must do so as an active factor with a deliberative voice in the council, with everything regulated in accordance with equality. These conditions are precisely those of the organization of labor. This requires free access, and so all workers straightway enjoy the rights and prerogatives of associates and even managers when they join a workplace. This would ensure equality of fortunes, voluntary and free association, universal solidarity, material comfort and luxury, and public order without prisons, courts, police, or hangmen. 353. Needless to say, Marx ignores all this. Once acknowledged, it is incredulous to assert that Proudhon borrows from the economists the necessity of eternal relations, and to end its troubles society has only to eliminate all the ill-sounding terms. Let it change the language, and that such activities form an essential part of the argument of M. Proudhon, 137, 61. In reality, Proudhon denounced the radical vice of political economy of affirming as a definitive state a transitory condition, namely, the division of society into patricians and proletarians. He noted that the period through which we are now passing is distinguished by a special characteristic, wage labor. 354. His arguments for socialization and self-management prove that he sought to end bourgeois relations within production. As Marx the Older admitted, capital's existence is by no means given with the mere circulation of money and commodities. This new epoch in social production requires the proprietor finding in the market the worker as seller of his own labor power. 355. So if one eliminates the capitalists, the means of production cease to be capital. 356. And when the workers are themselves in possession of their respective means of production and exchange their commodities with one another, then these commodities would not be products of capital. 357. This is not to suggest that Marx's diatribe did not make some valid points. Far from it. Revolutionary anarchists would agree with Marx on unions being a rampart for the workers in their struggle with the capitalists, and that the determination of value by labor time, that is to say the formula which M. Proudhon has given us as the regenerating formula of the future, is only the scientific expression of the economic relations of existing society. 187, 74. Such valid points should not blind us to the distortions that work contains, distortions which ultimately undermine Marx's case. Significantly, while Marx's 1847 work has become considered by Marxists as a key document in the development of his ideas, at the time its impact was null. Proudhon remained one of Europe's foremost socialist thinkers, and Marx's attack sank into obscurity, and by 1864 his name meant nothing to the new generation of working-class leaders in France. 358. It is only after the eclipse of Proudhon by social democracy that it became better known. It undoubtedly helped that, unlike when it was written, few would have read Proudhon's 2 volumes. Proudhon carefully read and annotated his copy of The Poverty of Philosophy. Sadly, a family crisis followed swiftly by the outbreak of the February Revolution of 1848 stopped a reply being written. Proudhon, rightly, thought social transformation more pressing than bothering with an obscure German communist. That he never did so is one of the great lost opportunities of socialism, as it would have clarified some of the issues raised by Marx and allowed Proudhon to extend his critique of state socialism to Marxism. Finally, given how many people think Marx was extremely witty in reversing the subtitle of Proudhon's book, it should be pointed out that even in this he was plagiarizing Proudhon. Modern philosophers, after collecting and classifying their annals, have been led by the nature of their labors to deal also with history. Then it was that they saw, not without surprise, that the history of philosophy was the same thing at bottom as the philosophy of history. 359. All in all, it is hard not to disagree with Edward Hyam's summation: since the poverty of philosophy no good Marxists have had to think about Proudhon. They have what is mother's milk to them, an ex cathedra judgment. 360. Further reading. Sadly, very little of Proudhon's voluminous writings has been translated into English. Benjamin Tucker translated the first and second memoirs of What is Property? And Volume 1 of System of Economic Contradictions, and both are available online. He also translated numerous other shorter pieces. The first memoir of What is Property? In a new translation is also available from Cambridge University Press. General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century was translated in 1923 by John Beverley Robinson, available online. The first part and chapter 1 of the second part of De Principi Federative was translated by Richard Vernon under the title The Principle of Federation. Other selections, mostly related to his Bank of Exchange, extracts from his exchange with Bastiat and a few parts of Volume 2 of System of Economic Contradictions, have appeared in Clarence L. Swartz's Proudhon's Solution to the Social Question. Selected Writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon edited by Stuart Edwards has a comprehensive selection of short extracts on various subjects. Most anthologies of anarchism have selections from Proudhon's works. George Woodcock's The Anarchist Reader has a few short extracts, while Daniel Guerin's Essential No Gods, No Masters, an anthology of anarchism has a comprehensive section on Proudhon. Robert Graham's excellent anthology Anarchism, A Documentary History of Libertarian Ideas, Volume 1, From Anarchy to Anarchism, 300 CE, 1939, has selections from Proudhon's major works. The best introduction to Proudhon's ideas is K. Stephen Vincent's Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and the Rise of French Republican Socialism, which places his ideas within the context of the wider working class and socialist movements. 361 George Woodcock's Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a biography is the best available and is essential reading. Other studies include Robert L. Hoffman's Revolutionary Justice, The Social and Political Theory of P. J. Proudhon, Alan Ritter's The Political Thought of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, His Revolution Life, Mind, and Works by Edward Hyman. J. Hampton Jackson's Marx, Proudhon, and European Socialism is a good short overview of the Proudhon's life, ideas and influence. Henry de Lubbock's The Unmarxian Socialist, a study of Proudhon is more concerned about Proudhon's relationship with Christianity. Political Economy from Below, Economic Thought in Communitarian Anarchism, 1840 to 1914 by Rob Knowles presents a useful extended discussion of Proudhon's economic ideas. Shorter accounts of Proudhon and his ideas include Robert Graham's excellent introduction to the 1989 Pluto Press edition of General Idea. Jack Hayward has a comprehensive chapter entitled Proudhon and Libertarian Socialism in his After the French Revolution, 6 Critics of Democracy and Nationalism. Martin Buber's Paths in Utopia contains a useful account of Proudhon's ideas. Other useful short pieces on Proudhon include George Woodcock's Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, An Appreciation, in the anthology Anarchism and Anarchists, and on Proudhon's What is Property? The Raven 31. Daniel Guerin's From Proudhon to Bakunin, The Radical Papers, Demetrius Irisopoulos, ed., is a good introduction to the links between the French anarchist and revolutionary anarchism. Charles A. Dana's Proudhon and His Bank of the People is a contemporary, 1849, account of his economic ideas. George Woodcock's Anarchism, A History of Libertarian Ideas and Movements and Peter Marshall's Demanding the Impossible, A History of Anarchism, both have chapters on Proudhon's life and ideas. Daniel Guerin's Anarchism, From Theory to Practice is an excellent short introduction to anarchism which places Proudhon, with Bakunin, at its center. Max Nettelow's A Short History of Anarchism should also be consulted. For those Marxists keen to read a generally accurate and sympathetic account of Proudhon, albeit one still rooted in Marxist dogmas and dubious assumptions, then John Ehrenberg's Proudhon and His Age would be of interest. 362. Acknowledgements. I would like to thank Sean Wilbur, Paul Sharkey, Ian Harvey, Martin Walker, James Barbowen, Natalie Coley-Bird, Jesse Cohn, John Duda, and Barry Marshall for their kindness in translating so much. Without their work, this anthology would be impoverished. I must also thank Sean for his suggestions and toleration in replying to a constant stream of emails asking questions, clarifications, and opinions on a whole host of issues for this work. Lastly, I would like to thank Nicholas Evans and Alex Pritchard for their useful comments on my introduction. A special note of thanks for Jesse Cohn, who not only helped me work out two particularly puzzling translation issues but also did a wonderful job in proof editing the manuscript. Many of the footnotes, for example, are his work. In addition, I would like to thank Robert Graham for providing me with the full version of Chapter 15 of The Political Capacity of the Working Classes, which had previously appeared in an edited form in Volume 1 of his anthology Anarchism, a documentary history of libertarian ideas. Finally, I would like to thank my partner for her knowledge, experience, and patience in answering my numerous questions on issues related to translating from French. A note on the texts. The texts are presented in chronological order, so that readers can get a feel for how Proudhon's ideas and ways of expressing himself changed over time. We have aimed to present newly translated material in full and have edited those which are available in English already. Any edits are indicated by bracketed ellipses and any additions are surrounded by brackets. We have tried to reproduce Proudhon's own stresses and capitalizations. For those interested in reading the full versions of the material we present here, then please visit Sean Wilba's new Proudhon library, www.proudhonlibrary.org. A complete translation of the Philosophy of Progress is there, along with other material. This is but a small part of Proudhon's works, and there are many key works, such as Confessions of a Revolutionary and The Political Capacity of the Working Classes, which should be made available to the English-speaking world in full. This anthology should hopefully show why such a task would be worthwhile. For those interested in such a project, please visit the translation project at Collective Reason, www.collectivereason.org. Lastly, the material in this book will be available online at www.property-is-theft.org. We plan to add new translations as and when they become available, as well as supplementary material on Proudhon. In addition, the site will have links to complete versions of works we have provided extracts from. A note on the translations. All the texts have been translated in British English rather than American English. In addition, certain parts of previous translations have been corrected to bring their meaning more in line with the original French, as such consistently translating salariat as wage labor or wage worker, entrepreneur rather than contractor, etc., popular usage, such as replacing Tucker's property is robbery with property is theft, or to bring them up to date, such as worker rather than laborer. Workman, working men, etc., have been changed to worker, workers, etc. This is because they sound antiquated, are unnecessarily gendered in English, and using workman simply reflects the unthinking cultural sexism of translators from previous generations. In addition, it reads better and fits in with the new translations which render it as worker. We have used the original commune in the translation of General Idea of the Revolution, while words Tucker did not translate, like proletaire, have been translated. Finally, I have revised and edited all the translations and, as a consequence, I take full responsibility for any errors that may occur in the texts. I am workers, laborers, men of the people, whoever you may be, the initiative of reform is yours. It is you who will accomplish that synthesis of social composition which will be the masterpiece of creation, and you alone can accomplish it. Pierre Joseph Proudhon. What is property? Third memoir. What is property? Or, An Inquiry into the Principle of Right and of Government. 1840. Translation by Benjamin R. Tucker. Chapter I. Method pursued in this work: the idea of a revolution. If I were asked to answer the following question, what is slavery? And I should answer in one word, it is murder, my meaning would be understood at once. No extended argument would be required to show that the power to take from a man his thought, his will, his personality, is a power of life and death, and that to enslave a man is to kill him. Why, then, to this other question, what is property? May I not likewise answer, it is theft, without the certainty of being misunderstood, the second proposition being no other than a transformation of the first? I undertake to discuss the vital principle of our government and our institutions, property. I am in my right. I may be mistaken in the conclusion which shall result from my investigations. I am in my right. I think best to place the last thought of my book first. Still am I in my right. Such an author teaches that property is a civil right, born of occupation and sanctioned by law. Another maintains that it is a natural right, originating in labor, and both of these doctrines, totally opposed as they may seem, are encouraged and applauded. I contend that neither labor, nor occupation, nor law, can create property, that it is an effect without a cause. Am I censurable? But murmurs arise. Property is theft. That is the war cry of '93. That is the signal of revolutions. Reader, calm yourself. I am no agent of discord, no firebrand of sedition. I anticipate history by a few days. I disclose a truth whose development we may try in vain to arrest. I write the preamble of our future constitution. This proposition, which seems to you blasphemous, property is theft, would, if our prejudices allowed us to consider it, be recognized as the lightning rod to shield us from the coming thunderbolt, but too many interests stand in the way. Alas! Philosophy will not change the course of events. Destiny will fulfill itself regardless of prophecy. Besides, must not justice be done and our education be finished? We must ascertain whether the ideas of despotism, civil inequality, and property are in harmony with the primitive notion of justice, and necessarily follow from it, assuming various forms according to the condition, position, and relation of persons, or whether they are not rather the illegitimate result of a confusion of different things, a fatal association of ideas. And since justice deals especially with the questions of government, the condition of persons, and the possession of things, we must ascertain under what conditions, judging by universal opinion and the progress of the human mind, government is just, the condition of citizens is just, and the possession of things is just. Then, striking out everything which fails to meet these conditions, the result will at once tell us what legitimate government is, what the legitimate condition of citizens is, and what the legitimate possession of things is, and finally, as the last result of the analysis, what justice is. Is the authority of man over man just? Everybody answers, no, the authority of man is only the authority of the law, which ought to be justice and truth. The private will counts for nothing in government, which consists, first, in discovering truth and justice in order to make the law, and, second, in superintending the execution of this law. I do not now inquire whether our constitutional form of government satisfies these conditions, whether, for example, the will of the ministry never influences the declaration and interpretation of the law, or whether our deputies, in their debates, are more intent on conquering by argument than by force of numbers. It is enough for me that my definition of a good government is allowed to be correct. This idea is exact. Yet we see that nothing seems more just to the Oriental nations than the despotism of their sovereigns, that, with the ancients and in the opinion of the philosophers themselves, slavery was just, that in the Middle Ages the nobles, the priests, and the bishops felt justified in holding slaves, that Louis XIV thought that he was right when he said, "The state. I am the state," and that Napoleon deemed it a crime for the state to oppose his will. The idea of justice, then, applied to sovereignty and government, has not always been what it is today. It has gone on developing and shaping itself by degrees, until it has arrived at its present state. But has it reached its last phase? I think not, only, as the last obstacle to be overcome arises from the institution of property which we have kept intact. In order to finish the reform in government and consummate the revolution, this very institution we must attack. Is political and civil inequality just? Some say yes, others no. To the first I would reply that, when the people abolished all privileges of birth and caste, they did it, in all probability, because it was for their advantage. Why then do they favor the privileges of fortune more than those of rank and race? Because, say they, political inequality is a result of property, and without property society is impossible. thus the question just raised becomes a question of property. To the second I content myself with this remark: if you wish to enjoy political equality, abolish property; otherwise, why do you complain? Is property just? Everybody answers without hesitation, yes, property is just. I say everybody, for up to the present time no one who thoroughly understood the meaning of his words has answered no. For it is no easy thing to reply understandingly to such a question, only time and experience can furnish an answer. Now, this answer is given, it is for us to understand it. I undertake to prove it. We are to proceed with the demonstration in the following order. We dispute not at all, we refute nobody, we deny nothing, we accept as sound all the arguments alleged in favor of property, and confine ourselves to a search for its principle, in order that we may then ascertain whether this principle is faithfully expressed by property. In fact, property being defensible on no ground save that of justice, the idea, or at least the intention, of justice must of necessity underlie all the arguments that have been made in defense of property, and, as on the other hand the right of property is only exercised over those things which can be appreciated by the senses, justice, secretly objectifying itself, so to speak, must take the shape of an algebraic formula. By this method of investigation, we soon see that every argument which has been invented in behalf of property, whatever it may be, always and of necessity leads to equality, that is, to the negation of property. The first part covers 2 chapters, one treating of occupation, the foundation of our right, the other, of labor and talent, considered as causes of property and social inequality. The first of these chapters will prove that the right of occupation obstructs property, the second that the right of labor destroys it. To property, then, being of necessity conceived as existing only in connection with equality, it remains to find out why, in spite of this necessity of logic, equality does not exist. This new investigation also covers 2 chapters. In the first, considering the fact of property in itself, we inquire whether this fact is real, whether it exists, whether it is possible, for it would imply a contradiction, were these 2 opposite forms of society, equality and inequality, both possible. Then we discover, singularly enough, that property may indeed manifest itself accidentally, but that, as an institution and principle, it is mathematically impossible. So that the axiom of the school of actu ad posse vale consecutio, from the actual to the possible the inference is good, is given the lie as far as property is concerned. Finally, in the last chapter, calling psychology to our aid, and probing man's nature to the bottom, we shall disclose the principle of justice, its formula and character, we shall state with precision the organic law of society, we shall explain the origin of property, the causes of its establishment, its long life, and its approaching death, we shall definitively establish its identity with theft. And, after having shown that these 3 prejudices, the sovereignty of man, the inequality of conditions, and property are one and the same, that they may be taken for each other, and are reciprocally convertible, we shall have no trouble in inferring therefrom, by the principle of contradiction, the basis of government and right. There our investigations will end, reserving the right to continue them in future works. Chapter 2. Property considered as a natural right. Occupation and civil law as efficient bases of property. Definitions. The Roman law defined property as the right to use and abuse one's own within the limits of the law jus utendi et abutendi re sua, quatenus juris ratio patitur. A justification of the word abuse has been attempted, on the ground that it signifies, not senseless and immoral abuse, but only absolute domain. Vain distinction. Invented as an excuse for property, and powerless against the frenzy of possession, which it neither prevents nor represses. The proprietor may, if he chooses, allow his crops to rot underfoot, sow his field with salt, milk his cows on the sand, change his vineyard into a desert, and use his vegetable garden as a park. Do these things constitute abuse, or not? In the matter of property, use and abuse are necessarily indistinguishable. According to the Declaration of Rights, published as a preface to the Constitution of '93, property is the right to enjoy and dispose at will of one's goods, one's income, and the fruit of one's labor and industry. Code Napoleon, Article 544, property is the right to enjoy and dispose of things in the most absolute manner, provided we do not overstep the limits prescribed by the laws and regulations. These two definitions do not differ from that of the Roman law, all give the proprietor an absolute right over a thing, and as for the restriction imposed by the code, provided we do not overstep the limits prescribed by the laws and regulations, its object is not to limit property, but to prevent the domain of one proprietor from interfering with that of another. That is a confirmation of the principle, not a limitation of it. There are different kinds of property. 1. Property pure and simple, the dominant and seigneurial power over a thing, or, as they term it, naked property. 2. Possession. Possession, says Duranton, is a matter of fact, not of right. Taulier, property is a right, a legal power, possession is a fact. The tenant, the farmer, the commandite, the usufructuary, are possessors, the owner who lets and lends for use, the heir who is to come into possession on the death of a usufructuary, are proprietors. If I may venture the comparison, a lover is a possessor, a husband is a proprietor. 363. This double definition of property, domain and possession, is of the highest importance, and it must be clearly understood, in order to comprehend what is to follow. From the distinction between possession and property arise two sorts of rights: the jus in re, the right in a thing, the right by which I may reclaim the property which I have acquired, in whatever hands I find it, and the jus ad rem, the right to a thing, which gives me a claim to become a proprietor. Thus the right of the partners to a marriage over each other's person is the jus in re, that of two who are betrothed is only the jus ad rem. In the first, possession and property are united, the second includes only naked property. With me who, as a worker, have a right to the possession of the products of nature and my own industry, and who, as a proletarian, enjoy none of them, it is by virtue of the jus ad rem that I demand admittance to the jus in re. This distinction between the jus in re and the jus ad rem is the basis of the famous distinction between possessoire and petitoire, actual categories of jurisprudence, the whole of which is included within their vast boundaries. Petitoire refers to everything relating to property, possessoire to that relating to possession. In writing this memoir against property, I bring against universal society an action petitoire. I prove that those who do not possess today are proprietors by the same title as those who do possess, but, instead of inferring therefrom that property should be shared by all, I demand, in the name of general security, its entire abolition. If I fail to win my case, there is nothing left for us, the proletarian class and myself, but to cut our throats. We can ask nothing more from the justice of nations, for, as the Code of Procedure, Art. 26, tells us in its energetic style, the plaintiff who has been non-suited in an action petitoire, is debarred thereby from bringing an action possessoire. If, on the contrary, I gain the case, we must then commence an action possessoire, that we may be reinstated in the enjoyment of the wealth of which we are deprived by property. I hope that we shall not be forced to that extremity, but these two actions cannot be prosecuted at once, such a course being prohibited by the same Code of Procedure. Before going to the heart of the question, it will not be useless to offer a few preliminary remarks. 1. Property as a natural right. The Declaration of Rights has placed property in its list of the natural and inalienable rights of man, for in all, liberty, equality, property, security. What rule did the legislators of '93 follow in compiling this list? None. They laid down principles, just as they discussed sovereignty and the laws, from a general point of view, and according to their own opinion. They did everything in their own blind way. If we can believe Taulier, the absolute rights can be reduced to three: security, liberty, property. Equality is eliminated by the Wren professor. Why? Is it because liberty implies it, or because property prohibits it? On this point the author of Droit civil explique is silent, it has not even occurred to him that the matter is under discussion. Nevertheless, if we compare these 3 or 4 rights with each other, we find that property bears no resemblance whatever to the others, that for the majority of citizens it exists only potentially, and as a dormant faculty without exercise, that for the others, who do enjoy it, it is susceptible of certain transactions and modifications which do not harmonize with the idea of a natural right, that, in practice, governments, tribunals, and laws do not respect it, and finally that everybody, spontaneously and with one voice, regards it as chimerical. Liberty is inviolable. I can neither sell nor alienate my liberty. Every contract, every condition of a contract, which has in view the alienation or suspension of liberty, is null. The slave, when he plants his foot upon the soil of liberty, at that moment becomes a free man. When society seizes a malefactor and deprives him of his liberty, it is a case of legitimate defense. Whoever violates the social compact by the commission of a crime declares himself a public enemy. In attacking the liberty of others, he compels them to take away his own. Liberty is the original condition of man. To renounce liberty is to renounce the nature of man. After that, how could we perform the acts of man? To sum up, liberty is an absolute right, because it is to man what impenetrability is to matter, a sine qua non of existence. Equality is an absolute right, because without equality there is no society. Security is an absolute right, because in the eyes of every man his own liberty and life are as precious as another's. These 3 rights are absolute, that is, susceptible of neither increase nor diminution, because in society each associate receives as much as he gives: liberty for liberty, equality for equality, security for security, body for body, soul for soul, in life and in death. But property, in its derivative sense, and by the definitions of law, is a right outside of society, for it is clear that, if the wealth of each was social wealth, the conditions would be equal for all, and it would be a contradiction to say, property is a man's right to dispose at will of social property. Then if we are associated for the sake of liberty, equality, and security, we are not associated for the sake of property. Then if property is a natural right, this natural right is not social, but antisocial. Property and society are utterly irreconcilable institutions. It is as impossible to associate 2 proprietors as to join 2 magnets by their opposite poles. Either society must perish, or it must destroy property. If property is a natural, absolute, imprescriptible, and inalienable right, why, in all ages, has there been so much speculation as to its origin, for this is one of its distinguishing characteristics. The origin of a natural right? Good God! Whoever inquired into the origin of the rights of liberty, security, or equality? They exist by the same right that we exist, they are born with us, they live and die with us. With property it is very different, indeed. By law, property can exist without a proprietor, like equality without a subject. It exists for the human being who as yet is not, and for the octogenarian who is no more. And yet, in spite of these wonderful prerogatives which savor of the eternal and the infinite, they have never found the origin of property. The doctors still disagree. On one point only are they in harmony, namely, that the validity of the right of property depends upon the authenticity of its origin. But this harmony is their condemnation. Why have they acknowledged the right before settling the question of origin? To occupation as the title to property. The right of occupation, or of the first occupant, is that which results from the actual, physical, real possession of a thing. I occupy a piece of land, the presumption is, that I am the proprietor, until the contrary is proved. We know that originally such a right cannot be legitimate unless it is reciprocal, the jurists say as much. Cicero compares the earth to a vast theatre, quamad magum theatrum cum commune sit, rectamen dici potest ejus seum locum quem quisque occuparit. This passage is all that ancient philosophy has to say about the origin of property. The theatre, says Cicero, is common to all, nevertheless, the place that each one occupies is called his own, that is, it is a place possessed, not a place appropriated. This comparison annihilates property, moreover, it implies equality. Can I, in a theater, occupy at the same time one place in the pit, another in the boxes, and a third in the gallery? Not unless I have three bodies, like Geryon, or can exist in different places at the same time, as is related of the magician Apollonius. According to Cicero, no one has a right to more than he needs, such is the true interpretation of his famous axiom suum quid cujusque sit, to each one that which belongs to him, an axiom that has been strangely applied. That which belongs to each is not that which each may possess, but that which each has a right to possess. Now, what have we a right to possess? That which is required for our labor and consumption. Cicero's comparison of the earth to a theater proves it. According to that, each one may take what place he will, may beautify and adorn it, if he can, it is allowable, but he must never allow himself to overstep the limit which separates him from another. The doctrine of Cicero leads directly to equality, for, occupation being pure toleration, if the toleration is mutual, and it cannot be otherwise, the possessions are equal. Reed writes as follows: "The right of property is not innate, but acquired. It is not grounded upon the constitution of man, but upon his actions." Writers on jurisprudence have explained its origin in a manner that may satisfy every man of common understanding. The earth is given to men in common for the purposes of life, by the bounty of heaven. But to divide it, and appropriate one part of its produce to one, another part to another, must be the work of men who have power and understanding given them, by which every man may accommodate himself, without hurt to any other. This common right of every man to what the earth produces, before it be occupied and appropriated by others, was, by ancient moralists, very properly compared to the right which every citizen had to the public theatre, where every man that came might occupy an empty seat, and thereby acquire a right to it while the entertainment lasted, but no man had a right to dispossess another. The earth is a great theatre, furnished by the Almighty, with perfect wisdom and goodness, for the entertainment and employment of all mankind. Here every man has a right to accommodate himself as a spectator, and to perform his part as an actor, but without hurt to others. Consequences of Reed's doctrine. 1. That the portion which each one appropriates may wrong no one, it must be equal to the quotient of the total amount of property to be shared, divided by the number of those who are to share it. 2. The number of places being of necessity equal at all times to that of the spectators, no spectator can occupy two places, nor can any actor play several parts. 3. Whenever a spectator comes in or goes out, the places of all contract or enlarge correspondingly. 4. Says Reed, the right of property is not innate, but acquired, consequently, it is not absolute, consequently, the occupancy on which it is based, being a conditional fact, cannot endow this right with a stability which it does not possess itself. This seems to have been the thought of the Edinburgh professor when he added, "A right to life implies a right to the necessary means of life, and that justice, which forbids the taking away the life of an innocent man, forbids no less the taking from him the necessary means of life. He has the same right to defend the one as the other. To hinder another man's innocent labor, or to deprive him of the fruit of it, is an injustice of the same kind, and has the same effect as to put him in fetters or in prison, and is equally a just object of resentment." Thus the chief of the Scotch school, without considering at all the inequality of skill or labor, posits a priori the equality of the means of labor, abandoning thereafter to each worker the care of his own person, after the eternal axiom, whoso does well, shall fare well. The philosopher Reed is lacking, not in knowledge of the principle, but in courage to pursue it to its ultimate. If the right of life is equal, the right of labor is equal, and so is the right of occupancy. Would it not be criminal, were some islanders to repulse, in the name of property, the unfortunate victims of a shipwreck struggling to reach the shore? The very idea of such cruelty sickens the imagination. The proprietor, like Robinson Crusoe on his island, wards off with pike and musket the proletarian washed overboard by the wave of civilization, and seeking to gain a foothold upon the rocks of property. "Give me work," cries he with all his might to the proprietor, "don't drive me away, I will work for you at any price." "I do not need your services," replies the proprietor, showing the end of his pike or the barrel of his gun. "Lower my rent at least. I need my income to live upon. How can I pay you, when I can get no work? That is your business." Then the unfortunate proletarian abandons himself to the waves, or, if he attempts to land upon the shore of property, the proprietor takes aim, and kills him. Shameful equivocation, not justified by the necessity for generalization. The word property has two meanings. 1. It designates the quality which makes a thing what it is, the attribute which is peculiar to it, and especially distinguishes it. We use it in this sense when we say the properties of the triangle or of numbers, the property of the magnet, etc. 2. It expresses the right of absolute control over a thing by a free and intelligent being. It is used in this sense by writers on jurisprudence. Thus, in the phrase, "iron acquires the property of a magnet," the word property does not convey the same idea that it does in this one, "I have acquired this magnet as my property." To tell a poor man that he has property because he has arms and legs, that the hunger from which he suffers, and his power to sleep in the open air are his property, is to play upon words, and to add insult to injury. In fact, to become a proprietor, in Cousin's opinion, one must take possession by occupation and labor. I maintain that the element of time must be considered also, for if the first occupants have occupied everything, what are the newcomers to do? What will become of them, having an instrument with which to work, but no material to work upon? Must they devour each other? A terrible extremity, unforeseen by philosophical prudence, for the reason that great geniuses neglect little things. Notice also that Cousin says that neither occupation nor labor, taken separately, can legitimate the right of property, and that it is born only from the union of the two. This is one of Cousin's eclectic turns, which he, more than anyone else, should take pains to avoid. Instead of proceeding by the method of analysis, comparison, elimination, and reduction, the only means of discovering the truth amid the various forms of thought and whimsical opinions, he jumbles all systems together, and then, declaring each both right and wrong, exclaims, "There you have the truth." But, adhering to my promise, I will not refute him. I will only prove, by all the arguments with which he justifies the right of property, the principle of equality which kills it. As I have already said, my sole intent is this, to show at the bottom of all these positions that inevitable major, equality, hoping hereafter to show that the principle of property vitiates the very elements of economical, moral, and governmental science, thus leading it in the wrong direction. Well, is it not true, from Cousin's point of view, that, if the liberty of man is sacred, it is equally sacred in all individuals, that, if it needs property for its objective action, that is, for its life, the appropriation of material is equally necessary for all, that, if I wish to be respected in my right of appropriation, I must respect others in theirs, and, consequently, that though, in the sphere of the infinite, a person's power of appropriation is limited only by himself, in the sphere of the finite this same power is limited by the mathematical relation between the number of persons and the space which they occupy. Does it not follow that if one individual cannot prevent another his fellow man from appropriating an amount of material equal to his own, no more can he prevent individuals yet to come, because, while individuality passes away, universality persists, and eternal laws cannot be determined by a partial view of their manifestations? Must we not conclude, therefore, that whenever a person is born, the others must crowd closer together, and, by reciprocity of obligation, that if the newcomer is afterwards to become an heir, the right of succession does not give him the right of accumulation, but only the right of choice? I have followed Cousin so far as to imitate his style, and I am ashamed of it. Do we need such high-sounding terms, Such sonorous phrases, to say such simple things. Man needs to labor in order to live, consequently, he needs tools to work with and materials to work upon. His need to produce constitutes his right to produce. Now, this right is guaranteed him by his fellows, with whom he makes an agreement to that effect. 100,000 men settle in a large country like France with no inhabitants. Each man has a right to 1/100,000 of the land. If the number of possessors increases, each one's portion diminishes in consequence, so that, if the number of inhabitants rises to 34 million, each one will have a right only to 1/34,000,000. Now, so regulate the police system and the government, labor, exchange, inheritance, etc., that the means of labor shall be shared by all equally, and that each individual shall be free, and then society will be perfect. 3. Civil law as the foundation and sanction of property. Poitiers seems to think that property, like royalty, exists by divine right. He traces back its origin to God himself of Jove Principium. He begins in this way. God is the absolute ruler of the universe and all that it contains, Domini est terra et plenitudo aegis, orbis et universi qui habitant in eo. For the human race he has created the earth and all its creatures, and has given it a control over them subordinate only to his own. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands, thou hast put all things under his feet, says the psalmist. God accompanied this gift with these words, addressed to our first parents after the creation, be fruitful, and multiply and replenish the earth, etc. After this magnificent introduction, who would refuse to believe the human race to be an immense family living in brotherly union, and under the protection of a venerable father? But, heavens! Are brothers enemies? Are fathers unnatural, and children prodigal? God gave the earth to the human race, why then have I received none? He has put all things under my feet and I have nowhere to lay my head. Multiply, he tells us through his interpreter, Poitiers. Ah, learned Poitiers. That is as easy to do as to say, but you must give moss to the bird for its nest. The human race having multiplied, men divided among themselves the earth and most of the things upon it, that which fell to each, from that time exclusively belonged to him. That was the origin of the right of property. Say, rather, the right of possession. Men lived in a state of communism, whether positive or negative it matters little. Then there was no property, not even private possession. The genesis and growth of possession gradually forcing people to labor for their support, they agreed either formally or tacitly it makes no difference which that the worker should be sole proprietor of the fruit of his labor, that is, they simply declared the fact that thereafter none could live without working. It necessarily followed that, to obtain equality of products, there must be equality of labor, and that, to obtain equality of labor, there must be equality of facilities for labor. Whoever without labor got possession, by force or by strategy, of another's means of subsistence, destroyed equality and placed himself above or outside of the law. Whoever monopolized the means of production on the ground of greater industry, also destroyed equality. Equality being then the expression of right, whoever violated it was unjust. Thus, labor gives birth to private possession, the right in a thing jus in re. But in what thing? Evidently in the product, not in the soil. So the Arabs have always understood it, and so, according to Caesar and Tacitus, the Germans formerly held. The Arabs, says M. de Sismondi, who admit a man's property in the flocks which he has raised, do not refuse the crop to him who planted the seed, but they do not see why another, his equal, should not have a right to plant in his turn. The inequality which results from the pretended right of the first occupant seems to them to be based on no principle of justice, and when all the land falls into the hands of a certain number of inhabitants, there results a monopoly in their favor against the rest of the nation, to which they do not wish to submit. Well, they have shared the land. I admit that therefrom results a more powerful organization of labor, and that this method of distribution, fixed and durable, is advantageous to production, but how could this division give to each a transferable right of property in a thing to which all had an inalienable right of possession? In the terms of jurisprudence, this metamorphosis from possessor to proprietor is legally impossible. It implies in the jurisdiction of the courts the union of possessoire and petitoire, and the mutual concessions of those who share the land are nothing less than traffic in natural rights. The original cultivators of the land, who were also the original makers of the law, were not as learned as our legislators, I admit, and had they been, they could not have done worse. They did not foresee the consequences of the transformation of the right of private possession into the right of absolute property. But why have not those, who in later times have established the distinction between jus in re and jus ad rem, applied it to the principle of property itself? Let me call the attention of the writers on jurisprudence to their own maxims. The right of property, provided it can have a cause, can have but one dominium non potest nisi ex una causa contingere. I can possess by several titles, I can become proprietor by only one non ut ex pluribus causes idem nobis deberi potest, ita ex pluribus causes idem potest nostrum esse. 364 The field which I have cleared, which I cultivate, on which I have built my house, which supports myself, my family, and my livestock, I can possess, first as the original occupant, second as a worker, third by virtue of the social contract which assigns it to me as my share. But none of these titles confer upon me the right of property. For, if I attempt to base it upon occupancy, society can reply, I am the original occupant. If I appeal to my labor, it will say, it is only on that condition that you possess. If I speak of agreements, it will respond, these agreements establish only your right of use. Such, however, are the only titles which proprietors advance. They never have been able to discover any others. Indeed, every right it is Poitiers who says it supposes a producing cause in the person who enjoys it, but in man who lives and dies, in this son of earth who passes away like a shadow, there exists, with respect to external things, only titles of possession, not one title of property. Why, then, has society recognized a right injurious to itself, where there is no producing cause? Why, in according possession, has it also conceded property? Why has the law sanctioned this abuse of power? To satisfy the husbandman, it was sufficient to guarantee him possession of his crop, admit even that he should have been protected in his right of occupation of land, as long as he remained its cultivator. That was all that he had a right to expect, that was all that the advance of civilization demanded. But property. The right of escheat droit d'obéin over lands which one neither occupies nor cultivates, who had authority to grant it? Who pretended to have it? The authority of the human race is of no effect as evidence in favor of the right of property, because this right, resting of necessity upon equality, contradicts its principle. The decision of the religions which have sanctioned it is of no effect, because in all ages the priest has submitted to the prince, and the gods have always spoken as the politicians desired. The social advantages, attributed to property, cannot be cited in its behalf, because they all spring from the principle of equality of possession. What means, then, this dithyramb upon property? The right of property is the most important of human institutions. Yes, as monarchy is the most glorious. The original cause of man's prosperity upon earth. Because justice was supposed to be its principle. Property became the legitimate end of his ambition, the hope of his existence, the shelter of his family, in a word, the cornerstone of the domestic dwelling, of communities, and of the political state. Possession alone produced all that. Eternal principle. Property is eternal, like every negation of all social and civil institutions. For that reason, every institution and every law based on property will perish. It is a boon as precious as liberty. For the rich proprietor. In fact, the cause of the cultivation of the habitable earth. If the cultivator ceased to be a tenant, would the land be worse cared for? The guarantee and the morality of labor. Under the regime of property, labor is not a condition, but a privilege. The application of justice. What is justice without equality of fortunes? A balance with false weights. All morality. A famished stomach knows no morality. All public order. Certainly, the preservation of property. Rest on the right of property 365. Cornerstone of all which is, stumbling block of all which ought to be such is property. To sum up and conclude. Not only does occupation lead to equality, it prevents property. For, since every man, from the fact of his existence, has the right of occupation, and, in order to live, must have material for cultivation on which he may labor, and since, on the other hand, the number of occupants varies continually with the births and deaths, it follows that the quantity of material which each worker may claim varies with the number of occupants, consequently, that occupation is always subordinate to population. Finally, that, inasmuch as possession, in right, can never remain fixed, it is impossible, in fact, that it can ever become property. Every occupant is, then, necessarily a possessor or usufructuary of function which excludes proprietorship. Now, this is the right of the usufructuary. He is responsible for the thing entrusted to him, he must use it in conformity with general utility, with a view to its preservation and development. He has no power to transform it, to diminish it, or to change its nature. He cannot so divide the usufruct that another shall perform the labor while he receives the product. In a word, the usufructuary is under the supervision of society, submitted to the condition of labor and the law of equality. Thus is annihilated the Roman definition of property, the right of use and abuse, an immorality born of violence, the most monstrous pretension that the civil laws ever sanctioned. Man receives his usufruct from the hands of society, which alone is the permanent possessor. The individual passes away, society is deathless. What a profound disgust fills my soul while discussing such simple truths. Do we doubt these things today? Will it be necessary to again take arms for their triumph? And can force, in default of reason, alone introduce them into our laws? All have an equal right of occupancy. The amount occupied being measured, not by the will, but by the variable conditions of space and number, property cannot exist. This no code has ever expressed, this no constitution can admit. These are axioms which the civil law and the law of nations deny. But I hear the exclamations of the partisans of another system: labor, labor, that is the basis of property. Reader, do not be deceived. This new basis of property is worse than the first, and I shall soon have to ask your pardon for having demonstrated things clearer, and refuted pretensions more unjust, than any which we have yet considered. Chapter 3. Labor as the efficient cause of the domain of property. Nearly all the modern writers on jurisprudence, taking their cue from the economists, have abandoned the theory of first occupancy as a too dangerous one, and have adopted that which regards property as born of labor. In this they are deluded, they reason in a circle. To labor it is necessary to occupy, says M. Cousin. I have asserted that the system which bases property upon labor implies, no less than that which bases it upon occupation, the equality of fortunes, and the reader must be impatient to learn how I propose to deduce this law of equality from the inequality of skill and faculties. Directly his curiosity shall be satisfied. But it is proper that I should call his attention for a moment to this remarkable feature of the process, to wit, the substitution of labor for occupation as the principle of property, and that I should pass rapidly in review some of the prejudices to which proprietors are accustomed to appeal, which legislation has sanctioned, and which the system of labor completely overthrows. Reader, were you ever present at the examination of a criminal? Have you watched his tricks, his turns, his evasions, his distinctions, his equivocations? Beaten, all his assertions overthrown, pursued like a fallow deer by the inexorable judge, tracked from hypothesis to hypothesis, he makes a statement, he corrects it, retracts it, contradicts it, he exhausts all the tricks of dialectics, more subtle, more ingenious 1,000 times than he who invented the 72 forms of the syllogism. So acts the proprietor when called upon to defend his right. At first he refuses to reply, he exclaims, he threatens, he defies, then, forced to accept the discussion, he arms himself with chicanery, he surrounds himself with formidable artillery crossing his fire, opposing one by one and all together occupation, possession, limitation, covenants, immemorial custom, and universal consent. Conquered on this ground, the proprietor, like a wounded boar, turns on his pursuers. I have done more than occupy, he cries with terrible emotion, I have labored, produced, improved, transformed, created. This house, these fields, these trees are the work of my hands, I changed these brambles into a vineyard, and this bush into a fig tree, and today I reap the harvest of my labors. I have enriched the soil with my sweat, I have paid those men who, had they not had the work which I gave them, would have died of hunger. No one shared with me the trouble and expense, no one shall share with me the benefits. You have labored, proprietor. Why then do you speak of original occupancy? What, were you not sure of your right, or did you hope to deceive men, and make justice an illusion? Make haste, then, to acquaint us with your mode of defense, for the judgment will be final, and you know it to be a question of restitution. You have labored. But what is there in common between the labor which duty compels you to perform, and the appropriation of things in which there is a common interest? Do you not know that domain over the soil, like that over air and light, cannot be lost by prescription? You have labored. Have you never made others labor? Why, then, have they lost in laboring for you what you have gained in not laboring for them? You have labored. Very well, but let us see the results of your labor. We will count, weigh, and measure them. It will be the judgment of Balthasar, for I swear by balance, level, and square, that if you have appropriated another's labor in any way whatsoever, you shall restore it every stroke. Thus, the principle of occupation is abandoned, no longer is it said, the land belongs to him who first gets possession of it. Property, forced into its first entrenchment, repudiates its old adage, justice, ashamed, retracts her maxims, and sorrow lowers her bandage over her blushing cheeks. And it was but yesterday that this progress in social philosophy began, 50 centuries required for the extirpation of a lie. During this lamentable period, how many usurpations have been sanctioned, how many invasions glorified, how many conquests celebrated? The absent dispossessed, the poor banished, the hungry excluded by wealth, which is so ready and bold in action. Jealousies and wars, incendiarism and bloodshed, among the nations. But henceforth, thanks to the age and its spirit, it is to be admitted that the earth is not a prize to be won in a race, in the absence of any other obstacle, there is a place for everybody under the sun. Each one may harness his goat to the barn, drive his cattle to pasture, sow a corner of a field, and bake his bread by his own fireside. But, no, each one cannot do these things. I hear it proclaimed on all sides, glory to labor and industry, to each according to his capacity, to each capacity according to its results. And I see 3/4 of the human race again despoiled, the labor of a few being a scourge to the labor of the rest. The problem is solved, exclaims M. Hennequin. Property, the daughter of labor, can be enjoyed at present and in the future only under the protection of the laws. It has its origin in natural law, it derives its power from civil law, and from the union of these two ideas, labor and protection, positive legislation results. The problem is solved. Property is the daughter of labor. What, then, is the right of accession, and the right of succession, and the right of donation, etc., if not the right to become a proprietor by simple occupancy? What are your laws concerning the age of majority, emancipation, guardianship, and interdiction, if not the various conditions by which he who is already a worker gains or loses the right of occupancy, that is, property? Being unable, at this time, To enter upon a detailed discussion of the code, I shall content myself with examining the three arguments oftenest resorted to in support of property. 1. Appropriation, or the formation of property by possession. 2. The consent of mankind. 3. Prescription. I shall then inquire into the effects of labor upon the relative condition of the workers and upon property. 1. The land cannot be appropriated. It would seem that lands capable of cultivation ought to be regarded as natural wealth, since they are not of human creation, but nature's gratuitous gift to man, but inasmuch as this wealth is not fugitive, like the air and water, inasmuch as a field is a fixed and limited space which certain men have been able to appropriate, to the exclusion of all others who in their turn have consented to this appropriation, the land, which was a natural and gratuitous gift, has become social wealth, for the use of which we ought to pay. Say, political economy. Was I wrong in saying, at the beginning of this chapter, that the economists are the very worst authorities in matters of legislation and philosophy? It is the father of this class of men who clearly states the question, how can the supplies of nature, the wealth created by Providence, become private property? And who replies by so gross an equivocation that we scarcely know which the author lacks, sense or honesty. What, I ask, has the fixed and solid nature of the earth to do with the right of appropriation? I can understand that a thing limited and stationary, like the land, offers greater chances for appropriation than the water or the sunshine, that it is easier to exercise the right of domain over the soil than over the atmosphere, but we are not dealing with the difficulty of the thing, and say confounds the right with the possibility. We do not ask why the earth has been appropriated to a greater extent than the sea and the air, we want to know by what right man has appropriated wealth which he did not create, and which nature gave to him gratuitously. Say, then, did not solve the question which he asked. But if he had solved it, if the explanation which he has given us were as satisfactory as it is illogical, we should know no better than before who has a right to exact payment for the use of the soil, of this wealth which is not man's handiwork. Who is entitled to the rent of the land? The producer of the land, without doubt. Who made the land? God. Then, proprietor, retire. But the creator of the land does not sell it, he gives it, and, in giving it, he is no respecter of persons. Why, then, are some of his children regarded as legitimate, while others are treated as bastards? If the equality of shares was an original right, why is the inequality of conditions a posthumous right? Say gives us to understand that if the air and the water were not of a fugitive nature, they would have been appropriated. Let me observe in passing that this is more than an hypothesis, it is a reality. Men have appropriated the air and the water, I will not say as often as they could, but as often as they have been allowed to. The Portuguese, having discovered the route to India by the Cape of Good Hope, pretended to have the sole right to that route, and Grotius, consulted in regard to this matter by the Dutch who refused to recognize this right, wrote expressly for this occasion his treatise on the freedom of the seas, to prove that the sea is not liable to appropriation. The right to hunt and fish used always to be confined to lords and proprietors, today it is leased by the government and communes to whoever can pay the license fee and the rent. To regulate hunting and fishing is an excellent idea, but to make it a subject of sale is to create a monopoly of air and water. What is a passport? A universal recommendation of the traveler's person, a certificate of security for himself and his property. The Treasury, whose nature it is to spoil the best things, has made the passport a means of espionage and attacks. Is not this a sale of the right to travel? Finally, it is permissible neither to draw water from a spring situated in another's grounds without the permission of the proprietor, because by the right of accession the spring belongs to the possessor of the soil, if there is no other claim, nor to pass a day on his premises without paying a tax, nor to look at a court, a garden, or an orchard, without the consent of the proprietor, nor to stroll in a park or an enclosure against the owner's will. Every one is allowed to shut himself up and to fence himself in. All these prohibitions are so many positive interdictions, not only of the land, but of the air and water. We who belong to the proletarian class, property excommunicates us. Terra, et aqua, et aere, et igni interdicti sumus. Men could not appropriate the most fixed of all the elements without appropriating the three others, since, by French and Roman law, property in the surface carries with it property from zenith to nadir cujus est solum, ejus est usque ad coelum. Now, if the use of water, air, and fire excludes property, so does the use of the soil. This chain of reasoning seems to have been presented by mch. Comte, in his treatise on property, chapter 5. If a man should be deprived of air for a few moments only, he would cease to exist, and a partial deprivation would cause him severe suffering. A partial or complete deprivation of food would produce like effects upon him, though less suddenly. It would be the same, at least in certain climates, were he deprived of all clothing and shelter. To sustain life, then, man needs continually to appropriate many different things. But these things do not exist in like proportions. Some, such as the light of the stars, the atmosphere of the earth, the water composing the seas and oceans, exist in such large quantities that men cannot perceive any sensible increase or diminution. Each one can appropriate as much as his needs require without detracting from the enjoyment of others, without causing them the least harm. Things of this sort are, so to speak, the common property of the human race. The only duty imposed upon each individual in this regard is that of infringing not at all upon the rights of others. Let us complete the argument of mch. Comte. A man who should be prohibited from walking in the highways, from resting in the fields, from taking shelter in caves, from lighting fires, from picking berries, from gathering herbs and boiling them in a bit of baked clay, such a man could not live. Consequently, the earth, like water, air, and light, is a primary object of necessity which each has a right to use freely, without infringing another's right. Why, then, is the earth appropriated? Mch. Comte's reply is a curious one. Say pretends that it is because it is not fugitive. Mch. Comte assures us that it is because it is not infinite. The land is limited in amount. Then, according to Mch. Comte, it ought to be appropriated. It would seem, on the contrary, that he ought to say, then it ought not to be appropriated. For, no matter how large a quantity of air or light anyone appropriates, no one is damaged thereby, there always remains enough for all. With the soil, it is very different. Lay hold who will, or who can, of the sun's rays, the passing breeze, or the sea's billows, he has my consent, and my pardon for his bad intentions. But let any living man dare to change his right of territorial possession into the right of property, and I will declare war upon him, and wage it to the death. M.ch. Comte's argument disproves his position. Among the things necessary to the preservation of life, he says, there are some which exist in such large quantities that they are inexhaustible, others which exist in lesser quantities, and can satisfy the wants of only a certain number of persons. The former are called common, the latter private. This reasoning is not strictly logical. Water, air, and light are common things, not because they are inexhaustible, but because they are indispensable, and so indispensable that for that very reason nature has created them in quantities almost infinite, in order that their plentifulness might prevent their appropriation. Likewise the land is indispensable to our existence, consequently a common thing, consequently unsusceptible of appropriation, but land is much scarcer than the other elements, therefore its use must be regulated, not for the profit of a few, but in the interest and for the security of all. In a word, equality of rights is proved by equality of needs. Now, equality of rights, in the case of a commodity which is limited in amount, can be realized only by equality of possession. An agrarian law underlies Mch. Comte's arguments. From whatever point we view this question of property, provided we go to the bottom of it, we reach equality. I will not insist farther on the distinction between things which can, and things which cannot, be appropriated. On this point, economists and legists talk worse than nonsense. The Civil Code, after having defined property, says nothing about susceptibility of appropriation, and if it speaks of things which are in the market, it always does so without enumerating or describing them. However, light is not wanting. There are some few maxims such as these: ad regis potestas omnium pertinet, ad singulos proprietas, omnia rex imperio posside, singula dominio. Social sovereignty opposed to private property, might not that be called a prophecy of equality, a republican oracle? Examples crowd upon us: once the possessions of the church, the estates of the crown, the fiefs of the nobility were inalienable and imprescriptible. If, instead of abolishing this privilege, the constituent had extended it to every individual, if it had declared that the right of labor, like liberty, can never be forfeited, at that moment the revolution would have been consummated, and we could now devote ourselves to improvement in other directions. To universal consent no justification of property. In the extract from Say, quoted above, it is not clear whether the author means to base the right of property on the stationary character of the soil, or on the consent which he thinks all men have granted to this appropriation. His language is such that it may mean either of these things, or both at once, which entitles us to assume that the author intended to say, the right of property resulting originally from the exercise of the will, the stability of the soil permitted it to be applied to the land, and universal consent has since sanctioned this application. However that may be, can men legitimate property by mutual consent? I say, no. Such a contract, though drafted by Grotius, Montesquieu, and J.J. Rousseau, though signed by the whole human race, would be null in the eyes of justice, and an act to enforce it would be illegal. Man can no more give up labor than liberty. Now, to recognize the right of territorial property is to give up labor, since it is to relinquish the means of labor, it is to traffic in a natural right, and divest ourselves of manhood. But I wish that this consent, of which so much is made, had been given, either tacitly or formally. What would have been the result? Evidently, the surrenders would have been reciprocal, no right would have been abandoned without the receipt of an equivalent in exchange. We thus come back to equality again, the sine qua non of appropriation, so that, after having justified property by universal consent, that is, by equality, we are obliged to justify the inequality of conditions by property. Never shall we extricate ourselves from this dilemma. Indeed, if, in the terms of the social compact, property has equality for its condition, at the moment when equality ceases to exist, the compact is broken and all property becomes usurpation. We gain nothing, then, by this pretended consent of mankind. 3. Prescription gives no title to property. The right of property was the origin of evil on the earth, the first link in the long chain of crimes and misfortunes which the human race has endured since its birth. The delusion of prescription is the fatal charm thrown over the intellect, the death sentence breathed into the conscience, to arrest man's progress towards truth, and bolster up the worship of error. The Code defines prescription thus: the process of gaining and losing through the lapse of time. In applying this definition to ideas and beliefs, we may use the word prescription to denote the everlasting prejudice in favor of old superstitions, whatever be their object, the opposition, often furious and bloody, with which new light has always been received, and which makes the sage a martyr. Not a principle, not a discovery, not a generous thought, but has met, at its entrance into the world, with a formidable barrier of preconceived opinions, seeming like a conspiracy of all old prejudices. Prescriptions against reason, prescriptions against facts, prescriptions against every truth hitherto unknown, that is the sum and substance of the statu quo philosophy, the watchword of conservatives throughout the centuries. When the evangelical reform was broached to the world, there was prescription in favor of violence, debauchery, and selfishness. When Galileo, Descartes, Pascal, and their disciples reconstructed philosophy and the sciences, there was prescription in favor of the Aristotelian philosophy. When our fathers of 89 demanded liberty and equality, there was prescription in favor of tyranny and privilege. There always have been proprietors and there always will be. It is with this profound utterance, the final effort of selfishness dying in its last ditch, that the friends of social inequality hope to repel the attacks of their adversaries, thinking undoubtedly that ideas, like property, can be lost by prescription. In order to confine myself to the civil prescription of which the Code speaks, I shall refrain from beginning a discussion upon this worn-out objection brought forward by proprietors. It would be too tiresome and declamatory. Everybody knows that there are rights which cannot be prescribed, and, as for those things which can be gained through the lapse of time, no one is ignorant of the fact that prescription requires certain conditions, the omission of one of which renders it null. If it is true, for example, that the proprietor's possession has been civil, public, peaceable, and uninterrupted, it is none the less true that it is not based on a just title, since the only titles which it can show occupation and labor prove as much for the proletarian who demands, as for the proprietor who defends. Further, this possession is dishonest, since it is founded on a violation of right, which prevents prescription, according to the saying of St. Paul, nunquam in uso capienibus juris error possis sori prodest. The violation of right lies either in the fact that the holder possesses as proprietor, while he should possess only as usufructuary, or in the fact that he has purchased a thing which no one had a right to transfer or sell. Another reason why prescription cannot be adduced in favor of property, a reason borrowed from jurisprudence, is that the right to possess real estate is a part of a universal right which has never been totally destroyed even at the most critical periods, and the proletarian, in order to regain the power to exercise it fully, has only to prove that he has always exercised it in part. He, for example, who has the universal right to possess, give, exchange, loan, let, sell, transform, or destroy a thing, preserves the integrity of this right by the sole act of loaning, though he has never shown his authority in any other manner. Likewise we shall see that equality of possessions, equality of rights, liberty, will, personality, are so many identical expressions of one and the same idea, the right of preservation and development, in a word, the right of life, against which there can be no prescription until the human race has vanished from the face of the earth. Finally, as to the time required for prescription, it would be superfluous to show that the right of property in general cannot be acquired by simple possession for 10, 20, 100, 1,000, or 100,000 years, and that, so long as there exists a human head capable of understanding and combating the right of property, this right will never be prescribed. For principles of jurisprudence and axioms of reason are different from accidental and contingent facts. One man's possession can prescribe against another man's possession, but just as the possessor cannot prescribe against himself, so reason has always the faculty of change and reformation. Past error is not binding on the future. Reason is always the same eternal force. The institution of property, the work of ignorant reason, may be abrogated by a more enlightened reason. Consequently, property cannot be established by prescription. This is so certain and so true, that on it rests the maxim that in the matter of prescription a violation of right goes for nothing. I ask, then, in the first place, how possession can become property by the lapse of time. Continue possession as long as you wish, continue it for years and for centuries, you never can give duration which of itself creates nothing, changes nothing, modifies nothing, the power to change the usufructuary into a proprietor. Let the civil law secure against chancecomers the honest possessor who has held his position for many years, that only confirms a right already respected, and prescription, applied in this way, simply means that possession which has continued for 20, 30, or 100 years shall be retained by the occupant. But when the law declares that the lapse of time changes possessor into proprietor, it supposes that a right can be created without a producing cause, it unwarrantably alters the character of the subject, it legislates on a matter not open to legislation, it exceeds its own powers. Public order and private security ask only that possession shall be protected. Why has the law created property? Prescription was simply security for the future. Why has the law made it a matter of privilege? Where is the man, Grotius says, with so unchristian a soul that, for a trifle, he would perpetuate the trespass of a possessor, which would inevitably be the result if he did not consent to abandon his right. By the Eternal, I am that man. Though 1,000,000 proprietors should burn for it in hell, I lay the blame on them for depriving me of my portion of this world's goods. To this powerful consideration Grotius rejoins, that it is better to abandon a disputed right than to go to law, disturb the peace of nations, and stir up the flames of civil war. I accept, if you wish it, this argument, provided you indemnify me. But if this indemnity is refused me, what do I, a proletarian, care for the tranquility and security of the rich? I care as little for public order as for the proprietor's safety. I ask to live a worker, otherwise I will die a warrior. Whichever way we turn, we shall come to the conclusion that prescription is a contradiction of property, or rather that prescription and property are two forms of the same principle, but two forms which serve to correct each other, and ancient and modern jurisprudence did not make the least of its blunders in pretending to reconcile them. Indeed, if we see in the institution of property only a desire to secure to each individual his share of the soil and his right to labor, in the distinction between naked property and possession only an asylum for absentees, orphans, and all who do not know, or cannot maintain, their rights, in prescription only a means, either of defense against unjust pretensions and encroachments, or of settlement of the differences caused by the removal of possessors, we shall recognize in these various forms of human justice the spontaneous efforts of the mind to come to the aid of the social instinct. We shall see in this protection of all rights the sentiment of equality, a constant leveling tendency. And, looking deeper, we shall find in the very exaggeration of these principles the confirmation of our doctrine, because, if equality of conditions and universal association are not soon realized, it will be owing to the obstacle thrown for the time in the way of the common sense of the people by the stupidity of legislators and judges, and also to the fact that, while society in its original state was illuminated with a flash of truth, the early speculations of its leaders could bring forth nothing but darkness. For that labor has no inherent power to appropriate natural wealth. We shall show by the maxims of political economy and law, that is, by the authorities recognized by property. 1. That labor has no inherent power to appropriate natural wealth. 2. That, if we admit that labor has this power, we are led directly to equality of property whatever the kind of labor, however scarce the product, or unequal the ability of the workers. 3. That, in the order of justice, labor destroys property. Following the example of our opponents, and that we may leave no obstacles in the path, let us examine the question in the strongest possible light. M.ch. Comte says, in his treatise on property, France, considered as a nation, has a territory which is her own. France, as an individuality, possesses a territory which she cultivates, it is not her property. Nations are related to each other as individuals are, they are commoners and workers, it is an abuse of language to call them proprietors. The right of use and abuse belongs no more to nations than to men, and the time will come when a war waged for the purpose of checking a nation in its abuse of the soil will be regarded as a holy war. Thus, M.ch. Comte, who undertakes to explain how property comes into existence, and who starts with the supposition that a nation is a proprietor, falls into that error known as begging the question, a mistake which vitiates his whole argument. If the reader thinks it is pushing logic too far to question a nation's right of property in the territory which it possesses, I will simply remind him of the fact that at all ages the results of the fictitious right of national property have been pretensions to suzerainty, tributes, monarchical privileges, statute labor, quotas of men and money, supplies of merchandise, etc., ending finally in refusals to pay taxes, insurrections, wars, and depopulations. Scattered through this territory are extended tracts of land, which have not been converted into individual property. These lands, which consist mainly of forests, belong to the whole population, and the government, which receives the revenues, uses or ought to use them in the interest of all. Ought to use is well said, a lie is avoided thereby. Let them be offered for sale. Why offered for sale? Who has a right to sell them? Even were the nation proprietor, can the generation of today dispossess the generation of tomorrow? The nation, in its function of usufructuary, possesses them, the government rules, superintends, and protects them. If it also granted lands, it could grant only their use, it has no right to sell them or transfer them in any way whatever. Not being a proprietor, how can it transmit property? Suppose some industrious man buys a portion, a large swamp for example. This would be no usurpation, since the public would receive the exact value through the hands of the government, and would be as rich after the sale as before. How ridiculous! What? Because a prodigal, imprudent, incompetent official sells the state's possessions, while I, a ward of the state, I who have neither an advisory nor a deliberative voice in the state councils, while I am allowed to make no opposition to the sale, this sale is right and legal. The guardians of the nation waste its substance, and it has no redress. I have received, you tell me, through the hands of the government my share of the proceeds of the sale, but, in the first place, I did not wish to sell, and, had I wished to, I could not have sold. I had not the right. And then I do not see that I am benefited by the sale. My guardians have dressed up some soldiers, repaired an old fortress, erected in their pride some costly but worthless monument, then they have exploded some fireworks and set up a greased pole. What does all that amount to in comparison with my loss? The purchaser draws boundaries, fences himself in, and says, "This is mine, each one by himself, each one for himself." Here, then, is a piece of land upon which, henceforth, no one has a right to step, save the proprietor and his friends, which can benefit nobody, save the proprietor and his servants. Let these sales multiply, and soon the people who have been neither able nor willing to sell, and who have received none of the proceeds of the sale, will have nowhere to rest, no place of shelter, no ground to till. They will die of hunger at the proprietor's door, on the edge of that property which was their birthright, and the proprietor, watching them die, will exclaim, "So perish idlers and vagrants." To reconcile us to the proprietor's usurpation, mch. Comte assumes the lands to be of little value at the time of sale. The importance of these usurpations should not be exaggerated, they should be measured by the number of men which the occupied land would support, and by the means which it would furnish them. It is evident, for instance, that if a piece of land which is worth today 1,000 francs was worth only 5 centimes when it was usurped, we really lose only the value of 5 centimes. A square league of earth would be hardly sufficient to support a savage in distress, today it supplies 1,000 persons with the means of existence. 999 parts of this land is the legitimate property of the possessors, only 1,000th of the value has been usurped. A peasant admitted one day, at confession, that he had destroyed a document which declared him a debtor to the amount of 300 francs. Said the father confessor, "You must return these 300 francs. "No," replied the peasant, "I will return a penny to pay for the paper." Mch. Comte's logic resembles this peasant's honesty. The soil has not only an inte grant and actual value, it has also a potential value, a value of the future which depends on our ability to make it valuable, and to employ it in our work. Destroy a bill of exchange, a promissory note, an annuity deed as a paper, you destroy almost no value at all, but with this paper you destroy your title, and, in losing your title, you deprive yourself of your goods. Destroy the land, or, what is the same thing, sell it, you not only transfer one, two, or several crops, but you annihilate all the products that you could derive from it, you and your children and your children's children. When Mch. Comte, the apostle of property and the eulogist of labor, supposes an alienation of the soil on the part of the government, we must not think that he does so without reason and for no purpose, it is a necessary part of his position. As he rejected the theory of occupancy, and as he knew, moreover, that labor could not constitute the right in the absence of a previous permission to occupy, he was obliged to connect this permission with the authority of the government, which means that property is based upon the sovereignty of the people, in other words, upon universal consent. This theory we have already considered. To say that property is the daughter of labor, and then to give labor material on which to exercise itself, is, if I am not mistaken, to reason in a circle. Contradictions will result from it. A piece of land of a certain size produces food enough to supply a man for one day. If the possessor, through his labor, discovers some method of making it produce enough for 2 days, he doubles its value. This new value is his work, his creation, it is taken from nobody, it is his property. I maintain that the possessor is paid for his trouble and industry in his doubled crop, but that he acquires no right to the land. Let the worker have the fruits of his labor. Very good, but I do not understand that property in products carries with it property in raw material. Does the skill of the fisherman, who on the same coast can catch more fish than his fellows, make him proprietor of the fishing grounds? Can the expertness of a hunter ever be regarded as a property title to a game forest? The analogy is perfect. The industrious cultivator finds the reward of his industry in the abundancy and superiority of his crop. If he has made improvements in the soil, he has the possessor's right of preference. Never, under any circumstances, can he be allowed to claim a property title to the soil which he cultivates, on the ground of his skill as a cultivator. If men succeed in fertilizing land hitherto unproductive, or even death-producing, like certain swamps, they create thereby property in all its completeness. What good does it do to magnify an expression, and play with equivocations, as if we expected to change the reality thereby? They create property in all its completeness. You mean that they create a productive capacity which formerly did not exist, but this capacity cannot be created without material to support it. The substance of the soil remains the same, only its qualities and modifications are changed. Man has created everything save the material itself. Now, I maintain that this material he can only possess and use, on condition of permanent labor granting, for the time being, his right of property in things which he has produced. This, then, is the first point settled. Property in product, if we grant so much, does not carry with it property in the means of production. That seems to me to need no further demonstration. There is no difference between the soldier who possesses his arms, the mason who possesses the materials committed to his care, the fisherman who possesses the water, the hunter who possesses the fields and forests, and the cultivator who possesses the lands. All, if you say so, are proprietors of their products. Not one is proprietor of the means of production. The right to product is exclusive jus in re, the right to means is common jus ad rem. 5. That labor leads to equality of property. Let us admit, however, that labor gives a right of property in material. Why is not this principle universal? Why is the benefit of this pretended law confined to a few and denied to the mass of workers? A philosopher, arguing that all animals sprang up formerly out of the earth warmed by the rays of the sun, almost like mushrooms, on being asked why the earth no longer yielded crops of that nature, replied, because it is old, and has lost its fertility. Has labor, once so fecund, likewise become sterile? Why does the tenant no longer acquire through his labor the land which was formerly acquired by the labor of the proprietor? Because, they say, it is already appropriated. That is no answer. A farm yields 50 bushels per hectare, the skill and labor of the tenant double this product, the increase is created by the tenant. Suppose the owner, in a spirit of moderation rarely met with, does not go to the extent of absorbing this product by raising the rent, but allows the cultivator to enjoy the results of his labor, even then justice is not satisfied. The tenant, by improving the land, has imparted a new value to the property. He, therefore, has a right to a part of the property. If the farm was originally worth 100,000 francs, and if by the labor of the tenant its value has risen to 150,000 francs, the tenant, who produced this extra value, is the legitimate proprietor of 1/3 of the farm. Mch. Comte could not have pronounced this doctrine false, for it was he who said, "Men who increase the fertility of the earth are no less useful to their fellow men, than if they should create new land." Why, then, is not this rule applicable to the man who improves the land, as well as to him who clears it? The labor of the former makes the land worth 1, that of the latter makes it worth 2, both create equal values. Why not accord to both equal property? I defy anyone to refute this argument, without again falling back on the right of first occupancy. But, it will be said, even if your wish should be granted, property would not be distributed much more evenly than now. Land does not go on increasing in value forever. After 2 or 3 seasons it attains its maximum fertility. That which is added by the agricultural art results rather from the progress of science and the diffusion of knowledge, than from the skill of the cultivator. Consequently, the addition of a few workers to the mass of proprietors would be no argument against property. This discussion would, indeed, prove a well-nigh useless one, if our labors culminated in simply extending land privilege and industrial monopoly, in emancipating only a few hundred workers out of the millions of proletarians. But this also is a misconception of our real thought, and does but prove the general lack of intelligence and logic. If the worker, who adds to the value of a thing, has a right of property in it, he who maintains this value acquires the same right. For what is maintenance? It is incessant addition, continuous creation. What is it to cultivate? It is to give the soil its value every year. It is, by annually renewed creation, to prevent the diminution or destruction of the value of a piece of land. Admitting, then, that property is rational and legitimate, admitting that rent is equitable and just, I say that he who cultivates acquires property by as good a title as he who clears, or he who improves, and that every time a tenant pays his rent, he obtains a fraction of property in the land entrusted to his care, the denominator of which is equal to the proportion of rent paid. Unless you admit this, you fall into absolutism and tyranny, you recognize class privileges, you sanction slavery. Whoever labors becomes a proprietor. This is an inevitable deduction from the acknowledged principles of political economy and jurisprudence. And when I say proprietor, I do not mean simply, as do our hypocritical economists, proprietor of his allowance, his salary, his wages. I mean proprietor of the value which he creates, and by which the master alone profits. As all this relates to the theory of wages and of the distribution of products, and as this matter never has been even partially cleared up, I ask permission to insist on it. This discussion will not be useless to the work in hand. Many persons talk of admitting working people to a share in the products and profits, but in their minds this participation is pure benevolence. They have never shown, perhaps never suspected, that it was a natural, necessary right, inherent in labor, and inseparable from the function of producer, even in the lowest forms of his work. This is my proposition: the worker retains, even after he has received his wages, a natural right of property in the thing which he has produced. I again quote M.Ch. Comte. Some workers are employed in draining marshes, in cutting down trees and brushwood, in a word, in cleaning up the soil. They increase the value, they make the amount of property larger, they are paid for the value which they add in the form of food and daily wages. It then becomes the property of the capitalist. The price is not sufficient, the labor of the workers has created a value, now this value is their property. But they have neither sold nor exchanged it, and you, capitalist, you have not earned it? That you should have a partial right to the whole, in return for the materials that you have furnished and the provisions that you have supplied, is perfectly just. You contributed to the production, you ought to share in the enjoyment. But your right does not annihilate that of the workers, who, in spite of you, have been your colleagues in the work of production. Why do you talk of wages? The money with which you pay the wages of the workers remunerates them for only a few years of the perpetual possession which they have abandoned to you. Wages is the cost of the daily maintenance and refreshment of the worker. You are wrong in calling it the price of a sale. The worker has sold nothing, he knows neither his right, nor the extent of the concession which he has made to you, nor the meaning of the contract which you pretend to have made with him. On his side, utter ignorance; on yours, error and surprise, not to say deceit and fraud. Let us make this clearer by another and more striking example. No one is ignorant of the difficulties that are met with in the conversion of untilled land into arable and productive land. These difficulties are so great, that usually an isolated man would perish before he could put the soil in a condition to yield him even the most meager living. To that end are needed the united and combined efforts of society, and all the resources of industry. Mch. Kohn quotes on this subject numerous and well-authenticated facts, little thinking that he is amassing testimony against his own system. Let us suppose that a colony of 20 or 30 families establishes itself in a wild district, covered with underbrush and forests, and from which, by agreement, the natives consent to withdraw. Each one of these families possesses a moderate but sufficient amount of capital, of such a nature as a colonist would be apt to choose animals, seeds, tools, and a little money and food. The land having been divided, each one settles himself as comfortably as possible, and begins to clear away the portion allotted to him. But after a few weeks of fatigue, such as they never before have known, of inconceivable suffering, of ruinous and almost useless labor, our colonists begin to complain of their trade, their condition seems hard to them, they curse their sad existence. Suddenly, one of the shrewdest among them kills a pig, cures a part of the meat, and, resolved to sacrifice the rest of his provisions, goes to find his companions in misery. "Friends," he begins in a very benevolent tone, "how much trouble it costs you to do a little work and live uncomfortably. A fortnight of labor has reduced you to your last extremity. Let us make an arrangement by which you shall all profit. I offer you provisions and wine, you shall get so much every day, we will work together, and, zounds! My friends, we will be happy and contented." Would it be possible for empty stomachs to resist such an invitation? The hungriest of them follow the treacherous tempter. They go to work, the charm of society, emulation, joy, and mutual assistance double their strength, the work can be seen to advance. Singing and laughing, they subdue nature. In a short time, the soil is thoroughly changed, the mellowed earth waits only for the seed. That done, the proprietor pays his workers, who, on going away, return him their thanks, and grieve that the happy days which they have spent with him are over. Others follow this example, always with the same success. Then, these installed, the rest disperse, each one returns to his grubbing. But, while grubbing, it is necessary to live. While they have been clearing away for their neighbor, they have done no clearing for themselves. 1 year's seed time and harvest is already gone. They had calculated that in lending their labor they could not but gain, since they would save their own provisions, and, while living better, would get still more money. False calculation. They have created for another the means wherewith to produce, and have created nothing for themselves. The difficulties of clearing remain the same, their clothing wears out, their provisions give out, soon their purse becomes empty for the profit of the individual for whom they have worked, and who alone can furnish the provisions which they need, since he alone is in a position to produce them. Then, when the poor grubber has exhausted his resources, the man with the provisions, like the wolf in the fable, who scents his victim from afar, again comes forward. One he offers to employ again by the day, from another he offers to buy at a favorable price a piece of his bad land, which is not, and never can be, of any use to him, that is, he uses the labor of one man to cultivate the field of another for his own benefit. So that at the end of 20 years, of 30 individuals originally equal in point of wealth, 5 or 6 have become proprietors of the whole district, while the rest have been philanthropically dispossessed. In this century of bourgeoisie morality, in which I have had the honor to be born, the moral sense is so debased that I should not be at all surprised if I were asked, by many a worthy proprietor, what I see in this that is unjust and illegitimate. Debased creature! Galvanized corpse! How can I expect to convince you, if you cannot tell theft when I show it to you? A man, by soft and insinuating words, discovers the secret of taxing others that he may establish himself, then, once enriched by their united efforts, he refuses, on the very conditions which he himself dictated, to advance the well-being of those who made his fortune for him, and you ask how such conduct is fraudulent. Under the pretext that he has paid his workers, that he owes them nothing more, that he has nothing to gain by putting himself at the service of others, while his own occupations claim his attention, he refuses, I say, to aid others in getting a foothold, as he was aided in getting his own, and when, in the impotence of their isolation, these poor workers are compelled to sell their birthright, he, this ungrateful proprietor, this knavish upstart, stands ready to put the finishing touch to their deprivation and their ruin. And you think that just? Take care. I read in your startled countenance the reproach of a guilty conscience, much more clearly than the innocent astonishment of involuntary ignorance. The capitalist, they say, has paid the workers their daily wages. To be accurate, it must be said that the capitalist has paid as many times one day's wage as he has employed workers each day, which is not at all the same thing. For he has paid nothing for that immense power which results from the union and harmony of workers, and the convergence and simultaneousness of their efforts. 200 grenadiers stood the obelisk of Luxor upon its base in a few hours. Do you suppose that one man could have accomplished the same task in 200 days? Nevertheless, on the books of the capitalist, the amount of wages paid would have been the same. Well, a desert to prepare for cultivation, a house to build, a factory to run, all these are obelisks to erect, mountains to move. The smallest fortune, the most insignificant establishment, the setting in motion of the lowest industry, demand the concurrence of so many different kinds of labor and skill, that one man could not possibly execute the whole of them. It is astonishing that the economists never have called attention to this fact. Strike a balance, then, between the capitalist's receipts and his payments. Consequently, when M.Ch. Comte, following out his hypothesis, shows us his capitalist acquiring one after another the products of his employees' labor, he sinks deeper and deeper into the mire, and, as his argument does not change, our reply of course remains the same. Other workers are employed in building, some quarry the stone, others transport it, others cut it, and still others put it in place. Each of them adds a certain value to the material which passes through his hands, and this value, the product of his labor, is his property. He sells it, as fast as he creates it, to the proprietor of the building, who pays him for it in food and wages. Divide et impera, divide, and you shall command, divide, and you shall grow rich, divide, and you shall deceive men, you shall daze their minds, you shall mock at justice. Separate workers from each other, perhaps each one's daily wage exceeds the value of each individual's product, but that is not the question under consideration. A force of 1,000 men working 20 days has been paid the same wages that one would be paid for working 55 years, but this force of 1,000 has done in 20 days what a single man could not have accomplished, though he had labored for 1,000,000 centuries. Is the exchange an equitable one? Once more, no. When you have paid all the individual forces, the collective force still remains to be paid. Consequently, there remains always a right of collective property which you have not acquired, and which you enjoy unjustly. Admit that 20 days' wages suffice to feed, lodge, and clothe this multitude for 20 days, thrown out of employment at the end of that time, what will become of them, if, as fast as they create, they abandon their creations to the proprietors who will soon discharge them? While the proprietor, firm in his position, thanks to the aid of all the workers, dwells in security, and fears no lack of labor or bread, the worker's only dependence is upon the benevolence of this same proprietor, to whom he has sold and surrendered his liberty. If, then, the proprietor, shielding himself behind his comfort and his rights, refuses to employ the worker, how can the worker live? He has plowed an excellent field, and cannot sow it; he has built an elegant and commodious house, and cannot live in it; he has produced all, and can enjoy nothing. Labor leads us to equality. Every step that we take brings us nearer to it, and if workers had equal strength, diligence, and industry, clearly their fortunes would be equal also. Indeed, if, as is pretended and as we have admitted, the worker is proprietor of the value which he creates, it follows 1. That the worker should acquire at the expense of the idle proprietor. 2. That all production being necessarily collective, the worker is entitled to a share of the products and profits commensurate with his labor. 3. That all accumulated capital being social property, no one can be its exclusive proprietor. These inferences are unavoidable, these alone would suffice to revolutionize our whole economic system, and change our institutions and our laws. Why do the very persons, who laid down this principle, now refuse to be guided by it? Why do the Says, the Cohns, the Hennequins, and others, after having said that property is born of labor, seek to fix it by occupation and prescription? But let us leave these sophists to their contradictions and blindness. The good sense of the people will do justice to their equivocations. Let us make haste to enlighten it, and show it the true path. Equality approaches, already between it and us but a short distance intervenes, tomorrow even this distance will have been traversed. 6. That in society all wages are equal. When the Saint-Simonians, the Fourierists, and, in general, all who in our day are connected with social economy and reform, inscribe upon their banner, "To each according to his capacity, to each capacity according to its results, Saint Simon. To each according to his capital, his labor, and his skill, Fourier," they mean, although they do not say so in so many words, that the products of nature procured by labor and industry are a reward, a palm, a crown offered to all kinds of preeminence and superiority. They regard the land as an immense arena in which prizes are contended for no longer, it is true, with lances and swords, by force and by treachery, but by acquired wealth, by knowledge, talent, and by virtue itself. In a word, they mean, and everybody agrees with them, that the greatest capacity is entitled to the greatest reward, and, to use the mercantile phraseology which has, at least, the merit of being straightforward, that salaries must be governed by capacity and its results. This proposition, taken, as they say, in sensu obvio, in the sense usually attributed to it, is false, absurd, unjust, contradictory, hostile to liberty, friendly to tyranny, antisocial, and was unluckily framed under the express influence of the property idea. And, first, capital must be crossed off the list of elements which are entitled to a reward. The Fourierists, as far as I have been able to learn from a few of their pamphlets, deny the right of occupancy, and recognize no basis of property save labor. Starting with a like premise, they would have seen, had they reasoned upon the matter, that capital is a source of production to its proprietor only by virtue of the right of occupancy, and that this production is therefore illegitimate. Indeed, if labor is the sole basis of property, I cease to be proprietor of my field as soon as I receive rent for it from another. This we have shown beyond all cavil. It is the same with all capital, so that to put capital in an enterprise, is, by the law's decision, to exchange it for an equivalent sum in products. Thus, capital can be exchanged, but cannot be a source of income. In labor, two things must be noticed and distinguished: association and available material. In so far as workers are associated, they are equal, and it involves a contradiction to say that one should be paid more than another. But every industry needs, they will add, leaders, instructors, superintendents, etc. Will these be engaged in the general task? No, since their task is to lead, instruct, and superintend. But they must be chosen from the workers by the workers themselves, and must fulfill the conditions of eligibility. It is the same with all public functions, whether of administration or instruction. Then, Article 1 of the Universal Constitution will be: the limited quantity of available material proves the necessity of dividing the labor among the whole number of workers. The capacity, given to all, of accomplishing a social task, that is, an equal task, and the impossibility of paying one worker save in the products of another, Justify the equality of wages. Chapter 4. That property is impossible. The last resort of proprietors, the overwhelming argument whose invincible potency reassures them, is that, in their opinion, equality of conditions is impossible. Equality of conditions is a chimera, they cry with a knowing air. Distribute wealth equally today, tomorrow this equality will have vanished. To this hackneyed objection, which they repeat everywhere with the most marvelous assurance, they never fail to add the following comment, as a sort of glory be to the Father: if all men were equal, nobody would work. This anthem is sung with variations. If all were masters, nobody would obey. If nobody were rich, who would employ the poor? And, if nobody were poor, who would labor for the rich? But let us have done with invective, we have better arguments at our command. If I show that property itself is impossible, that it is property which is a contradiction, a chimera, a utopia, and if I show it no longer by metaphysics and jurisprudence, but by figures, equations, and calculations, imagine the fright of the astounded proprietor. And you, reader, what do you think of the retort? Axiom: property is the right of increase droit d'aubaine claimed by the proprietor over anything which he has stamped as his own. Observations: increase aubaine receives different names according to the thing by which it is yielded, if by land, farm rent; if by houses and furniture, rent; if by life investments, revenue; if by money, interest; if by exchange, advantage, gain, profit, three things which must not be confounded with the wages or legitimate price of labor. Property is impossible, because it demands something for nothing. The discussion of this proposition covers the same ground as that of the origin of farm rent, which is so much debated by the economists. When I read the writings of the greater part of these men, I cannot avoid a feeling of contempt mingled with anger, in view of this mass of nonsense, in which the detestable vies with the absurd. It would be a repetition of the story of the elephant in the moon, were it not for the atrocity of the consequences. To seek a rational and legitimate origin of that which is, and ever must be, only theft, extortion, and plunder, that must be the height of the proprietor's folly, the last degree of bedevilment into which minds, otherwise judicious, can be thrown by the perversity of selfishness. A farmer, says Say, is a wheat manufacturer who, among other tools which serve him in modifying the material from which he makes the wheat, employs one large tool, which we call a field. If he is not the proprietor of the field, if he is only a tenant, he pays the proprietor for the productive service of this tool. The tenant is reimbursed by the purchaser, the latter by another, until the product reaches the consumer, who redeems the first payment, plus all the others, by means of which the product has at last come into his hands. Let us lay aside the subsequent payments by which the product reaches the consumer, and, for the present, pay attention only to the first one of all, the rent paid to the proprietor by the tenant. On what ground, we ask, is the proprietor entitled to this rent? Buchanan, a commentator on Smith, regarded farm rent as the result of a monopoly, and maintained that labor alone is productive. Consequently, he thought that, without this monopoly, products would rise in price, and he found no basis for farm rent save in the civil law. This opinion is a corollary of that which makes the civil law the basis of property. But why has the civil law, which ought to be the written expression of justice, authorized this monopoly? Whoever says monopoly, necessarily excludes justice. Now, to say that farm rent is a monopoly sanctioned by the law, is to say that injustice is based on justice, a contradiction in terms. Say answers Buchanan, that the proprietor is not a monopolist, because a monopolist is one who does not increase the utility of the merchandise which passes through his hands. How much does the proprietor increase the utility of his tenant's products? Has he plowed, sowed, reaped, mowed, winnowed, weeded? These are the processes by which the tenant and his employees increase the utility of the material which they consume for the purpose of reproduction. The landed proprietor increases the utility of products by means of his implement, the land. This implement receives in one state, and returns in another, the materials of which wheat is composed. The action of the land is a chemical process, which so modifies the material that it multiplies it by destroying it. The soil is then a producer of utility, and when it asks its pay in the form of profit, or farm rent, for its proprietor, it at the same time gives something to the consumer in exchange for the amount which the consumer pays it. It gives him a produced utility, and it is the production of this utility which warrants us in calling land productive, as well as labor. Let us clear up this matter. The blacksmith who manufactures for the farmer implements of husbandry, the wheelwright who makes him a cart, the mason who builds his barn, the carpenter, the basket maker, etc., all of whom contribute to agricultural production by the tools which they provide are producers of utility, consequently, they are entitled to a part of the products. Undoubtedly, says Say, but the land also is an implement whose service must be paid for, then. I admit that the land is an implement, but who made it? Did the proprietor? Did he by the efficacious virtue of the right of property, by this moral quality infused into the soil endow it with vigor and fertility? Exactly there lies the monopoly of the proprietor, in the fact that, though he did not make the implement, he asks pay for its use. When the Creator shall present himself and claim farm rent, we will consider the matter with him, or even when the proprietor his pretended representative shall exhibit his power of attorney. The proprietor's service, adds Say, is easy, I admit. It is a frank confession. But we cannot disregard it. Without property, one farmer would contend with another for the possession of a field without a proprietor, and the field would remain uncultivated. Then the proprietor's business is to reconcile farmers by robbing them. O logic! O justice! O the marvelous wisdom of economists! The proprietor, if they are right, is like Parendandin 366 who, when summoned by two travelers to settle a dispute about an oyster, opened it, gobbled it, and said to them, "The court awards you each a shell." Could anything worse be said of property? Will Say tell us why the same farmers, who, if there were no proprietors, would contend with each other for possession of the soil, do not contend today with the proprietors for this possession? Obviously, because they think them legitimate possessors, and because their respect for even an imaginary right exceeds their avarice. I proved, in Chapter 2, that possession is sufficient, without property, to maintain social order. Would it be more difficult, then, to reconcile possessors without masters than tenants controlled by proprietors? Would laboring men, who respect much to their own detriment the pretended rights of the idler, violate the natural rights of the producer and the manufacturer? What? If the husbandman forfeited his right to the land as soon as he ceased to occupy it, would he become more covetous? And would the impossibility of demanding increase obeying, of taxing another's labor, be a source of quarrels and lawsuits? The economists use singular logic. But we are not yet through. Admit that the proprietor is the legitimate master of the land. The land is an instrument of production, they say. That is true. But when, changing the noun into an adjective, they alter the phrase, thus, the land is a productive instrument, they make a wicked blunder. According to Quesnay and the early economists, all production comes from the land. Smith, Ricardo, and de Tracy, on the contrary, say that labor is the sole agent of production. Say, and most of his successors, teach that both land and labor and capital are productive. The latter constitute the eclectic school of political economy. The truth is, that neither land nor labor nor capital is productive. Production results from the cooperation of these three equally necessary elements, which, taken separately, are equally sterile. Political economy, indeed, treats of the production, distribution, and consumption of wealth or values. But of what values? Of the values produced by human industry, that is, of the changes made in matter by man, that he may appropriate it to his own use, and not at all of nature's spontaneous productions. Man's labor consists in a simple laying on of hands. When he has taken that trouble, he has produced a value. Until then, the salt of the sea, The water of the springs, the grass of the fields, and the trees of the forests are to him as if they were not. The sea, without the fisherman and his line, supplies no fish. The forest, without the woodcutter and his axe, furnishes neither fuel nor timber. The meadow, without the mower, yields neither hay nor aftermath. Nature is a vast mass of material to be cultivated and converted into products, but nature produces nothing for herself. In the economical sense, her products, in their relation to man, are not yet products. Capital, tools, and machinery are likewise unproductive. The hammer and the anvil, without the blacksmith and the iron, do not forge. The mill, without the miller and the grain, does not grind, etc. Bring tools and raw material together, place a plow and some seed on fertile soil, enter a smithy, light the fire, and shut up the shop, you will produce nothing. The following remark was made by an economist who possessed more good sense than most of his fellows, say credits capital with an active part unwarranted by its nature, left to itself, it is an idle tool. J. Draws, Political Economy. Finally, labor and capital together, when unfortunately combined, produce nothing. Plow a sandy desert, beat the water of the rivers, pass type through a sieve, you will get neither wheat, nor fish, nor books. Your trouble will be as fruitless as was the immense labor of the army of Xerxes, who, as Herodotus says, with his 3,000,000 soldiers, scourged the Hellespont for 24 hours, as a punishment for having broken and scattered the pontoon bridge which the great king had thrown across it. Tools and capital, land and labor, considered individually and abstractly, are not, literally speaking, productive. The proprietor who asks to be rewarded for the use of a tool, or the productive power of his land, takes for granted, then, that which is radically false, namely, that capital produces by its own effort, and, in taking pay for this imaginary product, he literally receives something for nothing. Objection: but if the blacksmith, the wheelwright, all manufacturers in short, have a right to the products in return for the implements which they furnish, and if land is an implement of production, why does not this implement entitle its proprietor, be his claim real or imaginary, to a portion of the products, as in the case of the manufacturers of plows and wagons? Reply: here we touch the heart of the question, the mystery of property, which we must clear up, if we would understand anything of the strange effects of the right of increase droit d'aubaine. He who manufactures or repairs the farmer's tools receives the price once, either at the time of delivery, or in several payments, and when this price is once paid to the manufacturer, the tools which he has delivered belong to him no more. Never does he claim double payment for the same tool, or the same job of repairs. If he annually shares in the products of the farmer, it is owing to the fact that he annually makes something for the farmer. The proprietor, on the contrary, does not yield his implement, eternally he is paid for it, eternally he keeps it. In fact, the rent received by the proprietor is not intended to defray the expense of maintaining and repairing the implement. This expense is charged to the borrower, and does not concern the proprietor except as he is interested in the preservation of the article. If he takes it upon himself to attend to the repairs, he takes care that the money which he expends for this purpose is repaid. This rent does not represent the product of the implement, since of itself the implement produces nothing. We have just proved this, and we shall prove it more clearly still by its consequences. Finally, this rent does not represent the participation of the proprietor in the production, since this participation could consist, like that of the blacksmith and the wheelwright, only in the surrender of the whole or a part of his implement, in which case he would cease to be its proprietor, which would involve a contradiction of the idea of property. Then, between the proprietor and his tenant there is no exchange either of values or services. Then, as our axiom says, farm rent is real increase and extortion based solely upon fraud and violence on the one hand, and weakness and ignorance upon the other. Products, say the economists, are bought only by products. This maxim is property's condemnation. The proprietor, producing neither by his own labor nor by his implement, and receiving products in exchange for nothing, is either a parasite or a thief. Then, if property can exist only as a right, property is impossible. Corollaries 1. The Republican Constitution of 1793, which defined property as the right to enjoy the fruit of one's labor, was grossly mistaken. It should have said, property is the right to enjoy and dispose at will of another's goods, the fruit of another's industry and labor. To every possessor of lands, houses, furniture, machinery, tools, money, etc., who lends a thing for a price exceeding the cost of repairs, the repairs being charged to the lender, and representing products which he exchanges for other products, is guilty of swindling and extortion. In short, all rent received, nominally as damages, but really as payment for a loan, is an act of property of theft. Historical comment: the tax which a victorious nation levies upon a conquered nation is genuine farm rent. The seigneurial rights abolished by the Revolution of 1789, tithes, mortmain, statute labor, etc., were different forms of the rights of property, and they who under the titles of nobles, seigneurs, prebendaries, etc. enjoyed these rights, were neither more nor less than proprietors. To defend property today is to condemn the revolution. When the ass is too heavily loaded, he lies down, man always moves on. Upon this indomitable courage, the proprietor, well knowing that it exists, bases his hopes of speculation. The free worker produces 10, for me, thinks the proprietor, he will produce 12. Indeed, before consenting to the confiscation of his fields, before bidding farewell to the paternal roof, the peasant, whose story we have just told, makes a desperate effort. He leases new land, he will sow 1/3 more, and, taking half of this new product for himself, he will harvest an additional 1/6, and thereby pay his rent. What an evil! To add 1/6 to his production, the farmer must add, not 1/6, but 2/6 to his labor. At such a price, he pays a farm rent which in God's eyes he does not owe. The landlord's example is followed by the industrialist. The former tills more land, and dispossesses his neighbors, the latter lowers the price of his merchandise, and endeavors to monopolize its manufacture and sale, and to crush out his competitors. To satisfy property, the worker must first produce beyond his needs. Then, he must produce beyond his strength. If the worker receives for his labor an average of 3 francs per day, his employer, in order to gain anything beyond his own salary, if only interest on his capital, must sell the day's labor of his employee, in the form of merchandise, for more than 3 francs. The worker cannot, then, repurchase that which he has produced for his master. It is thus with all trades whatsoever. The tailor, the hatter, the cabinet maker, the blacksmith, the tanner, the mason, the jeweler, the printer, the clerk, etc., even to the farmer and wine grower, cannot repurchase their products, since, producing for a master who in one form or another makes a profit, they are obliged to pay more for their own labor than they get for it. The laboring people can buy neither the cloth which they weave, nor the furniture which they manufacture, nor the metal which they forge, nor the jewels which they cut, nor the prints which they engrave. They can procure neither the wheat which they plant, nor the wine which they grow, nor the flesh of the animals which they raise. They are allowed neither to dwell in the houses which they build, nor to attend the plays which their labor supports, nor to enjoy the rest which their body requires. And why? Because the right of increase droit d'aubaine does not permit these things to be sold at the cost price, which is all that workers can afford to pay. On the signs of those magnificent warehouses which he in his poverty admires, the worker reads in large letters, "This is thy work, and thou shalt not have it. Sic vos non vobis." If the factory stops running, the manufacturer has to pay interest on his capital the same as before. He naturally tries, then, to continue production by lessening expenses. Then comes the lowering of wages, the introduction of machinery, the employment of women and children to do the work of men, bad workmen, and wretched work. They still produce, because the decreased cost creates a larger market, but they do not produce long, because, the cheapness being due to the quantity and rapidity of production, the productive power tends more than ever to outstrip consumption. It is when workers, whose wages are scarcely sufficient to support them from one day to another, are thrown out of work, that the consequences of the principle of property become most frightful. They have not been able to economize, they have made no savings, they have accumulated no capital whatever to support them even one day more. Today the factory is closed. Tomorrow the people starve in the streets. Day after tomorrow they will either die in the hospital, or eat in the jail. And still new misfortunes come to complicate this terrible situation. In consequence of the cessation of business, and the extreme cheapness of merchandise, the manufacturer finds it impossible to pay the interest on his borrowed capital, whereupon his frightened creditors hasten to withdraw their funds. Production is suspended, and labor comes to a standstill. Then people are astonished to see capital desert commerce, and throw itself upon the stock exchange, and I once heard M. Blanky bitterly lamenting the blind ignorance of capitalists. The cause of this movement of capital is very simple, but for that very reason an economist could not understand it, or rather must not explain it. The cause lies solely in competition. I mean by competition, not only the rivalry between two parties engaged in the same business, but the general and simultaneous effort of all kinds of business to get ahead of each other. This effort is today so strong, that the price of merchandise scarcely covers the cost of production and distribution, so that, the wages of all workers being lessened, nothing remains, not even interest for the capitalists. The primary cause of commercial and industrial stagnations is, then, interest on capital, that interest which the ancients with one accord branded with the name of usury, whenever it was paid for the use of money, but which they did not dare to condemn in the forms of house rent, farm rent, or profit, as if the nature of the thing lent could ever warrant a charge for the lending, that is, theft. In proportion to the increase received by the capitalist will be the frequency and intensity of commercial crises, the first being given, we always can determine the two others, and vice versa. Do you wish to know the regulator of a society? Ascertain the amount of active capital, that is, the capital bearing interest, and the legal rate of this interest. The course of events will be a series of overturns, whose number and violence will be proportional to the activity of capital. Property is impossible, because it is powerless against property. By the third corollary of our axiom, interest tells against the proprietor as well as the stranger. This economic principle is universally admitted. Nothing simpler at first blush, yet, nothing more absurd, more contradictory in terms, or more absolutely impossible. The manufacturer, it is said, pays himself the rent on his house and capital. He pays himself, that is, he gets paid by the public who buy his products. For, suppose the manufacturer, who seems to make this profit on his property, wishes also to make it on his merchandise, can he then pay himself 1 franc for that which cost him 90 centimes, and make money by the operation? No, such a transaction would transfer the merchant's money from his right hand to his left, but without any profit whatever. Now, that which is true of a single individual trading with himself is true also of the whole business world. Form a chain of 10, 15, 20 producers, as many as you wish. If the producer A makes a profit out of the producer B, B's loss must, according to economic principles, be made up by C, C's by D, and so on through to Z. But by whom will Z be paid for the loss caused him by the profit charged by A in the beginning? By the consumer, replies say. Contemptible equivocation. Is this consumer any other, then A, B, C, D, etc., or Z? By whom will Z be paid? If he is paid by A, no one makes a profit, consequently, there is no property. If, on the contrary, Z bears the burden himself, he ceases to be a member of society, since it refuses him the right of property and profit, which it grants to the other associates. Since, then, a nation, like universal humanity, is a vast industrial association which cannot act outside of itself. It is clear that no man can enrich himself without impoverishing another. For, in order that the right of property, the right of increase droit d'aubaine, may be respected in the case of A, it must be denied to Z. Thus we see how equality of rights, separated from equality of conditions, may be a truth. The iniquity of political economy in this respect is flagrant. When I, a manufacturer, purchase the labor of a worker, I do not include his wages in the net product of my business, on the contrary, I deduct them. But the worker includes them in his net product, say, political economy. That means that all which the worker gains is net product, but that only that part of the manufacturer's gains is net product, which remains after deducting his wages. But why is the right of profit confined to the manufacturer? Why is this right, which is at bottom the right of property itself, denied to the worker? In the terms of economic science, the worker is capital. Now, all capital, beyond the cost of its maintenance and repair, must bear interest. This the proprietor takes care to get, both for his capital and for himself. Why is the worker prohibited from charging a like interest for his capital, which is himself? Property, then, is inequality of rights, for, if it were not inequality of rights, it would be equality of goods. In other words, it would not exist. Now, the Charter guarantees to all equality of rights. Then, by the Charter, property is impossible. 2 is A, the proprietor of an estate, entitled by the fact of his proprietorship to take possession of the field belonging to be his neighbor? No, reply the proprietors, but what has that to do with the right of property? That I shall show you by a series of similar propositions. Has C, a hatter, the right to force D, his neighbor, and also a hatter, to close his shop, and cease his business? Not the least in the world. But C wishes to make a profit of 1 franc on every hat, while D is content with 50 centimes. It is evident that D's moderation is injurious to C's extravagant claims. Has the latter a right to prevent D from selling? Certainly not. Since D is at liberty to sell his hats 50 centimes cheaper than C if he chooses, C in his turn is free to reduce his price 1 franc. Now, D is poor, while C is rich, so that at the end of 2 or 3 years D is ruined by this intolerable competition, and C has complete control of the market. Can the proprietor D get any redress from the proprietor C? Can he bring a suit against him to recover his business and property? No, for D could have done the same thing, had he been the richer of the two. On the same ground, the large proprietor A may say to the small proprietor B, "Sell me your field, otherwise you shall not sell your wheat," and that without doing him the least wrong, or giving him ground for complaint. So that A can devour B if he likes, for the very reason that A is stronger than B. Consequently, it is not the right of property which enables A and C to rob B and D, but the right of might. By the right of property, neither the two neighbors A and B, nor the two merchants C and D, could harm each other. They could neither dispossess nor destroy one another, nor gain at one another's expense. The power of invasion lies in superior strength. But it is superior strength also which enables the manufacturer to reduce the wages of his employees, and the rich merchant and well-stocked proprietor to sell their products for what they please. The manufacturer says to the worker, "You are as free to go elsewhere with your services as I am to receive them. I offer you so much." The merchant says to the customer, "Take it or leave it, you are master of your money, as I am of my goods. I want so much." Who will yield? The weaker. Therefore, without force, property is powerless against property, since without force it has no power to increase PIERRE. Therefore, without force, property is null and void. Chapter V. Psychological exposition of the idea of justice, and a determination of the principle of government and of right. Property is impossible, equality does not exist. We hate the former, and yet wish to possess it, the latter rules all our thoughts, yet we know not how to reach it? Who will explain this profound antagonism between our conscience and our will? Who will point out the causes of this pernicious error, which has become the most sacred principle of justice and society? I am bold enough to undertake the task, and I hope to succeed. When two or more individuals have regularly organized a society, when the contracts have been agreed upon, drafted, and signed, there is no difficulty about the future. Everybody knows that when two men associate, for instance, in order to fish, if one of them catches no fish, he is none the less entitled to those caught by his associate. If two merchants form a partnership, while the partnership lasts, the profits and losses are divided between them, since each produces, not for himself, but for the society. When the time of distribution arrives, it is not the producer who is considered, but the associate. That is why the slave, to whom the planter gives straw and rice, and the civilized worker, to whom the capitalist pays a salary which is always too small, not being associated with their employers, although producing with them, are disregarded when the product is divided. Thus, the horse who draws our coaches, and the ox who draws our carts produce with us, but are not associated with us. We take their product, but do not share it with them. The animals and workers whom we employ hold the same relation to us. Whatever we do for them, we do, not from a sense of justice, but out of pure benevolence. 367. But is it possible that we are not all associated? Let us call to mind what was said in the last two chapters, that even though we do not want to be associated, the force of things, the necessity of consumption, the laws of production, and the mathematical principle of exchange combine to associate us. There is but a single exception to this rule, that of the proprietor, who, producing by his right of increase droit d'aubaine, is not associated with anyone, and consequently is not obliged to share his product with anyone, just as no one else is bound to share with him. With the exception of the proprietor, we labor for each other, we can do nothing by ourselves unaided by others, and we continually exchange products and services with each other. If these are not social acts, what are they? Now, neither a commercial, nor an industrial, nor an agricultural association can be conceived of in the absence of equality. Equality is its sine qua non. So that, in all matters which concern this association, to violate society is to violate justice and equality. Apply this principle to humanity at large. After what has been said, I assume that the reader has sufficient insight to enable him to dispense with any aid of mine. By this principle, the man who takes possession of a field, and says, "This field is mine," will not be unjust so long as everyone else has an equal right of possession, nor will he be unjust, if, wishing to change his location, he exchanges this field for an equivalent. But if, putting another in his place, he says to him, "Work for me while I rest," he then becomes unjust, unassociated, unequal. He is a proprietor. Reciprocally, the slug-guard, or the rake, who, without performing any social task, enjoys like others and often more than others the products of society, should be proceeded against as a thief and a parasite. We owe it to ourselves to give him nothing, but, since he must live, to put him under supervision, and compel him to labor. Sociability is the attraction felt by sentient beings for each other. Justice is this same attraction, accompanied by thought and knowledge. But under what general concept, in what category of the understanding, is justice placed? In the category of equal quantities. Hence, the ancient definition of justice: justum equal est, injustum inequal. What is it, then, to practice justice? It is to give equal wealth to each, on condition of equal labor. It is to act socially. Our selfishness may complain, there is no escape from evidence and necessity. What is the right of occupancy? It is a natural method of dividing the earth, by reducing each worker's share as fast as new workers present themselves. This right disappears if the public interest requires it, which, being the social interest, is also that of the occupant. What is the right of labor? It is the right to obtain one's share of wealth by fulfilling the required conditions. It is the right of society, the right of equality. Justice, which is the product of the combination of an idea and an instinct, manifests itself in man as soon as he is capable of feeling, and of forming ideas. Consequently, it has been regarded as an innate and original sentiment, but this opinion is logically and chronologically false. But justice, by its composition hybrid, if I may use the term justice, born of emotion and intellect combined, seems to me one of the strongest proofs of the unity and simplicity of the ego, the organism being no more capable of producing such a mixture by itself, than are the combined senses of hearing and sight of forming a binary sense, half auditory and half visual. When property is abolished, what will be the form of society? Will it be communism? Communism, the first expression of the social nature, is the first term of social development. The thesis, property, the reverse of communism, is the second term, the antithesis. When we have discovered the third term, the synthesis, we shall have the required solution. Now, this synthesis necessarily results from the correction of the thesis by the antithesis. Therefore it is necessary, by a final examination of their characteristics, to eliminate those features which are hostile to sociability. The union of the two remainders will give us the true form of human association. I ought not to conceal the fact that property and communism have been considered always the only possible forms of society. This deplorable error has been the life of property. The disadvantages of communism are so obvious that its critics never have needed to employ much eloquence to thoroughly disgust men with it. The irreparability of the injustice which it causes, the violence which it does to attractions and repulsions, the yoke of iron which it fastens upon the will, the moral torture to which it subjects the conscience, the debilitating effect which it has upon society, and, to sum it all up, the pious and stupid uniformity which it enforces upon the free, active, reasoning, unsubmissive personality of man, have shocked common sense, and condemned communism by an irrevocable decree. The authorities and examples cited in its favor disprove it. The communistic republic of Plato involved slavery, that of Lycurgus employed helots, whose duty it was to produce for their masters, thus enabling the latter to devote themselves exclusively to athletic sports and to war. Even J.J. Rousseau, confounding communism and equality, has said somewhere that, without slavery, he did not think equality of conditions possible. The communities of the early church did not last the first century out, and soon degenerated into monasteries. In those of the Jesuits of Paraguay, the condition of the blacks is said by all travelers to be as miserable as that of slaves, and it is a fact that the good fathers were obliged to surround themselves with ditches and walls to prevent their new converts from escaping. The followers of Babeuf, guided by a lofty horror of property rather than by any definite belief, were ruined by exaggeration of their principles. The Saint-Simonians, lumping communism and inequality, passed away like a masquerade. The greatest danger to which society is exposed today is that of another shipwreck on this rock. Singularly enough, systematic communism, communat, the deliberate negation of property, is conceived under the direct influence of the proprietary prejudice, and property is the basis of all communistic theories. The members of a community, it is true, have no private property, but the community is proprietor, and proprietor not only of the goods, but of the persons and wills. In consequence of this principle of absolute property, labor, which should be only a condition imposed upon man by nature, becomes in all communities a human commandment, and therefore odious. Passive obedience, irreconcilable with the reflecting will, is strictly enforced. Fidelity to regulations, which are always defective, however wise they may be thought, allows of no complaint. Life, talent, and all the human faculties are the property of the state, which has the right to use them as it pleases for the common good. Private associations are sternly prohibited, in spite of the likes and dislikes of different natures, because to tolerate them would be to introduce small communities within the large one, and consequently private property, the strong work for the weak, although this ought to be left to benevolence, and not enforced, advised, or enjoined, the industrious work for the lazy, although this is unjust, the clever work for the foolish, although this is absurd, and, finally, man casting aside his personality, his spontaneity, his genius, and his affections humbly annihilates himself at the feet of the majestic and inflexible commune. Communism is inequality, but not as property is. Property is the exploitation of the weak by the strong. Communism is the exploitation of the strong by the weak. In property, inequality of conditions is the result of force, under whatever name it be disguised, physical and mental force, force of events, chance, fortune, force of accumulated property, etc. In communism, inequality springs from placing mediocrity on a level with excellence. This damaging equation is repellent to the conscience, and causes merit to complain, for, although it may be the duty of the strong to aid the weak, they prefer to do it out of generosity. They never will endure a comparison. Give them equal opportunities of labor, and equal wages, but never allow their jealousy to be awakened by mutual suspicion of unfaithfulness in the performance of the common task. Communism is oppression and slavery. Man is very willing to obey the law of duty, serve his country, and oblige his friends, but he wishes to labor when he pleases, where he pleases, and as much as he pleases. He wishes to dispose of his own time, to be governed only by necessity, to choose his friendships, his recreation, and his discipline, to act from judgment, not by command, to sacrifice himself through selfishness, not through servile obligation. Communism is essentially opposed to the free exercise of our faculties, to our noblest desires, to our deepest feelings. Any plan which could be devised for reconciling it with the demands of the individual reason and will would end only in changing the thing while preserving the name. Now, if we are honest truth seekers, we shall avoid disputes about words. Thus, communism violates the sovereignty of the conscience, and equality, the first, by restricting spontaneity of mind and heart, and freedom of thought and action, the second, by placing labor and laziness, skill and stupidity, and even vice and virtue on an equality in point of comfort. For the rest, if property is impossible on account of the desire to accumulate, communism would soon become so through the desire to shirk. 2. Property, in its turn, violates equality by the rights of exclusion and increase, and freedom by despotism. The former effect of property having been sufficiently developed in the last 3 chapters, I will content myself here with establishing by a final comparison, its perfect identity with theft. In those forms of theft which are prohibited by law, force and artifice are employed alone and undisguised. In the authorized forms, they conceal themselves within a useful product, which they use as a tool to plunder their victim. The direct use of violence and stratagem was early and universally condemned, but no nation has yet got rid of that kind of theft which acts through talent, labor, and possession, and which is the source of all the dilemmas of casuistry and the innumerable contradictions of jurisprudence. The second effect of property is despotism. Now, since despotism is inseparably connected with the idea of legitimate authority, in explaining the natural causes of the first, the principle of the second will appear. What is to be the form of government in the future? I hear some of my younger readers reply, "Why, how can you ask such a question? You are a Republican." A Republican? Yes, but that word specifies nothing. Residential publica, that is, the public thing. Now, whoever is interested in public affairs no matter under what form of government may call himself a Republican. Even kings are Republicans. Well, you are a Democrat. No, what, you would have a monarchy? No, a constitutionalist. God forbid. You are then an aristocrat? Not at all. You want a mixed government. Still less. What are you, then? I am an anarchist. Oh. I understand you, you speak satirically. This is a hit at the government. By no means. I have just given you my serious and well-considered profession of faith. Although a firm friend of order, I am, in the full force of the term, an anarchist. Listen to me. By means of self-instruction and the acquisition of ideas, man finally acquires the idea of science, that is, of a system of knowledge in harmony with the reality of things, and inferred from observation. He searches for the science, or the system, of inanimate bodies, the system of organic bodies, the system of the human mind, and the system of the universe. Why should he not also search for the system of society? But, having reached this height, he comprehends that political truth, or the science of politics, exists quite independently of the will of sovereigns, the opinion of majorities, and popular beliefs that kings, ministers, magistrates, and nations, as wills, have no connection with the science, and are worthy of no consideration. He comprehends, at the same time, that, if man is born a sociable being, the authority of his father over him ceases on the day when, his mind being formed and his education finished, he becomes the associate of his father, that his true chief and his king is the demonstrated truth, that politics is a science, not a stratagem, and that the function of the legislator is reduced, in the last analysis, to the methodical search for truth. Thus, in a given society, the authority of man over man is inversely proportional to the stage of intellectual development which that society has reached, and the probable duration of that authority can be calculated from the more or less general desire for a true government, that is, for a scientific government. And just as the right of force and the right of artifice retreat before the steady advance of justice, and must finally be extinguished in equality, so the sovereignty of the will yields to the sovereignty of the reason, and must at last be lost in scientific socialism. Property and royalty have been crumbling to pieces ever since the world began. As man seeks justice in equality, so society seeks order in anarchy. Anarchy, the absence of a master, of a sovereign. 368 Such is the form of government to which we are every day approximating, and which our accustomed habit of taking man for our rule, and his will for law, leads us to regard as the height of disorder and the expression of chaos. The story is told, that a citizen of Paris in the 17th century, having heard it said that in Venice there was no king, the good man could not recover from his astonishment, and nearly died from laughter at the mere mention of so ridiculous a thing. So strong is our prejudice. As long as we live, we want a chief or chiefs, and at this very moment I hold in my hand a brochure, whose author a zealous communist dreams, like a second Marat, of the dictatorship. The most advanced among us are those who wish the greatest possible number of sovereigns. Their most ardent wish is for the royalty of the National Guard. Soon, undoubtedly, someone, jealous of the citizen militia, will say, everybody is king. But, when he has spoken, I will say, in my turn, nobody is king, we are, whether we will or no, associated. Every question of domestic politics must be decided by departmental statistics, every question of foreign politics is an affair of international statistics. The science of government rightly belongs to one of the sections of the Academy of Sciences, whose permanent secretary is necessarily Prime Minister, and, since every citizen may address a memoir to the Academy, every citizen is a legislator. But, as the opinion of no one is of any value until its truth has been proven, no one can substitute his will for reason. Nobody is king. All questions of legislation and politics are matters of science, not of opinion. The legislative power belongs only to the reason, methodically recognized and demonstrated. To attribute to any power whatever the right of veto or of sanction, is the last degree of tyranny. Justice and legality are two things as independent of our approval as is mathematical truth. To compel, they need only to be known, they need only to be considered and studied. What, then, is the nation, if it is not the sovereign, if it is not the source of the legislative power? The nation is the guardian of the law, the nation is the executive power. Every citizen may assert, this is true, that is just, but his opinion controls no one but himself. That the truth which he proclaims may become a law, it must be recognized. Now, what is it to recognize a law? It is to verify a mathematical or a metaphysical calculation, it is to repeat an experiment, to observe a phenomenon, to establish a fact. Only the nation has the right to say, be it known and decreed. I confess that this is an overturning of received ideas, and that I seem to be attempting to revolutionize our political system, but I beg the reader to consider that, having begun with a paradox, I must, if I reason correctly, meet with paradoxes at every step, and must end with paradoxes. For the rest, I do not see how the liberty of citizens would be endangered by entrusting to their hands, instead of the pen of the legislator, the sword of the law. The executive power, belonging properly to the will, cannot be confided to too many proxies. That is the true sovereignty of the nation. 369. The proprietor, the robber, the hero, the sovereign, for all these titles are synonymous, imposes his will as law, and suffers neither contradiction nor control, that is, he pretends to be the legislative and the executive power at once. Accordingly, the substitution of the scientific and true law for the royal will is accomplished only by a terrible struggle, and this constant substitution is, after property, the most potent element in history, the most prolific source of political disturbances. Examples are too numerous and too striking to require enumeration. Now, property necessarily engenders despotism, the government of caprice, the reign of libidinous pleasure. That is so clearly the essence of property that, to be convinced of it, one need but remember what it is, and observe what happens around him. Property is the right to use and abuse. If, then, government is economy, if its object is production and consumption, and the distribution of labor and products, how is government possible while property exists? And if goods are property, why should not the proprietors be kings, and despotic kings in proportion to their facults bonita ires? And if each proprietor is sovereign lord within the sphere of his property, absolute king throughout his own domain, how could a government of proprietors be anything but chaos and confusion? Then, no government, no public economy, no administration, is possible, which is based upon property. Communism seeks equality and law. Property, born of the sovereignty of the reason, and the sense of personal merit, wishes above all things independence and proportionality. But communism, mistaking uniformity for law, and levelism for equality, becomes tyrannical and unjust. Property, by its despotism and encroachments, soon proves itself oppressive and antisocial. The objects of communism and property are good, their results are bad. And why? Because both are exclusive, and each disregards two elements of society. Communism rejects independence and proportionality, property does not satisfy equality and law. Now, if we imagine a society based upon these four principles: equality, law, independence, and proportionality, we find 1. That equality, consisting only in equality of conditions, that is, of means, and not in equality of comfort, which it is the business of the workers to achieve for themselves, when provided with equal means in no way violates justice and equity. 2. That law, resulting from the knowledge of facts, and consequently based upon necessity itself, never clashes with independence. 3. That individual independence, or the autonomy of the private reason, originating in the difference in talents and capacities, can exist without danger within the limits of the law. 4. That proportionality, being admitted only in the sphere of intelligence and sentiment, and not as regards material objects, may be observed without violating justice or social equality. This third form of society, the synthesis of communism and property, we will call liberty. 370. In determining the nature of liberty, we do not unite communism and property indiscriminately, such a process would be absurd eclecticism. We search by analysis for those elements in each which are true, and in harmony with the laws of nature and society, disregarding the rest altogether, and the result gives us an adequate expression of the natural form of human society in one word: liberty. Liberty is equality, because liberty exists only in society, and in the absence of equality there is no society. Liberty is anarchy, because it does not admit the government of the will, but only the authority of the law, that is, of necessity. Liberty is infinite variety, because it respects all wills within the limits of the law. Liberty is proportionality, because it allows the utmost latitude to the ambition for merit, and the emulation of glory. I have accomplished my task, property is conquered, never again to arise. Wherever this work is read and discussed, there will be deposited the germ of death to property, there, sooner or later, privilege and servitude will disappear, and the despotism of will give place to the reign of reason. What sophisms, indeed, what prejudices, however obstinate, can stand before the simplicity of the following propositions? Individual possession 371 is the condition of social life, 5,000 years of property demonstrate it. Property is the suicide of society. Possession is a right, property is against right. Suppress property while maintaining possession, and, by this simple modification of the principle, you will revolutionize law, government, economy, and institutions, you will drive evil from the face of the earth. To all having an equal right of occupancy, possession varies with the number of possessors, property cannot establish itself. 3. The effect of labor being the same for all, property is lost in the common prosperity. 4. All human labor being the result of collective force, all property becomes, by the same reason, collective and undivided. To speak more exactly, labor destroys property. Every capacity for labor being, like every instrument of labor, an accumulated capital, and a collective property, inequality of wages and fortunes, on the ground of inequality of capacities, is, therefore, injustice and theft. 6. The necessary conditions of commerce are the liberty of the contracting parties and the equivalence of the products exchanged. Now, value being expressed by the amount of time and outlay which each product costs, and liberty being inviolable, the wages of workers, like their rights and duties, should be equal. 7. Products are bought only by products. Now, the condition of all exchange being equivalence of products, profit is impossible and unjust. Observe this elementary principle of economy, and pauperism, luxury, oppression, vice, crime, and hunger will disappear from our midst. 8. Men are associated by the physical and mathematical law of production, before they are voluntarily associated by choice. Therefore, equality of conditions is demanded by justice, that is, by strict social law. Esteem, friendship, gratitude, admiration, all fall within the domain of equitable or proportional law only. 9. Free association, liberty whose sole function is to maintain equality in the means of production and equivalence in exchanges is the only possible, the only just, the only true form of society. Politics is the science of liberty. The government of man by man, under whatever name it be disguised, is oppression. Society finds its highest perfection in the union of order with anarchy. The old civilization has run its race, a new sun is rising, and will soon renew the face of the earth. Let the present generation perish, let the old prevaricators die in the desert. The holy earth shall not cover their bones. Young man, exasperated by the corruption of the age, and absorbed in your zeal for justice, if your country is dear to you, and if you have the interests of humanity at heart, have the courage to espouse the cause of liberty. Cast off your old selfishness, and plunge into the rising flood of popular equality. There your regenerate soul will acquire new life and vigor, your enervated genius will recover unconquerable energy, and your heart, perhaps already withered, will be rejuvenated. Everything will wear a different look to your illuminated vision, new sentiments will engender new ideas within you, religion, morality, poetry, art, language will appear before you in nobler and fairer forms, and thenceforth, sure of your faith, and thoughtfully enthusiastic, you will hail the dawn of universal regeneration. And you, sad victims of an odious law, you, whom a jesting world despoils and outrages, you, whose labor has always been fruitless, and whose rest has been without hope, take courage. Your tears are numbered. The fathers have sown in affliction, the children shall reap in rejoicings. O God of liberty! God of equality! Thou who didst place in my heart the sentiment of justice, before my reason could comprehend it, hear my ardent prayer. Thou hast dictated all that I have written, thou hast shaped my thought, thou hast directed my studies, thou hast weaned my mind from curiosity and my heart from attachment, that I might publish thy truth to the master and the slave. I have spoken with what force and talent thou hast given me, it is thine to finish the work. Thou knowest whether I seek my welfare or thy glory, O God of liberty. Ah! Perish my memory, and let humanity be free. Let me see from my obscurity the people at last instructed, let noble teachers enlighten them, let generous spirits guide them. Abridge, if possible, the time of our trial, stifle pride and avarice in equality, annihilate this love of glory which enslaves us, teach these poor children that in the bosom of liberty there are neither heroes nor great men. Inspire the powerful man, the rich man, him whose name my lips shall never pronounce in thy presence, with the horror of his crimes, let him be the first to apply for admission to the redeemed society, let the promptness of his repentance be the ground of his forgiveness. Then, great and small, wise and foolish, rich and poor, will unite in an ineffable fraternity, and, singing in unison a new hymn, will rebuild thy altar, O God of liberty and equality. Letter to M. on property. What is property? Second Memoir. Paris, April 1, 1841. Translation by Benjamin R. Tucker. Monsieur. In order to live as a proprietor, or to consume without producing, it is necessary, then, to live upon the labor of another, in other words, it is necessary to kill the worker. It is upon this principle that proprietors of those varieties of capital which are of primary necessity increase their farm rents as fast as industry develops, much more careful of their privileges in that respect, than those economists who, in order to strengthen property, advocate a reduction of interest. But the crime is unavailing, labor and production increase, soon the proprietor will be forced to labor, and then property is lost. The proprietor is a man who, having absolute control of an instrument of production, claims the right to enjoy the product of the instrument without using it himself. To this end he lends it, and we have just seen that from this loan the worker derives a power of exchange, which sooner or later will destroy the right of increase droit d'aubaine. In the first place, the proprietor is obliged to allow the worker a portion of the product, for without it the worker could not live. Soon the latter, through the development of his industry, finds a means of regaining the greater portion of that which he gives to the proprietor, so that at last, the objects of enjoyment increasing continually, while the income of the idler remains the same, the proprietor, having exhausted his resources, begins to think of going to work himself. Then the victory of the producer is certain. Labor commences to tip the balance towards its own side, and commerce leads to equilibrium. Man's instinct cannot err, as, in liberty, exchange of functions leads inevitably to equality among men, so commerce, or exchange of products, which is identical with exchange of functions, is a new cause of equality. As long as the proprietor does not labor, however small his income, he enjoys a privilege. The worker's welfare may be equal to his, but equality of conditions does not exist. But as soon as the proprietor becomes a producer, since he can exchange his special product only with his tenant or his commandite 372, sooner or later this tenant, this exploited man, if violence is not done him, will make a profit out of the proprietor, and will oblige him to restore in the exchange of their respective products the interest on his capital. So that, balancing one injustice by another, the contracting parties will be equal. Labor and exchange, when liberty prevails, lead, then, to equality of fortunes, mutuality of services neutralizes privilege. That is why despots in all ages and countries have assumed control of commerce. They wish to prevent the labor of their subjects from becoming an obstacle to the rapacity of tyrants. Up to this point, all takes place in the natural order, there is no premeditation, no artifice. The whole proceeding is governed by the laws of necessity alone. Proprietors and workers act only in obedience to their wants. Thus, the exercise of the right of increase droit d'aubaine, the art of robbing the producer, depends during this first period of civilization upon physical violence, murder, and war. In 89 and 93, the possessions of the nobility and the clergy were confiscated, the clever proletarians were enriched, and today the latter, having become aristocrats, are making us pay dearly for our fathers' robbery. What, therefore, is to be done now? It is not for us to violate right, but to restore it. Now, it would be a violation of justice to dispossess some and endow others, and then stop there. We must gradually lower the rate of interest, organize industry, associate workers and their functions, and take a census of the large fortunes, not for the purpose of granting privileges, but that we may effect their redemption by settling a life annuity upon their proprietors. We must apply on a large scale the principle of collective production, give the state eminent domain over all capital. Make each producer responsible, abolish the custom house, and transform every profession and trade into a public function. Thereby large fortunes will vanish without confiscation or violence, individual possession will establish itself, without communism, under the inspection of the Republic, and equality of conditions will no longer depend simply on the will of citizens. How many small proprietors and manufacturers have not been ruined by large ones through chicanery, lawsuits, and competition? Strategy, violence, and usury, such are the proprietor's methods of plundering the worker. Thus we see property, at all ages and in all its forms, oscillating by virtue of its principle between two opposite terms: extreme division and extreme accumulation. Property, at its first term, is almost null. Reduced to personal exploitation, it is property only potentially. At its second term, it exists in its perfection, then it is truly property. When property is widely distributed, society thrives, progresses, grows, and rises quickly to the zenith of its power. Thus, the Jews, after leaving Babylon with Esdras and Nehemiah, soon became richer and more powerful than they had been under their kings. Sparta was in a strong and prosperous condition during the 2 or 3 centuries which followed the death of Lycurgus. The best days of Athens were those of the Persian War. Rome, whose inhabitants were divided from the beginning into 2 classes, the exploiters and the exploited, knew no such thing as peace. When property is concentrated, society, abusing itself, polluted, so to speak, grows corrupt, wears itself out. How shall I express this horrible idea? Plunges into long-continued and fatal luxury. The most exact idea of property is given us by the Roman law, faithfully followed in this particular by the ancient legists. It is the absolute, exclusive, autocratic domain of a man over a thing, a domain which begins by usurpation, is maintained by possession, and finally, by the aid of prescription, finds its sanction in the civil law, a domain which so identifies the man with the thing, that the proprietor can say, "He who uses my field, virtually compels me to labor for him, therefore he owes me compensation." I pass in silence the secondary modes by which property can be acquired: tradition, sale, exchange, inheritance, etc., which have nothing in common with the origin of property. Accordingly, Poitiers said the domain of property, and not simply property. And the most learned writers on jurisprudence, in imitation of the Roman praetor who recognized a right of property and a right of possession, have carefully distinguished between the domain and the right of usufruct, use, and habitation, which, reduced to its natural limits, is the very expression of justice, and which is, in my opinion, to supplant dominial property, and finally form the basis of all jurisprudence. But, sir, admire the clumsiness of systems, or rather the fatality of logic. While the Roman law and all the savants inspired by it teach that property in its origin is the right of first occupancy sanctioned by law, the modern legists, dissatisfied with this brutal definition, claim that property is based upon labor. Immediately they infer that he who no longer labors, but makes another labor in his stead, loses his right to the earnings of the latter. It is by virtue of this principle that the serfs of the Middle Ages claimed a legal right to property, and consequently to the enjoyment of political rights, that the clergy were despoiled in 89 of their immense estates, and were granted a pension in exchange, that at the Restoration the liberal deputies opposed the indemnity of 1 billion francs. The nation, said they, has acquired by 25 years of labor and possession the property which the emigrants forfeited by abandonment and long idleness. Why should the nobles be treated with more favor than the priests? 373. All usurpations, not born of war, have been caused and supported by labor. All modern history proves this, from the end of the Roman Empire down to the present day. And as if to give a sort of legal sanction to these usurpations, the doctrine of labor, subversive of property, is professed at great length in the Roman law under the name of prescription. The man who cultivates, it has been said, makes the land his own, consequently, no more property. This was clearly seen by the old jurists, who have not failed to denounce this novelty, while on the other hand the young school hoots at the absurdity of the first occupant theory. Others have presented themselves, pretending to reconcile the two opinions by uniting them. They have failed, like all the just milieu of the world, and are laughed at for their eclecticism. At present, the alarm is in the camp of the old doctrine. From all sides pour in defenses of property, studies regarding property, theories of property, each one of which, giving the lie to the rest, inflicts a fresh wound upon property. Consider, indeed, the inextricable embarrassments, the contradictions, the absurdities, the incredible nonsense, in which the bold defenders of property so lightly involve themselves. I choose the eclectics, because, those killed, the others cannot survive. M. Trollong, jurist, passes for a philosopher in the eyes of the editors of Le Droit. I tell the gentlemen of Le Droit that, in the judgment of philosophers, M. Trollong is only a lawyer, and I prove my assertion. M. Trollong is a defender of progress. The words of the code, says he, are fruitful sap with which the classic works of the 18th century overflow. To wish to suppress them, is to violate the law of progress, and to forget that a science which moves is a science which grows. 374. Now, the only mutable and progressive portion of law, as we have already seen, is that which concerns property. If, then, you ask what reforms are to be introduced into the right of property, M. Trollong makes no reply. What progress is to be hoped for? No reply. What is to be the destiny of property in case of universal association? No reply. What is the absolute and what the contingent, what the true and what the false, in property? No reply. M. Trollong favors quiescence and in statu quo in regard to property. What could be more unphilosophical in a progressive philosopher? Nevertheless, M. Trollong has thought about these things. There are, he says, many weak points and antiquated ideas in the doctrines of modern authors concerning property, witness the works of M.M. Taulier and Duranton. The doctrine of M. Trollong promises, then, strong points, advanced and progressive ideas. Let us see, let us examine. Man, placed in the presence of matter, is conscious of a power over it, which has been given to him to satisfy the needs of his being. King of inanimate or unintelligent nature, he feels that he has a right to modify it, govern it, and fit it for his use. There it is, the subject of property, which is legitimate only when exercised over things, never when over persons. M. Trollong is so little of a philosopher, that he does not even know the import of the philosophical terms which he makes a show of using. He says of matter that it is the subject of property, he should have said the object. M. Trollong uses the language of the anatomists, who apply the term subject to the human matter used in their experiments. This error of our author is repeated farther on: liberty, which overcomes matter, the subject of property, etc. The subject of property is man, its object is matter. But even this is but a slight mortification, directly we shall have some crucifixions. Thus, according to the passage just quoted, it is in the conscience and personality of man that the principle of property must be sought. Is there anything new in this doctrine? Apparently it never has occurred to those who, since the days of Cicero and Aristotle, and earlier, have maintained that things belong to the first occupant, that occupation may be exercised by beings devoid of conscience and personality. The human personality, though it may be the principle or the subject of property, as matter is the object, is not the condition. Now, it is this condition which we most need to know. So far, Proughon tells us no more than his masters, and the figures with which he adorns his style add nothing to the old idea. Property, then, implies three terms: the subject, the object, and the condition. There is no difficulty in regard to the first two terms. As to the third, the condition of property down to this day, for the Greek as for the barbarian, has been that of first occupancy. What now would you have it, progressive doctor? When man lays hands for the first time upon an object without a master, he performs an act which, among individuals, is of the greatest importance. The thing thus seized and occupied participates, so to speak, in the personality of him who holds it. It becomes sacred, like himself. It is impossible to take it without doing violence to his liberty, or to remove it without rashly invading his person. Diogenes did but express this truth of intuition, when he said, "Stand out of my light." Very good. But would the prince of cynics, the very personal and very haughty Diogenes, have had the right to charge another cynic, as rent for this same place in the sunshine, a bone for 24 hours of possession? It is that which constitutes the proprietor, it is that which you fail to justify. In reasoning from the human personality and individuality to the right of property, you unconsciously construct a syllogism in which the conclusion includes more than the premises, contrary to the rules laid down by Aristotle. The individuality of the human person proves individual possession, originally called proprietas, in opposition to collective possession, communio. It gives birth to the distinction between thine and mine, true signs of equality, not, by any means, of subordination. From equivocation to equivocation, says M. Mitchell at 375, property would crawl to the end of the world, man could not limit it, were not he himself its limit. Where they clash, there will be its frontier. In short, individuality of being destroys the hypothesis of communism, but it does not for that reason give birth to domain, that domain by virtue of which the holder of a thing exercises over the person who takes his place a right of prestation and suzerainty, that has always been identified with property itself. Further, that he whose legitimately acquired possession injures nobody cannot be non-suited without flagrant injustice, is a truth, not of intuition, as M. Proughon says, but of inward sensation 376, which has nothing to do with property. M. Proughon admits, then, occupancy as a condition of property. In that, he is in accord with the Roman law, in accord with MM. Taulier and Duranton, but in his opinion this condition is not the only one, and it is in this particular that his doctrine goes beyond theirs. But, however exclusive the right arising from sole occupancy, does it not become still more so, when man has molded matter by his labor, when he has deposited in it a portion of himself, recreating it by his industry, and setting upon it the seal of his intelligence and activity? Of all conquests, that is the most legitimate, for it is the price of labor. He who should deprive a man of the thing thus remodeled, thus humanized, would invade the man himself, and would inflict the deepest wounds upon his liberty. I pass over the very beautiful explanations in which M. Proughon, discussing labor and industry, displays the whole wealth of his eloquence. M. Proughon is not only a philosopher, he is an orator, an artist. He abounds with appeals to the conscience and the passions. I might make sad work of his rhetoric, should I undertake to dissect it, but I confine myself for the present to his philosophy. If M. Proughon had only known how to think and reflect, before abandoning the original fact of occupancy and plunging into the theory of labor, he would have asked himself, what is it to occupy? And he would have discovered that occupancy is only a generic term by which all modes of possession are expressed: seizure, station, immanence, habitation, cultivation, use, consumption, etc., that labor, consequently, is but one of 1,000 forms of occupancy. He would have understood, finally, that the right of possession which is born of labor is governed by the same general laws as that which results from the simple seizure of things. What kind of a legist is he who declaims when he ought to reason, who continually mistakes his metaphors for legal axioms, and who does not so much as know how to obtain a universal by induction, and form a category? If labor is identical with occupancy, the only benefit which it secures to the worker is the right of individual possession of the object of his labor. If it differs from occupancy, it gives birth to a right equal only to itself, that is, a right which begins, continues, and ends, with the labor of the occupant. It is for this reason, in the words of the law, that one cannot acquire a just title to a thing by labor alone. He must also hold it for a year and a day, in order to be regarded as its possessor, and possess it 20 or 30 years, in order to become its proprietor. These preliminaries established, M. Troplong's whole structure falls of its own weight, and the inferences, which he attempts to draw, vanish. Property once acquired by occupation and labor, it naturally preserves itself, not only by the same means, but also by the refusal of the holder to abdicate, for from the very fact that it has risen to the height of a right, it is its nature to perpetuate itself and to last for an indefinite period. Rights, considered from an ideal point of view, are imperishable and eternal, and time, which affects only the contingent, can no more disturb them than it can injure God himself. It is astonishing that our author, in speaking of the ideal, time, and eternity, did not work into his sentence the divine wings of Plato so fashionable today in philosophical works. With the exception of falsehood, I hate nonsense more than anything else in the world. Property once acquired. Good, if it is acquired, but, as it is not acquired, it cannot be preserved. Rights are eternal. Yes, in the sight of God, like the archetypal ideas of the Platonists. But, on the earth, rights exist only in the presence of a subject, an object, and a condition. Take away one of these three things, and rights no longer exist. Thus, individual possession ceases at the death of the subject, upon the destruction of the object, or in case of exchange or abandonment. I had resolved to submit to a systematic criticism the semi-official defense of the right of property recently put forth by M. Wolowski, your colleague at the conservatory. With this view, I had commenced to collect the documents necessary for each of his lectures, but, soon perceiving that the ideas of the professor were incoherent, that his arguments contradicted each other, that one affirmation was sure to be overthrown by another, and that in M. Wolowski's lucubrations the good was always mingled with the bad, and being by nature a little suspicious, it suddenly occurred to me that M. Wolowski was an advocate of equality in disguise, thrown in spite of himself into the position in which the patriarch Jacob pictures one of his sons inter duas clit ellis, between two stools, as the proverb says. In more parliamentary language, I saw clearly that M. Wolowski was placed between his profound convictions on the one hand and his official duties on the other, and that, in order to maintain his position, he had to assume a certain slant. Then I experienced great pain at seeing the reserve, the circumlocution, the figures, and the irony to which a professor of legislation, whose duty it is to teach dogmas with clearness and precision, was forced to resort, and I fell to cursing the society in which an honest man is not allowed to say frankly what he thinks. Never, sir, have you conceived of such torture. I seem to be witnessing the martyrdom of a mind. I am going to give you an idea of these astonishing meetings, or rather of these scenes of sorrow. Monday, November 20, 1840. The professor declares, in brief, 1. That the right of property is not founded upon occupation, but upon the impress of man. 2. That every man has a natural and inalienable right to the use of matter. Now, if matter can be appropriated, and if, notwithstanding, all men retain an inalienable right to the use of this matter, what is property? And if matter can be appropriated only by labor, how long is this appropriation to continue? Questions that will confuse and confound all jurists whatsoever. Then M. Wolowski cites his authorities. Great God! What witnesses he brings forward! First, M. Trollong, the great metaphysician, whom we have discussed, then, M. Louis Blanc, editor of the Revue du Progrès, who came near being tried by jury for publishing his Organization of Labor, and who escaped from the clutches of the public prosecutor only by a juggler's trick. 377 Corinne Madame de Staël, who, in an ode, making a poetical comparison of the land with the waves, of the furrow of a plough with the wake of a vessel, says that property exists only where man has left his trace, which makes property dependent upon the solidity of the elements. Rousseau, the apostle of liberty and equality, but who, according to M. Wolowski, attacked property only as a joke, and in order to point a paradox, Robespierre, who prohibited a division of the land, because he regarded such a measure as a rejuvenescence of property, and who, while awaiting the definitive organization of the Republic, placed all property in the care of the people, that is, transferred the right of eminent domain from the individual to society. Babeuf, who wanted property for the nation, and communism for the citizens. M. Considerant, who favors a division of landed property into shares, that is, who wishes to render property nominal and fictitious, the whole being intermingled with jokes and witticisms, intended undoubtedly to lead people away from the hornets' nests, at the expense of the adversaries of the right of property. November 26. M. Wolowski supposes this objection: land, like water, air, and light, is necessary to life, therefore it cannot be appropriated, and he replies, the importance of landed property diminishes as the power of industry increases. Good. This importance diminishes, but it does not disappear, and this, of itself, shows landed property to be illegitimate. Here M. Wolowski pretends to think that the opponents of property refer only to property in land, while they merely take it as a term of comparison, and, in showing with wonderful clearness the absurdity of the position in which he places them, he finds a way of drawing the attention of his hearers to another subject without being false to the truth which it is his office to contradict. Property, says M. Wolowski, is that which distinguishes man from the animals. That may be, but are we to regard this as a compliment or a satire? Muhammad, says M. Wolowski, decreed property. And so did Genghis Khan, and Tamerlane, and all the ravagers of nations. What sort of legislators were they? Property has been in existence ever since the origin of the human race. Yes, and so has slavery, and despotism also, and likewise polygamy and idolatry. But what does this antiquity show? The members of the Council of the State M. Portalis at their head did not raise, in their discussion of the Code, the question of the legitimacy of property. Their silence, says M. Wolowski, is a precedent in favor of this right. I may regard this reply as personally addressed to me, since the observation belongs to me. I reply, as long as an opinion is universally admitted, the universality of belief serves of itself as argument and proof. When this same opinion is attacked, the former faith proves nothing, we must resort to reason. Ignorance, however old and pardonable it may be, never outweighs reason. Property has its abuses, M. Wolowski confesses. But, he says, these abuses gradually disappear. Today their cause is known. They all arise from a false theory of property. In principle, property is inviolable, but it can and must be checked and disciplined. Such are the conclusions of the professor. When one thus remains in the clouds, he need not fear to equivocate. Nevertheless, I would like him to define these abuses of property, to show their cause, to explain this true theory from which no abuse is to spring, in short, to tell me how, without destroying property, it can be governed for the greatest good of all. Our civil code, says M. Wolowski, in speaking of this subject, leaves much to be desired. I think it leaves everything undone. Finally, M. Wolowski opposes, on the one hand, the concentration of capital, and the absorption which results therefrom, and, on the other, he objects to the extreme division of the land. Now I think that I have demonstrated in my first memoir, that large accumulation and minute division are the first two terms of an economic trinity, a thesis and an antithesis. But, while M. Wolowski says nothing of the third term, the synthesis, and thus leaves the inference in suspense, I have shown that this third term is association, which is the annihilation of property. The ordinary resources of the law no longer sufficing, philosophy, political economy, and the framers of systems have been consulted. All the oracles appealed to have been discouraging. The philosophers are no clearer today than at the time of the eclectic efflorescence. Nevertheless, through their mystical apothegms, we can distinguish the words progress, unity, association, solidarity, fraternity, which are certainly not reassuring to proprietors. One of these philosophers, M. Pierre Leroux, has written 2 large books, in which he claims to show by all religious, legislative, and philosophical systems that, since men are responsible to each other, equality of conditions is the final law of society. It is true that this philosopher admits a kind of property, but as he leaves us to imagine what property would become in presence of equality, we may boldly class him with the opponents of the right of increase droit d'aubaine. In his work on Humanity 378, M. Leroux commences by positing the necessity of property. You wish to abolish property, but do you not see that thereby you would annihilate man and even the name of man? You wish to abolish property, but could you live without a body? I will not tell you that it is necessary to support this body. I will tell you that this body is itself a species of property. In order clearly to understand the doctrine of M. Leroux, it must be borne in mind that there are 3 necessary and primitive forms of society: communism, property, and that which today we properly call association. M. Leroux rejects in the first place communism, and combats it with all his might. Man is a personal and free being, and therefore needs a sphere of independence and individual activity. M. Leroux emphasizes this in adding, you wish neither family, nor country, nor property, therefore no more fathers, no more sons, no more brothers. Here you are, related to no being in time, and therefore without a name. Here you are, alone in the midst of 1 billion of men who today inhabit the earth. How do you expect me to distinguish you in space in the midst of this multitude? If man is indistinguishable, he is nothing. Now, he can be distinguished, individualist, only through a devotion of certain things to his use, such as his body, his faculties, and the tools which he uses. Hence, says M. Leroux, the necessity of appropriation, in short, property. But property on what condition? Here M. Leroux, after having condemned communism, denounces in its turn the right of domain. His whole doctrine can be summed up in this single proposition: man may be made by property a slave or a despot by turns. That posited, if we ask M. Leroux to tell us under what system of property man will be neither a slave nor a despot, but free, just, and a citizen, M. Leroux replies in the 3rd volume of his work on Humanity. There are 3 ways of destroying man's communion with his fellows and with the universe. 1. By separating man in time. 2. By separating him in space. 3. By dividing the land, or, in general terms, the instruments of production, by attaching men to things, by subordinating man to property, by making man a proprietor. This language, it must be confessed, savors a little too strongly of the metaphysical heights which the author frequents, and of the school of M. Cousin. Nevertheless, it can be seen, clearly enough it seems to me, that M. Leroux opposes the exclusive appropriation of the instruments of production, only he calls this non-appropriation of the instruments of production a new method of establishing property, while I, in accordance with all precedent, call it a destruction of property. In fact, without the appropriation of instruments, property is nothing. Hitherto, we have confined ourselves to pointing out and combating the despotic features of property, by considering property alone. We have failed to see that the despotism of property is a correlative of the division of the human race, that property, instead of being organized in such a way as to facilitate the unlimited communion of man with his fellows and with the universe, has been, on the contrary, turned against this communion. Let us translate this into commercial phraseology. In order to destroy despotism and the inequality of conditions, men must cease from competition and must associate their interests. Let master and worker, now enemies and rivals, become associates. Now, ask any manufacturer, merchant, or capitalist, whether he would consider himself a proprietor if he were to share his revenue and profits with this mass of wage workers whom it is proposed to make his associates. All the evils which afflict the human race arise from caste. The family is a blessing, the family caste, the nobility, is an evil. Country is a blessing, the country caste, supreme, domineering, conquering, is an evil. Property, individual possession, is a blessing, the property caste, the domain of property of Poitiers, Taulier, Trollong, etc., is an evil. Thus, according to M. Leroux, there is property and property, the one good, the other bad. Now, as it is proper to call different things by different names, if we keep the name property for the former, we must call the latter theft, rapine, brigandage. If, on the contrary, we reserve the name property for the latter, we must designate the former by the term possession, or some other equivalent, otherwise we should be troubled with an unpleasant synonymy. What a blessing it would be if philosophers, daring for once to say all that they think, would speak the language of ordinary mortals. Nations and rulers would derive much greater profit from their lectures, and, applying the same names to the same ideas, would come, perhaps, to understand each other. I boldly declare that, in regard to property, I hold no other opinion than that of M. Leroux, but, if I should adopt the style of the philosopher, and repeat after him, property is a blessing, but the property caste, the statu quo of property, is an evil, I should be extolled as a genius by all the bachelors who write for the reviews. 379. If, on the contrary, I prefer the classic language of Rome and the civil code, and say accordingly, possession is a blessing, but property is theft. Immediately the aforesaid bachelors raise a hue and cry against the monster, and the judge threatens me. Oh, the power of language! The economists, questioned in their turn, propose to associate capital and labor. You know, sir, what that means. If we follow out the doctrine, we soon find that it ends in an absorption of property, not by the community communit, but by a general and indissoluble commandite, so that the condition of the proprietor would differ from that of the worker only in receiving larger wages. This system, with some peculiar additions and embellishments, is the idea of the phalanstery. But it is clear that, if inequality of conditions is one of the attributes of property, it is not the whole of property. That which makes property a delightful thing, as some philosopher, I know not who, has said, is the power to dispose at will, not only of one's own goods, but of their specific nature, to use them at pleasure, to confine and enclose them, to excommunicate mankind, as M. Pierre Leroux says, in short, to make such use of them as passion, interest, or even caprice, may suggest. What is the possession of money, a share in an agricultural or industrial enterprise, or a government bond coupon, in comparison with the infinite charm of being master of one's house and grounds, under one's vine and fig tree? Biti possidens, says an author quoted by M. Trollong. Seriously, can that be applied to a man of income, who has no other possession under the sun than the market, and in his pocket his money? As well maintain that a trough is a coward. A nice method of reform. They never cease to condemn the thirst for gold, and the growing individualism of the century, and yet, most inconceivable of contradictions, they prepare to turn all kinds of property into one property in coin. I must say something further of a theory of property lately put forth with some ado, I mean the theory of M. Considerant. The Fourierists are not men who examine a doctrine in order to ascertain whether it conflicts with their system. On the contrary, it is their custom to exult and sing songs of triumph whenever an adversary passes without perceiving or noticing them. These gentlemen want direct refutations, in order that, if they are beaten, they may have, at least, the selfish consolation of having been spoken of. Well, let their wish be gratified. Considerant makes the most lofty pretensions to logic. His method of procedure is always that of major, minor, and conclusion. He would willingly write upon his hat, argumentator in Barbara. But considerant is too intelligent and quick-wit to be a good logician, as is proved by the fact that he appears to have taken the syllogism for logic. The syllogism, as everybody knows who is interested in philosophical curiosities, is the first and perpetual sophism of the human mind, the favorite tool of falsehood, the stumbling block of science, the advocate of crime. The syllogism has produced all the evils which the fabulists so eloquently condemned, and has done nothing good or useful. It is as devoid of truth as of justice. We might apply to it these words of Scripture, celui qui met en lui sa confiance, PIERRE. Consequently, the best philosophers long since condemned it, so that now none but the enemies of reason wish to make the syllogism its weapon. Considerant, then, has built his theory of property upon a syllogism. Would he be disposed to stake the system of Fourier upon his arguments, as I am ready to risk the whole doctrine of equality upon my refutation of that system? Such a duel would be quite in keeping with the warlike and chivalric tastes of Considerant, and the public would profit by it, for, one of the two adversaries falling, no more would be said about him, and there would be one grumbler less in the world. The theory of Considerant has this remarkable feature, that, in attempting to satisfy at the same time the claims of both workers and proprietors, it infringes alike upon the rights of the former and the privileges of the latter. In the first place, the author lays it down as a principle, 1. That the use of the land belongs to each member of the race, that it is a natural and imprescriptible right, similar in all respects to the right to the air and the sunshine. 2. That the right to labor is equally fundamental, natural, and imprescriptible. I have shown that the recognition of this double right would be the death of property. I denounce Considerant to the proprietors. But Considerant maintains that the right to labor creates the right of property, and this is the way he reasons. Major premise: every man legitimately possesses the thing which his labor, his skill, or, in more general terms, his action has created. To which Considerant adds, by way of comment, indeed, the land not having been created by man, it follows from the fundamental principle of property, that the land, being given to the race in common, can in no wise be the exclusive and legitimate property of such and such individuals, who were not the creators of this value. If I am not mistaken, there is no one to whom this proposition, at first sight and in its entirety, does not seem utterly irrefutable. Reader, distrust the syllogism. First, I observe that the words legitimately possesses signify to the author's mind is legitimate proprietor, otherwise the argument, being intended to prove the legitimacy of property, would have no meaning. I might here raise the question of the difference between property and possession, and call upon Considerant, before going further, to define the one and the other, but I pass on. This first proposition is doubly false. 1. In that it asserts the act of creation to be the only basis of property. 2. In that it regards this act as sufficient in all cases to authorize the right of property. And, in the first place, if man may be proprietor of the game which he does not create, but which he kills, of the fruits which he does not create, but which he gathers, of the vegetables which he does not create, but which he plants, of the animals which he does not create, but which he rears, it is conceivable that men may in like manner become proprietors of the land which they do not create, but which they clear and fertilize. The act of creation, then, is not necessary to the acquisition of the right of property. I say further, that this act alone is not always sufficient, and I prove it by the second premise of Considerant. Minor premise: suppose that on an isolated island, on the soil of a nation, or over the whole face of the earth, the extent of the scene of action does not affect our judgment of the facts. A generation of human beings devotes itself for the first time to industry, agriculture, manufactures, etc. This generation, by its labor, intelligence, and activity, creates products, develops values which did not exist on the uncultivated land. Is it not perfectly clear that the property of this industrious generation will stand on a basis of right, if the value or wealth produced by the activity of all be distributed among the producers, according to each one's assistance in the creation of the general wealth? That is unquestionable. That is quite questionable. For this value or wealth, produced by the activity of all, is by the very fact of its creation collective wealth, the use of which, like that of the land, may be divided, but which as property remains undivided. And why this undivided ownership? Because the society which creates is itself indivisible, a permanent unit, incapable of reduction to fractions. And it is this unity of society which makes the land common property, and which, as M. Considerant says, renders its use imprescriptible in the case of every individual. Suppose, indeed, that at a given time the soil should be equally divided, the very next moment this division, if it allowed the right of property, would become illegitimate. Should there be the slightest irregularity in the method of transfer, men, members of society, imprescriptible possessors of the land, might be deprived at one blow of property, possession, and the means of production. In short, property in capital is indivisible, and consequently inalienable, not necessarily when the capital is uncreated, but when it is common or collective. I confirm this theory against M. Considerant, by the third term of his syllogism. Conclusion: the results of the labor performed by this generation are divisible into two classes, between which it is important clearly to distinguish. The first class includes the products of the soil which belong to this first generation in its usufructuary capacity, augmented, improved and refined by its labor and industry. These products consist either of objects of consumption or instruments of labor. It is clear that these products are the legitimate property of those who have created them by their activity. Second class: not only has this generation created the products just mentioned, objects of consumption and instruments of labor, but it has also added to the original value of the soil by cultivation, by the erection of buildings, by all the labor-producing permanent results, which it has performed. This additional value evidently constitutes a productive value created by the activity of the first generation, and if, by any means whatever, the ownership of this value be distributed among the members of society equitably, that is, in proportion to the labor which each has performed, each will legitimately possess the portion which he receives. He may then dispose of this legitimate and private property as he sees fit, exchange it, give it away, or transfer it, and no other individual, or collection of other individuals, that is, society, can lay any claim to these values. Thus, by the distribution of collective capital, to the use of which each associate, either in his own right or in right of his authors, has an imprescriptible and undivided title, there will be in the phalanstery, as in the France of 1841, the poor and the rich, some men who, to live in luxury, have only, as Figaro says, to take the trouble to be born, and others for whom the fortune of life is but an opportunity for long-continued poverty, idlers with large incomes, and workers whose fortune is always in the future, some privileged by birth and caste, and others pariahs whose sole civil and political rights are the right to labor, and the right to land. For we must not be deceived, in the phalanstery everything will be as it is today, an object of property: machines, inventions, thought, books, the products of art, of agriculture and of industry, animals, houses, fences, vineyards, pastures, forests, fields, everything, in short, except the uncultivated land. Now, would you like to know what uncultivated land is worth, according to the advocates of property? A square league hardly suffices for the support of a savage, says M. Charles Comte. Estimating the wretched subsistence of the savage at 300 francs per year, we find that the square league necessary to his life is, relatively to him, faithfully represented by a rent of 15 francs. In France there are 28,000 square leagues, the total rent of which, by this estimate, would be 420,000 francs, which, when divided among nearly 34 million people, would give each an income of a centime and a quarter. That is the new right which the great genius of Fourier has invented in behalf of the French people, and with which his first disciple hopes to reform the world. I denounce M. Considerant to the proletariat. If the theory of M. Considerant would at least really guarantee this property which he cherishes so jealously, I might pardon him the flaws in his syllogism, certainly the best one he ever made in his life. But, no, that which M. Considerant takes for property is only a privilege of extra pay. In Fourier's system, neither the created capital nor the increased value of the soil are divided and appropriated in any effective manner. The instruments of labor, whether created or not, remain in the hands of the phalanx. The pretended proprietor can touch only the income. He is permitted neither to realize his share of the stock, nor to possess it exclusively, nor to administer it, whatever it be. The cashier throws him his dividend, and then, proprietor, eat the whole if you can. The system of Fourier would not suit the proprietors, since it takes away the most delightful feature of property, the free disposition of one's goods. It would please the communists no better, since it involves unequal conditions. It is repugnant to the friends of free association and equality, in consequence of its tendency to wipe out human character and individuality by suppressing possession, family, and country, the threefold expression of the human personality. These considerations alone oblige me to reply to the strange and superficial conclusions of the Journal du Peuple, issue of October 11, 1840, on the question of property. I leave, therefore, the journalist to address myself only to his readers. I hope that the self-love of the writer will not be offended, if, in the presence of the masses, I ignore an individual. You say, proletarians of the Peuple, for the very reason that men and things exist, there always will be men who will possess things. Nothing, therefore, can destroy property. In speaking thus, you unconsciously argue exactly after the manner of M. Cousin, who always reasons from possession to property. This coincidence, however, does not surprise me. M. Cousin is a philosopher of much mind, and you, proletarians, have still more. Certainly it is honorable, even for a philosopher, to be your companion in error. Originally, the word property was synonymous with proper or individual possession. It designated each individual's special right to the use of a thing. But when this right of use, inert, if I may say so, as it was with regard to the other usufructuaries, became active and paramount, that is, when the usufructuary converted his right to personally use the thing into the right to use it by his neighbor's labor, then property changed its nature, and its idea became complex. The legists knew this very well, but instead of opposing, as they ought, this accumulation of profits, they accepted and sanctioned the whole. And as the right of farm rent necessarily implies the right of use, in other words, as the right to cultivate land by the labor of a slave supposes one's power to cultivate it himself, according to the principle that the greater includes the less, the name property was reserved to designate this double right, and that of possession was adopted to designate the right of use. Whence property came to be called the perfect right, the right of domain, eminent right, the heroic or quiritary right in Latin, jus perfectum, jus optimum, jus quiritarium, jus dominii, while possession became assimilated to farm rent. 380. Now, that individual possession exists of right, or, better, from natural necessity, all philosophers admit, and can easily be demonstrated, but when, in imitation of M. Cousin, we assume it to be the basis of the domain of property, we fall into the sophism called sophisma amphibolae vel ambiguitatis, which consists in changing the meaning by a verbal equivocation. People often think themselves very profound, because, by the aid of expressions of extreme generality, they appear to rise to the height of absolute ideas, and thus deceive inexperienced minds, and, what is worse, this is commonly called examining abstractions. But the abstraction formed by the comparison of identical facts is one thing, while that which is deduced from different acceptations of the same term is quite another. The first gives the universal idea, the axiom, the law, the second indicates the order of generation of ideas. All our errors arise from the constant confusion of these two kinds of abstractions. In this particular, languages and philosophies are alike deficient. The less common an idiom is, and the more obscure its terms, the more prolific is it as a source of error. A philosopher is sophistical in proportion to his ignorance of any method of neutralizing this imperfection in language. If the art of correcting the errors of speech by scientific methods is ever discovered, then philosophy will have found its criterion of certainty. Now, then, the difference between property and possession being well established, and it being settled that the former, for the reasons which I have just given, must necessarily disappear, is at best, for the slight advantage of restoring an etymology, to retain the word property? My opinion is that it would be very unwise to do so, and I will tell why. I quote from the journal Du Peuple. To the legislative power belongs the right to regulate property, to prescribe the conditions of acquiring, possessing, and transmitting it. It cannot be denied that inheritance, assessment, commerce, industry, labor, and wages require the most important modifications. You wish, proletarians, to regulate property, that is, you wish to destroy it and reduce it to the right of possession. For to regulate property without the consent of the proprietors is to deny the right of domain, to associate employees with proprietors is to destroy the eminent right, to suppress or even reduce farm rent, house rent, revenue, and increase generally, is to annihilate perfect property. Why, then, while laboring with such laudable enthusiasm for the establishment of equality, should you retain an expression whose equivocal meaning will always be an obstacle in the way of your success? There you have the first reason, a wholly philosophical one, for rejecting not only the thing, but the name, property. Here now is the political, the highest reason. Every social revolution cousin will tell you is effected only by the realization of an idea, either political, moral, or religious. When Alexander conquered Asia, his idea was to avenge Greek liberty against the insults of Oriental despotism. When Marius and Caesar overthrew the Roman patricians, their idea was to give bread to the people. When Christianity revolutionized the world, its idea was to emancipate mankind, and to substitute the worship of one god for the deities of Epicurus and Homer. When France rose in 89, her idea was liberty and equality before the law. There has been no true revolution, says Cousin, without its idea, so that where an idea does not exist, or even fails of a formal expression, revolution is impossible. There are mobs, conspirators, rioters, regicides. There are no revolutionists. Society, devoid of ideas, twists and tosses about, and dies in the midst of its fruitless labor. Nevertheless, you all feel that a revolution is to come, and that you alone can accomplish it. What, then, is the idea which governs you, proletarians of the 19th century, for really I cannot call you revolutionists? What do you think, what do you believe, what do you want? Be guarded in your reply. I have read faithfully your favorite journals, your most esteemed authors. I find everywhere only vain and puerile entites, nowhere do I discover an idea. Forever promises. Forever oaths. Why should the people trust in tribunes, when kings perjure themselves? Alas! Truth and honesty are no longer, as in the days of King John, in the mouth of princes. A whole senate has been convicted of felony, and, the interest of the governors always being, for some mysterious reason, opposed to the interest of the governed, parliaments follow each other while the nation dies of hunger. No, no. No more protectors, no more emperors, no more consuls. Better manage our affairs ourselves than through agents. Better associate our industries than beg from monopolies, and, since the Republic cannot dispense with virtues, we should labor for our reform. This, therefore, is my line of conduct. I preach emancipation to the proletarians, association to the workers, equality to the wealthy. I push forward the revolution by all means in my power, the tongue, the pen, the press, by action and example. My life is a continual apostleship. Letter to Antoine Gautier. Paris, May 2, 1841. Translation by James Barbowen. My dear old friend 381. Your criticisms of me are well deserved, as I really ought to know what the process of printing a book entails, but a writer always thinks he has done all that is required when he finishes writing and that the printing presses should be able to work as quickly as his thoughts. Gutenberg's art has yet to reach that point. The printing of my little memoir took 5 weeks or more, which was long enough to annoy me in the first place. At last it is completed, and now I am at the mercy of the critics. On all sides, they declare that I am immoderate, the wind blows and the sky turns black, bad times are on the way. Whatever happens, I must add that I have nothing to fear from the authorities, which is the most important thing. As for the dogs of the court and others, I have known them for years and I am ready for them. I am reckless and foolhardy as much as any man of the world, but when it comes to printing, you assume that I have enough good sense not to publish anything which is not well considered, even in my crazier moments. The radical reformers fulminate against me because of a few bad jokes that I have addressed to them. What do you think they'll say next year, for God's sake, when I have killed off their pet obsession? But let the storm come and let us consider, O gentle observer, the hurricane's progress. I have always thought that this will blow over. A wise man always takes a second look before attacking a man who is well equipped to fight back, particularly if he has already hit hard and hit true. You can be the judge of that. However, my dear friend, my oldest comrade, if the fuss of factions, if a conspiracy of scribbling journalists manages to demonize me in the eyes of this enormous beast that we call the public, have I not already been compensated by being held up in the estimation of those honest, independent men whose opinions are not easily swayed, and in the affections of my friends? This is one thing about which I take the greatest pleasure. Perhaps no man has quite as many true friends as I, and I count among them such essentially upright, moral, remarkable men of talent and ability. Given my natural ways and my slightly rustic tastes, you know how easy it is for me to console myself with the troubles of literature and of the writer's craft. When I put my pen down, it is as if I become someone else. I become once more a lazy, fun-loving fellow, a wanderer of the streets, frequenting the cafe and tavern, looking for a good time. Was I not created specifically to whip into shape that pack of curs who only know how to savage their own sheep while merely howling at the wolves? Invulnerable with regard to self-love, since I have no time for their flattery, and beyond reproach in my private life, what have I to fear from them? I am still only on my second act, and I didn't start writing just to take it all back later. This play will be a long one, and there are many who have yet to feel the lash of my goad. It is always a great pleasure for me to correspond with you because I rarely receive letters quite so frank, quite so lively, quite so piquant as yours. As I read them, I recognize that healthy Franche-Comté regional style that our academics, in their ignorance and stupidity, work so hard to eliminate and corrupt. In fact, you are very similar to me. Like you, I first felt my indignation rising when I saw the hypocrisy, the baseness, the lies, the ignorance, and the charlatanism of this world, and I wanted this bilious anger to feature in my writing style. I wanted, above all, to be rooted in my place of birth, loyal and honest, reasonable, biting, caustic, able to laugh and mock, lacking any sympathy for the -habents 382 who are so easily taken in by what we say. I know that I am often criticized for indulging in too much posturing and polemicizing, but, with a bit of reflection, one can see that it is just a tactic, a means, like any other, of making my ideas known. And what is more, there is such a preponderance of half-baked thinking, of laziness, of style over substance among the current batch of critics that it is necessary to have a chef who is willing to throw a dash of vinegar or lemon juice into the mix. As for the rest, I would expect them to do to me as I do to them. I expect nothing less. For every blow that I have struck, I haven't even been scratched back. I find that boring. You ask me to explain my method of reconstituting society. With just a few words in reply, I will try to give you a few accurate ideas on the subject. Since you have read my book, you must understand that it is not just a matter of imagining, of combining in our heads a system which we can subsequently present to the world. This is not how one changes the world. Only society can ameliorate itself, that is to say, it is necessary to study human nature in all its forms, in laws, in religion, dress, political economy, and then, by means of metaphysical operations, to extract from this mass of information that which is true, to eliminate that which is corrupt, false, or incomplete, and then, from the elements which remain, to form general guiding principles which can serve as rules. This work will take centuries to complete. This probably looks to be a hopeless task to you, but rest assured. In every reform there are two distinct features, which are often confused the one with the other, the transition and the perfection or completion. The first is the only thing that today's society can be expected to set in motion. And then what? How are we to carry out this transition? You will find the answer to this by combining a few passages of my second memoir. Pages 10, 11 deals with all forms of income and, in general, lowers the level of all revenues. p.16 deals with bank reforms. Pages 28, 29 looks at the issue of low-interest capital and reform of the bankers. Pages 33, 37, progressive abolition of customs duty. Pages 179 attacks property by means of interest. Pages 184 ditto, etc. You understand that a system of progressive abolition of what I call increase au-bain, i.e. private incomes from property or renting, inflated salaries, competitive profiteering, etc., would render the ownership of property effectively worthless, since its harmfulness lies above all in the profits gleaned from interest. At all times, this progressive abolition will only be a negation of harm, or perhaps, rather, a positive reorganization. Nevertheless, my dear old friend, for this to be the case, I can propose the principles and the general laws, but I cannot fill in all the details on my own. That is a task which would occupy 50 Montesquieus. For my part, I will supply the axioms, I will give examples, and I will supply a methodology, I will set the process in motion. It is up to everyone else to do the rest. What I am saying is that no person on earth is capable, as they do say of Saint Simon and Fourier, of proposing a system which has all its pieces and details in place, meaning that all the rest of us have to do is implement it. That is the most damnable lie that can be put forward amongst men, and that is why I am so vehemently opposed to Fourierism. Social science is infinite, no single human can ever understand it all, in the same way that no one person can understand medicine, physics, or mathematics. However, we can discover its principles, followed by its elements, then just one part of it, and it will grow from there on. In any case, what I am doing at the moment is determining the elements of political and legislative science. For example, I wish to preserve the right of inheritance and I want equality. How is that going to work? This is where the question of organization enters. This problem will be resolved in the third memoir along with many others. I am unable to recount all my ideas here, as I would need another 20 pages to do so. Anyway, if politics and the law are science, you understand that the principles are likely to be extremely simple, comprehensible to the least intelligent, but that, in order to reach solutions to certain questions of detail or of a higher level of complexity, a series of reasoning processes and inductions will be necessary which are completely analogous to the calculations by which one determines the movement of the stars. In actual fact, the description of the process of resolving the problems of social science will be one of the more interesting aspects of my third memoir, and it will serve to better prove my own good faith and the emptiness of most political inventions. In brief, abolish to the point of extinction all forms of private income, which will be the transition. The organization will result from the principles of the division of labor and from the collective force, combined with the maintenance of the individuality of man and citizen. This might all look like hieroglyphics to you now, but this is where the enigma becomes explained, this is where the mystery resides. You will watch me begin the process and you may well say to yourself, to achieve this goal, all that is required is men and the means of study. You have forced me to be pedantic in an informal letter answering one simple question. When I correspond with you, am I putting myself in the role of teacher? One can never fully explain oneself regarding something complicated in just a page or two because there are always details requiring clarification in order to resolve issues. The most important thing today is to look closely at property, reconsidering domestic policy regarding abolition and foreign policy regarding customs duties. It is all there, the rest will slot into place accordingly. Yesterday I received a charming and flattering letter from M. Jerome Adolphe Blanqui which actually makes me feel quite proud. You understand that this teacher does not accept my doctrine in the terms that I have outlined it, but, aside from the words and the humility which is his natural demeanor, he is a man of considerable learning indeed, he's a wise man, well loved by everybody, and the most able organizer that we have. From time to time I receive testimonies of good faith from eminent people who, without agreeing with me, say, "Keep up the good work." When I began this letter, I wanted to chat and banter with you, but my writer's instincts always take over. And you're partly to blame too. Why do you ask me such questions? Farewell, then, my oldest fellow student, my comrade of the Rosa. I have no more time to write, but I see from your letter that the oldest ones are still the best. Yours truly. P.J. Proudhon. Letter to Karl Marx. Lyons, May 17, 1846. Translation by Barry Marshall. My dear Monsieur Marx, I will gladly agree to be one of the recipients of your correspondence, the aim and organization of which seems very useful to me. However, I cannot promise to write to you all that much or all that often. All of my interests, combined with a natural laziness, leave me little time for engagement in epistolary efforts. I do want to take the liberty of making some criticisms, suggested to me by different parts of your letter. First of all, although when it comes to ideas of organization and achievement my thoughts are at this point in time more or less established, at least as far as principles go, I believe it is my duty, as it is the duty of all socialists, to keep a critical and sceptical frame of mind. In short, I am making a public profession of an almost absolute economic anti-dogmatism. Let us seek together, if you will, for the laws of society, the manner in which these laws are manifested, the progress of our efforts to discover them. But for God's sake, after having demolished all a priori dogmatisms, let us not in turn dream of making our own, of indoctrinating the people. Let us not fall into the same contradiction of your countryman Martin Luther, who, having overturned Catholic theology, immediately set about founding a Protestant theology with excommunications and anathemas. For the last 3 centuries, Germany has been largely engaged in tearing down all that Luther built. We should not leave humanity with a similar mess as a result of our own efforts. With all my heart, I applaud your idea of bringing all opinions to light. Let us show the world an example of learned and insightful tolerance, but since we are in the lead, let us not set ourselves up as leaders of a new intolerance, let us not be the apostles of a new religion, one that makes itself a religion of reason, a religion of logic. We should welcome and encourage all protestations. Let us get rid of all divisiveness, all mysticism. Let us never consider a question exhausted, and when we do get down to our last argument, let's start again if need be with wit and irony. I will join your organization on that condition or else not. I also want to make a few observations on this phrase in your letter, at the moment of action. Perhaps you are still of the mind that no reform is possible with a coup de main, without what we used to call a revolution, and what is in reality nothing but a jolt. That opinion which I understand, which I excuse, which I would willingly discuss having myself held it for a long time, I must admit to you that my latest studies have made me completely abandon it. We do not need it to succeed, and as a result we do not have to promote revolutionary action as a means to achieve social reform, because that pretended method is only simply a call for force, for arbitrariness, in short, a contradiction. I have set out the problem like this: to bring back to society through an economic combination the wealth that has left society by means of a different economic combination. In other words, via political economy, to turn the theory of property against property in such a way as to bring about what you German socialists call community, but which I prefer to call freedom or equality. But I believe in a little while I will have the means of solving this problem. I would therefore prefer to burn property slowly with a small fire than to give it new strength by carrying out a St. Bartholomew's Night of the Proprietors. 383. My next book, which is at the printers, will have more to say to you. 384. There you have it, my dear philosopher, that is where I stand right now. Except for me deceiving myself, and should that happen getting a rap on the knuckles from you, this is what I submit to in good faith while awaiting my revenge and attendant ma revanche. I should tell you in passing that this also seems to be the mood of the French working class. Our proletariat has a great thirst for science, which would be very poorly served if you only brought them blood to drink. In short, to my mind it would be terrible politics to talk like killers, exterminators. The usual methods will suffice, the people do not need any exhortation for that. I am very sorry for these petty divisions which, it seems, still exist in German socialism, and which your complaints to me about Grun prove. 385. I am afraid that you have seen this author in a poor light. My dear Marx, I want to set things straight. Grun has found himself exiled with no money, a wife, and 2 children, and no means of making a living except by his pen. How else do you want him to make a living if not by modern ideas? I understand your philosophical ire, and I admit that the quest for the ultimate truth, Saint Parole of humankind, should not be underhand, but I see here only misfortune and extreme necessity, and I excuse the man. Oh! If we were all millionaires, things would be easier. We would be saints and angels. It is simple, we have to live. You know that that word does not yet express the idea of a pure society, far from it. Living means buying your bread, wood, meat, paying the landlord, and, by Jove, he who sells social ideas is no more unworthy than he who sells a sermon. I am completely unaware that Grun had made himself out to be my tutor. Tutor of what? I stick to political economy, things he knows nothing about. I look on literature as a little girl's toy, and as for philosophy, I know enough to have the right to be poked fun at myself on occasion. Grun has said nothing about it to me at all. If he did say that, he was being impertinent, and I am sure he apologizes. What I do know and what I do value more than what I blame for a bit of conceit is that I owe to Grun and his friend Uhrbeck the acquaintance I have with your own writings, my dear Marx, those of Engels, and that very important book by Feuerbach. They have kindly undertaken some analysis for me in French. I unfortunately cannot read German, of the most important socialist publications, and it is because of a suggestion of theirs that I include, besides what I had done by myself, in my next book mention of the works of Marx, Engels, Feuerbach, etc. Finally, Grun and Uhrbeck are working to keep the sacred fire Fussaker going in the German émigrés who live in Paris, and the respect that they have for the workers they are talking to assures me of the honesty of their intentions. I hope to see you, my dear Marx, come back from a hasty judgment made in a moment of irritation, just because you were angry when you wrote to me. Grun has indicated to me his desire to translate my latest book. He can only do this with some help. I would be obliged to you and your friends if you lent your assistance on this occasion, by contributing towards the sale of a book, which would be a great benefit to me. If you wanted to give me assurance of your help, my dear Marx, I would very shortly send my proofs to Grun, and I think that, in spite of your personal grievances, which I do not want to judge, this conduct would honor us all. Yours very devotedly, Pierre Joseph Proudhon. System of Economic Contradictions. Or, The Philosophy of Misery. Volume I. 1846. Translation by Benjamin R. Tucker. Chapter I. Of the Economic Science. I affirm the reality of an economic science. But I hasten to say that I do not regard as a science the incoherent ensemble of theories to which the name political economy has been officially given for almost 100 years, and which, in spite of the etymology of the name, is after all but the code, or immemorial routine, of property. These theories offer us only the rudiments, or first section, of economic science, and that is why, like property, they are all contradictory of each other, and half the time inapplicable. The proof of this assertion, which is, in one sense, a denial of political economy as handed down to us by Adam Smith, Ricardo, Malthus, and J.B. Say, and as we have known it for half a century, will be especially developed in this treatise. The inadequacy of political economy has at all times impressed thoughtful minds, who, too fond of their dreams for practical investigation, and confining themselves to the estimation of apparent results, have constituted from the beginning a party of opposition to the statu quo, and have devoted themselves to a persevering and systematic ridicule of civilization and its customs. Property, on the other hand, the basis of all social institutions, has never lacked zealous defenders, who, proud to be called practical, have exchanged blow for blow with the traducers of political economy, and have labored with a courageous and often skillful hand to strengthen the edifice which general prejudice and individual liberty have erected in concert. The controversy between conservatives and reformers, still pending, finds its counterpart, in the history of philosophy, in the quarrel between realists and nominalists. 387. It is almost useless to add that, on both sides, right and wrong are equal, and that the rivalry, narrowness, and intolerance of opinions have been the sole cause of the misunderstanding. Thus two powers are contending for the government of the world, and cursing each other with the fervour of two hostile religions, political economy, or tradition, and socialism, or utopia. Political economy tends toward the glorification of selfishness, socialism favors the exaltation of communism. The economists, saving a few violations of their principles, for which they deem it their duty to blame governments, are optimists with regard to accomplished facts, the socialists, with regard to facts to be accomplished. The first affirm that that which ought to be is, the second, that that which ought to be is not. Consequently, while the first are defenders of religion, authority, and the other principles contemporary with, and conservative of, property, although their criticism, based solely on reason, deals frequent blows at their own prejudices, the second reject authority and faith, and appeal exclusively to science, although a certain religiosity, utterly illiberal, and an unscientific disdain for facts, are always the most obvious characteristics of their doctrines. For the rest, neither party ever ceases to accuse the other of incapacity and sterility. The socialists ask their opponents to account for the inequality of conditions, for those commercial debaucheries in which monopoly and competition, in monstrous union, perpetually give birth to luxury and misery. They reproach economic theories, always modeled after the past, with leaving the future hopeless. In short, they point to the regime of property as a horrible hallucination, against which humanity has protested and struggled for 4,000 years. The economists, on their side, defy socialists to produce a system in which property, competition, and political organization can be dispensed with. They prove, with documents in hand, that all reformatory projects have ever been nothing but rhapsodies of fragments borrowed from the very system that socialism sneers at, plagiarisms, in a word, of political economy, outside of which socialism is incapable of conceiving and formulating an idea. Thus society finds itself, at its origin, divided into two great parties, the one traditional and essentially hierarchical, which, according to the object it is considering, calls itself by turns royalty or democracy, philosophy or religion, in short, property; the other socialism, which, coming to life at every crisis of civilization, proclaims itself preeminently anarchical and atheistic, that is, rebellious against all authority, human and divine. What is there, then, in political economy that is necessary and true? Whither does it tend? What are its powers? What are its wishes? It is this which I propose to determine in this work. What is the value of socialism? The same investigation will answer this question also. The question now most disputed is unquestionably that of the organization of labor. As John the Baptist preached in the desert, "Repent ye," so the socialists go about proclaiming everywhere this novelty old as the world, organize labor, though never able to tell what, in their opinion, this organization should be. However that may be, the economists have seen that this socialistic clamor was damaging their theories. It was, indeed, a rebuke to them for ignoring that which they ought first to recognize: labor. They have replied, therefore, to the attack of their adversaries, first by maintaining that labor is organized, that there is no other organization of labor than liberty to produce and exchange, either on one's own personal account, or in association with others, in which case the course to be pursued has been prescribed by the civil and commercial codes. Then, as this argument served only to make them the laughing stock of their antagonists, they assumed the offensive, and, showing that the socialists understood nothing at all themselves of this organization that they held up as a scarecrow, they ended by saying that it was but a new socialistic chimera, a word without sense and absurdity. The latest writings of the economists are full of these pitiless conclusions. Nevertheless, it is certain that the phrase organization of labor contains as clear and rational a meaning as these that follow: organization of the workshop, organization of the army, organization of police, organization of charity, organization of war. In this respect, the argument of the economists is deplorably irrational. No less certain is it that the organization of labor cannot be a utopia and chimera, for at the moment that labor, the supreme condition of civilization, begins to exist, it follows that it is already submitted to an organization, such as it is, which satisfies the economists, but which the socialists think detestable. There remains, then, relative to the proposal to organize labor formulated by socialism, this objection that labor is organized. Now, this is utterly untenable, since it is notorious that in labor, supply, demand, division, quantity, proportion, price, and security, nothing, absolutely nothing is regulated. On the contrary, everything is given up to the caprices of free will, that is, to chance. As for us, guided by the idea that we have formed of social science, we shall affirm, against the socialists and against the economists, not that labor must be organized, nor that it is organized, but that it is being organized. Labor, we say, is being organized, that is, the process of organization has been going on from the beginning of the world, and will continue till the end. Political economy teaches us the primary elements of this organization, but socialism is right in asserting that, in its present form, the organization is inadequate and transitory, and the whole mission of science is continually to ascertain, in view of the results obtained and the phenomena in course of development, what innovations can be immediately effected. Socialism and political economy, then, while waging a burlesque war, pursue in reality the same idea, the organization of labor. But both are guilty of disloyalty to science and of mutual calumny, when on the one hand political economy, mistaking for science its scraps of theory, denies the possibility of further progress, and when socialism, abandoning tradition, aims at re-establishing society on undiscoverable bases. Another question, no less disputed than the preceding one, is that of usury, or lending at interest. Usury, or in other words the price of use, is the emolument, of whatever nature, which the proprietor derives from the loan of his property. Quid sortia crescit usura est, say the theologians. Usury, the foundation of credit, was one of the first of the means which social spontaneity employed in its work of organization, and whose analysis discloses the profound laws of civilization. The ancient philosophers and the fathers of the Church, who must be regarded here as the representatives of socialism in the early centuries of the Christian era, by a singular fallacy which arose however from the paucity of economic knowledge in their day, allowed farm rent and condemned interest on money, because, as they believed, money was unproductive. They distinguished consequently between the loan of things which are consumed by use, among which they included money, and the loan of things which, without being consumed, yield a product to the user. the economists had no difficulty in showing, by generalizing the idea of rent, that in the economy of society the action of capital, or its productivity, was the same whether it was consumed in wages or retained the character of an instrument, that, consequently, it was necessary either to prohibit the rent of land or to allow interest on money, since both were by the same title payment for privilege, indemnity for loan. It required more than 15 centuries to get this idea accepted, and to reassure the consciences that had been terrified by the anathemas pronounced by Catholicism against usury. But finally the weight of evidence and the general desire favored the usurers, they won the battle against socialism, and from this legitimation of usury society gained some immense and unquestionable advantages. Under these circumstances socialism, which had tried to generalize the law enacted by Moses for the Israelites alone, non fineraberis proximo tuo, sed alieno, was beaten by an idea which it had accepted from the economic routine, namely, farm rent, elevated into the theory of the productivity of capital. But the economists in their turn were less fortunate, when they were afterwards called upon to justify farm rent in itself, and to establish this theory of the product of capital. It may be said that, on this point, they have lost all the advantage they had at first gained against socialism. Undoubtedly, and I am the first to recognize it, the rent of land, like that of money and all personal and real property, is a spontaneous and universal fact, which has its source in the depths of our nature, and which soon becomes, by its natural development, one of the most potent means of organization. I shall prove even that interest on capital is but the materialization of the aphorism, all labor should leave a surplus. But in the face of this theory, or rather this fiction, of the productivity of capital, arises another thesis no less certain, which in these latter days has struck the ablest economists. It is that all value is born of labor, and is composed essentially of wages, in other words, that no wealth has its origin in privilege, or acquires any value except through work, and that, consequently, labor alone is the source of revenue among men. How, then, reconcile the theory of farm rent or productivity of capital, a theory confirmed by universal custom, which conservative political economy is forced to accept but cannot justify, with this other theory which shows that value is normally composed of wages, and which inevitably ends, as we shall demonstrate, in an equality in society between net product and raw product? In such a situation, what is the mandate of science? Certainly not to halt in an arbitrary, inconceivable, and impossible just milieu, it is to generalize further, and discover a third principle, a fact, a superior law, which shall explain the fiction of capital and the myth of property, and reconcile them with the theory which makes labor the origin of all wealth. This is what socialism, if it wishes to proceed logically, must undertake. For example, what is profit? That which remains for the manager after he has paid all the expenses. Now, the expenses consist of the labor performed and the materials consumed, or, in fine, wages. What, then, is the wages of a worker? The least that can be given him, that is, we do not know. What should be the price of the merchandise put upon the market by the manager? The highest that he can obtain, that is, again, we do not know. Political economy prohibits the supposition that the prices of merchandise and labor can be fixed, although it admits that they can be estimated, and that for the reason, say the economists, that estimation is essentially an arbitrary operation, which never can lead to sure and certain conclusions. How, then, shall we find the relation between two unknowns which, according to political economy, cannot be determined? Thus political economy proposes insolvable problems, and yet we shall soon see that it must propose them, and that our century must solve them. That is why I said that the Academy of Moral Sciences, in offering for competition the question of the relation of profits and wages, spoke unconsciously, spoke prophetically. But it will be said, is it not true that, if labor is in great demand and workers are scarce, wages will rise, while profits on the other hand will decrease, that if, in the press of competition, there is an excess of production, there will be a stoppage and forced sales, consequently no profit for the manager and a danger of idleness for the worker, that then the latter will offer his labor at a reduced price, that, if a machine is invented, it will first extinguish the fires of its rivals. Then, a monopoly established, and the worker made dependent on the employer, profits and wages will be inversely proportional? Cannot all these causes, and others besides, be studied, ascertained, counterbalanced, etc.? Oh, monographs, histories, we have been saturated with them since the days of Adam Smith and J.B. Say, and they are scarcely more than variations of these authors' words. But it is not thus that the question should be understood, although the Academy has given it no other meaning. The relation of profits and wages should be considered in an absolute sense, and not from the inconclusive point of view of the accidents of commerce and the division of interests, two things which must ultimately receive their interpretation. Let me explain myself. Considering producer and consumer as a single individual, whose recompense is naturally equal to his product, then dividing this product into two parts, one which rewards the producer for his outlay, another which represents his profit, according to the axiom that all labor should leave a surplus, we have to determine the relation of one of these parts to the other. This done, it will be easy to deduce the ratio of the fortunes of these two classes of men, employers and employees, as well as account for all commercial oscillations. This will be a series of corollaries to add to the demonstration. Now, that such a relation may exist and be estimated, there must necessarily be a law, internal or external, which governs wages and prices, and since, in the present state of things, wages and prices vary and oscillate continually, we must ask what are the general facts, the causes, which make value vary and oscillate, and within what limits this oscillation takes place. But this very question is contrary to the accepted principles, for whoever says oscillation necessarily supposes a mean direction toward which value's center of gravity continually tends, and when the Academy asks that we determine the oscillations of profit and wages, it asks thereby that we determine value. Now that is precisely what the gentlemen of the Academy deny. They are unwilling to admit that, if value is variable, it is for that very reason determinable, that variability is the sign and condition of determinability. They pretend that value, ever varying, can never be determined. This is like maintaining that, given the number of oscillations of a pendulum per second, their amplitude, and the latitude and elevation of the spot where the experiment is performed, the length of the pendulum cannot be determined because the pendulum is in motion. Such is political economy's first article of faith. As for socialism, it does not appear to have understood the question, or to be concerned about it. Among its many organs, some simply and merely put aside the problem by substituting division for distribution, that is, by banishing number and measure from the social organism. Others relieve themselves of the embarrassment by applying universal suffrage to the wages question. It is needless to say that these platitudes find dupes by thousands and hundreds of thousands. The condemnation of political economy has been formulated by Malthus in this famous passage. A man who is born into a world already possessed, if he cannot get subsistence from his parents on whom he has a just demand, and if the society do not want his labor, has no claim of right to the smallest portion of food, and, in fact, has no business to be where he is. At nature's mighty feast there is no vacant cover for him. She tells him to be gone, and will quickly execute her own orders. 388. This then is the necessary, the fatal, conclusion of political economy, a conclusion which I shall demonstrate by evidence hitherto unknown in this field of inquiry. Death to him who does not possess. In order better to grasp the thought of Malthus, let us translate it into philosophical propositions by stripping it of its rhetorical gloss. Individual liberty, and property, which is its expression, are economical data, equality and solidarity are not. Under this system, each one by himself, each one for himself, labor, like all merchandise, is subject to fluctuation, hence the risks of the proletariat. Whoever has neither income nor wages has no right to demand anything of others. His misfortune falls on his own head. In the game of fortune, luck has been against him. From the point of view of political economy, these propositions are irrefutable, and Malthus, who has formulated them with such alarming exactness, is secure against all reproach. From the point of view of the conditions of social science, these same propositions are radically false, and even contradictory. The error of Malthus, or rather of political economy, does not consist in saying that a man who has nothing to eat must die, or in maintaining that, under the system of individual appropriation, there is no course for him who has neither labor nor income but to withdraw from life by suicide, unless he prefers to be driven from it by starvation. Such is, on the one hand, the law of our existence, such is, on the other, the consequence of property, and M. Rossi has taken altogether too much trouble to justify the good sense of Malthus on this point. I suspect, indeed, that M. Rossi, in making so lengthy and loving an apology for Malthus, intended to recommend political economy in the same way that his fellow countryman Machiavelli, in his book entitled The Prince, recommended despotism to the admiration of the world. In pointing out misery as the necessary condition of industrial and commercial absolutism, M. Rossi seems to say to us, there is your law, your justice, your political economy, there is property. But Gallic simplicity does not understand artifice, and it would have been better to have said to France, in her immaculate tongue, the error of Malthus, the radical vice of political economy, consists, in general terms, in affirming as a definitive state a transitory condition 389, namely, the division of society into patricians and proletarians, 390, and, particularly, in saying that in an organized, and consequently interdependent solid air, society, there may be some who possess, labor, and consume, while others have neither possession, nor labor, nor bread. Finally, Malthus, or political economy, reasons erroneously when seeing in the faculty of indefinite reproduction which the human race enjoys in neither greater nor less degree than all animal and vegetable species a permanent danger of famine, whereas it is only necessary to show the necessity, and consequently the existence, of a law of equilibrium between population and production. In short, the theory of Malthus, and herein lies the great merit of this writer, a merit which none of his colleagues has dreamed of attributing to him, is a reductio ad absurdum of all political economy. Chapter 2. Of value. Value is the cornerstone of the economic edifice. The divine artist who has entrusted us with the continuation of his work has explained himself on this point to no one, but the few indications given may serve as a basis of conjecture. Value, in fact, presents two faces: one, which the economists call value in use, or intrinsic value; another, value in exchange, or of opinion. The effects which are produced by value under this double aspect, and which are very irregular so long as it is not established, or, to use a more philosophical expression, so long as it is not constituted, are changed totally by this constitution. The economists have very clearly shown the double character of value, but what they have not made equally plain is its contradictory nature. Here begins our criticism. Utility is the necessary condition of exchange, but take away exchange, and utility vanishes. These two things are indissolubly connected. Where, then, is the contradiction? Since all of us live only by labor and exchange, and grow richer as production and exchange increase, each of us produces as much useful value as possible, in order to increase by that amount his exchanges, and consequently his enjoyments. Well, the first effect, the inevitable effect, of the multiplication of values is to lower them. The more abundant is an article of merchandise, the more it loses in exchange and depreciates commercially. Is it not true that there is a contradiction between the necessity of labor and its results? I adjure the reader, before rushing ahead for the explanation, to arrest his attention upon the fact. A peasant who has harvested 20 sacks of wheat, which he with his family proposes to consume, deems himself twice as rich as if he had harvested only 10. Likewise, a housewife who has spun 50 yards of linen believes that she is twice as rich as if she had spun but 25. Relatively to the household, both are right, Looked at in their external relations, they may be utterly mistaken. If the crop of wheat is double throughout the whole country, 20 sacks will sell for less than 10 would have sold for if it had been but half as great. So, under similar circumstances, 50 yards of linen will be worth less than 25, so that value decreases as the production of utility increases, and a producer may arrive at poverty by continually enriching himself. And this seems unalterable, inasmuch as there is no way of escape except all the products of industry become infinite in quantity, like air and light, which is absurd. God of my reason! Jean-Jacques Rousseau would have said, it is not the economists who are irrational, it is political economy itself which is false to its definitions. Mentita est iniquita sibi. In the preceding examples the useful value exceeds the exchangeable value, in other cases it is less. Then the same phenomenon is produced, but in the opposite direction, the balance is in favor of the producer, while the consumer suffers. This is notably the case in seasons of scarcity, when the high price of provisions is always more or less factitious. There are also professions whose whole art consists in giving to an article of minor usefulness, which could easily be dispensed with, an exaggerated value of opinion. Such, in general, are the arts of luxury. Man, through his aesthetic passion, is eager for the trifles the possession of which would highly satisfy his vanity, his innate desire for luxury, and his more noble and more respectable love of the beautiful. Upon this the dealers in this class of articles speculate. To tax fancy and elegance is no less odious or absurd than to tax circulation, but such a tax is collected by a few fashionable merchants, whom general infatuation protects, and whose whole merit generally consists in warping taste and generating fickleness. Hence no one complains, and all the maledictions of opinion are reserved for the monopolists who, through genius, succeed in raising by a few cents the price of linen and bread. It is little to have pointed out this astonishing contrast between useful value and exchangeable value, which the economists have been in the habit of regarding as very simple. It must be shown that this pretended simplicity conceals a profound mystery, which it is our duty to fathom. Say, and the economists who have succeeded him have observed that, labor being itself an object of valuation, a species of merchandise indeed like any other, to take it as the principal and efficient cause of value is to reason in a vicious circle. Therefore, they conclude, it is necessary to fall back on scarcity and opinion. These economists, if they will allow me to say it, herein have shown themselves wonderfully careless. Labor is said to have value, not as merchandise itself, but in view of the value supposed to be contained in it potentially. The value of labor is a figurative expression, an anticipation of effect from cause. It is a fiction by the same title as the productivity of capital. Labor produces, capital has value, and when, by a sort of ellipsis, we say the value of labor, we make an enjambment which is not at all contrary to the rules of language, but which theorists ought to guard against mistaking for a reality. Labor, like liberty, love, ambition, genius, is a thing vague and indeterminate in its nature, but qualitatively defined by its object, that is, it becomes a reality through its product. 391 When, therefore, we say, this man's labor is worth 5 francs per day, it is as if we should say, the daily product of this man's labor is worth 5 francs. Now, the effect of labor is continually to eliminate scarcity and opinion as constitutive elements of value, and, by necessary consequence, to transform natural or indefinite utilities, appropriated or not, into measurable or social utilities, whence it follows that labor is at once a war declared upon the parsimony of nature and a permanent conspiracy against property. It is an axiom generally admitted by the economists that all labor should leave a surplus. I regard this proposition as universally and absolutely true. It is a corollary of the law of proportionality, which may be regarded as an epitome of the whole science of economy. But I beg pardon of the economists, the principle that all labor should leave a surplus has no meaning in their theory, and is not susceptible of demonstration. If supply and demand alone determine value, how can we tell what is a surplus and what is a sufficiency? If neither cost, nor market price, nor wages can be mathematically determined, how is it possible to conceive of a surplus, a profit? Commercial routine has given us the idea of profit as well as the word, and, since we are equal politically, we infer that every citizen has an equal right to realize profits in his personal industry. But commercial operations are essentially irregular, and it has been proved beyond question that the profits of commerce are but an arbitrary discount forced from the consumer by the producer, in short, a displacement, to say the least. This we should soon see, if it was possible to compare the total amount of annual losses with the amount of profits. In the thought of political economy, the principle that all labor should leave a surplus is simply the consecration of the constitutional right which all of us gained by the revolution, the right of robbing one's neighbor. The law of proportionality of values alone can solve this problem. I will approach the question a little farther back. Its gravity warrants me in treating it with the consideration that it merits. I have demonstrated theoretically and by facts the principle that all labor should leave a surplus, but this principle, as certain as any proposition in arithmetic, is very far from universal realization. While, by the progress of collective industry, each individual day's labor yields a greater and greater product, and while, by necessary consequence, the worker, receiving the same wages, must grow ever richer, there exist in society classes which thrive and classes which perish, workers paid twice, thrice, 100 times over, and workers continually out of pocket, everywhere, finally, people who enjoy and people who suffer, and, by a monstrous division of the means of industry, individuals who consume and do not produce. The distribution of well-being follows all the movements of value, and reproduces them in misery and luxury on a frightful scale and with terrible energy. But everywhere, too, the progress of wealth, that is, the proportionality of values, is the dominant law, and when the economists combat the complaints of the socialists with the progressive increase of public wealth and the alleviations of the condition of even the most unfortunate classes, they proclaim, without suspecting it, a truth which is the condemnation of their theories. For I entreat the economists to question themselves for a moment in the silence of their hearts, far from the prejudices which disturb them, and regardless of the employments which occupy them or which they wait for, of the interests which they serve, of the votes which they covet, of the distinctions which tickle their vanity, let them tell me whether, hitherto, they have viewed the principle that all labor should leave a surplus in connection with the series of premises and conclusions which we have elaborated, and whether they ever have understood these words to mean anything more than the right to speculate in values by manipulating supply and demand, whether it is not true that they affirm at once, on the one hand the progress of wealth and well-being, and consequently the measure of values, and on the other the arbitrariness of commercial transactions and the incommensurability of values, the flattest of contradictions. Is it not because of this contradiction that we continually hear repeated in lectures, and read in the works on political economy, this absurd hypothesis: if the price of all things was doubled? As if the price of all things was not the proportion of things, and as if we could double a proportion, a relation, a law. Finally, is it not because of the proprietary and abnormal routine upheld by political economy that every one, in commerce, industry, the arts, and the state, on the pretended ground of services rendered to society, tends continually to exaggerate his importance, and solicits rewards, subsidies, large pensions, exorbitant fees, as if the reward of every service was not determined necessarily by the sum of its expenses? Why do not the economists, if they believe, as they appear to, that the labor of each should leave a surplus, use all their influence in spreading this truth, so simple and so luminous? Each man's labor can buy only the value which it contains, and this value is proportional to the services of all other workers. 392. Chapter 3. Economic Evolution's First Period: The Division of Labor. The fundamental idea, the dominant category, of political economy is value. Value reaches its positive determination by a series of oscillations between supply and demand. In society, on the contrary, as well as in the mind, so far from the idea reaching its complete realization at a single bound, a sort of abyss separates so to speak, the two antinomical positions, and even when these are recognized at last, we still do not see what the synthesis will be. The primitive concepts must be fertilized, so to speak, by burning controversy and passionate struggle. Bloody battles will be the preliminaries of peace. At the present moment, Europe, weary of war and discussion, awaits a reconciling principle, and it is the vague perception of this situation which induces the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences to ask, what are the general facts which govern the relations of profits to wages and determine their oscillations? In other words, what are the most salient episodes and the most remarkable phases of the war between labor and capital? 393. If, then, I demonstrate that political economy, with all its contradictory hypotheses and equivocal conclusions, is nothing but an organization of privilege and misery, I shall have proved thereby that it contains by implication the promise of an organization of labor and equality, since, as has been said, every systematic contradiction is the announcement of a composition. Further, I shall have fixed the basis of this composition. Then, indeed, to unfold the system of economic contradictions is to lay the foundations of universal association. To show how the products of collective labor come out of society is to explain how it will be possible to make them return to it. To exhibit the genesis of the problems of production and distribution is to prepare the way for their solution. All these propositions are identical and equally evident. Considered in its essence, the division of labor is the way in which equality of condition and intelligence is realized. Through diversity of function, it gives rise to proportionality of products and equilibrium in exchange, and consequently opens for us the road to wealth, as also, in showing us infinity everywhere in art and nature, it leads us to idealize our acts, and makes the creative mind, that is, divinity itself, mentum divinorum immanent and perceptible in all workers. Division of labor, then, is the first phase of economic evolution as well as of intellectual development. Our point of departure is true as regards both man and things, and the progress of our exposition is in no wise arbitrary. But, at this solemn hour of the division of labor, tempestuous winds begin to blow upon humanity. Progress does not improve the condition of all equally and uniformly, although in the end it must include and transfigure every intelligent and industrious being. It commences by taking possession of a small number of privileged persons, who thus compose the elite of nations, while the mass continues, or even buries itself deeper, in barbarism. It is this exception of persons on the part of progress which has perpetuated the belief in the natural and providential inequality of conditions, engendered caste, and given an hierarchical form to all societies. It has not been understood that all inequality, never being more than a negation, carries in itself the proof of its illegitimacy and the announcement of its downfall. Much less still has it been imagined that this same inequality proceeds accidentally from a cause the ulterior effect of which must be its entire disappearance. Thus, the antinomy of value reappearing in the law of division, it is found that the first and most potent instrument of knowledge and wealth which Providence has placed in our hands has become for us an instrument of misery and imbecility. Here is the formula of this new law of antagonism, to which we owe the two oldest maladies of civilization, aristocracy and the proletariat. Labor, in dividing itself according to the law which is peculiar to it, and which is the primary condition of its productivity, ends in the frustration of its own objects, and destroys itself. In other words, division, in the absence of which there is no progress, no wealth, no equality, subordinates the worker, and renders intelligence useless, wealth harmful, and equality impossible. All the economists, since Adam Smith, have pointed out the advantages and the inconveniences of the law of division, but at the same time insisting much more strenuously upon the first than the second, because such a course was more in harmony with their optimistic views, and not one of them ever asking how a law can have inconveniences. This is the way in which J.B. Say summed up the question. A man who during his whole life performs but one operation, certainly acquires the power to execute it better and more readily than another, but at the same time he becomes less capable of any other occupation, whether physical or moral. His other faculties become extinct, and there results a degeneracy in the individual man. That one has made only the 18th part of a pin is a sad account to give of one's self, but let no one imagine that it is the worker who spends his life in handling a file or a hammer that alone degenerates in this way from the dignity of his nature. It is the same with the man whose position leads him to exercise the most subtle faculties of his mind. On the whole, it may be said that the separation of tasks is an advantageous use of human forces, that it increases enormously the products of society, but that it takes something from the capacity of each man taken individually. 394. What, then, after labor, is the primary cause of the multiplication of wealth and the skill of workers? Division. What is the primary cause of intellectual degeneracy and, as we shall show continually, civilized misery? Division. How does the same principle, rigorously followed to its conclusions, lead to effects diametrically opposite? There is not an economist, either before or since Adam Smith, who has even perceived that here is a problem to be solved. Say goes so far as to recognize that in the division of labor the same cause which produces the good engenders the evil. 395. Then, after a few words of pity for the victims of the separation of industries, content with having given an impartial and faithful exhibition of the facts, he leaves the matter there. You know, he seems to say, that the more we divide the workers' tasks, the more we increase the productive power of labor, but at the same time the more does labor, gradually reducing itself to a mechanical operation, stupefy intelligence. In vain do we express our indignation against a theory which, creating by labor itself an aristocracy of capacities, leads inevitably to political inequality. In vain do we protest in the name of democracy and progress that in the future there will be no nobility, no bourgeoisie, no pariahs. The economist replies, with the impassibility of destiny, you are condemned to produce much, and to produce cheaply, otherwise your industry will be always insignificant, your commerce will amount to nothing, and you will drag in the rear of civilization instead of taking the lead. What? Among us, generous men, there are some predestined to brutishness, and the more perfect our industry becomes, the larger will grow the number of our accursed brothers. Alas! That is the last word of the economist. We cannot fail to recognize in the division of labor, as a general fact and as a cause, all the characteristics of a law, but as this law governs two orders of phenomena radically opposite and destructive of each other, it must be confessed also that this law is of a sort unknown in the exact sciences, that it is, strange to say, a contradictory law, a counter-law, an antinomy. Let us add, in anticipation, that such appears to be the identifying feature of social economy, and consequently of philosophy. Now, without a recomposition of labor which shall obviate the inconveniences of division while preserving its useful effects, the contradiction inherent in the principle is irremediable. It is necessary, following the style of the Jewish priests plotting the death of Christ, it is necessary that the poor should perish to secure the proprietor his fortune, expedit unum hominem pro populo mori. I am going to demonstrate the necessity of this decree, after which, if the parcel air worker 396 still retains a glimmer of intelligence, he will console himself with the thought that he dies according to the rules of political economy. Labor, which ought to give scope to the conscience and render it more and more worthy of happiness, leading through parcel air division to prostration of mind, dwarfs man in his noblest part, minoret capitis, and throws him back into animality. Thenceforth the fallen man labors as a brute, and consequently must be treated as a brute. This sentence of nature and necessity society will execute. Everywhere, then, in public service as well as free industry, things are so ordered that 9/10 of the workers serve as beasts of burden for the other 10th, such is the inevitable effect of industrial progress and the indispensable condition of all wealth. It is important to look well at this elementary truth before talking to the people of equality, liberty, democratic institutions, and other utopias, the realization of which involves a previous complete revolution in the relations of workers. Chapter 4. Second Period Machinery. I have witnessed with profound regret the continuance of distress in the manufacturing districts of the country. Words of Queen Victoria on the reassembling of Parliament. If there is anything of a nature to cause sovereigns to reflect, it is that, more or less impassible spectators of human calamities, they are, by the very constitution of society and the nature of their power, absolutely powerless to cure the sufferings of their subjects. They are even prohibited from paying any attention to them. Every question of labor and wages, say with one accord the economic and representative theorists, must remain outside of the attributes of power. From the height of the glorious sphere where religion has placed them, thrones, dominations, principalities, powers, and all the heavenly host view the torment of society, beyond the reach of its stress, but their power does not extend over the winds and floods. Kings can do nothing for the salvation of mortals. And, in truth, these theorists are right. The prince is established to maintain, not to revolutionize, to protect reality, not to bring about utopia. He represents one of the antagonistic principles, hence, if he were to establish harmony, he would eliminate himself, which on his part would be sovereignly unconstitutional and absurd. But as, in spite of theories, the progress of ideas is incessantly changing the external form of institutions in such a way as to render continually necessary exactly that which the legislator neither desires nor foresees, so that, for instance, questions of taxation become questions of distribution, those of public utility, questions of national labor and industrial organization, those of finance, operations of credit, and those of international law, questions of customs duties and markets. It stands as demonstrated that the prince, who, according to theory, should never interfere with things which nevertheless, without theory's foreknowledge, are daily and irresistibly becoming matters of government, is and can be henceforth, like divinity from which he emanates, whatever may be said, only an hypothesis, a fiction. And finally, as it is impossible that the prince and the interests which it is his mission to defend should consent to diminish and disappear before emergent principles and new rights posited, it follows that progress, after being accomplished in the mind insensibly, is realized in society by leaps, and that force, in spite of the calumny of which it is the object, is the necessary condition of reforms. Every society in which the power of insurrection is suppressed is a society dead to progress. There is no truth of history better proven. And what I say of constitutional monarchies is equally true of representative democracies. Everywhere the social compact has united power and conspired against life, it being impossible for the legislator either to see that he was working against his own ends or to proceed otherwise. Monarchs and representatives, pitiable actors in parliamentary comedies, this in the last analysis is what you are, talismans against the future. Every year brings you the grievances of the people, and when you are asked for the remedy, your wisdom covers its face. Is it necessary to support privilege, that is, that consecration of the right of the strongest which created you and which is changing every day? Promptly, at the slightest nod of your head, a numerous army starts up, runs to arms, and forms in line of battle. And when the people complain that, in spite of their labor and precisely because of their labor, misery devours them, when society asks you for life, you recite acts of mercy. All your energy is expended for conservatism, all your virtue vanishes in aspirations. Like the Pharisee, instead of feeding your father, you pray for him. Ah! I tell you, we possess the secret of your mission, you exist only to prevent us from living. Nolite ergo imperare, get you gone. As for us, who view the mission of power from quite another standpoint, and who wish the special work of government to be precisely that of exploring the future, searching for progress, and securing for all liberty, equality, health, and wealth, we continue our task of criticism courageously, entirely sure that, when we have laid bare the cause of the evils of society, the principle of its fevers, the motive of its disturbances, we shall not lack the power to apply the remedy. I of the function of machinery in its relations to liberty. The introduction of machinery into industry is accomplished in opposition to the law of division, and as if to re-establish the equilibrium profoundly compromised by that law. To truly appreciate the significance of this movement and grasp its spirit, a few general considerations become necessary. At the end of the preceding chapter we left the worker at loggerheads with the law of division. How will this indefatigable Oedipus manage to solve this enigma? In society the incessant appearance of machinery is the antithesis, the inverse formula, of the division of labor. It is the protest of the industrial genius against parcel error and homicidal labor. What is a machine, in fact? A method of reuniting diverse particles of labor which division had separated. Every machine may be defined as a summary of several operations, a simplification of powers, a condensation of labor, a reduction of costs. In all these respects machinery is the counterpart of division. Therefore through machinery will come a restoration of the parcel error worker, a decrease of toil for the worker, a fall in the price of his product, a movement in the relation of values, progress towards new discoveries, advancement of the general welfare. 397. As the discovery of a formula gives a new power to the geometer, so the invention of a machine is an abridgment of manual labor which multiplies the power of the producer, from which it may be inferred that the antinomy of the division of labor, if not entirely destroyed, will be balanced and neutralized. No one should fail to read the lectures of M. Chevalier setting forth the innumerable advantages resulting to society from the intervention of machinery. They make a striking picture to which I take pleasure in referring my reader. Machinery, positing itself in political economy in opposition to the division of labor, represents synthesis opposing itself in the human mind to analysis, and just as in the division of labor and in machinery, as we shall soon see, political economy entire is contained, so with analysis and synthesis goes the possession of logic entire, of philosophy. The man who labors proceeds necessarily and by turns by division and the aid of tools. Likewise, he who reasons performs necessarily and by turns the operations of synthesis and analysis, nothing more, absolutely nothing. And labor and reason will never get beyond this. Prometheus, like Neptune, attains in 3 strides the confines of the world. Labor, then, after having distinguished capacities and arranged their equilibrium by the division of industries, completes the armament of intelligence, if I may venture to say so, by machinery. According to the testimony of history as well as according to analysis, and notwithstanding the anomalies caused by the antagonism of economic principles, intelligence differs in men, not by power, clearness, or reach, but, in the first place, by speciality, or, in the language of the schools, by qualitative determination, and, in the second place, by exercise and education. Hence, in the individual as in the collective man, intelligence is much more a faculty which comes, forms, and develops, qui fit, than an entity or entelecheity which exists, wholly formed, prior to apprenticeship. Reason, by whatever name we call it, genius, talent, industry, is at the start a naked and inert potentiality, which gradually grows in size and strength, takes on color and form, and shades itself in an infinite variety of ways. By the importance of its acquirements, by its capital, in a word, the intelligence of one individual differs and will always differ from that of another, but, being a power equal in all at the beginning, social progress must consist in rendering it, by an ever-increasing perfection of methods, again equal in all at the end. Otherwise labor would remain a privilege for some and a punishment for others. 2. Machinery's contradiction. Origin of capital and wage labor. From the very fact that machinery diminishes the worker's toil, it abridges and diminishes labor, the supply of which thus grows greater from day to day and the demand less. Little by little, it is true, the reduction in prices causing an increase in consumption, the proportion is restored and the worker set at work again, but as industrial improvements steadily succeed each other and continually tend to substitute mechanical operations for the labor of man, it follows that there is a constant tendency to cut off a portion of the service and consequently to eliminate workers from production. Now, it is with the economic order as with the spiritual order. Outside of the church there is no salvation, outside of labor there is no subsistence. Society and nature, equally pitiless, are in accord in the execution of this new decree. When a new machine, or, in general, any process whatever that expedites matters, says J.B. Say, replaces any human labor already employed. Some of the industrious arms, whose services are usefully supplanted, are left without work. A new machine, therefore, replaces the labor of a portion of the workers, but does not diminish the amount of production, for, if it did, it would not be adopted. It displaces revenue. But the ultimate advantage is wholly on the side of machinery, for, if abundance of product and lessening of cost lower the venal value, the consumer, that is, everybody, will benefit thereby. Say's optimism is infidelity to logic and to facts. The question here is not simply one of a small number of accidents which have happened during 30 centuries through the introduction of 1, 2, or 3 machines, it is a question of a regular, constant, and general phenomenon. After revenue has been displaced, as Say says, by one machine, it is then displaced by another, and again by another, and always by another, as long as any labor remains to be done and any exchanges remain to be effected. That is the light in which the phenomenon must be presented and considered, but thus, it must be admitted, its aspect changes singularly. The displacement of revenue, the suppression of labor and wages, is a chronic, permanent, indelible plague, a sort of cholera which now appears wearing the features of Gutenberg, now assumes those of Arkwright, here is called Jacquard, there James Watt or Marquis de Jouffroy. After carrying on its ravages for a longer or shorter time under one form, the monster takes another, and the economists, who think that he has gone, cry out, it was nothing. Tranquil and satisfied, provided they insist with all the weight of their dialectics on the positive side of the question, they close their eyes to its subversive side, notwithstanding which, when they are spoken to of poverty, they again begin their sermons upon the improvidence and drunkenness of workers. In 1750 M. Dunoyer makes the observation, and it may serve as a measure of all lucubrations of the same sort. In 1750 the population of the Duchy of Lancaster was 300,000 souls. In 1801, thanks to the development of spinning machines, this population was 672,000 souls. In 1831 it was 1,336,000 souls. Instead of the 40,000 workers whom the cotton industry formerly employed, it now employs, since the invention of machinery, 1,500,000. M. Dunoyer adds that at the time when the number of workers employed in this industry increased in so remarkable a manner, the price of labor rose 150%. Population, then, having simply followed industrial progress, its increase has been a normal and irreproachable fact. What do I say? A happy fact, since it is cited to the honor and glory of the development of machinery. But suddenly M. Dunoyer executes an about-face, this multitude of spinning machines soon being out of work, wages necessarily declined, the population which the machines had called forth found itself abandoned by the machines, at which M. Dunoyer declares, abuse of marriage is the cause of poverty. English commerce, in obedience to the demand of the immense body of its patrons, summons workers from all directions, and encourages marriage. As long as labor is abundant, marriage is an excellent thing, the effects of which they are fond of quoting in the interest of machinery, but, the patronage fluctuating, as soon as work and wages are not to be had, they denounce the abuse of marriage, and accuse workers of improvidence. Political economy, that is, proprietary despotism, can never be in the wrong, it must be the proletariat. The example of printing has been cited many a time, always to sustain the optimistic view. The number of persons supported today by the manufacture of books is perhaps 1,000 times larger than was that of the copyists and illuminators prior to Gutenberg's time, therefore, they conclude with a satisfied air, printing has injured nobody. An infinite number of similar facts might be cited, all of them indisputable, but not one of which would advance the question a step. Once more, no one denies that machines have contributed to the general welfare, but I affirm, in regard to this incontestable fact, that the economists fall short of the truth when they advance the absolute statement that the simplification of processes has nowhere resulted in a diminution of the number of hands employed in any industry whatever. What the economists ought to say is that machinery, like the division of labor, in the present system of social economy is at once a source of wealth and a permanent and fatal cause of misery. 398. In 1836, in a Manchester mill, 9 frames, each having 324 spindles, were tended by 4 spinners. Afterwards the mules were doubled in length, which gave each of the 9 680 spindles and enabled 2 men to tend them. There we have the naked fact of the elimination of the worker by the machine. By a simple device 3 workers out of 4 are evicted. What matters it that 50 years later, the population of the globe having doubled and the trade of England having quadrupled, new machines will be constructed and the English manufacturers will re-employ their workers? Do the economists mean to point to the increase of population as one of the benefits of machinery? Let them renounce, then, the theory of Malthus, and stop declaiming against the excessive fecundity of marriage. They did not stop there. Soon a new mechanical improvement enabled a single worker to do the work that formerly occupied 4. A new 3/4 reduction of manual work, in all, a reduction of human labor by 15/16. A Bolton manufacturer writes, "The elongation of the mules of our frames permits us to employ but 26 spinners where we employed 35 in 1837. Another decimation of workers, 1 out of 4 is a victim." These facts are taken from the Review Economique of 1842, and there is nobody who cannot point to similar ones. I have witnessed the introduction of printing machines, and I can say that I have seen with my own eyes the evil which printers have suffered thereby. During the 15 or 20 years that the machines have been in use, a portion of the workers have gone back to composition, others have abandoned their trade, and some have died of misery. Thus workers are continually crowded back in consequence of industrial innovations. 20 years ago 80 canal boats furnished the navigation service between Beaucaire and Lyons. A score of steam packets has displaced them all. Certainly commerce is the gainer, but what has become of the boating population? Has it been transferred from the boats to the packets? No, it has gone where all superseded industries go. It has vanished. For the rest, the following documents, which I take from the same source, will give a more positive idea of the influence of industrial improvements upon the condition of the workers. The average weekly wages, at Manchester, is 10 shillings. Out of 450 workers there are not 40 who earn 20 shillings. The author of the article is careful to remark that an Englishman consumes 5 times as much as a Frenchman. This, then, is as if a French worker had to live on 2 francs and a half a week. Edinburgh Review, 1835, to a combination of workers, who did not want to see their wages reduced, we owe the mule of Sharp and Roberts of Manchester, and this invention has severely punished the imprudent Unionists. Punished should merit punishment. The invention of Sharp and Roberts of Manchester was bound to result from the situation. The refusal of the workers to submit to the reduction asked of them was only its determining occasion. 399. Might not one infer, from the air of vengeance affected by the Edinburgh Review, that machines have a retroactive effect? An English manufacturer, the insubordination of our workers has given us the idea of dispensing with them. We have made and stimulated every imaginable effort of the mind to replace the service of men by tools more docile, and we have achieved our object. Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. Wherever we still employ a man, we do so only temporarily, pending the invention for us of some means of accomplishing his work without him. What a system is that which leads a businessman to think with delight that society will soon be able to dispense with men? Machinery has delivered capital from the oppression of labor. 400. That is exactly as if the cabinet should undertake to deliver the treasury from the oppression of the taxpayers. Fool! Though the workers cost you something, they are your customers. What will you do with your products, when, driven away by you, they shall consume them no longer? Thus machinery, after crushing the workers, is not slow in dealing employers a counterblow, for, if production excludes consumption, it is soon obliged to stop itself. During the 4th quarter of 1841 4 great failures, happening in an English manufacturing city, through 1,720 people on the street. These failures were caused by overproduction, that is, by an inadequate market, or the distress of the people. What a pity that machinery cannot also deliver capital from the oppression of consumers. What a misfortune that machines do not buy the fabrics which they weave. The ideal society will be reached when commerce, agriculture, and manufactures can proceed without a man upon earth. In a Yorkshire parish for 9 months the operatives have been working but 2 days a week. Machines. At Jeston 2 factories valued at £60,000 sterling have been sold for 26,000. They produced more than they could sell. Machines. In 1841 the number of children under 13 years of age engaged in manufactures diminishes, because children over 13 take their place. Machines. The adult worker becomes an apprentice, a child. Again, this result was foreseen from the phase of the division of labor, during which we saw the quality of the worker degenerate in the ratio in which industry was perfected. In his conclusion the journalist makes this reflection: since 1836 there has been a retrograde movement in the cotton industry, that is, it no longer keeps up its relation with other industries, another result foreseen from the theory of the proportionality of values. Today workers' coalitions and strikes seem to have stopped throughout England, and the economists rightly rejoice over this return to order, let us say even to common sense. But because workers henceforth, at least I cherish the hope, will not add the misery of their voluntary periods of idleness to the misery which machines force upon them, does it follow that the situation is changed? And if there is no change in the situation, will not the future always be a deplorable copy of the past? The economists love to rest their minds on pictures of public felicity. It is by this sign principally that they are to be recognized, and that they estimate each other. Nevertheless there are not lacking among them, on the other hand, moody and sickly imaginations, ever ready to offset accounts of growing prosperity with proofs of persistent poverty. But it is necessary to penetrate still farther into the antinomy. Machines promised us an increase of wealth, they have kept their word, but at the same time endowing us with an increase of poverty. 401 They promised us liberty, I am going to prove that they have brought us slavery. I have stated that the determination of value, and with it the tribulations of society, began with the division of industries, without which there could be no exchange, or wealth, or progress. The period through which we are now passing, that of machinery, is distinguished by a special characteristic: wage labor. Wage labor stems from the use of machinery, that is, to give my thought the entire generality of expression which it calls for, from the economic fiction by which capital becomes an agent of production. Wage labor, in short, coming after the division of labor and exchange 402, is the necessary correlative of the theory of the reduction of costs, in whatever way this reduction may be accomplished. This genealogy is too interesting to be passed by without a few words of explanation. The first, the simplest, the most powerful of machines is the workshop. Division simply separates the various parts of labor, leaving each to devote himself to the speciality best suited to his tastes. The workshop groups the workers according to the relation of each part to the whole. It is the most elementary form of the balance of values, undiscoverable though the economists suppose this to be. Now, through the workshop, production is going to increase, and at the same time the deficit. Somebody discovered that, by dividing production into its various parts and causing each to be executed by a separate worker, he would obtain a multiplication of power, the product of which would be far superior to the amount of labor given by the same number of workers when labor is not divided. Grasping the thread of this idea, he said to himself that, by forming a permanent group of workers assorted with a view to his special purpose, he would produce more steadily, more abundantly, and at less cost. It is not indispensable, however, that the workers should be gathered into one place. The existence of the workshop does not depend essentially upon such contact. It results from the relation and proportion of the different tasks and from the common thought directing them. In a word, concentration at one point may offer its advantages, which are not to be neglected, but that is not what constitutes the workshop. This, then, is the proposition which the speculator makes to those whose collaboration he desires: I guarantee you a perpetual market for your products, if you will accept me as purchaser or middleman. The bargain is so clearly advantageous that the proposition cannot fail of acceptance. The worker finds in it steady work, a fixed price, and security. The employer, on the other hand, will find a readier sale for his goods, since, producing more advantageously, he can lower the price. In short, his profits will be larger because of the mass of his investments. All, even to the public and the magistrate, will congratulate the employer on having added to the social wealth by his combinations, and will vote him a reward. But, in the first place, whoever says reduction of expenses says reduction of services, not, it is true, in the new shop, but for the workers at the same trade who are left outside, as well as for many others whose accessory services will be less needed in future. Therefore every establishment of a workshop corresponds to an eviction of workers. This assertion, utterly contradictory though it may appear, is as true of the workshop as of a machine. The economists admit it, but here they repeat their eternal refrain that, after a lapse of time, the demand for the product having increased in proportion to the reduction of price, labor in turn will come finally to be in greater demand than ever. Undoubtedly, with time, the equilibrium will be restored, but, I must add again, the equilibrium will be no sooner restored at this point than it will be disturbed at another, because the spirit of invention never stops, any more than labor. Now, what theory could justify these perpetual hecatombs? When we have reduced the number of toilers, wrote Sismondi, to a fourth or a fifth of what it is at present, we shall need only a fourth or a fifth as many priests, physicians, etc. When we have cut them off altogether, we shall be in a position to dispense with the human race. And that is what really would happen if, in order to put the labor of each machine in proportion to the needs of consumption, that is, to restore the balance of values continually destroyed, it were not necessary to continually create new machines, open other markets, and consequently multiply services and displace other arms. So that on the one hand industry and wealth, on the other population and misery, advance, so to speak, in procession, one always dragging the other after it. I have shown the entrepreneur, at the birth of industry, negotiating on equal terms with his comrades, who have since become his workers. It is plain, in fact, that this original equality was bound to disappear through the advantageous position of the master and the dependence of the wage workers. In vain does the law assure to each the right of enterprise, as well as the faculty to labor alone and sell one's products directly. According to the hypothesis, this last resource is impracticable, since it was the object of the workshop to annihilate isolated labor. And as for the right to take the plough, as they say, and go at speed, it is the same in manufactures as in agriculture. To know how to work is nothing, it is necessary to arrive at the right time. The shop, as well as the land, is to the first comer. When an establishment has had the leisure to develop itself, enlarge its foundations, ballast itself with capital, and assure itself a body of patrons, what can the worker who has only his arms do against a power so superior? Hence it was not by an arbitrary act of sovereign power or by fortuitous and brutal usurpation that the guilds and masterships were established in the Middle Ages. The force of events had created them long before the edicts of kings could have given them legal consecration, and, in spite of the reform of '89, we see them re-establishing themselves under our eyes with an energy 100 times more formidable. Abandon labor to its own tendencies, and the subjection of 3/4 of the human race is assured. But this is not all. The machine, or the workshop, after having degraded the worker by giving him a master, completes his degeneracy by reducing him from the rank of artisan to that of unskilled laborer. If not misery, then degradation, such is the last alternative which machinery offers to the worker. For it is with a machine as with a piece of artillery, the captain excepted, those whom it occupies are servants, slaves. Since the establishment of large factories, a multitude of little industries have disappeared from the domestic hearth, Does anyone believe that the girls who work for 10 and 15 cents have as much intelligence as their ancestors? After the establishment of the railway from Paris to Saint-Germain, M. Dunoyer tells us, there were established between Peck and a multitude of places in the more or less immediate vicinity such a number of omnibus and stage lines that this establishment, contrary to all expectation, has considerably increased the employment of horses. Contrary to all expectation. It takes an economist not to expect these things. Multiply machinery, and you increase the amount of arduous and disagreeable labor to be done. This apothegm is as certain as any of those which date from the deluge. Accuse me, if you choose, of ill will towards the most precious invention of our century. Nothing shall prevent me from saying that the principal result of railways, after the subjection of petty industry, will be the creation of a population of degraded workers sine alman, sweepers, loaders, lumpers, draymen, watchmen, porters, weighers, greasers, cleaners, stokers, firemen, etc. 2,000 miles of railway will give France an additional 50,000 serfs. It is not for such people, certainly, that M. Chevalier asks professional schools. Perhaps it will be said that, the mass of transportation having increased in much greater proportion than the number of day workers, the difference is to the advantage of the railway, and that, all things considered, there is progress. The observation may even be generalist, and the same argument apply to all industries. But it is precisely out of this generality of the phenomenon that springs the subjection of workers. Machinery plays the leading role in industry, man is secondary. All the genius displayed by labor tends to the degradation of the proletariat. What a glorious nation will be ours when, among 40 million inhabitants, it shall count 35 million drudges, paper scratchers, and flunkies. With machinery and the workshop, divine right that is, the principle of authority makes its entrance into political economy. Capital, mastership, privilege, monopoly, loaning, credit, property, etc. such are, in economic language, the various names of I know not what, but which is otherwise called power, authority, sovereignty, written law, revelation, religion, God, in short, cause and principle of all our miseries and all our crimes, and who, the more we try to define him, the more eludes us. Is it, then, impossible that, in the present condition of society, the workshop with its hierarchical organization, and machinery, instead of serving exclusively the interests of the least numerous, the least industrious, and the wealthiest class, should be employed for the benefit of all? That is what we are going to examine. 3 of preservatives against the disastrous influence of machinery. Reduction of manual labor is synonymous with lowering of price, and, consequently, with increase of exchange, since, if the consumer pays less, he will buy more. But reduction of manual labor is synonymous also with restriction of market, since, if the producer earns less, he will buy less. And this is the course that things actually take. The concentration of forces in the workshop and the intervention of capital in production, under the name of machinery, engender at the same time overproduction and destitution, and everybody has witnessed these two scourges, more to be feared than incendiarism and plague, develop in our day on the vastest scale and with devouring intensity. Nevertheless, it is impossible for us to retreat. 403 It is necessary to produce always, produce cheaply, otherwise, the existence of society is compromised. The worker, who, to escape the degradation with which the principle of division threatened him, had created so many marvelous machines, now finds himself either prohibited or subjugated by his own works. Against this alternative, what means are proposed? M. de Sismondi, like all men of patriarchal ideas, would like the division of labor, with machinery and manufactures, to be abandoned, and each family to return to the system of primitive indivision, that is, to each one by himself, each one for himself, in the most literal meaning of the words. That would be to retrograde. It is impossible. 404. M. Blanqui returns to the charge with his plan of participation by the worker, and of consolidation of all industries in a joint stock company for the benefit of the collective worker. I have shown that this plan would impair public welfare without appreciably improving the condition of the workers, and M. Blanqui himself seems to share this sentiment. How reconcile, in fact, this participation of the worker in the profits with the rights of inventors, entrepreneurs, and capitalists, of whom the first have to reimburse themselves for large outlays, as well as for their long and patient efforts, the second continually endanger the wealth they have acquired, and take upon themselves alone the chances of their enterprises, which are often very hazardous, and the third could sustain no reduction of their dividends without in some way losing their savings. How harmonious, in a word, the equality desirable to establish between workers and employers with the preponderance which cannot be taken from heads of establishments, from loaners of capital, and from inventors, and which involves so clearly their exclusive appropriation of the profits. To decree by a law the admission of all workers to a share of the profits would be to pronounce the dissolution of society. All the economists have seen this so clearly that they have finally changed into an exhortation to employers what had first occurred to them as a project. Now, as long as the wage worker gets no profit save what may be allowed him by the entrepreneur, it is perfectly safe to assume that eternal poverty will be his lot. It is not in the power of the holders of labor to make it otherwise. Whatever the pace of mechanical progress, though machines should be invented 100 times more marvelous than the mule jenny, the knitting machine, or the cylinder press, though forces should be discovered 100 times more powerful than steam very far from freeing humanity, securing its leisure, and making the production of everything gratuitous, these things would have no other effect than to multiply labor, induce an increase of population, make the chains of serfdom heavier, render life more and more expensive, and deepen the abyss which separates the class that commands and enjoys from the class that obeys and suffers. 405. Chapter V. Third period competition. Between the 100-headed hydra, division of labor, and the unconquered dragon, machinery, what will become of humanity? A prophet has said it more than 2,000 years ago. Satan looks on his victim, and the fires of war are kindled, aspexit gentes, et dissolve it. To save us from two scourges, famine and pestilence, Providence sends us discord. Competition represents that philosophical era in which, a semi-understanding of the antinomies of reason having given birth to the art of sophistry, the characteristics of the false and the true were confounded, and in which, instead of doctrines, they had nothing but deceptive mental tilts. Thus the industrial movement faithfully reproduces the metaphysical movement. The history of social economy is to be found entire in the writings of the philosophers. Let us study this interesting phase, whose most striking characteristic is to take away the judgment of those who believe as well as those who protest. A necessity of competition. Is it not immediately and intuitively evident that competition destroys competition? Is there a theorem in geometry more certain, more peremptory, than that? How then, upon what conditions, in what sense, can a principle which is its own denial enter into science? How can it become an organic law of society? If competition is necessary, if, as the school says, it is a postulate of production, how does it become so devastating in its effects? And if its most certain effect is to ruin those whom it incites, how does it become useful? For the inconveniences which follow in its train, like the good which it procures, are not accidents arising from the work of man, both follow logically from the principle, and subsist by the same title and face to face. And, in the first place, competition is as essential to labor as division, since it is division itself returning in another form, or rather, raised to its second power, division, I say, no longer, as in the first period of economic evolution, adequate to collective force, and consequently absorbing the personality of the worker in the workshop, but giving birth to liberty by making each subdivision of labor a sort of sovereignty in which man stands in all his power and independence. Competition, in a word, is liberty in division and in all the divided parts. Beginning with the most comprehensive functions, it tends toward its realization even in the inferior operations of parcel air labor. Competition is necessary to the constitution of value, that is, to the very principle of distribution, and consequently to the advent of equality. As long as a product is supplied only by a single manufacturer, its real value remains a mystery, either through the producer's misrepresentation or through his neglect or inability to reduce the cost of production to its extreme limit. Thus the privilege of production is a real loss to society, and publicity of industry, like competition between workers, a necessity. All the utopias ever imagined or imaginable cannot escape this law. 406. Certainly I do not care to deny that labor and wages can and should be guaranteed. I even entertain the hope that the time of such guarantee is not far off, but I maintain that a guarantee of wages is impossible without an exact knowledge of value, and that this value can be discovered only by competition, not at all by communistic institutions or by popular decree. For in this there is something more powerful than the will of the legislator and of citizens, namely, the absolute impossibility that man should do his duty after finding himself relieved of all responsibility to himself. Now, responsibility to self, in the matter of labor, necessarily implies competition with others. Ordained that, beginning January 1, 1847, labor and wages are guaranteed to all, immediately an immense relaxation will succeed the extreme tension to which industry is now subjected. Real value will fall rapidly below nominal value. Metallic money, in spite of its effigy and stamp, will experience the fate of the assignats. The merchant will ask more and give less, and we shall find ourselves in a still lower circle in the hell of misery in which competition is only the third turn. Even were I to admit, with some socialists, that the attractiveness of labor may some day serve as food for emulation without any hidden thought of profit, of what utility could this utopia be in the phase which we are studying? We are yet only in the third period of economic evolution, in the third age of the constitution of labor, that is, in a period when it is impossible for labor to be attractive. For the attractiveness of labor can result only from a high degree of physical, moral, and intellectual development of the worker. Now, this development itself, this education of humanity by industry, is precisely the object of which we are in pursuit through the contradictions of social economy. How, then, could the attractiveness of labor serve us as a principle and lever, when it is still our object and our end? In proof of the industrial capacity of the state, and consequently of the possibility of abolishing competition altogether, they cite the administration of the tobacco industry. There, they the communists say, is no adulteration, no litigation, no bankruptcy, no misery. The condition of the workers, adequately paid, instructed, sermonized, moralized, and assured of a retiring pension accumulated by their savings, is incomparably superior to that of the immense majority of workers engaged in free industry. All this may be true. For my part, I am ignorant on the subject. I know nothing of what goes on in the administration of the tobacco factories. I have procured no information either from the directors or the workers, and I have no need of any. How much does the tobacco sold by the administration cost? How much is it worth? You can answer the first of these questions. You only need to call at the first tobacco shop you see. But you can tell me nothing about the second, because you have no standard of comparison and are forbidden to verify by experiment the items of cost of administration, which it is consequently impossible to accept. Therefore the tobacco business, made into a monopoly, necessarily costs society more than it brings in. It is an industry which, instead of subsisting by its own product, lives by subsidies, and which consequently, far from furnishing us a model, is one of the first abuses which reform should strike down. And when I speak of the reform to be introduced in the production of tobacco, I do not refer simply to the enormous tax which triples or quadruples the value of this product, neither do I refer to the hierarchical organization of its employees, some of whom by their salaries are made aristocrats as expensive as they are useless, while others, hopeless receivers of petty wages, are kept forever in the situation of subalterns. I do not even speak of the privilege of the tobacco shops and the whole world of parasites which they support. I have particularly in view the useful labor, the labor of the workers. From the very fact that the administration's worker has no competitors and is interested neither in profit nor loss, from the fact that he is not free, in a word, his product is necessarily less, and his service too expensive. This being so, let them say that the government treats its employees well and looks out for their comfort, what wonder? Why do not people see that liberty bears the burdens of privilege, and that, if, by some impossibility, all industries were to be treated like the tobacco industry, the source of subsidies failing, the nation could no longer balance its receipts and its expenses, and the state would become a bankrupt. Therefore competition, analyzed in its principle, is an inspiration of justice, and yet we shall see that competition, in its results, is unjust. Two subversive effects of competition, and the destruction of liberty thereby. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, says the gospel, and the violent take it by force. These words are the allegory of society. In society regulated by labor, dignity, wealth, and glory are objects of competition, they are the reward of the strong, and competition may be defined as the regime of force. The old economists did not at first perceive this contradiction, the moderns have been forced to recognize it. To elevate a state from the lowest degree of barbarism to the highest degree of opulence, wrote A. Smith, but three things are necessary: peace, moderate taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. All the rest is brought about by the natural course of things. On which the last translator of Smith, M. Blanky, lets fall this gloomy comment. We have seen the natural course of things produce disastrous effects, and create anarchy in production, war for markets, and piracy in competition. The division of labor and the perfecting of machinery, which should realize for the great working family of the human race the conquest of a certain amount of leisure to the advantage of its dignity, have produced at many points nothing but degradation and misery. When A. Smith wrote, liberty had not yet come with its embarrassments and its abuses, and the Glasgow professor foresaw only its blessings. Smith would have written like M. de Sismondi, if he had been a witness of the sad condition of Ireland and the manufacturing districts of England in the times in which we live. Now then, litterateurs, statesmen, daily publicists, believers and half-believers, all you who have taken upon yourselves the mission of indoctrinating men, do you hear these words which one would take for a translation from Jeremiah? Will you tell us at last to what end you pretend to be conducting civilization? What advice do you offer to society, to the country, in alarm? But to whom do I speak? Ministers, journalists, sextons, and pedants. Do such people trouble themselves about the problems of social economy? Have they ever heard of competition? Competition, with its homicidal instinct, takes away the bread of a whole class of workers, and sees in it only an improvement, a saving. It steals a secret in a cowardly manner, and glories in it as a discovery. It changes the natural zones of production to the detriment of an entire people, and pretends to have done nothing but utilize the advantages of its climate. Competition overturns all notions of equity and justice. It increases the real cost of production by needlessly multiplying the capital invested, causes by turns the dearness of products and their depreciation, corrupts the public conscience by putting chance in the place of right, and maintains terror and distrust everywhere. But what? Without this atrocious characteristic, competition would lose its happiest effects. Without the arbitrary element in exchange and the panics of the market, labor would not continually build factory against factory, and, not being maintained in such good working order, production would realize none of its marvels. After having caused evil to arise from the very utility of its principle, competition again finds a way to extract good from evil. Destruction engenders utility, equilibrium is realized by agitation, and it may be said of competition, as Samson said of the lion which he had slain, decum dente cibus exiit, et de forti dulcidug. Is there anything, in all the spheres of human knowledge, more surprising than political economy? Let us take care, nevertheless, not to yield to an impulse of irony, which would be on our part only unjust invective. It is characteristic of economic science to find its certainty in its contradictions, and the whole error of the economists consists in not having understood this. Nothing poorer than their criticism, nothing more saddening than their mental confusion. As soon as they touch this question of competition, one would say that they were witnesses forced by torture to confess what their conscience would like to conceal. The reader will take it kindly if I put before his eyes the arguments for laissez-passer, introducing him, so to speak, into the presence of a secret meeting of economists. M. Dunoyer opens the discussion. Of all the economists, M. Dunoyer has most energetically embraced the positive side of competition, and consequently, as might have been expected, most ineffectually grasped the negative side. M. Dunoyer, with whom nothing can be done when what he calls principles are under discussion, is very far from believing that in matters of political economy yes and no may be true at the same moment and to the same extent. Let it be said even to his credit, such a conception is the more repugnant to him because of the frankness and honesty with which he holds his doctrines. What would I not give to gain an entrance into this pure but so obstinate soul, for this truth as certain to me as the existence of the sun, that all the categories of political economy are contradictions. Instead of uselessly exhausting himself in reconciling practice and theory, instead of contenting himself with the ridiculous excuse that everything here below has its advantages and its inconveniences, M. Dunoyer would seek the synthetic idea which solves all the antinomies, and, instead of the paradoxical conservative which he now is, he would become with us an inexorable and logical revolutionist. If competition is a false principle, says M. Dunoyer, it follows that for 2000 years humanity has been pursuing the wrong road. No, what you say does not follow, and your prejudicial remark is refuted by the very theory of progress. Humanity posits its principles by turns, and sometimes at long intervals. Never does it give them up in substance, although it destroys successively their expressions and formulas. This destruction is called negation, because the general reason, ever progressive, continually denies the completeness and sufficiency of its prior ideas. Thus it is that, competition being one of the periods in the constitution of value, one of the elements of the social synthesis, it is true to say at the same time that it is indestructible in its principle, and that nevertheless in its present form it should be abolished, denied. 407 If, then, there is anyone here who is in opposition to history, it is you. I have several remarks to make upon the accusations of which competition has been the object. The first is that this regime, good or bad, ruinous or fruitful, does not really exist as yet, that it is established nowhere except in a partial and most incomplete manner. This first observation has no sense. Competition kills competition, as we said at the outset. This aphorism may be taken for a definition. How, then, could competition ever be complete? Moreover, though it should be admitted that competition does not yet exist in its integrity, that would simply prove that competition does not act with all the power of elimination that there is in it, but that will not change at all its contradictory nature. What need have we to wait 30 centuries longer to find out that, the more competition develops, the more it tends to reduce the number of competitors? The second is that the picture drawn of it is unfaithful, and that sufficient heed is not paid to the extension which the general welfare has undergone, including even that of the laboring classes. If some socialists fail to recognize the useful side of competition, you on your side make no mention of its pernicious effects. The testimony of your opponents coming to complete your own, competition is shown in the fullest light, and from a double falsehood we get the truth as a result. As for the gravity of the evil, we shall see directly what to think about that. The third is that the evil experienced by the laboring classes is not referred to its real causes. If there are other causes of poverty than competition, does that prevent it from contributing its share? Though only one manufacturer a year were ruined by competition, if it were admitted that this ruin is the necessary effect of the principle, competition, as a principle, would have to be rejected. The fourth is that the principal means proposed for obviating it would be inexpedient in the extreme. Possibly, but from this I conclude that the inadequacy of the remedies proposed imposes a new duty upon you, precisely that of seeking the most expedient means of preventing the evil of competition. The fifth, finally, is that the real remedies, insofar as it is possible to remedy the evil by legislation, would be found precisely in the regime which is accused of having produced it, that is, in a more and more real regime of liberty and competition. Well, I am willing. The remedy for competition, in your opinion, is to make competition universal. But, in order that competition may be universal, it is necessary to procure for all the means of competing, it is necessary to destroy or modify the predominance of capital over labor, to change the relations between employer and worker, to solve, in a word, the antinomy of division and that of machinery. It is necessary to organize labor. Can you give this solution? 408. In theory we have demonstrated that competition, on its useful side, should be universal and carried to its maximum of intensity, but that, viewed on its negative side, it must be everywhere stifled, even to the last vestige. Are the economists in a position to effect this elimination? Have they foreseen the consequences, calculated the difficulties? If the answer should be affirmative, I should have the boldness to propose the following case to them for solution. A treaty of coalition, or rather of association, for the courts would be greatly embarrassed to define either term, has just united in one company all the coal mines in the basin of the Loire. On complaint of the municipalities of Lyons and Saint-Étienne, the ministry has appointed a commission charged with examining the character and tendencies of this frightful society. Well, I ask, what can the intervention of power, with the assistance of civil law and political economy, accomplish here? They cry out against coalition. But can the proprietors of mines be prevented from associating, from reducing their general expenses and costs of exploitation, and from working their mines to better advantage by a more perfect understanding with each other? Shall they be ordered to begin their old war over again, and ruin themselves by increased expenses, waste, overproduction, disorder, and decreased prices? All that is absurd. Shall they be prevented from increasing their prices so as to recover the interest on their capital? Then let them be protected themselves against any demands for increased wages on the part of the workers. Let the law concerning joint stock companies be reenacted, let the sale of shares be prohibited, and when all these measures shall have been taken, as the capitalist proprietors of the basin cannot justly be forced to lose capital invested under a different condition of things, let them be indemnified. Shall a tariff be imposed upon them? That would be a law of maximum. The state would then have to put itself in the place of the exploiters, keep the accounts of their capital, interest, and office expenses, regulate the wages of the miners, the salaries of the engineers and directors, the price of the wood employed in the extraction of the coal, the expenditure for material, and, finally, determine the normal and legitimate rate of profit. All this cannot be done by ministerial decree. A law is necessary. Will the legislator dare, for the sake of a special industry, to change the public law of the French, and put power in the place of property? Then of two things one, either commerce in coals will fall into the hands of the state, or else the state must find some means of reconciling liberty and order in carrying on the mining industry, in which case the socialists will ask that what has been executed at one point be imitated at all points. The coalition of the Loire mines has posited the social question in terms which permit no more evasion. Either competition, that is, monopoly and what follows, or exploitation by the state, that is, dearness of labor and continuous impoverishment, or else, in short, a solution based upon equality, in other words, the organization of labor, which involves the negation of political economy and the end of property. 3 remedies against competition. Can competition in labor be abolished? It would be as well worthwhile to ask if personality, liberty, individual responsibility can be suppressed. Competition, in fact, is the expression of collective activity, just as wages, considered in its highest acceptation, is the expression of the merit and demerit, in a word, the responsibility, of the worker. It is vain to declaim and revolt against these 2 essential forms of liberty and discipline in labor. Without a theory of wages there is no distribution, no justice. Without an organization of competition there is no social guarantee, consequently no solidarity. The socialists have confounded two essentially distinct things when, contrasting the union of the domestic hearth with industrial competition, they have asked themselves if society could not be constituted precisely like a great family, all of whose members would be bound by ties of blood, and not as a sort of coalition in which each is held back by the law of his own interests. The family is not, if I may venture to so speak, the type, the organic molecule, of society. In the family, as M. de Bonald has very well observed, there exists but one moral being, one mind, one soul, I had almost said, with the Bible, one flesh. The family is the type and the cradle of monarchy and the patriciate. In it resides and is preserved the idea of authority and sovereignty, which is being obliterated more and more in the state. It was on the model of the family that all the ancient and feudal societies were organized, and it is precisely against this old patriarchal constitution that modern democracy protests and revolts. The constitutive unit of society is the workshop. Now, the workshop necessarily implies an interest as a body and private interests, a collective person and individuals. Hence a system of relations unknown in the family, among which the opposition of the collective will, represented by the employer, and individual wills, represented by the wage workers, figures in the front rank. Then come the relations from shop to shop, from capital to capital, in other words, competition and association. For competition and association are supported by each other, they do not exist independently, very far from excluding each other, they are not even divergent. Whoever says competition already supposes a common object. Competition, then, is not egoism, and the most deplorable error of socialism consists in having regarded it as the subversion of society. Therefore there can be no question here of destroying competition, as impossible as to destroy liberty. The problem is to find its equilibrium, I would willingly say its police. For every force, every form of spontaneity, whether individual or collective, must receive its determination. In this respect it is the same with competition as with intelligence and liberty. How, then, will competition be harmoniously determined in society? We have heard the reply of M. Dunoyer, speaking for political economy: competition must be determined by itself. In other words, according to M. Dunoyer and all the economists, the remedy for the inconveniences of competition is more competition, and, since political economy is the theory of property, of the absolute right of use and abuse, it is clear that political economy has no other answer to make. Now, this is as if it should be pretended that the education of liberty is effected by liberty, the instruction of the mind by the mind, the determination of value by value, all of which propositions are evidently tautological and absurd. And, in fact, to confine ourselves to the subject under discussion, it is obvious that competition, practiced for itself and with no other object than to maintain a vague and discordant independence, can end in nothing, and that its oscillations are eternal. In competition the struggling elements are capital, machinery, processes, talent, and experience, that is, capital again. Victory is assured to the heaviest battalions. If, then, competition is practiced only to the advantage of private interests, and if its social effects have been neither determined by science nor reserved by the state, there will be in competition, as in democracy, a continual tendency from civil war to oligarchy, from oligarchy to despotism, and then dissolution and return to civil war, without end and without rest. That is why competition, abandoned to itself, can never arrive at its own constitution. Like value, it needs a superior principle to socialize and define it. These facts are henceforth well enough established to warrant us in considering them above criticism, and to excuse us from returning to them. Political economy, so far as the police of competition is concerned, having no means but competition itself, and unable to have any other, is shown to be powerless. It remains now to inquire what solution socialism contemplates. A single example will give the measure of its means, and will permit us to come to general conclusions regarding it. Of all modern socialists, M. Louis Blanc, perhaps, by his remarkable talent, has been most successful in calling public attention to his writings. In his organization of labor, after having traced back the problem of association to a single point, competition, he unhesitatingly pronounces in favor of its abolition. From this we may judge to what an extent this writer, generally so cautious, is deceived as to the value of political economy and the range of socialism. On the one hand, M. Blanc, receiving his ideas ready-made from I know not what source, giving everything to his century and nothing to history, rejects absolutely, in substance and in form, political economy and deprives himself of the very materials of organization. On the other, he attributes to tendencies revived from all past epochs, which he takes for new, a reality which they do not possess, and misconceives the nature of socialism, which is exclusively critical. M. Blanc, therefore, has given us the spectacle of a vivid imagination ready to confront an impossibility. He has believed in the divination of genius, but he must have perceived that science does not improvise itself, and that, be one's name Adolphe Boyer, Louis Blanc, or J.J. Rousseau, provided there is nothing in experience, there is nothing in the mind. M. Blanc begins with this declaration. We cannot understand those who have imagined I know not what mysterious coupling of two opposite principles. To graft association upon competition is a poor idea, it is to substitute hermaphrodites for eunuchs. These 3 lines M. Blanc will always have reason to regret. They prove that, when he published the 4th edition of his book, he was as little advanced in logic as in political economy, and that he reasoned about both as a blind man would reason about colors. Hermaphrodism, in politics, consists precisely in exclusion, because exclusion always restores, in some form or other and in the same degree, the idea excluded, and M. Blanc would be greatly surprised were he to be shown, by his continual mixture in his book of the most contrary principles authority and right, property and communism, aristocracy and equality, labor and capital, reward and sacrifice, liberty and dictatorship, free inquiry and religious faith that the real hermaphrodite, the double-sexed publicist, is himself. M. Blanc, placed on the borders of democracy and socialism, 1 degree lower than the Republic, 2 degrees beneath M. Barrot, 3 beneath M. Thiers, is also, whatever he may say and whatever he may do, a descendant through 4 generations from M. Guizot, a doctrinaire. Certainly, cries M. Blanc, we are not of those who anathematize the principle of authority. This principle we have 1,000 times had occasion to defend against attacks as dangerous as absurd. We know that, when organized force exists nowhere in a society, despotism exists everywhere. Thus, according to M. Blanc, the remedy for competition, or rather, the means of abolishing it, consists in the intervention of authority, in the substitution of the state for individual liberty. It is the inverse of the system of the economists. I should dislike to have M. Blanc, whose social tendencies are well known, accuse me of making impolitic war upon him in refuting him. I do justice to M. Blanc's generous intentions, I love and I read his works, and I am especially thankful to him for the service he has rendered in revealing, in his history of 10 years, the hopeless poverty of his party. But no one can consent to seem a dupe or an imbecile. Now, putting personality entirely aside, what can there be in common between socialism, that universal protest, and the hodgepodge of old prejudices which make up M. Blanc's republic? M. Blanc is never tired of appealing to authority, and socialism loudly declares itself anarchistic. M. Blanc places power above society, and socialism tends to subordinate it to society. M. Blanc makes social life descend from above, and socialism maintains that it springs up and grows from below. M. Blanc runs after politics, and socialism is in quest of science. No more hypocrisy. Let me say to M. Blanc, you desire neither Catholicism nor monarchy nor nobility, but you must have a God, a religion, a dictatorship, a censorship, a hierarchy, distinctions, and ranks. For my part, I deny your God, your authority, your sovereignty, your judicial state, and all your representative mystifications. I want neither Robespierre's censor nor Marat's rod, and, rather than submit to your androgynous democracy, I would support the status quo. For 16 years your party has resisted progress and blocked opinion. For 16 years it has shown its despotic origin by following in the wake of power at the extremity of the left center. It is time for it to abdicate or undergo a metamorphosis. Implacable theorists of authority, what then do you propose which the government upon which you make war cannot accomplish in a fashion more tolerable than yours? M-blank's system may be summarized in 3 points. 1. To give power a great force of initiative, that is, in plain English, to make absolutism omnipotent in order to realize a utopia. 2. To establish public workshops, and supply them with capital, at the state's expense. 3. To extinguish private industry by the competition of national industry. And that is all. Has M. Blanc touched the problem of value, which involves in itself alone all others? He does not even suspect its existence. Has he given a theory of distribution? No. Has he solved the antinomy of the division of labor, perpetual cause of the workers' ignorance, immorality, and poverty? No. Has he caused the contradiction of machinery and wage labor to disappear, and reconciled the rights of association with those of liberty? On the contrary, M. Blanc consecrates this contradiction. Under the despotic protection of the state, he admits in principle the inequality of ranks and wages, adding thereto, as compensation, the ballot. Are not workers who vote their regulations and elect their leaders free? It may very likely happen that these voting workers will admit no command or difference of pay among them. Then, as nothing will have been provided for the satisfaction of industrial capacities, while maintaining political equality, dissolution will penetrate into the workshop, and, in the absence of police intervention, each will return to his own affairs. These fears seem to M. Blanc neither serious nor well-founded. He awaits the test calmly, very sure that society will not go out of his way to contradict him. To sum up, competition, as an economic position or phase, considered in its origin, is the necessary result of the intervention of machinery, of the establishment of the workshop, and of the theory of reduction of general costs. Considered in its own significance and in its tendency, it is the mode by which collective activity manifests and exercises itself, the expression of social spontaneity, the emblem of democracy and equality, the most energetic instrument for the constitution of value, the support of association. As the essay of individual forces, it is the guarantee of their liberty, the first moment of their harmony, the form of responsibility which unites them all and makes them interdependent solidaires. But competition abandoned to itself and deprived of the direction of a superior and efficacious principle is only a vague movement, an endless oscillation of industrial power, eternally tossed about between those two equally disastrous extremes: on the one hand, corporations and patronage, to which we have seen the workshop give birth, and, on the other, monopoly, which will be discussed in the following chapter. Socialism, while protesting, and with reason, against this anarchical competition, has as yet proposed nothing satisfactory for its regulation, as is proved by the fact that we meet everywhere, in the utopias which have seen the light, the determination or socialization of value abandoned to arbitrary control, and all reforms ending, now in hierarchical corporation, now in state monopoly, or the tyranny of community-communit. Chapter 6. Fourth period: Monopoly. Monopoly, the exclusive commerce, exploitation, or enjoyment of a thing. Monopoly is the natural opposite of competition. This simple observation suffices, as we have remarked, to overthrow the utopias based upon the idea of abolishing competition, as if its contrary were association and fraternity. Competition is the vital force which animates the collective being. To destroy it, if such a supposition were possible, would be to kill society. But, the moment we admit competition as a necessity, it implies the idea of monopoly, since monopoly is, as it were, the seat of each competing individuality. Accordingly, the economists have demonstrated, and M. Rossi has formally admitted it, that monopoly is the form of social possession, outside of which there is no labor, no product, no exchange, no wealth. Every landed possession is a monopoly, every industrial utopia tends to establish itself as a monopoly, and the same must be said of other functions not included in these two categories. Monopoly in itself, then, does not carry the idea of injustice. In fact, there is something in it which, pertaining to society as well as to man, legitimates it. That is the positive side of the principle which we are about to examine. But monopoly, like competition, becomes antisocial and disastrous. How does this happen? By abuse, reply the economists. And it is to defining and repressing the abuses of monopoly that the magistrates apply themselves. It is in denouncing them that the new school of economists glories. We shall show that the so-called abuses of monopoly are only the effects of the development, in a negative sense, of legal monopoly, that they cannot be separated from their principle without ruining this principle, consequently, that they are inaccessible to the law, and that all repression in this direction is arbitrary and unjust. So that monopoly, the constitutive principle of society and the condition of wealth, is at the same time and in the same degree a principle of spoliation and pauperism, that, the more good it is made to produce, the more evil is received from it, that without it progress comes to a standstill, and that with it labor becomes stationary and civilization disappears. I necessity of monopoly. Thus monopoly is the inevitable end of competition, which engenders it by a continual denial of itself. This generation of monopoly is already its justification. For, since competition is inherent in society as motion is in living beings, monopoly which comes in its train, which is its object and its end, and without which competition would not have been accepted, monopoly is and will remain legitimate as long as competition, as long as mechanical processes and industrial combinations, as long, in fact, as the division of labor and the constitution of values shall be necessities and laws. Therefore by the single fact of its logical generation monopoly is justified. Nevertheless this justification would seem of little force and would end only in a more energetic rejection of competition than ever, if monopoly could not in turn posit itself by itself and as a principle. In the preceding chapters we have seen that division of labor is the specification of the worker considered especially as intelligence, that the creation of machinery and the organization of the workshop express his liberty, and that, by competition, man, or intelligent liberty, enters into action. Now, monopoly is the expression of victorious liberty, the prize of the struggle, the glorification of genius. It is the strongest stimulant of all the steps in progress taken since the beginning of the world. So true is this that, as we said just now, society, which cannot exist with it, would not have been formed without it. Where, then, does monopoly get this singular virtue, which the etymology of the word and the vulgar aspect of the thing would never lead us to suspect? Monopoly is at bottom simply the autocracy of man over himself. It is the dictatorial right accorded by nature to every producer of using his faculties as he pleases, of giving free play to his thought in whatever direction it prefers, of speculating, in such speciality as he may please to choose, with all the power of his resources, of disposing sovereignly of the instruments which he has created and of the capital accumulated by his economy for any enterprise the risks of which he may see fit to accept on the express condition of enjoying alone the fruits of his discovery and the profits of his venture. This right belongs so thoroughly to the essence of liberty that to deny it is to mutilate man in his body, in his soul, and in the exercise of his faculties, and society, which progresses only by the free initiative of individuals, soon lacking explorers, finds itself arrested in its onward march. What, then, is this reality, known to all peoples, and nevertheless still so badly defined, which is called interest or the price of a loan, and which gives rise to the fiction of the productivity of capital? Everybody knows that an entrepreneur, when he calculates his costs of production, generally divides them into three classes: 1. The values consumed and services paid for; 2. His personal salary; 3. Recovery of his capital with interest. From this last class of costs is born the distinction between entrepreneur and capitalist, although these two titles always express but one faculty, monopoly. Thus an industrial enterprise which yields only interest on capital and nothing for net product, is an insignificant enterprise, which results only in a transformation of values without adding anything to wealth. An enterprise, in short, which has no further reason for existence and is immediately abandoned. Why is it, then, that this interest on capital is not regarded as a sufficient supplement of net product? Why is it not itself the net product? Here again the philosophy of the economists is wanting. To defend usury they have pretended that capital was productive, and they have changed a metaphor into a reality. The anti-proprietary socialists have had no difficulty in overturning their sophistry, and through this controversy the theory of capital has fallen into such disfavor that today, in the minds of the people, capitalist and idler are synonymous terms. Certainly it is not my intention to retract what I myself have maintained after so many others, or to rehabilitate a class of citizens which so strangely misconceives its duties, but the interests of science and of the proletariat itself oblige me to complete my first assertions and maintain true principles. If an entrepreneur is his own capitalist, it may happen that he will content himself with a profit equal to the interest on his investment, but in that case it is certain that his industry is no longer making progress and consequently is suffering. This we see when the capitalist is distinct from the entrepreneur, for then, after the interest is paid, the manufacturer's profit is absolutely nothing, his industry becomes a perpetual peril to him, from which it is important that he should free himself as soon as possible. For as society's comfort must develop in an indefinite progression, so the law of the producer is that he should continually realize a surplus, otherwise his existence is precarious, monotonous, fatiguing. The interest due to the capitalist by the producer therefore is like the lash of the planter cracking over the head of the sleeping slave, it is the voice of progress crying, on, on. Toil, toil. Man's destiny pushes him to happiness, that is why it denies him rest. I have proved, and better, I imagine, than it has ever been proved before, that monopoly is necessary, since it is the antagonism of competition. That it is essential to society, since without it society would never have emerged from the primeval forests and without it would rapidly go backwards. Finally, that it is the crown of the producer, when, whether by net product or by interest on the capital which he devotes to production, it brings to the monopolist that increase of comfort which his foresight and his efforts deserve. Shall we, then, with the economists, glorify monopoly and consecrate it to the benefit of well-secured conservatives? I am willing, provided they in turn will admit my claims in what is to follow, as I have admitted theirs in what has preceded. To the disasters in labor and the perversion of ideas caused by monopoly. Like competition, monopoly implies a contradiction in its name and its definition. In fact, since consumption and production are identical things in society, and since selling is synonymous with buying, whoever says privilege of sale or exploitation necessarily says privilege of consumption and purchase, which ends in the denial of both. Hence a prohibition of consumption as well as of production laid by monopoly upon the wage workers. Competition was civil war, monopoly is the massacre of the prisoners. But the distressing feature in the spectacle of monopoly's effects is the sight of the unfortunate workers blaming each other for their misery and imagining that by uniting and supporting each other they will prevent the reduction of wages. The Irish, says an observer, have given a disastrous lesson to the working classes of Great Britain. They have taught our workers the fatal secret of confining their needs to the maintenance of animal life alone, and of contenting themselves, like savages, with the minimum of the means of subsistence sufficient to prolong life. Instructed by this fatal example, yielding partly to necessity, the working classes have lost that laudable pride which led them to furnish their houses properly and to multiply about them the decent conveniences which contribute to happiness. I have never read anything more afflicting and more stupid. And what would you have these workers do? The Irish came, should they have been massacred? Wages were reduced, should death have been accepted in their stead? Necessity commanded, as you say yourselves. Then followed the interminable hours, disease, deformity, degradation, debasement, and all the signs of industrial slavery, All these calamities are born of monopoly and its sad predecessors, competition, machinery, and the division of labor, and you blame the Irish. At other times the workers blame their luck, and exhort themselves to patience. This is the counterpart of the thanks which they address to Providence, when labor is abundant and wages are sufficient. I find in an article published by M. Leon Faucher, in the Journal des Economistes, September, 1845, that the English workers lost some time ago the habit of combining, which is surely a progressive step on which they are only to be congratulated, but that this improvement in the morale of the workers is due especially to their economic instruction. It is not upon the manufacturers, cried a spinner at the meeting in Bolton, that wages depend. In periods of depression the employers, so to speak, are only the lash with which necessity is armed, and whether they will or no, they have to strike. The regulative principle is the relation of supply to demand, and the employers have not this power. Let us act prudently, then, let us learn to be resigned to bad luck and to make the most of good luck. By seconding the progress of our industry, we shall be useful not only to ourselves, but to the entire country. Applause. Very good, well-trained, model workers, these. What men these spinners must be that they should submit without complaint to the lash of necessity, because the regulative principle of wages is supply and demand. M. Leon Faucher adds with a charming simplicity, English workers are fearless reasoners. Give them a false principle, and they will push it mathematically to absurdity, without stopping or getting frightened, as if they were marching to the triumph of the truth. For my part, I hope that, in spite of all the efforts of economic propagandism, French workers will never become reasoners of such power. The notions of supply and demand, as well as of the lash of necessity, no longer have any hold on their minds. England lacked this poverty of reasoning power, it will not cross the Channel. 409. Monopoly, which just now seemed to us so well founded in justice, is the more unjust because it not only makes wages illusory, but deceives the worker in the very valuation of his wages by assuming in relation to him a false title, a false capacity. M. de Sismondi, in his studies of social economy, observes somewhere that, when a banker delivers to a merchant banknotes in exchange for his values, far from giving credit to the merchant, he receives it, on the contrary, from him. This credit, adds M. de Sismondi, is in truth so short that the merchant scarcely takes the trouble to inquire whether the banker is worthy, especially as the former asks credit instead of granting it. So, according to M. de Sismondi, in the issue of bank paper, the functions of the merchant and the banker are inverted, the first is the creditor, and the second is the credited. Something similar takes place between the monopolist and wage worker. In fact, the workers, like the merchant at the bank, ask to have their labor discounted. In right, the entrepreneur ought to furnish them bonds and security. I will explain myself. In any exploitation, no matter of what sort, the entrepreneur cannot legitimately claim, in addition to his own personal labor, anything but the idea, as for the execution, the result of the cooperation of numerous workers, that is an effect of collective power, with which the authors, as free in their action as the chief, can produce nothing which should go to him gratuitously. Now, the question is to ascertain whether the amount of individual wages paid by the entrepreneur is equivalent to the collective effect of which I speak, for, were it otherwise, says axiom, every product is worth what it costs, would be violated. The capitalist, they say, has paid the workers their daily wages at a rate agreed upon, consequently he owes them nothing. To be accurate, it must be said that he has paid as many times one day's wage as he has employed workers, which is not at all the same thing. For he has paid nothing for that immense power which results from the union of workers and the convergence and harmony of their efforts, that saving of expense, secured by their formation into a workshop, that multiplication of product, foreseen, it is true, by the capitalist, but realized by free forces. 200 grenadiers, working under the direction of an engineer, stood the obelisk upon its base in a few hours, Do you think that one man could have accomplished the same task in 200 days? Nevertheless, on the books of the capitalist, the amount of wages is the same in both cases, because he allots to himself the benefit of the collective power. Now, of two things one, either this is usurpation on his part, or it is error. What is property? Chapter 3. To properly exploit the mule genii, engineers, builders, clerks, brigades of workingmen and working women of all sorts, have been needed. In the name of their liberty, of their security, of their future, and of the future of their children, these workers, on engaging to work in the mill, had to make reserves. Where are the letters of credit which they have delivered to the employers? Where are the guarantees which they have received? What? Millions of men have sold their arms and parted with their liberty without knowing the import of the contract. They have engaged themselves upon the promise of continuous work and adequate reward. They have executed with their hands what the thought of the employers had conceived. They have become, by this collaboration, associates in the enterprise, and when monopoly, unable or unwilling to make further exchanges, suspends its manufacture and leaves these millions of workers without bread, they are told to be resigned. By the new processes they have lost 9 days of their labor out of 10, and for reward they are pointed to the lash of necessity flourished over them. Then, if they refuse to work for lower wages, they are shown that they punish themselves. If they accept the rate offered them, they lose that noble pride, that taste for decent conveniences which constitute the happiness and dignity of the worker and entitle him to the sympathies of the rich. If they combine to secure an increase of wages, they are thrown into prison. Whereas they ought to prosecute their exploiters in the courts, on them the courts will avenge the violations of liberty of commerce. Victims of monopoly, they will suffer the penalty due to the monopolists. O justice of men, stupid courtesan, how long, under your goddess's tinsel, will you drink the blood of the slaughtered proletarian? Monopoly has invaded everything: land, labor, and the instruments of labor, products, and the distribution of products. Political economy itself has not been able to avoid admitting it. Finally, monopoly, by a sort of instinct of self-preservation, has perverted even the idea of association, as something that might infringe upon it, or, to speak more accurately, has not permitted its birth. Who could hope today to define what association among men should be? The law distinguishes 2 species and 4 varieties of civil societies, and as many commercial societies, from the simple partnership to the joint stock company. I have read the most respectable commentaries that have been written upon all these forms of association, and I declare that I have found in them but one application of the routine practices of monopoly between 2 or more partners who unite their capital and their efforts against everything that produces and consumes, that invents and exchanges, that lives and dies. The sine qua non of all these companies is capital, whose presence alone constitutes them and gives them a basis. Their object is monopoly, that is, the exclusion of all other workers and capitalists, and consequently the negation of social universality so far as persons are concerned. Thus, according to the definition of the statute, a commercial society which should lay down as a principle the right of any stranger to become a member upon his simple request, and to straightway enjoy the rights and prerogatives of associates and even managers, would no longer be a company. The courts would officially pronounce its dissolution, its non-existence. So, again, Articles of Association 410, in which the contracting parties should stipulate no contribution of capital, but, while reserving to each the express right to compete with all, should confine themselves to a reciprocal guarantee of labor and wages, saying nothing of the branch of exploitation, or of capital, or of interest, or of profit and loss. Such articles would seem contradictory in their tenor, as destitute of purpose as of reason, and would be annulled by the judge on the complaint of the first rebellious associate. Agreements thus drawn up could give rise to no judicial action. People calling themselves the associates of everybody would be considered associates of nobody. Treatises contemplating guarantee and competition between associates at the same time, without any mention of social capital and without any designation of purpose, would pass for a work of transcendental charlatanism. whose author could readily be sent to a madhouse, provided the magistrates would consent to regard him as only a lunatic. And yet it is proved, by the most authentic testimony which history and social economy furnish, that humanity has been thrown naked and without capital upon the earth which it cultivates, consequently that it has created and is daily creating all the wealth that exists, that monopoly is only a relative view serving to designate the grade of the worker, with certain conditions of enjoyment, and that all progress consists, while indefinitely multiplying products, in determining their proportionality, that is, in organizing labor and comfort by division, machinery, the workshop, education, and competition. On the other hand, it is evident that all the tendencies of humanity, both in its politics and in its civil laws, are towards universalization, that is, towards a complete transformation of the idea of the company as determined by our statutes. Whence I conclude that articles of association which should regulate, no longer the contribution of the associates, since each associate, according to economic theory, is supposed to possess absolutely nothing upon his entrance into the company but the conditions of labor and exchange, and which should allow access to all who might present themselves. I conclude, I say, that such articles of association would contain nothing that was not rational and scientific, since they would be the very expression of progress, the organic formula of labor, and since they would reveal, so to speak, humanity to itself by giving it the rudiment of its constitution. 411. As for the personal composition of the joint stock company, it naturally divides itself into two categories: the managers and the stockholders. The managers, very few in number, are chosen from the promoters, organizers, and patrons of the enterprise. In truth, they are the only associates. The stockholders, compared with this little government, which administers the society with full power, are a people of taxpayers who, strangers to each other, without influence and without responsibility, have nothing to do with the affair beyond their investments. They are lenders at a premium, not associates. One can see from this how all the industries of the kingdom could be carried on by such companies, and each citizen, thanks to the facility for multiplying his shares, be interested in all or most of these companies without thereby improving his condition. It might happen even that it would be more and more compromised. For, once more, the stockholder is the beast of burden, the exploitable material of the company. Not for him is this company formed. In order that association may be real, he who participates in it must do so, not as a gambler, but as an active factor. He must have a deliberative voice in the council, his name must be expressed or implied in the title of the society, everything regarding him, in short, should be regulated in accordance with equality. But these conditions are precisely those of the organization of labor, which is not taken into consideration by the code. They form the ulterior object of political economy, and consequently are not to be taken for granted, but to be created, and, as such, are radically incompatible with monopoly. 412. Socialism, in spite of its high-sounding name, has so far been no more fortunate than monopoly in the definition of society. We may even assert that, in all its plans of organization, it has steadily shown itself in this respect a plagiarist of political economy. M. Blanc, whom I have already quoted in discussing competition, and whom we have seen by turns as a partisan of the hierarchical principle, an officious defender of inequality, preaching communism, denying with a stroke of the pen the law of contradiction because he cannot conceive it, aiming above all at power as the final sanction of his system. M. Blanc offers us again the curious example of a socialist copying political economy without suspecting it, and turning continually in the vicious circle of proprietary routine. M. Blanc really denies the sway of capital. He even denies that capital is equal to labor in production, in which he is in accord with healthy economic theories. But he cannot or does not know how to dispense with capital. He takes capital for his point of departure, he appeals to the state for its silent partnership, that is, he gets down on his knees before the capitalists and recognizes the sovereignty of monopoly. Hence the singular contortions of his dialectics. I beg the reader's pardon for these eternal personalities, but since socialism, as well as political economy, is personified in a certain number of writers, I cannot do otherwise than quote its authors. Has or has not capital, said Laffalange, in so far as it is a faculty in production, the legitimacy of the other productive faculties? If it is illegitimate, its pretensions to a share of the product are illegitimate, it must be excluded, it has no interest to receive. If, on the contrary, it is legitimate, it cannot be legitimately excluded from participation in the profits, in the increase which it has helped to create. The question could not be stated more clearly. M. Blanc holds, on the contrary, that it is stated in a very confused manner, which means that it embarrasses him greatly, and that he is much worried to find its meaning. In the first place, he supposes that he is asked whether it is equitable to allow the capitalist a share of the profits of production equal to the workers. To which M. Blanc answers unhesitatingly that that would be unjust. Then follows an outburst of eloquence to establish this injustice. Now, the Phalansterian does not ask whether the share of the capitalist should or should not be equal to the workers, he wishes to know simply whether he is to have a share. And to this M. Blanc makes no reply. Is it meant, continues M. Blanc, that capital is indispensable to production, like labor itself? Here M. Blanc distinguishes, he grants that capital is indispensable, as labor is, but not to the extent that labor is. Once again, the Phalansterian does not dispute as to quantity, but as to right. Is it meant? It is still M. Blanc who interrogates that all capitalists are not idlers. M. Blanc, generous to capitalists who work, asks why so large a share should be given to those who do not work. A flow of eloquence as to the impersonal services of the capitalist and the personal services of the worker, terminated by an appeal to Providence. For the third time, you are asked whether the participation of capital in profits is legitimate, since you admit that it is indispensable in production. At last M. Blanc, who has understood all the time, decides to reply that, if he allows interest to capital, he does so only as a transitional measure and to ease the descent of the capitalists. For the rest, his project leading inevitably to the absorption of private capital in association, it would be folly and an abandonment of principle to do more. M. Blanc, if he had studied his subject, would have needed to say but a single phrase, I deny capital. Thus M. Blanc, and under his name I include the whole of socialism, after having, by a first contradiction of the title of his book, Organization of Labor, declared that capital was indispensable in production, and consequently that it should be organized and participate in profits like labor, by a second contradiction rejects capital from organization and refuses to recognize it, by a third contradiction he who laughs at decorations and titles of nobility distributes civic crowns, rewards, and distinctions to such litterateurs, inventors, and artists as shall have deserved well of the country, he allows them salaries according to their grades and dignities, all of which is the restoration of capital as really, though not with the same mathematical precision, as interest and net product. By a fourth contradiction M. Blanc establishes this new aristocracy on the principle of equality, that is, he pretends to vote masterships to equal and free associates, privileges of idleness to workers. Spoliation in short to the despoiled. By a fifth contradiction he rests this equalitarian aristocracy on the basis of a power endowed with great force, that is, on despotism, another form of monopoly. By a sixth contradiction, after having, by his encouragements to labor and the arts, tried to proportion reward to service, like monopoly, and wages to capacity, like monopoly, he sets himself to eulogize life in common, labor and consumption in common, which does not prevent him from wishing to withdraw from the effects of common indifference, by means of national encouragements taken out of the common product, the grave and serious writers whom common readers do not care for. By a seventh contradiction. But let us stop at 7, for we should not have finished at 77. Thus M. Blanc asks for state aid and the establishment of national workshops, thus Fourier asked for 6 million francs, and his followers are still engaged today in collecting that sum. Thus the communists place their hope in a revolution which shall give them authority and the treasury, and exhaust themselves in waiting for useless subscriptions. Capital and power, secondary organs in society, are always the gods whom socialism adores. If capital and power did not exist, it would invent them. Through its anxieties about power and capital, socialism has completely overlooked the meaning of its own protests. Much more, it has not seen that, in involving itself, as it has done, in the economic routine, it has deprived itself of the very right to protest. It accuses society of antagonism, and through the same antagonism it goes in pursuit of reform. It asks capital for the poor workers, as if the misery of workers did not come from the competition of capitalists as well as from the factitious opposition of labor and capital, as if the question were not today precisely what it was before the creation of capital, that is, still and always a question of equilibrium, as if, in short, let us repeat it incessantly, let us repeat it to satiety, the question were henceforth of something other than a synthesis of all the principles brought to light by civilization, and as if, provided this synthesis, the idea which leads the world, were known, there would be any need of the intervention of capital and the state to make them evident. Chapter 7. Fifth period: Police, or taxation. In positing its principles, humanity, as if in obedience to a sovereign order, never goes backward. Like the traveler who by oblique windings rises from the depth of the valley to the mountain top, it follows intrepidly its zigzag road, and marches to its goal with confident step, without repentance, and without pause. Arriving at the angle of monopoly, the social genius casts backward a melancholy glance, and, in a moment of profound reflection, says to itself: monopoly has stripped the poor hireling of everything: bread, clothing, home, education, liberty, and security. I will lay a tax upon the monopolist. At this price I will save him his privilege. Land and mines, woods and waters, the original domain of man, are forbidden to the proletarian. I will intervene in their exploitation, I will have my share of the products, and land monopoly shall be respected. Industry has fallen into feudalism, but I am the suzerain. The lords shall pay me tribute, and they shall keep the profit of their capital. Commerce levies usurious profits on the consumer. I will strew its road with toll gates, I will stamp its checks and endorse its invoices, and it shall pass. Capital has overcome labor by intelligence. I will open schools, and the worker, made intelligent himself, shall become a capitalist in his turn. Products lack circulation, and social life is cramped. I will build roads, bridges, canals, marts, theaters, and temples, and thus furnish at one stroke work, wealth, and a market. The rich man lives in plenty, while the worker weeps in famine. I will establish taxes on bread, wine, meat, salt, and honey, on articles of necessity and on objects of value, and these shall supply alms for my poor. And I will set guards over the waters, the woods, the fields, the mines, and the roads. I will send collectors to gather the taxes and teachers to instruct the children. I will have an army to put down refractory subjects, courts to judge them, prisons to punish them, and priests to curse them. All these offices shall be given to the proletariat and paid by the monopolists. Such is my certain and efficacious will. 413. We have to prove that society could neither think better nor act worse. This will be the subject of a review which, I hope, will throw new light upon the social problem. 414. Every measure of general police, every administrative and commercial regulation, like every law of taxation, is at bottom but one of the innumerable articles of this ancient bargain, ever violated and ever renewed, between the patriciate and the proletariat. That the parties or their representatives knew nothing of it, or even that they frequently viewed their political constitutions from another standpoint, is of little consequence to us. Not to the man, legislator, or prince do we look for the meaning of his acts, but to the acts themselves. In short, the practical and avowed object of the tax is to effect upon the rich, for the benefit of the people, a proportional resumption of their capital. Now, analysis and the facts demonstrate that the distributive tax l'impôt de repartition, the tax upon monopoly, instead of being paid by those who possess, is paid almost entirely by those who do not possess. That the proportional tax l'impôt de quotite, separating the producer from the consumer, falls solely upon the latter, thereby taking from the capitalist no more than he would have to pay if fortunes were absolutely equal. 415. Finally, that the army, the courts, the police, the schools, the hospitals, the almshouses, the houses of refuge and correction, public functions, religion itself, all that society creates for the protection, emancipation, and relief of the proletarian, paid for in the first place and sustained by the proletarian, is then turned against the proletarian or wasted as far as he is concerned, so that the proletariat, which at first labored only for the class that devours it, that of the capitalists, must labor also for the class that flogs it, that of the non-producers. 416. These facts are henceforth so well known, and the economists I owe them this justice have shown them so clearly, that I shall abstain from correcting their demonstrations, which, for the rest, are no longer contradicted by anybody. What I propose to bring to light, and what the economists do not seem to have sufficiently understood, is that the condition in which the worker is placed by this new phase of social economy is susceptible of no amelioration, that, unless industrial organization, and therefore political reform, should bring about an equality of fortunes, evil is inherent in police institutions as in the idea of charity which gave them birth, in short, that the state, whatever form it affects, aristocratic or theocratic, monarchical or republican, until it shall have become the obedient and submissive organ of a society of equals, will be for the people an inevitable hell, I had almost said a deserved damnation. The Democrats, who reproach us with sacrificing the revolutionary interest, what is the revolutionary interest, to the socialistic interest, ought really to tell us how, without making the state the sole proprietor and without decreeing the community communate of goods and gains, they mean, by any system of taxation whatever, to relieve the people and restore to labor what capital takes from it. In vain do I rack my brains, on all questions I see power placed in the falsest situation, and the opinion of journals straying into limitless absurdity. In 1844, at the time of the troubles in Rive de Gier, M. Ansel Pétain published in the Review Independent 2 articles, full of reason and sincerity, concerning the anarchy prevailing in the conduct of the coal mines in the basin of the Loire. M. Pétain pointed out the necessity of uniting the mines and centralising their administration. The facts which he laid before the public were not unknown to power. Has power troubled itself about the union of the mines and the organization of that industry? Not at all. Power has followed the principle of free competition, it has let alone and looked on. Since that time the mining companies have combined, not without causing some anxiety to consumers, who have seen in this combination a plot to raise the price of fuel. Will power, which has received numerous complaints upon this subject, intervene to restore competition and prevent monopoly? It cannot do it. The right of combination is identical in law with the right of association. Monopoly is the basis of our society, as competition is its conquest, and, provided there is no riot, power will let alone and look on. What other course could it pursue? Can it prohibit a legally established commercial association? Can it oblige neighbors to destroy each other? Can it forbid them to reduce their expenses? Can it establish a maximum? If power should do any one of these things, it would overturn the established order. Power, therefore, can take no initiative. It is instituted to defend and protect monopoly and competition at once, within the limitations of patents, licenses, land taxes, and other bonds which it has placed upon property. Apart from these limitations, power has no sort of right to act in the name of society. The social right is not defined, moreover, it would be a denial of monopoly and competition. How, then, could power take up the defense of that which the law did not foresee or define, of that which is the opposite of the rights recognized by the legislator? Consequently, when the miner, whom we must consider in the events of Rive de Gier as the real representative of society against the mine owners, saw fit to resist the scheme of the monopolists by defending his wages and opposing combination to combination, Power shot the miner down. And the political brawlers accused authority, saying it was partial, ferocious, sold to monopoly, etc. For my part, I declare that this way of viewing the acts of authority seems to me scarcely philosophical, and I reject it with all my energies. It is possible that they might have killed fewer people, possible also that they might have killed more. The fact to be noticed here is not the number of dead and wounded, but the repression of the workers. Those who have criticized authority would have done as it did, barring perhaps the impatience of its bayonets and the accuracy of its aim. They would have repressed, I say, they would not have been able to do anything else. And the reason, which it would be vain to try to brush aside, is that competition is legal, joint stock association is legal, supply and demand are legal, and all the consequences which flow directly from competition, joint stock association, and free commerce are legal, whereas workers' strikes are illegal. And it is not only the penal code which says this, but the economic system, the necessity of the established order. As long as labor is not sovereign, it must be a slave. Society is possible only on this condition: that each worker individually should have the free disposition of his person and his arms may be tolerated. 417 But that the workers should undertake, by combinations, to do violence to monopoly society cannot permit. 418 Crush monopoly, and you abolish competition, and you disorganize the workshop, and you sow dissolution everywhere. Authority, in shooting down the miners, found itself in the position of Brutus placed between his paternal love and his consular duties. He had to sacrifice either his children or the Republic. The alternative was horrible, I admit, but such is the spirit and letter of the social compact, such is the tenor of the charter, such is the order of Providence. Thus the police function, instituted for the defense of the proletariat, is directed entirely against the proletariat. The proletarian is driven from the forests, from the rivers, from the mountains. Even the crossroads are forbidden him. Soon he will know no road save that which leads to prison. The advance in agriculture has made the advantage of artificial meadows and the necessity of abolishing common land generally felt. Everywhere communal lands are being cleared, let, enclosed, new advances, new wealth. But the poor day worker, whose only patrimony is the communal land and who supports a cow and several sheep in summer by letting them feed along the roads, through the underbrush, and over the stripped fields, will lose his sole and last resource. The landed proprietor, the purchaser or farmer of the communal lands, will alone thereafter sell, with his wheat and vegetables, milk and cheese. Instead of weakening an old monopoly, they create a new one. Even the road workers reserve for themselves the edges of the roads as a meadow belonging to them, and drive off all non-administrative cattle. What follows? That the day worker, before abandoning his cow, lets it feed in contravention of the law, becomes a marauder, commits 1,000 depredations, and is punished by fine and imprisonment. Of what use to him are police and agricultural progress? Last year the mayor of Mulhouse, to prevent grape stealing, forbade every individual not an owner of vines to travel by day or night over roads running by or through vineyards, a charitable precaution, since it prevented even desires and regrets. But if the public highway is nothing but an accessory of private property, if the communal lands are converted into private property, if the public domain, in short, assimilated to private property, is guarded, exploited, leased, and sold like private property, what remains for the proletarian? Of what advantage is it to him that society has left the state of war to enter the regime of police? The farther we delve into the system of illusory compromises between monopoly and society, that is, between capital and labor, between the patriciate and the proletariat, the more we discover that it is all foreseen, regulated, and executed in accordance with this infernal maxim, with which Hobbes and Machiavelli, those theorists of despotism, were unacquainted: everything by the people and against the people. While labor produces, capital, under the mask of a false fecundity, enjoys and abuses. The legislator, in offering his mediation, thought to recall the privileged class to fraternal feelings and surround the worker with guarantees, and now he finds, by the fatal contradiction of interests, that each of these guarantees is an instrument of torture. It would require 100 volumes, the life of 10 men, and a heart of iron, to relate from this standpoint the crimes of the state towards the poor and the infinite variety of its tortures. A summary glance at the principal classes of police will be enough to enable us to estimate its spirit and economy. To conduct this offensive and defensive war against the proletariat a public force was indispensable. The executive power grew out of the necessities of civil legislation, administration, and justice. And there again the most beautiful hopes have changed into bitter disappointments. As legislator, as burgomaster, and as judge, the prince has set himself up as a representative of divine authority. A defender of the poor, the widow, and the orphan, he has promised to cause liberty and equality to prevail around the throne, to come to the aid of labor, and to listen to the voice of the people. And the people have thrown themselves lovingly into the arms of power, and, when experience has made them feel that power was against them, instead of blaming the institution, they have fallen to accusing the prince, ever unwilling to understand that, the prince being by nature and purpose the chief of non-producers and greatest of monopolists, it was impossible for him, in spite of himself, to take up the cause of the people. All criticism, whether of the form or the acts of government, ends in this essential contradiction. And when the self-styled theorists of the sovereignty of the people pretend that the remedy for the tyranny of power consists in causing it to emanate from popular suffrage, they simply turn, like the squirrel, in their cage. For, from the moment that the essential conditions of power, that is, authority, property, hierarchy, are preserved, the suffrage of the people is nothing but the consent of the people to their oppression, which is the silliest charlatanism. In the system of authority, whatever its origin, monarchical or democratic, power is the noble organ of society. By it society lives and moves, all initiative emanates from it, order and perfection are wholly its work. According to the definitions of economic science, on the contrary definitions which harmonious with the reality of things, power is the series of non-producers which social organization must tend to indefinitely reduce. How, then, with the principle of authority so dear to Democrats, shall the aspiration of political economy, an aspiration which is also that of the people, be realized? How shall the government, which by the hypothesis is everything, become an obedient servant, a subordinate organ? Why should the prince have received power simply to weaken it, and why should he labor, with a view to order, for his own elimination? Why should he not try rather to fortify himself, to add to his courtiers, to continually obtain new subsidies, and finally to free himself from dependence on the people, the inevitable goal of all power originating in the people? It is said that the people, naming its legislators and through them making its will known to power, will always be in a position to arrest its invasions, that thus the people will fill at once the role of prince and that of sovereign. Such, in a word, is the utopia of Democrats, the eternal mystification with which they abuse the proletariat. But will the people make laws against power, against the principle of authority and hierarchy, which is the principle upon which society is based, against liberty and property? According to our hypothesis, this is more than impossible, it is contradictory. Then property, monopoly, competition, industrial privileges, the inequality of fortunes, the preponderance of capital, hierarchical and crushing centralization, administrative oppression, legal absolutism, will be preserved, and, as it is impossible for a government not to act in the direction of its principle, capital will remain as before the God of society, and the people, still exploited, still degraded, will have gained by their attempt at sovereignty only a demonstration of their powerlessness. At least, the partisans of governmental initiative will say, you will admit that, in the accomplishment of the revolution promised by the development of antinomies, power would be a potent auxiliary. Why, then, do you oppose a reform which, putting power in the hands of the people, would second your views so well? Social reform is the object, political reform is the instrument. Why, if you wish the end, do you reject the means? Such is today the reasoning of the entire democratic press, which I forgive with all my heart for having at last, by this quasi-socialistic confession of faith, itself proclaimed the emptiness of its theories. It is in the name of science, then, that democracy calls for a political reform as a preliminary to social reform. But science protests against this subterfuge as an insult. Science repudiates any alliance with politics, and, very far from expecting from it the slightest aid, must begin with politics its work of exclusion. How little affinity there is between the human mind and truth. When I see the democracy, socialistic but yesterday, continually asking for capital in order to combat capital's influence, for wealth, in order to cure poverty, for the abandonment of liberty, in order to organize liberty, for the reformation of government, in order to reform society, when I see it, I say, taking upon itself the responsibility of society, provided social questions be set aside or solved, it seems to me as if I were listening to a fortune teller who, before answering the questions of those who consult her, begins by inquiring into their age, their condition, their family, and all the accidents of their life. Miserable sorceress, if you know the future, you know who I am and what I want, why do you ask me to tell you? Likewise I will answer the Democrats, if you know the use that you should make of power, and if you know how power should be organized, you possess economic science. Now, if you possess economic science, if you have the key of its contradictions, if you are in a position to organize labor, if you have studied the laws of exchange, you have no need of the capital of the nation or of public force. From this day forth you are more potent than money, stronger than power. For, since the workers are with you, you are by that fact alone masters of production, you hold commerce, manufactures, and agriculture enchained, you have the entire social capital at your disposition, you have full control of taxation, you block the wheels of power, and you trample monopoly underfoot. What other initiative, what greater authority, do you ask? What prevents you from applying your theories? Surely not political economy, although generally followed and accredited, for, everything in political economy having a true side and a false side, your only problem is to combine the economic elements in such a way that their total shall no longer present a contradiction. Nor is it the civil law, for that law, sanctioning economic routine solely because of its advantages and in spite of its disadvantages, is susceptible, like political economy itself, of being bent to all the exigencies of an exact synthesis, and consequently is as favorable to you as possible. Finally, it is not power, which, the last expression of antagonism and created only to defend the law, could stand in your way only by forswearing itself. Once more, then, what stops you? If you possess social science, you know that the problem of association consists in organizing, not only the non-producers in that direction, thank heaven. Little remains to be done but also the producers, and by this organization subjecting capital and subordinating power. Such is the war that you have to sustain, a war of labor against capital, a war of liberty against authority, a war of the producer against the non-producer, a war of equality against privilege. What you ask, to conduct the war to a successful conclusion, is precisely that which you must combat. Now, to combat and reduce power, to put it in its proper place in society, it is of no use to change the holders of power or introduce some variation into its workings. An agricultural and industrial combination must be found by means of which power, today the ruler of society, shall become its slave. Have you the secret of that combination? But what do I say? That is precisely the thing to which you do not consent. As you cannot conceive of society without hierarchy, you have made yourselves the apostles of authority, worshippers of power, you think only of strengthening it and muzzling liberty. Your favorite maxim is that the welfare of the people must be achieved in spite of the people, instead of proceeding to social reform by the extermination of power and politics, you insist on a reconstruction of power and politics. Then, by a series of contradictions which prove your sincerity, but the illusory character of which is well known to the real friends of power, the aristocrats and monarchists, your competitors, You promise us, in the name of power, economy in expenditures, an equitable assessment of taxes, protection to labor, gratuitous education, universal suffrage, and all the utopias repugnant to authority and property. Consequently, power in your hands has never been anything but ruinous, and that is why you have never been able to retain it. That is why, on the 18th of Brumaire, 4 men were sufficient to take it away from you, and why today the bourgeoisie, which is as fond of power as you are and which wants a strong power, will not restore it to you. Thus power, the instrument of collective might, created in society to serve as a mediator between labor and privilege, finds itself inevitably enchained to capital and directed against the proletariat. No political reform can solve this contradiction, since, by the confession of the politicians themselves, such a reform would end only in increasing the energy and extending the sphere of power, and since power would know no way of touching the prerogatives of monopoly without overturning the hierarchy and dissolving society. The problem before the laboring classes, then, consists, not in capturing, but in subduing both power and monopoly, that is, in generating from the bowels of the people, from the depths of labor, a greater authority, a more potent fact, which shall envelop capital and the state and subjugate them. 419. Every proposition of reform which does not satisfy this condition is simply one scourge more, a rod doing sentry duty, virgem vigilantum, as a prophet said, which threatens the proletariat. O toiling people! Disinherited, harassed, proscribed people! People whom they imprison, judge, and kill! Despised people, branded people! Do you not know that there is an end, even to patience, even to devotion? Will you not cease to lend an ear to those orators of mysticism who tell you to pray and to wait, preaching salvation now through religion, now through power, and whose vehement and sonorous words captivate you? Your destiny is an enigma which neither physical force, nor courage of soul, nor the illuminations of enthusiasm, nor the exaltation of any sentiment, can solve. Those who tell you to the contrary deceive you, and all their discourses serve only to postpone the hour of your deliverance, now ready to strike. What are enthusiasm and sentiment, what is vain poesy, when confronted with necessity? To overcome necessity there is nothing but necessity itself, the last reason of nature, the pure essence of matter and spirit. Thus the contradiction of value, born of the necessity of free will, must be overcome by the proportionality of value, another necessity produced by the union of liberty and intelligence. But, in order that this victory of intelligent and free labor might produce all its consequences, it was necessary that society should pass through a long succession of torments. It was a necessity that labor, in order to increase its power, should be divided, and a necessity, in consequence of this division, that the worker should be degraded and impoverished. It was a necessity that this original division should be reconstructed by scientific instruments and combinations, and a necessity, in consequence of this reconstruction, that the subordinated worker should lose, together with his legitimate wages, even the exercise of the industry which supported him. It was a necessity that competition then should step in to emancipate liberty on the point of perishing, and a necessity that this deliverance should end in a vast elimination of workers. It was a necessity that the producer, ennobled by his art, as formerly the warrior was by arms, should bear aloft his banner, in order that the valor of man might be honored in labor as in war, and a necessity that of privilege should straightway be born the proletariat. It was a necessity that society should then take under its protection the conquered plebeian, a beggar without a roof, and a necessity that this protection should be converted into a new series of tortures. We shall meet on our way still other necessities, all of which will disappear, like the others, before greater necessities, until shall come at last the general equation, the supreme necessity, the triumphant fact, which must establish the kingdom of labor forever. But this solution cannot result either from surprise or from a vain compromise. It is as impossible to associate labor and capital as to produce without labor and without capital, as impossible to establish equality by power as to suppress power and equality and make a society without people and without police. there is a necessity, I repeat, of a major force to invert the actual formulas of society, a necessity that the labor of the people, not their valor nor their votes, should, by a scientific, legitimate, immortal, insurmountable combination, subject capital to the people and deliver to them power. System of Economic Contradictions. Or, The Philosophy of Misery. Volume 2. 1846. Translators, Clarence L. Swartz, Chapters X and 14, and Sean P. Wilbur, Chapter 11. Chapter X. 7th Period Credit. Origin and development of the idea of credit. The point of departure of credit is money. We have seen in Chapter 2 how by a combination of happy circumstances, the value of gold and silver having been the first to be constituted, money became the symbol of all dubious and fluctuating values, that is to say, those not socially constituted or not officially established. It was there demonstrated how, if the value of all products were once determined and rendered highly exchangeable, acceptable, in a word, like money, in all payments, society would by that single fact arrive at the highest degree of economic development of which it is capable from the commercial point of view. Social economy would no longer be then, as it is today, in relation to exchange, in a state of simple formation, it would be in a state of perfection. Production would not be definitely organized, but exchange and circulation would, and it would suffice for the worker to produce incessantly, either in reducing his costs or in dividing his labor and discovering better processes, inventing new objects of consumption, opposing his rivals or resisting their attacks, for acquiring wealth and assuring his well-being. In the same chapter, we have pointed out the lack of intelligence of socialists in regard to money, and we have shown in going back to the origin of this contrivance, that what we had to repress in the precious metals is not the use, but the privilege. Indeed, in all possible societies, even communistic, there is need for a measure of exchange, otherwise either the right of the producer, or that of the consumer, is affected. Until values are generally constituted by some method of association, there is need that one certain product, selected from among all others, whose value seems to be the most authentic, the best defined, the least alterable, and which combines with this advantage durability and portability, be taken for the symbol, that is to say, both for the instrument of circulation and the standard of other values. It is, then, inevitable that this truly privileged product should become the object of all the ambitions, the paradise in perspective of the worker, the palladium of monopoly, that, notwithstanding all warnings, this precious talisman should circulate from hand to hand, concealed from a jealous authority, that the greater part of the precious metals, serving as specie, should be thus diverted from their real use and become, in the form of money, idle capital, wealth outside of consumption, that, in this capacity as instrument of exchange, gold should be taken in its turn for an object of speculation and serve as the basis of a great commerce, that, finally, protected by public opinion, loaded with public favor, it should obtain power, and by the same stroke destroy the social fabric. The means of destroying this formidable force does not lie in the destruction of the medium, I almost said the depository, it is in generalizing its principle. All these propositions are admitted as well demonstrated, and as strictly linked together, as the theorems of geometry. Gold and silver, that is to say, the merchandise whose value was first constituted, being therefore taken as the standard of other values and as universal instruments of exchange, all commerce, all consumption, all production are dependent on them. Gold and silver, precisely because they have acquired in the highest degree the character of sociality and of justice, have become synonyms of power, of royalty, almost of divinity. Gold and silver represent commercial life, intelligence, and virtue. A chest full of specie is an arch saint, a magic urn that brings wealth, pleasure, and glory to those who have the power to draw those things from it. If all the products of labor had the same exchange value as money, all the workers would enjoy the same advantages as the holders of money, everyone would have, in his ability to produce, an inexhaustible source of wealth. but the religion of money cannot be abolished, or, to better express it, the general constitution of values cannot function except by an effort of reason and of justice. Until then it is inevitable that, as in polite society, the possession of money is a sure sign of wealth, the absence of money is an almost certain sign of poverty. Money being, then, the only value that bears the stamp of society, the only merchandise standard that is current in commerce, money is, according to the general view, the idol of the human species. The imagination attributing to the metal that which is the effect of the collective thought toward the metal, every one, instead of seeking well-being at its true source, that is to say, in the socialization of all values, in the continuous creation of new monetary figures, busies himself exclusively in acquiring money, money, always money. It was to respond to this universal demand for money, which was really but a demand for subsistence, a demand for exchange and for output, that, instead of aiming directly at the mark, a stop was made at the first term of the series, and, instead of making successively of each product a new money, the one thought was to multiply metallic money as much as possible, first by perfecting the process of its manufacture, then, by the facility of its emission, and finally by fictions. Obviously it was to mistake the principle of wealth, the character of money, the object of labor and the condition of exchange. It was a retrogression in civilization to reconstitute value in the monarchical regime that was already beginning to change. Such is the mother idea which gave birth to the institutions of credit, and such is the fundamental prejudice, which error we need no longer demonstrate, which antagonizes in their very conceptions all these institutions. But, as we have often said, humanity, even when it yields to an imperfect idea, is not mistaken in its views. However, one sees, strange to say, that, in proceeding to the organization of wealth by a retreat, it has operated as well, as usefully, as infallibly as possible, considering the condition of its evolutionary existence. The retrogressive organization of credit, as well as previous manifestations of economics, at the same time that it gave to industry new scope, had caused, it is true, an aggravation of poverty, but finally the social question appeared in a new light, and the contradictions, better known today, give the hope of an immediate and complete solution. Thus the ulterior object, hitherto unperceived, of credit is to constitute, with the aid and on the prototype of money, all the values still fluctuating, whose immediate and avowed end is to furnish to that combination the supreme condition of order in society and of well-being among the workers, by a still greater diffusion of metallic value. Money, the promoters of this new idea tell us, money is wealth. If then we can provide everybody with money, plenty of money, all will be rich, and it is by virtue of this syllogism that institutions of credit have developed everywhere. But it is clear that, to the extent that the ulterior object of credit presents a logical, luminous, and fruitful idea, conforms, in a word, to the law of progressive organization, its immediate end, alone sought, alone desired, is full of illusion and, by its tendency toward the status quo, of perils. Since money as well as other merchandise is subject to the law of proportionality, if its quantity increases and if at the same time other products do not increase in proportion, money loses its value, and nothing, in the last analysis, is added to the social wealth. If, on the contrary, with specie production increasing everywhere, population following at the same rate, there is still no change in the respective position of the producers, in both cases, the solution required does not advance a single step. A priori, then, it is not true that the organization of credit, in the terms in which it is proposed, contains the solution of the social problem. After having related the development of and the reason for the existence of credit, we have to justify its appearance, that is to say, the rank to which it should be assigned in the category of science. It is here above all that we have to point out the lack of profundity and the incoherence of political economy. Credit is at once the result and the contradiction of the theory of markets, since the last word, as we have seen, is the absolute freedom of trade. I have said from the first that credit is the consequence of the theory of markets, and as such already contradictory. At this point in this history of society, both real and fanciful, we have seen all the processes of organization and the means of equilibrium tumble one upon the other and reproduce constantly, more arrogantly and more murderously than before, the antinomy of value. Arriving at the sixth phase of its evolution, social genius, obedient to the movement of expansion that pushes it, seeks abroad, in foreign commerce, the market, that is to say, the counterpoise which it lacks. Presently we shall see it, deceived in its hope, seek this counterpoise, this output, this guarantee of exchange that it must have at any price in domestic commerce, at home. By credit, society falls back in a manner on itself. It seems to have understood that production and consumption are for it identical and inadequate things. It is in itself, and not by indefinite ejaculations, that it ought to find the equilibrium. Credit is the canonization of money, the declaration of its royalty over all products whatsoever. In consequence, credit is the most formal denial of free trade, a flagrant justification on the part of the economists, of the balance of trade. Let the economists learn, then, to generalize their ideas, and let them tell us why, if it is immaterial for one nation to pay for the goods which it buys with money or with its own products, it always has need of money. How can it be that a nation which works, exhausts itself? Why is there always a demand from it for the only product that it does not consume, that is to say, money? How all the subtleties conceived up to this day for supplying the lack of money, such as bills of exchange, bank paper, paper money, do nothing but interpret and make this need more evident. In truth, the free trade fanaticism, which today distinguishes the sect of economists, is not understandable, aside from the extraordinary efforts by which it tries to propagate the commerce of money and to multiply credit institutions. What then, once more, is credit? It is, answers the theory, a release of engaged value, which permits the making of this same value, which before was sluggish, circulable, or, to speak a language more simple, credit is the advance made by a capitalist, against a deposit of values of difficult exchange, of the merchandise the most susceptible of being exchanged, in consequence the most precious of all money, money which holds in suspense all exchangeable values, and without which they would themselves be struck down by the interdiction, money which measures, dominates and subordinates all other products, money with which alone one discharges one's debts and frees oneself from one's obligations, money which assures nations, as well as individuals, well-being and independence, money, finally, that not only is power, but liberty, equality, property, everything. This is what the human species, by an unanimous consent, has understood, that which the economists know better than anyone, but what they never have ceased combating with a comical stubbornness, to sustain I know not what fantasy of liberalism in contradiction to their most loudly confessed principles. Credit was invented to assist labor, to bring into the hands of the worker the instrument that destroys him, money, and they proceed from there to maintain that, among manufacturing nations, the advantage of money in exchange is nothing, but that it is insignificant in balancing their accounts in merchandise or specie, that it is low prices alone that they have to consider. But if it is true that, in international commerce, the precious metals have lost their preponderance, this means that, in international commerce, all values have reached the same degree of determination, and like money, are equally acceptable, in other words, that the law of exchange is found, and labor is organized, among the various nations. Then, let them formulate this law, let them explain that organization, and, instead of talking of credit and forging new chains for the laboring class, let them teach, by an application of the principle of international equilibrium, all the manufacturers who ruin themselves because they are not exchanging, teach those workers, who die of hunger because they have no work, how their products, how the work of their hands are values which they can use for their consumption, as well as if they were bank bills or money. What? This principle which, following the economists, rules the trade of nations, is inapplicable to private industry. How is this? Why? Some reasons, some proofs, in the name of God. Chapter 11. Eighth epoch: Property. Two causes of the establishment of property. Property occupies the eighth place in the chain of economic contradictions. This point is the first one that we have to establish. It is proven that the origin of property cannot be related to first occupancy nor to labor. The first of these opinions is nothing more than a vicious cycle, in which the phenomenon is given as an explanation of the very phenomenon. The second is eminently subversive concerning property, because considering labor as supreme condition, it is impossible for property to establish itself. As for the theory that makes property go back to an act of collective will, it has the defect of remaining silent about the motivations of this will. Well, these are the very motivations that we needed to know. However, although all these theories, considered separately, always end in contradiction, it is certain that each of them possess a parcel of truth, and it can be supposed that if, instead of isolating them, all three were studied in connection and synthetically, the real theory would be discovered in them, that is, the reason for the existence of property. Yes, then, property begins, or to put it better, it manifests itself by a sovereign, effective occupation, which excludes every idea of participation and community. Yes, again, that occupation, in its legitimate and authentic form, is nothing other than work. Otherwise, how could society have consented to concede and to respect property? Yes, finally, society has desired property, and all the legislations in the world have only been made for it. Property has been established by occupation, which is to say by labor. It is necessary to recall it often, not for the preservation of property, but for the instruction of the workers. Labor seated in power, it must produce, by the evolution of its laws, property, just as it has given rise to the separation of industries, then the hierarchy of workers, then competition, monopoly, police, etc. All these antinomies are also successive positions of labor, mileposts planted by it on the eternal route, and destined to formulate, by their synthetic joining, the true right of men. But fact is not right. Property, the natural product of occupation and labor, was a principle of anticipation and invasion, thus it needed to be recognized and legitimate by society. These two elements, occupation by labor and legislative sanction, that the jurists have mistakenly separated in their commentaries, are joined together to constitute property. Now, it is a question for us of knowing the providential motives of that concession, what role it enjoys in the economic system. Such will be the object of this section. Let us prove first that in order to establish property, social consent was necessary. As long as property is not recognized and legitimate by the state, it remains an extra-social fact. It is in the same position as the child, who is only supposed to become a member of the family, the city, and the church, by the recognition of the father, the inscription in the register of the civil state, and the ceremony of baptism. In the absence of these formalities, the child is as we believe the animals to be. It is a useless member, a base and servile soul, unworthy of consideration. It is a bastard. Thus the social recognition was necessary to property, and all property implies a primitive community. Without that recognition, property remains simple occupation, and can be contested by the first comer. The right to a thing, said Kant, is the right of private use of a thing with regard to which I am in common possession, primitive or subsequent, with all other men, for that common possession is the unique condition under which I could forbid to any other possessor the private use of the thing, because without the supposition of that possession, it would be impossible to conceive how I, though not presently possessor of the thing, can be wronged by those who possess it and who use it. My individual or unilateral will cannot oblige anyone else to forbid themselves the use of a thing, if they were not so obliged before. Thus, the use can only be forbidden by wills joined in a common possession. If it was not thus, one would need to conceive a right in a thing, as if it was an obligation towards me, and from which would be derived in the last analysis the right against every possessor of that thing, a truly absurd idea. 420. Thus, according to Kant, The right of property, that is the legitimacy of occupation, proceeds from the consent of the state, which originally implies common possession. It cannot, said Kant, be otherwise. Thus, every time that the proprietor dares to oppose his right to the state, reminding the proprietor of the convention, can always end the dispute with this ultimatum: either recognize my sovereignty, and submit that which the public interest demands, or I will declare that your property has ceased to be placed under the safeguard of the laws, and withdraw from you my protection. It follows from this that in the mind of the legislator the institution of property, like those of credit, commerce, and monopoly, has been made with an aim of equilibrium, which first places property among the elements of organization, and the first among the general means of constituting values. The right to a thing, said Kant, is the right to private use of a thing with regard to which I am in common possession, primitive or subsequent, with all other men. By virtue of that principle, every man deprived of property can and must appeal for it to the community, guardian of the rights of all, from which it results, as one has said, that in the sight of Providence, conditions must be equal. This is what Kant, as well as Reid, clearly understood and expressed in the following passage. One asks now, how far does the faculty to take possession of a resource funds extend? As far as the faculty to have it in its power, which is as far the one who appropriates it can defend it. As if the resource said, if you cannot defend me, no more can you command me. 421. I am not, however, sure whether or not this passage must be understood as applying to possession prior to property. For, Kant adds, the acquisition is only peremptory in society; in the state of nature, it is only provisory. One could then conclude from this that, in the thought of Kant, acquisition, once become peremptory by social consent, can increase indefinitely under social protection, something which could not take place in the state of nature, where the individual alone defends his property. Whichever it is, it at least follows from the principle of Kant, that in the state of nature, acquisition extends for each family to all that which it can defend, which is to say all that it can cultivate, or better, it is equal to a fraction of the cultivatable surface divided by the number of families, since, if acquisition surpasses this quotient, it immediately encounters more enemies than defenders. Now, as in the state of nature that acquisition, thus limited, is only provisory, the state, by putting an end to the provision, has wanted to put an end to the reciprocal hostility of the acquirers, by rendering their acquisitions peremptory. Equality has thus been the secret thought, the key object of the legislator, in the constitution of property. In this system, the only reasonable thing, the only one admissible, is the property of my neighbor, which is the guarantee of my property. I no longer say with the money lender, possidio quia possidio, I say with the philosopher, possidio quia possides. 422. We will see by what follows that equality by property is every bit as chimerical as equality by credit, monopoly, competition, or any other economic category, and that in this regard the providential genius, while gathering from property the most precious fruits and the most unexpected, has not been less deceived in his hope, and is bound to the impossible. Property contains neither more nor less truth than all the moments which preceded it in the economic evolution. Like them, it contributes, in equal proportion, to the development of well-being and to the increase of misery. It is not the form of order, it must change and disappear with order. Thus the systems of the philosophers on certainty, after having enriched logic with their glimpses, resolve themselves and disappear in the conclusions of common sense. But in the end the thought which has presided at the establishment of property has been good. Thus we have to seek what justifies that establishment, how property serves wealth, and what are the positive and determinant reasons that have caused it. First, let us recall the general character of the economic movement. The first period aimed to inaugurate labor on the earth by the separation of industries, to bring an end to the inhospitable character of nature, to pull man out of his original poverty, and to convert his inert faculties into positive and active faculties, which will be for him so many instruments of happiness. As in the creation of the universe the infinite force was divided, So, in order to create society, the providential genius divided labor. By that division, equality beginning to manifest itself, no longer as identity in plurality, but as equivalence in variety, the social organism is constituted in principle, the germ has received the vivifying principle, and the collective man comes into existence. But the division of labor supposes some generalist functions and some divided functions, from the inequality of conditions among the workers, raising some up and bringing others low, and from the first period, industrial antagonism replaces primitive community. All the subsequent evolutions tend at once, on the one hand to bring about the equilibrium of the faculties, and on the other always to develop industry and goodwill. We have seen how, on the contrary, the providential effort led always to an equal and divergent progress of poverty and wealth, of incapacity and science. In the second period, appears the selfish and injurious division, capital and wage labor. In the third, the evil is increased by commercial war. In the fourth, it is concentrated and generalized by monopoly. In the fifth, it receives the consecration of the state. International commerce and credit come in their turn to give a new development to the antagonism. Later, the fiction of the productivity of capital becoming, by the power of opinion, nearly a reality, a new peril threatens society, the negation of labor itself by the overflow of capital. It is in this moment, and from this extreme situation, that property rises theoretically, and such is the transition that we must understand well. Up to the present, if one set aside the ulterior aim of economic evolution, and were to consider it only in itself, all that society does, it does alternately for and against monopoly. Monopoly has been the pivot around which the various economic elements move and circulate. However, despite the necessity of its existence, despite the efforts without number that it has made for its development, despite the authority of the universal consent that admits it, monopoly is still only provisional. It is supposed, as Kant said, to endure only as long as the occupant is able to use and defend it. This is why sometimes it ends by right at death, as in the permanent, but non-venal duties functions, sometimes it is reduced to a limited time, as in patents, sometimes it is lost by non-exercise, which has given rise to the theories of prescription, such as annual possession, still in use among the Arabs. At other times, monopoly is revocable at the will of the sovereign, as in the permission to build on a military field, etc. Thus monopoly is only a form without reality. The monopoly pertains to the man, but it does not include the materials. It is properly the exclusive privilege to produce and sell. It is still not the alienation of the instruments of labor, the alienation of the land. Monopoly is a type of tenant farming which only interests the man through the consideration of profit. The monopolist holds to no industry, to no instrument of labor, to no residence. He is cosmopolitan and omnifunctional. It matters little to him, provided that he gains. His soul is not chained to a point on the horizon, to a particle of matter. His existence remains vague, as long as society, which has conferred on him the monopoly as a means of fortune, does not make that monopoly a necessity for his life. Now, monopoly, so precarious by itself, exposed to all the incursions, all the trials of competition, tormented by the state, pressured by credit, not sticking at all in the heart of the monopolist, monopoly tends incessantly, under the action of agiotage, to objectify itself, so that humanity, delivered constantly to the financial storm by the general disengagement of capital, is at risk of detaching itself from even labor and to retrogress in its march. Indeed, what was monopoly before the establishment of credit, before the reign of the bank? A privilege of gain, not a right of sovereignty, a privilege on the product, much more than a privilege on the instrument. The monopolist remained a foreigner on the land that he inhabited, but that he did not really possess. He could very well multiply his exploitations, enlarge his manufactures, join lands together. He was always a steward, rather than a master. He did not imprint his character on these things, they were not made in his image. He did not love them for themselves, but only for the values that it should render to him. In a word, he did not want monopoly as an end, but as a means. After the development of institutions of credit, the condition of monopoly is still worse. The producers, that it is a question of associating, have become totally incapable of association, they have lost the taste and the spirit of labor, they are gamblers. To the fanaticism for competition, they have joined the frenzies of roulette. The bankocracy has changed their character and their ideas. Once they lived together as masters and waged workers, vassals and suzerains, now they are no longer known as anything but borrowers and usurers, winners and losers. Labor has given way before credit, real value vanishes before fictitious value, production before speculation agiotage. Earth, capital, talent, labor even, if we somewhere still encounter labor, serves as a stake. One no longer concerns oneself with privileges, monopolies, public functions, industry, one no longer asks labor for wealth, one awaits a roll of the dice. Credit, the theory said, needs a fixed basis, and this is exactly what credit has put in motion. It rests, it added, only on some mortgages, and it makes those mortgages run. It seeks guarantees, and despite the theory that wants to see guarantees only in realities, the pledge of credit is always the man, since it is the man who puts the pledge to work, and without the man the pledge would be absolutely ineffective and null. It happens that the man no longer holds to the realities, with the guarantee of the man the pledge disappears, and credit remains that which it had vainly boasted not to be, a fiction. Credit, in a word, by dint of releasing capital, has finishing by releasing man himself from society and from nature. In that universal idealism, man no longer keeps to the soil, he is suspended in the air by an invisible power. The land is covered with people, some basking in opulence, the others hideous from poverty, and it is possessed by no one. It no longer has anything but masters who despise it, and some serfs who hate it, for they do not cultivate it for themselves, but for a holder of coupons for 23 that no one knows, that they never see, who will perhaps pass on that land without having laid eyes on it, without doubting that it is his. The holder of the land, that is the owner of the registered annuity, resembles the merchant of bric-a-brac, he has in his portfolio some small holdings, some pastures, some rich harvests, some excellent vineyards, what does it matter to him? He is ready to give it all up for 10 centimes of increase, in the evening he will part with his goods, as in the morning he had received them, without love and without regret. Thus, by way of the fiction of the productivity of capital, credit has arrived at the fiction of wealth. The land is no longer the workshop of the human race, it is a bank, and if it were possible that this bank would not ceaselessly make new victims, forced to ask again from labor the income that it has lost gambling, and by that to sustain the reality of capital, if it were possible that bankruptcy would not come now and again to interrupt that infernal orgy, the value of the security decreasing always while the fiction would multiply its paper, real wealth would become null, and registered wealth would increase to infinity. But society cannot retreat, it must thus redeem monopoly or risk perishing, to save the human individuality that is ready to ruin itself for the sake of a merely ideal ownership, it must, in a word, consolidate, establish monopoly. Monopoly was, so to speak, a bachelor, we desire, says society, that it be married. It was the sycophant of the land for 24 the exploiter of capital, I want it to become its lord and spouse. Monopoly stopped at the individual, from now on it will extend to the race. By it the human race only had some heroes and barons, in the future, it will have dynasties. Monopoly familist families, man will become attached to his land, to his industry, as he is to his wife and to his children, and man and nature will be united in an eternal affection. Credit had put society in a condition that was indeed the most detestable that one could imagine, where man could abuse the most and have the least. Now, in the view of Providence, in the destinies of humanity and of the globe, man should be animated by a spirit of conservation and love for the instrument of his works, an instrument represented in general by the land. For man it is not only a question of exploiting the land, but of cultivating it, improving and loving it. Now, how could society fulfill this aim other than by changing monopoly into property, cohabitation into marriage, propriam de cabo, opposing to the fiction that exhausts and soils, the reality which fortifies and ennobles? 425. The revolution that is prepared in monopoly therefore has above all in mind the monopoly of the land, for it is to this example, it is on the model of property in land that all properties are constituted. From the conditional, temporary, and lifelong, appropriation would thus become perpetual, transmissible, and absolute. And in order to better defend the inviolability of property, goods would in the future be distinguished as movable and immovable, and laws would be made to regulate the transmission, alienation, and expropriation of both. 3. How property is corrupted. By means of property, society has realized a thought that is useful, laudable, and even inevitable. I am going to prove that by obeying an invincible necessity, it has cast itself into an impossible hypothesis. I believe that I have not forgotten or diminished any of the motives which have presided over the establishment of property. I even dare say that I have given these motives a unity and an obviousness unknown until this moment. Let the reader fill in, moreover, what I may have accidentally omitted. I accept in advance all his reasons, and propose nothing to contradict him. But let him then tell me, with hand on conscience, what he finds to reply to the counter-proof that I am going to make. Doubtless the collective reason, obeying the order of destiny that prescribed it, by a series of providential institutions, to consolidate monopoly, has done its duty. Its conduct is irreproachable, and I do not blame it. It is the triumph of humanity to know how to recognize what is inevitable, as the greatest effort of its virtue is to know how to submit to it. If then the collective reason, in instituting property, has followed its orders, it has earned no blame, its responsibility is covered. But that property, which society, forced and constrained, if I thus do dare to say, has unearthed, who guarantees that it will last? Not society, which has conceived it from on high, and has not been able to add to it, subtract from it, or modify it in any way. In conferring property on man, it has left to it its qualities and its defects. It has taken no precaution against its constitutive vices, or against the superior forces which could destroy it. If property in itself is corruptible, society knows nothing of it, and can do nothing about it. If property is exposed to the attacks of a more powerful principle, society can do nothing more. How, indeed, will society cure the vice proper to property, since property is the daughter of destiny? And how will it protect it against a higher idea, when it only subsists by means of property, and conceives of nothing above property? Here then is the proprietary theory. Property is of necessity providential, the collective reason has received it from God and given it to man. But if not, property is corruptible by nature, or assailable by force majeure, society is irresponsible, and whoever, armed with that force, will present themselves to combat property, society owes them submission and obeisance. Thus it is a question of knowing, first, if property is in itself a corruptible thing, which gives rise to destruction; in second place, if there exists somewhere, in the economic arsenal, an instrument which can defeat it. I will treat the first question in this section. We will seek later to discover what the enemy is which threatens to devour property. Property is the right to use and abuse, in a word, despotism. Not that the despot is presumed ever to have the intention of destroying the thing, that is not what must be understood by the right to use and abuse. Destruction for its own sake is not assumed on the part of the proprietor. One always supposes some use that he will make of his goods, and that there is for him a motive of suitability and utility. By abuse, the legislator has meant that the proprietor has the right to be mistaken in the use of his goods, without ever being subject to investigation for that poor use, without being responsible to anyone for his error. The proprietor is always supposed to act in his own best interest, and it is in order to allow him more liberty in the pursuit of that interest, that society has conferred on him the right of use and abuse of his monopoly. Up to this point, then, the domain of property is irreprehensible. But let us recall that this domain has not been conceded solely in respect for the individual. There exist, in the account of the motives for the concession, some entirely social considerations. The contract is synallagmatic between society and man. That is so true, so admitted even by the proprietors, that every time someone comes to attack their privilege, it is in the name, and only in the name, of society that they defend it. Now, does proprietary despotism give satisfaction to society? For if it were otherwise, reciprocity being illusory, the pact would be null, and sooner or later either property or society will perish. I reiterate then my question. Does proprietary despotism fulfill its obligation toward society? Is proprietary despotism a prudent administrator? Is it, in its essence, just, social, humane? There is the question. And this is what I respond without fear of refutation. If it is indubitable, from the point of view of individual liberty, that the concession of property had been necessary, from the juridical point of view, the concession of property is radically null, because it implies on the part of the concessionaire certain obligations that it is optional for him to fulfill or not fulfill. Now, by virtue of the principle that every convention founded on the accomplishment of a non-obligatory condition does not compel, the tacit contract of property, passed between the privileged and the state, to the ends that we have previously established, is clearly illusory. It is annulled by the non-reciprocity, by the injury of one of the parties. And as, with regard to property, the accomplishment of the obligation cannot be due unless the concession itself is by that alone revoked, it follows that there is a contradiction in the definition and incoherence in the pact. Let the contracting parties, after that, persist in maintaining their treaty, the force of things is charged with proving to them that they do useless work, despite the fact that they have it. The inevitability of their antagonism restores discord between them. All the economists indicate the disadvantages for agricultural production of the parceling of the territory. In agreement on this with the socialists, they would see with joy a joint exploitation which, operating on a large scale, applying the powerful processes of the art and making important economies on the material, would double, perhaps quadruple product. But the proprietor says, veto, I do not want it. And as he is within his rights, as no one in the world knows the means of changing these rights other than by expropriation, and since expropriation is nothingness, the legislator, the economist, and the proletarian recoil in fright before the unknown, and content themselves to expect nowhere near the harvests promised. The proprietor is, by character, envious of the public good. He could purge himself of this vice only by losing property. Thus, property becomes an obstacle to labor and wealth, an obstacle to the social economy. These days, there is hardly anyone but the economists and the men of law that this astonishes. I seek a way to make it enter into their minds all at once, without commentary. Let us suppose that the proprietor, by a chivalrous liberality, yields to the invitation of science, allows labor to improve and multiply its products. An immense good will result for the day workers and peasants, whose fatigues, reduced by half, will still find themselves, by the lowering of the price of goods, paid double. But the proprietor, I would be pretty silly, he says, to abandon a profit so clear. Instead of 100 days of labor, I would not have to pay more than 50, it is not the proletarian who would profit, but me. But then, observe, the proletarian will be still more miserable than before, since he will be idle once more. That does not matter to me, replies the proprietor. I exercise my right. Let the others buy well, if they can, or let them go to other parts to seek their fortune. There are thousands and millions. Every proprietor nourishes, in his heart of hearts, this homicidal thought. And as by competition, monopoly, and credit, the invasion always grows, the workers find themselves incessantly eliminated from the soil. Property is the depopulation of the earth. Thus then the revenue of the proprietor, combined with the progress of industry, changes into an abyss, the pit dug beneath the feet of the worker by monopoly. The evil is aggravated by privilege. The revenue of the proprietor is no longer the patrimony of the poor. I mean that portion of the agricultural product which remains after the costs of farming have been paid off, and which must always serve as a new material for the use of labor, according to that fine theory which shows us accumulated capital as a land unceasingly offered to production, and which, the more one works it, the more it seems to extend. The revenue has become for the proprietor the token of his lechery, the instrument of his solitary pleasures. And note that the proprietor who abuses, guilty before charity and morality, remains blameless before the law, unassailable in political economy. To eat up his income. What could be more beautiful, more noble, more legitimate? In the opinion of the common people as in that of the great, unproductive consumption is the virtue par excellence of the proprietor. Every trouble in society comes from this indelible selfishness. In order to facilitate the exploitation of the soil, and put the different localities in relation, a route, a canal is necessary. Already the plan is made, one will sacrifice an edge on that side, a strip on the other, some hectares of poor terrain, and the way is open. But the proprietor cries out with his booming voice, "I do not want it." And before this formidable veto, the would-be lender dares not go through with it. Still, in the end, the state has dared to reply, "I want it." But what hesitations, what frights, what trouble, before taking that heroic resolution! What trade-offs! What trials! The people have paid dearly for this act of authority, by which the promoters were still more stunned than the proprietors. For it came to establish a precedent the consequences of which appeared incalculable. One promised themselves that after having passed this Rubicon, the bridges were broken, and they would stay that way. To do violence to property, what could this portend? The shadow of Spartacus would have appeared less terrible. In the depths of a naturally poor soil, chance, and then science, born of chance, discovers some treasure troves of fuel. It is a free gift of nature, deposited under the soil of the common habitation, of which each has a right to claim his share. But the proprietor arrives, the proprietor to whom the concession of the soil has been made solely with a view to cultivation. "You shall not pass," he says, "you will not violate my property." At this unexpected summons, great debate arises among the learned. Some say that the mine is not the same thing as the arable land, and must belong to the state. Others maintain that the proprietor owns the property above and below, cujus est sola, ejus est usque ad inferos. For if the proprietor, a new Cerberus posted as the guard of dark kingdoms, can put a ban on entry, the right of the state is only a fiction. It would be necessary to return to expropriation, and where would that lead? The state gives in, let us affirm it boldly. It says through the mouth of M. Dunoyer, supported by M. Trollong, it is no more just and reasonable to say that the mines are the property of the nation, than it once was to claim that it was the property of the king. The mines are essentially part of the soil. It is with a perfect good sense that the common law has said that the property in what is above implies property in what is below. Where, indeed, would we make the separation? M. Dunoyer is troubled by very little. Who hesitates to separate the mine from the surface, just as we sometimes separate, in a succession, the ground floor from the first floor? That is what is done very well by the proprietors of the coal mining fields in the department of the Loire, where the property in the depths has been nearly everywhere separated from the surface property, and transformed into a sort of circulating value like the actions of a public limited company. Who still hesitates to regard the mine as a new land for which one needs a way of clearing? But what? Napoleon, the inventor of the just milieu, the prince of the doctrinaires, had wanted it otherwise. The Council of State, M. Trollong and M. Dunoyer applaud. There is nothing more to consider. A transaction has taken place under who knows what insignificant reservations. The proprietors have been rewarded by the imperial munificence. How have they acknowledged that favor? I have already had more than one occasion to speak of the coalition of the mines of the Loire. I return to it for the last time. In that department, the richest in the kingdom in coal deposits, the exploitation was first conducted in the most expensive and most absurd manner. The interest of the mines, that of the consumers and of the proprietors, demanded that the extraction was made jointly. We do not want it, the proprietors have repeated for who knows how many years, and they have engaged in a horrible competition, of which the devastation of the mines has paid the first costs. Were they within their rights? So much so, that one will see the state finding it bad that they left there. Finally the proprietors, at least the majority, managed to get along, they associated. Doubtless they have given in to reason, to motives of conservation, of good order, of general as much as private interest. From then on, the consumers would have fuel at a good price, the miners a regular labor and guaranteed wages. What thunder of acclamations in the public! What praise in the academies! What decorations for that fine devotion! We will not inquire whether the gathering is consistent with the text and to the spirit of the law, which forbids the joining of the concessions. We will only see the advantage of the union, and we will have proven that the legislator has neither wanted, nor been able to want, anything but the well-being of the people. Salus populi suprema lex est. Deception. First, it is not reason that the proprietors followed in coming together, they submitted only to force. To the extent that competition ruins them, they range themselves on the side of the victor, and accelerate by their growing mass the rout of the dissidents. Then, the association constitutes itself in a collective monopoly, the price of the merchandise increases, so much for consumption, wages are reduced, so much for labor. Then, the public complains, the legislature thinks of intervening, the heavens threaten with a bolt of lightning, the prosecution invokes Article 419 of the Penal Code which forbids coalitions, but which permits every monopolist to combine, and stipulates no measure for the price of the merchandise. The administration appeals to the law of 1810 which, wishing to encourage exploitation, while dividing the concessions, is rather more favorable than opposed to unity, and the advocates prove by dissertations, writs, and arguments, these that the coalition is within its rights, those that it is not. Meanwhile the consumer says, is it just that I pay the costs of speculation, agiotage, and of competition? Is it just that what has been given for nothing to the proprietor in my greatest interest comes back to me at such an expense? Let one establish a tariff. We do not want it, respond the proprietors. And I defy the state to defeat their resistance other than by an act of authority, which resolves nothing, or else by an indemnity, which is to abandon all. Property is unsocial, not only in possession, but also in production. Absolute mistress of the instruments of labor, she renders only imperfect, fraudulent, detestable products. The consumer is no longer served, he is robbed of his money. Shouldn't you have known, one said to the rural proprietor, to wait some days to gather these fruits, to reap this wheat, dry this hay, do not put water in this milk, rinse your barrels, care more for your harvests, bite off less and do better. You are overloaded, put back a part of your inheritance, a fool. Responds the proprietor with a mocking air. 20 badly worked acres always render more than 10 which take us so much time, and will double the costs. With your system, the earth will feed more men, but what is it to me if there are more men? It is a question of my profit. As to the quality of my products, they will always be good enough for those who lack. You believe yourself skilled, my dear counselor, and you are only a child. What's the use of being a proprietor, if one only sells what is worth carrying to market, and at a just price, at that? I do not want it. Well, you say, let the police do their duty. The police. You forget that its action only begins when the evil has already been done. The police, instead of watching over production, inspects the product, after having allowed the proprietor to cultivate, harvest, manufacture without conscience. It appears to lay hands on the green fruit, spill the tureenness of watered milk, the casks of adulterated beer and wine, to throw the prohibited meats into the road, all to the applause of the economists and the populace, who want property to be respected, but will not put up with trade being free. Het. Barbarians. It is the poverty of the consumer which provokes the flow of these impurities. Why, if you cannot stop the proprietor from acting badly, do you stop the poor from living badly? Isn't it better if they have colic than if they die of hunger? Say to that industrialist that it is a cowardly, immoral thing, to speculate on the distress of the poor, on the inexperience of children and of young girls, he simply will not understand you. Prove to him that by reckless overproduction, by badly calculated enterprises, he compromises, along with his own fortune, the existence of his workers, that if his interests are not touched, those of so many families, grouped around him, merit consideration, that by the arbitrariness of his favors he creates around him discouragement, servility, hatred. The proprietor takes offense, "Am I not the master?" says he in parody of the legend, "and because I am good to a few, do you claim to make of my kindness a right for all? Must I render account to those who should obey me? That home is mine, what I should do regarding the direction of my affairs, I alone am the judge of it. Are my workers my slaves? If my conditions offend them, and they find better, let them go. I will be the first to compliment them. Very excellent philanthropists, who then prevents you from laboring in the workshops? Act, give the example, instead of that delightful life that you lead by preaching virtue, set up a factory, put yourself to work. Let us see finally through you association on the earth. As for me, I reject with all my strength such a servitude. Associates. Rather bankruptcy, rather death. A poor worker having his wife in childbirth, the midwife, in despair, must ask assistance of a physician. "I must have 200 francs, says the doctor, "I won't budge, my God." Replies the worker, "My household is not worth 200 francs, it will be necessary that my wife die, or else we will all go naked, the child, her and me." That obstetrician, let God rejoice, was yet a worthy man, benevolent, melancholic and mild, member of several scientific and charitable societies, on his mantle, a bronze of Hippocrates, refusing the presence of Artaxerxes. 426 He was incapable of saddening a child, and would have sacrificed himself for his cat. His refusal did not come from hardness, that was tactical. For a physician who understands business, devotion has only a season, the clientele acquired, the reputation once made, he reserves himself for the wealthy, and, save for ceremonial occasions, he rejects the indiscreet. Where would we be, if it were necessary to heal the sick indiscriminately? Talent and reputation are precious properties, that one must make the most of, not squander. The trait that I have just cited is one of the most benign. What horrors, if I should penetrate to the bottom of this medical matter! Let no one tell me that these are exceptions, I accept everyone. I criticize property, not men. Property, in Vincent de Paul 427 as in Harpagon 428, is always monstrous, and until the service of medicine is organized, it will be for the physician as for the scientist, for the advocate as for the artist, he will be a being degraded by his own title, by the title of proprietor. This is what this judge did not understand, too good a man for his time, who, yielding to the indignation of his conscience, decided one day to express public criticism of the corporation of lawyers. It was something immoral, according to him, scandalous, that the ease with which these gentlemen welcome all sorts of causes. If this blame, starting so high, had been supported and commented on by the press, it was made perhaps for the legal profession. But the honorable company could not perish by the censure, any more than property can die from a diatribe, any more than the press can die of its own venom. Besides, isn't the judiciary interdependent with the corporation of lawyers? Isn't the one, like the other, established by and for property? What would Parendandin 429 become, if he were forbidden to judge? And what would we argue about, without property? The order of lawyers therefore rises, journalism, the chicanery of the pen, came to the rescue of the chicanery of words. The riot went rumbling and swelling until that imprudent magistrate, involuntary organ of the public conscience, had made an apology to sophistry, and retracted the truth that had arisen spontaneously through him. Thus property becomes more antisocial to the extent that it is distributed on a greater number of heads. What seems necessary to soften, and to humanize property, collective privilege, is precisely what shows property in its hideousness. Property divided, impersonal property, is the worst of properties. Who does not realize today that France is covered with great companies, more formidable, more eager for booty, than the famous bands with which the brave Du Guesclin 430 delivered France? Be careful not to take community of property for association. The individual proprietor can still show himself accessible to mercy, justice, and shame. The proprietor corporation is heartless, without remorse. It is a fantastic, inflexible being, freed from every passion and all love, which moves in the circle of its ideas as the millstone in its revolutions crushes grain. It is not by becoming common that property can become social. One does not relieve rabies by biting everyone. Property will end by the transformation of its principle, not by an indefinite co-participation. And that is why democracy, or system of universal property, that some men, as hard-nosed as they are blind, insist on preaching to the people, is powerless to create society. Work, the economists repeat ceaselessly to the people, work, save, capitalize, become proprietors in your turn. As they said, workers, you are the recruits of property. Each of you carries in your own sack 431 the rod that serves to correct you, and that may one day serve you to correct others. 432 Raise yourself up to property by labor, and when you have the taste for human flesh, you will no longer want any other meat, and you will make up for your long abstinences. To fall from the proletariat into property. From slavery into tyranny, which is to say, following Plato, always into slavery. What a perspective! And though it is inevitable, the condition of the slave is no more tenable. In order to advance, to free yourself from wage labor, it is necessary to become a capitalist, to become a tyrant. It is necessary, do you understand, proletarians? Property is not a matter of choice for humanity, it is the absolute order of destiny. You will only be free after you have redeemed yourself, by subjugation to your masters, from the servitude that they have pressed upon you. 433. One beautiful Sunday in summer, the people of the great cities leave their somber and damp residences, and go to seek the vigorous and pure air of the country. But what has happened? There is no more countryside. The land, divided in 1,000 closed cells, traversed by long galleries, the land is no longer found. The sight of the fields exists for the people of the towns only in the theater and the museum. The birds alone contemplate the real landscape from high in the air. The proprietor, who pays very dearly for a lodge on this hacked-up earth, enjoys, selfish and solitary, some strip of turf that he calls his country. Except for this corner, he is exiled from the soil like the poor. Some people can boast of never having seen the land of their birth. It is necessary to go far, into the wilderness, in order to find again that poor nature, that we violate in a brutal manner, instead of enjoying, as chaste spouses, its heavenly embraces. Thus, property, which should make us free, makes us prisoners. What am I saying? It degrades us, by making us servants and tyrants to one another. Do you know what it is to be a wage worker? To work under a master, watchful jaloux of his prejudices even more than of his orders, whose dignity consists above all in demanding, sic volo, sic jubeo 434, and never explaining. Often you have a low opinion of him, and you mock him. Not to have any thought of your own, to study without ceasing the thought of others, to know no stimulus except your daily bread, and the fear of losing your job. The wage worker is a man to whom the proprietor who hires his services gives this speech: what you have to do does not concern you at all, you do not control it, you do not answer for it. Every observation is forbidden to you, there is no profit for you to hope for except from your wage. no risk to run, no blame to fear. Thus one says to the journalist, lend us your columns, and even, if that suits you, your administration. Here is what you have to say, and here is what you have to do. Whatever you think of our ideas, of our ends and of our means, always defend our party, emphasize our opinions. That cannot compromise you, and must not disturb you, the character of the journalist, it is anonymous. Here is, for your fee, 10,000 francs and 100 subscriptions. What are you going to do? And the journalist, like the Jesuit, responds by sighing, I must live. One says to the lawyer, this matter presents some pros and cons, there is a party whose luck I have decided to try, and for this I have need of a man of your profession. If it is not you, it will be your colleague, your rival, and there are 1,000 crowns for the lawyer if I win my case, and 500 francs if I lose it. And the lawyer bows with respect, saying to his conscience, which murmurs, I must live. One says to the priest, here is some money for 300 masses. You don't have to worry yourself about the morality of the deceased, it is probable that he will never see God, being dead in hypocrisy, his hands full of the goods of other, and laden with the curses of the people. These are not your affairs, we pay, fire away. And the priest, raising his eyes to heaven, says, Amen, I must live. One says to the purveyor of arms, we need 30,000 rifles, 10,000 swords, 1,000 quintals of shot, and 100 barrels of powder. What we can do with it is not your concern, it is possible that all will pass to the enemy, but there will be 2,000 francs of profit. That's good, responds the purveyor, each to his craft, everyone must live. Make the tour of society, and after having noticed the universal absolutism, you will have recognized the universal indignity. What immorality in this system of servility valage! What stigma in this mechanization! Abuse! Cry the jurists, perversity of man. It is not property that makes us envious and greedy, which makes our passions spring up, and arms with its sophisms our bad faith. It is our passions, our vices, on the contrary, which sully and corrupt property. I would like it as well if one says to me that it is not concubinage that sullies man, but that it is man who, by his passions and vices, sullies and corrupts concubinage. But, doctors, the facts that I denounce, are they, or are they not, of the essence of property? Are they not, from the legal point of view, irreprehensible, placed in the shelter of every judiciary action? Can I remand to the judge, summon to appear before the tribunals this journalist who prostitutes his pen for money? That lawyer, that priest, who sells to iniquity, one his speech, the other his prayers? This doctor who allows the poor man to perish, if he does not submit in advance the fee demanded? This old satyr who deprives his children for a courtesan? Can I prevent a licitation 435 that will abolish the memory of my forefathers, and render their posterity without ancestors, as if it were of incestuous or adulterous stock? Can I restrain the proprietor, without compensating him beyond what he possesses, that is without wrecking society, for heeding the needs of society? Property, you say, is innocent of the crime of the proprietor, property is good and useful in itself, it is our passions and our vices which deprave it. Thus, in order to save property, you distinguish it from morals. Why not distinguish it right away from society? That was precisely the reasoning of the economists. Political economy, said M. Rossi, is in itself good and useful, but it is not moral, it proceeds, setting aside all morality, it is for us not to abuse its theories, to profit from its teachings, according to the higher laws of morality. As if he said, political economy, the economy of society is not society, the economy of society proceeds without regard to any society, it is up to us not to abuse its theories, to profit from its teachings, according to the higher laws of society. What chaos! I not only maintain with the economists that property is neither morals nor society, but more that it is by its principle directly contrary to morals and to society, just as political economy is antisocial, because its theories are diametrically opposed to the social interest. According to the definition, property is the right of use and abuse, which is to say the absolute, irresponsible domain of man over his person and his goods. If property ceased to be the right of abuse, it would cease to be property. I have taken my examples from the category of abusive acts permitted to the proprietor. What happens here that is not of an unimpeachable legality and propriety? Hasn't the proprietor the right to give his goods to whomever seems good to him, to leave his neighbor to burn without crying fire, to oppose himself to the public good, to squander his patrimony, to exploit and fleece the worker, to produce badly and sell badly? Can the proprietor be judicially constrained to use his property well? Can he be disturbed in the abuse? What am I saying? Isn't property, precisely because it is abusive, that which is most sacred for the legislator? Can one conceive of a property for which police would determine the use, and suppress the abuse? And is it not evident, finally, that if one wanted to introduce justice into property, one would destroy property, as the law, by introducing honesty into concubinage, has destroyed concubinage? Thus, property, in principle and in essence, is immoral. That proposition is soon reached by critique. Consequently the code, which, in determining the right of the proprietor, has not reserved those of morals, is a code of immorality. Jurisprudence, that alleged science of right, which is nothing other than the collection of the proprietary rubrics, is immoral, and justice, is instituted in order to protect the free and peaceful abuse of property. Justice, which orders us to come to the aid against those who would oppose themselves to that abuse, which afflicts and marks with infamy whoever is so daring as to claim to mend the outrages of property. Justice is infamous. If a son, supplanted in the paternal affection by an unworthy mistress, should destroy the document which disinherits and disinnures him, he would answer in front of justice. Accused, convicted, condemned, he would go to the penal colony to make honorable amends to property, while the prostitute will be sent off in possession. Where then is the immorality here? Where is the infamy? Is it not on the side of justice? Let us continue to unwind this chain, and we will soon know the whole truth that we seek. Not only is justice, instituted to protect property, itself abusive, itself immoral, infamous, but the penal sanction is infamous, the police are infamous, the executioner and the gallows, infamous, and property, which embraces that whole series, property, from which this odious lineage come, property is infamous. Judges armed to defend it, magistrates whose zeal is a permanent threat to those accused by it, I question you. What have you seen in property which has been able in this way to subjugate your conscience and corrupt your judgment? What principle, superior without doubt to property, more worthy of your respect than property, makes it so precious to you? When its works declare it infamous, how do you proclaim it holy and sacred? What consideration, what prejudice affects you? Is it the majestic order of human societies that you do not understand, but of which you suppose that property is the unshakable foundation? No, since property, as it is for you order itself, since first it is proven that property is by nature abusive, that is to say disorderly and antisocial. Is it necessity or providence, the laws of which we do not understand, but the designs of which we adore? No, since, according to the analysis, property being contradictory and corruptible, it is for that very reason a negation of necessity, an injury to providence. Is it a superior philosophy considering human miseries from on high, and seeking by evil to obtain the good? No, since philosophy is the agreement of reason and experience, and in the judgment of reason as in that of experience, property is condemned. For demonstration of the hypothesis of God by property. If God did not exist, there would be no proprietors, that is the conclusion of political economy. And the conclusion of social science is this: property is the crime of the Supreme Being. There is for man only one duty, only one religion, it is to renounce God. Hoc est primum et maximum mandatum. 436. It is proven that the establishment of property among men has not been a matter of choice and philosophy. Its origin, like that of royalty, like that of languages and forms of worship, is entirely spontaneous, mystical, in a word, divine. Property belongs to the great family of instinctive beliefs, which, under the mantle of religion and authority, still reigns everywhere over our overproud species. Property, in a word, is itself a religion. It has its theology, political economy, its casuistics, jurisprudence, its mythology and its symbols, in the external forms of justice and of contracts. The historical origin of property, like that of every religion, is hidden in the shadows. Asked about itself, it responds with the fact of its existence, it explains itself with legends, and gives allegories for truths. Finally, property, like every religion once more, is subject to the law of development. Thus one sees it by turns as simple right of use and habitation, as among the Germans and the Arabs, patrimonial possession, inalienable in perpetuity, as among the Jews, feudal and invictic. 437 as in the Middle Ages, absolute and circulable at the will of the proprietor, pretty much as the Romans knew it, and as we have it today. But already property, come to its apogee, turns towards its decline, attacked by limited partnership, by the new laws of mortgage, by expropriation for reasons of public utility, by the innovations of the Credit Agricole, by the new theories on rent. 438 etc. The moment approaches when it will no longer be anything but the shadow of itself. So property, once we cease to defend it in its original brutality, and once we speak of disciplining it, of subjecting it to morals, of subordinating it to the state, that is, of socializing it, property collapses, it perishes. It perishes, I say, because it is progressive, because its idea is incomplete and its nature is not at all final, because it is the principal moment of a series of which only the ensemble can give a true idea, in a word because it is a religion. What one looks to preserve, and what one pursues in reality under the name of property, is no longer property, it is a new form of possession, without example in the past, and that one strives to deduce from the principles or presumed motives of property, in continuation of that illusion of logic which always makes us suppose at the origin or the end a thing that must be sought in the thing itself, namely, its meanings and its scope. But if property is a religion, and if, like every religion, it is progressive, it has, like every religion as well, its own specific object. Christianity and Buddhism are religions of penance, or of the education of humanity. Mohammedanism is the religion of fate. Monarchy and democracy are one and the same religion, the religion of authority. Philosophy itself is the religion of reason. What is this particular religion, the most persistent of the religions, which must lead all the others in its fall and yet only perishes the last, whose devotees no longer believe in it property? Since property manifests itself by occupation and use, since it aims to strengthen and extend monopoly by domain and inheritance, since by means of the revenue that it accumulates without labor, and mortgages committed to without guarantees, since it is resistant to society, since its rule is sheer whim, and since it must perish by justice, property is the religion of force. Thus, according to grammar, as well as to fable and analysis, property, the religion of force, is at the same time the religion of servitude. Depending on whether it takes over at gunpoint, or whether it proceeds by exclusion and monopoly, it engenders two sorts of servitudes: the one, the ancient proletariat, result of the primitive fact of conquest or from the violent division of Adam, humanity, into Cain and Abel, patricians and plebeians; the other, the modern proletariat, the working class of the economists, caused by the development of the economic phases, which are all summed up, as one has seen, in the mortal deed of the consecration of monopoly by domain, inheritance, and revenue. In my discussion of value, I have shown that every labor must leave a surplus, so that, supposing the consumption of the worker to remain constant, his labor should create, on top of his subsistence, an ever greater capital. Under the regime of property, the surplus of labor, essentially collective, passes entirely, like the revenue, to the proprietor. Now, where is the difference between that disguised appropriation and the fraudulent usurpation of a communal good? The consequence of that usurpation is that the worker, whose share of the collective product is constantly confiscated by the entrepreneur, is always on his uppers, while the capitalist is always in profit. That commerce, the exchange of essentially equal values, is no more than the art of buying for 3 fr what is worth 6, and of selling of 6 fr that which is worth 3, and that political economy, which upholds and advocates that regime, is the theory of theft, as property, the respect for which maintains a similar state of things, is the religion of force. It is just, M. Blanqui said recently to the Academy of Moral Sciences in a speech on coalitions, that labor should participate in the wealth that it produces. If then it does not participate, it is unjust, and if it is unjust, it is robbery, and the proprietors are robbers. Speak plainly then, economists. But if property, spontaneous and progressive, is a religion, it is, like monarchy and priesthood, of divine right. Similarly, the inequality of conditions and fortunes, poverty, is of divine right, perjury and robbery are of divine institution, the exploitation of man by man is the affirmation, I almost said the manifestation of God. The true theists are the proprietors, the defenders of property are all God-fearing men, the death sentences and torments that they call upon one another as a result of their misunderstandings of property are human sacrifices offered to the God of force. Those, on the contrary, who proclaim the imminent end of property, who, with Jesus Christ and St. Paul, call for the abolition of property, who think about the production, consumption, and distribution of wealth, are the anarchists and the atheists, and society, which advances visibly toward equality and knowledge, society is the incessant negation of God. Chapter 14. Summary and Conclusion. If I am not mistaken, the reader ought to be convinced at least of one thing, that social truth cannot be found either in utopia or in routine, that political economy is not the science of society, but contains, in itself, the materials of that science, in the same way that chaos before the creation contained the elements of the universe. The fact is that, to arrive at a definite organization, which appears to be the destiny of the race on this planet, there is nothing left but to make a general equation of our contradictions. But what will be the formula of this equation? We already foresee that there should be a law of exchange, a theory of mutuality, a system of guarantees which determines the old forms of our civil and commercial societies, and gives satisfaction to all the conditions of efficiency, progress, and justice which the critics have pointed out, a society no longer merely conventional, but real, which makes of the subdivision of real estate a scientific instrument, that will abolish the servitude of the machines, and may prevent the coming of crises. That makes of competition a benefit, and of monopoly a pledge of security for all, which by the strength of its principles, instead of making credit of capital and protection of the state, puts capital and the state to work, which by the sincerity of exchange, creates a real solidarity among the nations, which without forbidding individual initiative, without prohibiting domestic economy, continuously restores to society the wealth which is diverted by appropriation, which by the ebb and flow of capital assures political and industrial equality of the citizenry, and, through a vast system of public education, secures the equality of functions and the equivalence of aptitudes, by continuously raising their level, which through justice, well-being, and virtue, revives the human conscience, assures the harmony and the equality of the people, a society, in a word, which, being at the same time organization and transition, escapes what has taken place, guarantees everything and compels nothing. The theory of mutuality, or of mutuum, that is to say, the natural form of exchange, of which the most simple form is loan for consumption, is, from the point of view of the collective existence, the synthesis of the two ideas of property and of communism communit, a synthesis as old as the elements of which it is constituted, since it is nothing more than the return of society to its primitive custom, through the maze of inventions and of systems, the result of a meditation of 6,000 years on the fundamental proposition that A equals A. Everything today is making ready for this solemn restoration, everything proclaims that the reign of fiction has passed, and that society will return to the sincerity of its nature. Monopoly is inflated to worldwide proportions, but a monopoly which encompasses the world cannot remain exclusive, it must republicanize itself or be destroyed. Hypocrisy, venality, prostitution, theft, form the foundation of the public conscience, but, unless humanity learns to live upon what kills it, we must believe that justice and expiation approach. Already socialism, feeling the error in its utopias, turns to realities and to facts, it laughs at itself in Paris, it discusses in Berlin, in Cologne, in Leipzig, in Breslau, it murmurs in England, it thunders on the other side of the ocean, it commits suicide in Poland, it tries to govern in Bern and in Lausanne. Socialism, in pervading the masses, has become entirely different. The people will not bother about the honor of schools, they ask for work, education, well-being, equality. The system does not matter so much, provided that the result is obtained. But when the people want something and it is only a question of finding out how to obtain it, the discovery does not wait. Prepare yourself to see the coming of the grand masquerade. Solution of the social problem.